My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1273 to Chapter 1337. Ah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The waitress screamed and stood rooted to the spot with a panicked expression. Damn you. Are you courting death? Douyu looked at the wine stains on his body in astonishment and anger. His suit and shirt were all wet from the stains. Is that it? Do you know that my Armani is enough for you to sell your clothes here for half a year? Douyao grabbed the waitress's collar and roared. The girl's eyes were red, revealing a youthful face with light makeup. She wasn't gorgeous and charming, but she exuded the purity and simplicity of a young girl. Thin curved eyebrows, thin red lips, and her panicked look were pitiful. The girl in Xianxia tried to smooth things over and smiled apologetically. Young Master Dou, please calm down. This little girl just arrived, she's a university student working. Maybe she was too tired after a busy day, so she accidentally. Douyao didn't seem to hear these words. A pair of furious eyes stared at the girl's sobbing face. His gaze gradually became strange and lost. I'm sorry. I'll accompany you. I'll wash it for you, okay? The girl asked faintly. Yangqing didn't say anything and watched quietly. Li Dun was quite sympathetic and reached out to pat Douyao's shoulder. Alright, it's just a dress. Is it worth throwing a tantrum with a little girl? Let go. Douyao came back to his senses and quickly let go of the girl. He smiled and said, yes, Brother Li is right. The girl in Cheongsam immediately understood that Li Dun was the real big shot. She quickly smiled and said, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Li. I'll definitely give you a few more bottles of good wine later. Xiaoli, why aren't you thanking this guest? The girl named Xiaoli quickly wiped her tears and bowed continuously. Thank you, it's all my fault. This little interlude didn't affect their mood. After they entered the reserved luxurious private room, a few professional and beautiful waitresses immediately served the three of them into the independent hot spring room. Li Dun was not used to the comfortable hot spring bath. There were a few times when the masseuse's hands pressed on his firm muscles and he almost jumped out of the pool. Yangqing laughed heartily. Li Dun's face turned red, but he suppressed his discomfort and pretended to be nonchalant. When he returned to the KTV room, Yang Lai was already sitting on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and puffing out smoke. Seeing Yangqing and the others come out, Yang Lai smiled naturally. Brother Li, the service here is pretty good, right? Li Dun and Yang Lai had met quite a few times, so he responded vaguely. Yangqing casually asked, you seem to come here often? It's also because Guiyu knows the lady boss here and is quite familiar with her, Yang Lai said as he picked up an open bottle of whiskey and took a sip. Guiyu, order the dishes. Don't worry, Brother Lai, Sister Luo has already brought today's dishes over, Guiyu said with a smile. Li Dun was a little puzzled. Order? Didn't we already have dinner? At this time, the door of the private room opened, and a charming woman in a low-cut red spaghetti-strap dress led a group of 10 young women in bikinis into the room. Because the room was extremely spacious, there was no sense of congestion even when more than 10 people entered at once. Looking at the line of smiling and winking young ladies, Li Dun immediately understood what they meant by ordering. Sister Luo giggled and greeted, Young Master Yang, Young Master Gua, these two must be the Uncle Yang and Young Master Li that you two mentioned, sorry for the disrespect. I came a little late, mainly because I wanted to pick the best girls. Take a look, this group is dressed in swimsuits, they are all college students, fresh and tender, just a little shy, what do you guys think? Yangqing glanced at the group of women, they were not very beautiful, but each of their facial features were delicate, their bodies were plump and thin, each had their own characteristics, they could meet the taste of many people. Li Dun swallowed his saliva and whispered in Yangqing's ear, Old Yang, this is my first time doing this, are you really letting me pick at will? Nonsense, if you like, you can even pick the lady boss, Yangqing pouted at Sister Luo. It was strange, this Sister Luo looked like she was in her early 30s, Yangqing had never seen this face before, but for some reason, there was an indescribable sense of familiarity. He spread out his divine sense to sense carefully, this Sister Luo did not have any cultivation, and her physique was also very ordinary. However, because everything was too normal and gave him a very special feeling, it made Yangqing a little interested. Li Dun licked his lips, picked up the wine bottle and took a gulp, as if to boost his courage. He said hesitantly, "Am I born not suitable to come out to have fun? Why do I feel that choosing anyone is like a scourge to the girls?" Yangcheng rolled his eyes. "These women are here for the money in your pocket. If you only give them money and don't take advantage of them, they will be more than happy." "That won't do. I came here today just to put up a front, lest people say that I am henpecked behind my back. It would be very embarrassing. At least on that day, I can't let your two brothers look down on me." Li Dun was struggling. Guiyu thought that Li Dun was not interested. He clapped his hands and said, "Sister Luo, this batch is too tender. My two brothers are not interested. Change to another batch." "Okay." Sister Luo was also straightforward. She gestured and a group of beauties in swimsuits walked out one after another, followed by a group of charming women in bright cheongsam. These women were obviously much more mature than the previous batch. Not only their makeup and eyes, but also their figures were much more plump. "Two masters, this is the most educated batch here. They are all postgraduate students from famous universities. We do not fake. If you want to test them, they will definitely not let you down. However, after all, they will earn a lot from work, so they will definitely ask for a higher price than the group of little girls just now. But you masters will definitely not care about this little number, right?" Sister Luo introduced with a smile. Li Dun's eyes lit up. Even though he wasn't a cunning man, he was still a fan of beautiful women. Yang Lai, on the other hand, reached out his hand and beckoned two girls with long hair over. They began to accompany him like a little bird. "Brother Li, if you still don't like them, Sister Luo has other girls here. Do you want those in their 30s, 40s? Female professors? Blonde girls? Or underage? No matter what kind, I can find them for you." Guiyu smiled evilly. Li Dun coughed twice. His heart was beating wildly. If he found an underage one, he would really not be able to choose. So he reached out his hand and beckoned two girls with plump figures and smooth faces over. Yangcheng couldn't help but find it funny. In terms of appearance, these two girls were the same type as Tang Xian. Li Dun searched for a long time and still chose the same type as his wife. "Child Yang, which girl do you like? Or should I change another batch for you? We have some new housewives here, maybe you will like them." Sister Luo blinked and smiled ambiguously. Smiling, Yangchen said, "I'm not interested in being a housewife. However, I'm quite interested in someone like the boss's wife." Sister Luo's smile froze, as if she didn't expect Yangchen to say this. "Hee." "Child Yang must be joking, I'm already so old, and besides, I'm busy in the store." "Then I don't care, you have to accompany me tonight. If you're not willing, I'll smash this store tonight," Yangcheng said expressionlessly. Sister Luo's eyes seemed to glance at Yang Lai unintentionally, then she said helplessly with grievance, "All right then, I can't dissuade you guys, really, you're already so old and you still want to torment me." After asking the rest of the girls to leave, Sister Luo walked to sit next to Yangcheng and took the initiative to stick half of her body on Yangcheng's body. A scent of perfume filled his nose. Her body was so soft as if she had no bones. As long as he tilted his head slightly, he could see the low neckline, the deep cleavage, the snow-white breasts. The charm of a mature and beautiful woman was revealed. Guiyu smiled evilly with a deep meaning. "Cousin, you have good taste. Sister Luo is the best here." Sister Luo said coquettishly, "Young Master Gua, don't insult me first. Why didn't you pick a sister to accompany you tonight?" Guiyu suddenly stood up and grinned. "Don't you have a working girl called Wu Shaoli here? Bring her to the single room next door. I want her tonight." When Sister Luo heard it, she frowned and said awkwardly, "Young Master Gua, it's not that I want to flatter you, but you also know that we can deal with the other sisters here, but those are students who are purely here to work, we can't force them." "Bullshit, add a few more tickets, there are no working girls who don't want to sell these days?" Guiyu said disdainfully. "Brother Gua, stop it, they are just here to work as waiters, you are breaking the law," Li Dun advised. Guiyu's expression was quite unbearable. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Li, you may not have come to this kind of place, so you are not very clear. I have seen many of these women who pretend to be pure, in fact, they can do anything for a few tickets. Besides, men like us are usually active creatures. In the outside world, only men who are incapable will be single-minded towards women. Capable men should continue to conquer, whether it is hard or soft, and leave after playing, that is also a skill. If you only choose some ready-made goods who only know how to stick their butts to you, then it is too boring. Li Dun frowned as he listened. But he glanced at Yang Chen beside him and didn't argue with Do Yao. Yang Qing felt weird being stared at by Li Dun. Why did the active creature seem to refer to him? Sister Luo, I don't care about anything else, I want that Wu Xiaoli tonight. I just asked the receptionist. That chick came from a poor mountain village in northern Xianxia and studied in Yanjing. If she throws a tantrum, I will give her a stable job in Yanjing. It is better than her working for many years. Guiyu said proudly. Sister Luo did not persuade him anymore. She giggled and picked up the phone to speak to the security guard in the shop, then winked at Guiyu, indicating that it was done. Guiyu winked at Yang Lai, happily went out of the door and ran to the single room next door. Seeing all this happen, Yang Qing did not say anything, but took the red wine that Sister Luo handed over. After a few sips, he asked, Beauty, how long have you been doing business here? Sister Luo smiled and said, Young Master Yang, why do you ask such a boring question? Business is so troublesome. Why don't we drink and play rock paper scissors? What if I insist on knowing? Yang Qing laughed. Sister Luo pouted. It's been more than 10 years. Is that so? Sister Luo looks very young. I wonder if Sister Luo still remembers a nightclub called Golden Hall 10 years ago? Yang Chen asked faintly. Sister Luo revealed a look of reminiscence. I have a vague impression of it, but I can't really remember. Isn't young Master Yang very young? Why would he mention something that happened 10 years ago? What do you want to know? Yang Qing sighed. I have a master whose surname is Song. He once told me when he was abroad that he met his old lover in a nightclub called the Golden Hall in Beijing. He once asked me to look for her, but unfortunately, I didn't see that club after I came here. I'm really ashamed that I can't help you. Sister Luo's chest gently rubbed against Yang Cheng's arm. Her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Lai, who was silent. However, Yang Lai seemed to have heard nothing and was joking with the two girls. Seeing that Yang Lai didn't respond, Sister Luo said softly, Young Master Yang, if you come here often, I can help you ask around. I'm still very familiar with this place. There are many old people here. Thank you, Sister Luo. Yang Qing smiled meaningfully. Sister Luo's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but she still smiled and toasted with Yang Qing. At this moment, there was an intense running sound outside the door. Bang! The door was pushed open, and a delicate figure rushed in. Sister Luo! Sister Luo, save me! Wu Xiaoli, who was wearing a maid costume, staggered into the door and fell in front of Sister Luo. She begged with tears in her eyes, Sister Luo, the security wants to arrest me. Please tell them that I'm just a waitress. The little girl's face was white and clean. Her tears ruined her eye makeup, which made her look particularly pitiful. Two strong security guards in suits came in, followed by Guiyu, who was covering his face and cursing. Damn, little bitch, how dare you slap me? Guiyu rushed up 2 steps fiercely, grabbed Wu Xiaoli's clothes and wanted to drag her out. Wu Xiaoli desperately wanted to escape, but the 2 bodyguards directly held her up, making her unable to resist at all. Seeing Wu Xiaoli, who was struggling and crying, was taken away by the security guards, Sister Luo's expression was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with her. Li Dun was being forced to drink by the 2 girls, so he didn't react in time. After a while, he shouted, Hey! Guiyu, let go of the girl. Guiyu was embarrassed when he was shouted. He replied with a stiff smile, Brother Li, we're here to have fun today. We can't spoil each other's mood. What kind of mood is that? Aren't you raping her? She doesn't want to do this, you can't force her, Li Dun frowned. Yu suddenly pinched Wu Xiaoli's chin and whispered in her ear. After that, Guiyu asked, Xiaoli, tell this man the truth, are you willing to go with me? Wu Xiaoli held back her tears and sobbed, but she nodded. Li Dun was a little dumbfounded. Hey, girl, did you take the wrong medicine? Don't be afraid, tell me the truth, did he threaten you? Wu Xiaoli gritted her teeth and shook her head desperately. Yu immediately smiled and said, Brother Li, you see, I've said it before. These women nowadays, just give them some benefits and they'll get over it. Have fun, I'll go to the next room and have some fun with this chick. Seeing Guiyu take the girl away, Li Dun was still a little uncomfortable. Yang Lai persuaded lazily, "Young Master Li, don't bother, this is the girl's own choice, she won't be deprived of any benefits." No, Li Dun thought for a while, but still shook his head and said to Yang Qing, "Old Yang, Guiyu is your cousin, go and take care of him. He's obviously threatening the girl, I can't stand it." Yang Qing chuckled, "You said you're here to have fun tonight, I think you're here to find trouble for me." Although he said that, Li Dun's expression was serious, so Yang Qing had to get up and walk to the next room. Sister Luo quickly got up and followed behind worriedly, as if she was afraid that something big would happen. As soon as Yang Qing walked to the door of the next room, he heard Wu Xiaoli's uncontrollable cries and screams coming from inside. Yang Qing signaled with his eyes, and Sister Luo behind him had to order the security guard to leave. As soon as the door was pushed open, he saw two figures rolling on a big bed under the dim light. Guiyu had torn Wu Xiaoli's maid costume to pieces, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, and the softness of her chest was already exposed to the air. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Guiyu turned his head, and when he saw it was Yang Qing, he was stunned. "Brother Chen, why did you come in?" Yang Qing walked forward, pulled Guiyu off the bed, and said coldly, "Get out, if you want to play, find those serious women to play with you." Guiyu's face darkened, but he didn't dare to say anything. "Okay, since Brother Chen came to pull me, I'll give you face, we're cousins after all." After that, he snorted coldly and walked out of the room, while Sister Luo smiled apologetically and followed to comfort him. Wu Xiaoli, who was on the bed, hugged her knees. She trembled as tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked at Yang Chen and mumbled, "Thank you, big brother." Yang Qing sat on the edge of the bed and asked with a smile, "I thought you were acting at first, but I didn't find out that your feelings were fake, so I still couldn't help you." Wu Xiaoli wiped her tears and said sadly, "What acting?" "Nothing." Yang Qing stared at the girl for a while, but he really couldn't find anything special, so he just smiled and let it go. Although Yang Lai, Sister Luo, and Guiyu were all suspicious, there was nothing special about this girl at all. From her figure, walking posture and various physical characteristics, Yang Qing could even clearly judge that she was still a virgin. Maybe he was thinking too much. How could such a seemingly coincidental thing be a real trap? Seeing that Yang Qing was about to get up and go out, Wu Xiaoli whispered and begged, "Brother, can you tell me your phone number? I want to find a day to thank you. My dad said that if you don't repay kindness, you will suffer retribution." The girl's accent became a little rustic in the end, which made Yang Qing a little dumbfounded. Looking at the girl's stubborn and sincere look, Yang Qing had no choice but to tell her his phone number, otherwise the girl would drag him away and not let him go. When they returned to the room, Yang Lai and Li Dun were having fun. Although Guiyu was not very willing, he still found two girls to accompany him to drown his sorrows. Sister Luo called a few girls in uniform to accompany Yang Qing to drink for a while until midnight. Li Dun was a cultivator after all, so he wouldn't get drunk. Seeing that it was almost time, he got up and dragged Yang Qing to leave. In such a luxurious place, Li Dun, the stingy guy, naturally didn't plan to pay with his own money. Fortunately, Guiyu was prepared. After putting down a few stacks of red bills, the girls who accompanied him also smiled happily. After leaving Pink Lady, Li Dun drove home by himself, while Yang Qing took Guiyu's car back to the Yang family. As soon as he arrived home, Li Dun called. On the phone, Li Dun's voice sounded very serious. "Old Yang, I made an exception this time to accompany you to solve the case. You don't know how uncomfortable it was for me to hide it from Xianxia." Yang Qing walked all the way to the backyard and smiled. "I thought you had a good time, after all, you didn't have to spend money." "Don't give me that, although I'm not as rich as you, I'm still the father of a child with integrity," Li Dun shouted proudly. Then he asked, "Speaking of which, did you find anything suspicious?" "Yes, but not much." Yang Qing curled his lips and said, "At least, that Sister Luo is obviously not the real owner of that shop. Even if she looks like the previous owner, it's not her." "Why? Do you know what the golden hall that I mentioned just now is?" "How would I know? Didn't you say you were helping your master to find someone?" Li Dun was puzzled. "Don't be naive." Yang Qing smiled and said, "On the way there, I used my phone to check the information of Pink Beauty. Golden Hall was the name of the shop 5 years ago. That Sister Luo didn't even know what her own shop was called 5 years ago. She even said that she had worked there for more than 10 years. It seems that she didn't do her homework well. She shouldn't have been a replacement for a long time. Also, Sister Luo always peeked at Yang Lai's expression. Although Yang Lai tried to cover it up, Sister Luo didn't have such good acting skills. However, this doesn't mean that their relationship is close. Li Dun was stunned. Then why didn't you capture Sister Luo? Interrogate him ruthlessly. Maybe she's in cahoots with Yang Lai or the Liang family. Whether it's the Liang family, Sister Luo, or even Yang Lai and Gui Yu, I don't think they are the real masterminds behind the scenes. This game of chess hasn't reached the final stage yet. If I act rashly and alert the enemy, how can I eat all the dragons? Li Dun smiled and said, I'm afraid that your appetite won't be big enough by then. Oh, I can't talk to you anymore. My son seems to be crying, I'm hanging up. Li Dun hung up the phone without saying a few words. Yangqing smiled bitterly. It seemed that this guy had changed from a tough general in the army to a super dad. However, he was also a little envious. After all, strictly speaking, although he had a daughter, she was a big baby when she was born. He really didn't have the experience of taking care of a baby. Unknowingly, he had walked to the room where he lived in the backyard. The light in the room was still on. Obviously, Lin Ruashi was still waiting for him to come back. Yangqing didn't think about anything else and quickened his steps into the room. Inside Pink Lady, in a luxurious room exclusive to the owner. Yang Lai was lying on the big bed with a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out clouds of smoke. The naked Luo Tsuishan was lying limply between the man's legs. Her pink tongue was still wrapped around Yang Lai's strong penis. Looking at the intoxicated woman, a cold light flashed in Yang Lai's eyes. Suddenly, he bent his leg and stomped hard on Luo Tsuishan's belly. Ouch! Luo Tsuishan screamed and looked at Yang Lai in panic. Little cripple, what did I do wrong? Why did you kick me? Yang Lai shook his head angrily and said, if I say you're a bitch, your brain should be a sow's. How many times have I told you to be prepared for anything? Did you know that the golden hall that Yangqing asked you about was the name of this shop 5 years ago? Didn't you do your homework beforehand? Didn't I tell you to control this Sister Luo that you replaced? What? Luo Tsuishan was stunned and said with grievance, I did check this woman's information, but I didn't expect to see the history of this shop. It was 5 years ago. Then, why didn't he expose me? Yang Lai snorted coldly, he's not as stupid as you. He just can't guess who the real mastermind is. He's very proud and thinks that he can settle everything in one fell swoop. So, he won't stop until the very last moment. Why do you seem to know him so well? Because I'm not the second Yan Buwen, Yang Lai laughed contemptuously. Luo Tsuishan narrowed her eyes, then what should we do now? Yang Lai grinned hideously, do what we have to do. Carry on with the original plan. These few moves of mine are to let him know that he's being set up, but he has no choice but to accept it. Looking at Yang Lai's sinister smile, Luo Tsuishan's eyes were filled with the flames of revenge, as if the brutal kick just now didn't matter anymore. The next morning, when Yangqing and Lin Ruashi walked into the dining room in the front yard, Lan Lan was already lying on the dining table, holding a big porcelain bowl and drinking oatmeal. However, because breakfast was mostly vegetarian, the chubby little girl frowned slightly and didn't eat to her heart's content. But with the intention of filling her stomach, she still ate with all her might. What surprised Yangqing was that Guo Xiuehua was sitting at the dining table. Yang Gongming and Yang Pejuan weren't there. As for Yang Lai, he was nowhere to be seen in the morning. Mom, where did the old man go? Yangqing sat down, patted his daughter's head with one hand, picked up a steamed bun with the other and asked casually. Guo Xiuehua looked a little worried and forced a smile. Early in the morning, a few generals from the Beijing military and the military commission came to our house for a meeting. The Liang family seems to be causing trouble in the Southwest military. Yangqing frowned, why didn't you call me about the Liang family's matter? Your temper has already spread among the higher-ups of the military and Beijing. Those people all feel that your murderous aura is too strong and are afraid that you will cause trouble again. Naturally, they want to avoid you as much as possible to appease the Liang family, Guo Xiuehua sighed. Yangqing sneered, picked up a steamed bun and turned to walk out. These words must have been ordered by Yang Pejuan not to say, but Guishuahua obviously knew that she couldn't hide it from him, so she still told him the truth. Lin Ruashi looked at Yang Qing walking out and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Although she roughly knew what had happened, this was, after all, a big matter for the higher-ups of Huaxia. As a businesswoman, she didn't want to cause trouble, but she still felt a little uneasy in her heart. At this moment, in the reception hall of the Yang family, after Yang Gongming carefully read the investigation information in his hand, he slapped a few pieces of paper on the table with a gloomy face. The old man sitting at the first guest seat was Li Mozhen. As the head of the Security Bureau and the Deputy Premier, his source of information was naturally more accurate and faster than anyone else. Eunuch Yang, today, including the sea, land, and air forces of the 5 major provinces of Shi Province, Nan Province, and Bei Province, the military parade will begin at noon tomorrow, Li Mozhen said unhurriedly. As a military commander, he overstepped his authority and acted on his own. For no reason, he mobilized more than 100,000 troops for him to parade. He is clearly pressuring our central government. A general of the military commission said angrily. It's more than pressuring, he is taking advantage of the tragic death of his son to start a pretext to show us the prestige of the Liang family in the military district of Guangdong province. Based on this momentum, if he colludes with a few NATO countries and says that we are being oppressed by a tyrannical government, even if we are not killed by him, our Huaxia army will still be skinned. Another general of the military region slapped the chair and said. Yang Pejuan looked embarrassed and ashamed. Everyone, it's all my unfilial son's fault. If it wasn't for his audacity and arrogance, it wouldn't have become like this. Several generals present comforted Yang Pejuan with a few words, telling him not to blame himself too much, but their expressions were already quite irritated, very dissatisfied with the situation that Yang Qing had caused. I don't think I said that I need you to apologize to me. I don't have the slightest intention to apologize. Nibbling on half a steamed bun, Yang Qing walked slowly into the reception hall, looked at the black-faced generals present with ridicule, and reached out to pick up the information that Yang Gongming had read. I heard that the main forces of that military region were formed by his old man during the War of Resistance. He crossed the mountains and dodged the artillery shells in the rear base. This is only the second generation of leaders, and the soul of the army must still belong to their family. It's not surprising that the army listens to that surnamed Liang. Is there a need for you to make such a fuss? Yang Qing casually scanned through the report and said indifferently. What do you know? Do you know what kind of chain reaction this will cause? Not to mention that the people of the 5 provinces will be in a state of panic. If we allow him to continue like this, the other military regions, especially the local emperors of the Northwest Military Region, will also follow suit and hold a military parade. Then where will our central government's face be? Who does this country still listen to? A general in the center roared angrily. Yang Qing stuffed the rest of the steamed bun into his mouth, chewed it, and mumbled to Yang Gongming, "Old man. Do you think? Is this problem really that big?" Yang Gongming closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "General Lu's words are reasonable. Liang Xingchuan has relied on his father Liang Buqing's identity as the founder of the army to dominate the south for decades, and he has never truly had the heart to give in. Originally, after 2 more generations, when the old people and their children in the military died, the army would no longer be attached to the Liang family's side, but unfortunately, things happened too early. He is gambling. Old Marshal is right. With the current situation, I suggest that we immediately send a representative to Guang province to persuade them and probe the Liang family's limits. Furthermore, forgive me for being blunt, but your eldest grandson cannot escape the blame for this matter." General Lu glared at Yang Qing with righteous indignation. "What, you want me to take responsibility?" Yang Qing smiled faintly. "Do you want me to pay with my life? Or do you want me to settle this matter?" "Settle? What kind of joke is this? Is this something that can be settled with just a casual word? If it wasn't for the fact that we respect the Yang family and old Marshal Yang, we would have already tied you up and thrown you into prison." When General Lu shouted, the other officers also echoed. The group of people had the same opinion. They stood on the side of reason and did not care about anything else. Yang Qing shrugged. Now that Liangzhen is dead, we can send the entire Liang family to hell to accompany him. In such a way, the parade tomorrow will be cancelled. Everybody will be happy, won't they? A rather fat central military officer sneered and said, haha. What a joke. The Yang family's prestige was indeed very high, but not every family would fear them. Do you think the Liang family is so easy to deal with? Could it be that you want to use the influence of the Yang family to start a civil war? Let the military of Yanjin and Jiangnan send in their troops and make life difficult for the people of Huaxia? It was even more impossible for a single soldier to launch a surprise attack. Not to mention those experts who are secretly protecting you. Just the 3,000 Special Forces soldiers in the Guan province military are fighting at the border of South Asia all year round. They are elite and fierce. No matter how capable you are, can you fight against the 3,000-strong army? The group of officials and generals all looked at Yangqing indignantly, wishing that they could immediately tie up Yangqing and send him to the Guan province in exchange for peace of mind. However, they could not bear the fact that Yang Gongming was still unwilling to say anything. Li Moshan lowered his head and drank his tea, but his face was expressionless. He was surprisingly in sync with Yang Gongming. Yangqing did not mind. There was no need to explain this kind of thing to this group of fellows. Just as he was about to ask the servants to send these fellows away, he heard a servant enter the front hall to report. Great master, madam's father and brother have come. They seem to have urgent matters. Yang Gongming raised his eyebrows. The in-laws are here? Yang Pejuan was also quite puzzled. What are my father-in-law and brother-in-law doing here so early in the morning? Yangqing, who wanted to send the guests away, looked thoughtful, faintly seeing that he had missed something. Speaking of which, this was also the first time that Yangqing met Guo Shihuahua's father and brother, that was, his own grandfather and uncle. Yang Gongming. Give me back my grandson. When a hoarse voice shouted from outside the room, all the officials present felt a chill down their spines. They saw a tall old man with gray hair, with a red face, stepping into the hall, followed by a middle-aged man who looked very similar to him, as if he had just cried, with red eyes. Yangqing heard from Guo Shihuahua that this grandfather was called Guo Yi, and this uncle was called Guo Shuilong, who was Guo Yu's father. Yang Gongming was kind to his in-laws. He stood up slowly and asked, "In-laws, why do you say so? Still putting on an act? Ask that unfilial descendant Yangqing to come out. Let him tell you with his own mouth how he cruelly killed his own cousin. My own grandson." Guo Yi roared. Everyone looked at Yangqing in shock, and immediately noticed that Guo Yi and Guo Shuilong's sleeves were covered with black muslin. Guo Yi and his son also saw Yangqing, and with just a glance, their eyes immediately lit up. Well, you are Yangqing. Guo Yi was so angry that he laughed. This is the first time I met you as a grandfather, and I didn't expect it to be like this. I really have to admire the descendants of the old Yang family, they are really becoming more and more promising. Yangqing asked, what you just said means. Guo Yu is dead? Haha. You still ask us? You killed my poor grandson in the car with your own hands last night, and you still have the face to ask. Guo Yi's eyes were red. Yang Pejuan's face was pale, and his facial muscles were twitching. Father-in-law, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Yangqing has no reason to kill Guo Yu. Do you think that my father and I will come here to slander your Yang family? Guo Shuilong took out a phone from his pocket, and after clicking on the photo, he showed it to everyone. Everyone suddenly felt a chill in their bones. On the screen, there was a scene of the tragedy in the car. Guo Yu's head was smashed by a huge force, and the whole headless body fell on the steering wheel, and bright red blood soaked the car seat. This way of killing is exactly the same as how you treated Liangzhen that day. And the heavens have eyes, and let us find other men's fingerprints on the front seat of the car. After comparing it with the computer in the police station, we found your fingerprint information. Exactly the same. Guo Shuilong roared. This time even Yangqing himself was a little confused. His own fingerprint? Exactly the same? It was normal for the police station to have his fingerprint information. After all, it was not difficult to take a sample, and it was necessary to record it. But the problem was that he was definitely not the one who killed Guo Yu, so why was his fingerprint on the front seat? He was sitting in the back seat to follow them back. Yangqing did not think that the Guo father and son were deliberately framing him, as it would not benefit them in any way. Seeing the officials and generals present looking at him with some fear, and some anger, Yangqing felt that something was wrong. Hearing the arrival of her father and brother, Guo Shuihua, leading Lin Ruoxi and Lan Lan, happened to come out from the back hall at this time. Before they reached, they already heard Guo Yi and his son shouting. Guo Shuihua walked to Guo Shuilong with tears in her eyes, took the phone, and looked at Guo Yu's headless body on it. She staggered 2 steps back and was about to faint. Shuihua. Yang Pijun hurried forward to support his wife, and glared at Yangqing angrily. Lin Ruoxi stood at the side with Lan Lan in her arms. She looked at Yangqing worriedly, but there was nothing she could do to help. She could only worry. Guo Shuihua looked at Yangqing in pain, and murmured, "Son, tell Mom, it's not true. You didn't kill your cousin, right?" Yangqing nodded without hesitation. "I didn't kill him, I promise." "You said you didn't kill him? Will fingerprints lie? Isn't the killing method too similar? Apart from you, who else would smash a person's head so cleanly with one palm?" An official sneered. Li Moshen was silent for a long time and finally said, "Everyone listen to me, this is very strange. There must be a reason to kill a person, especially a relative's cousin. Now we only see the fingerprints, where is the motive? I don't think nephew Yang and Guo Yu had any grudges when they were alive, right? Patriarchally, do you think that I, Guo, am so unreasonable? Before I came, I already thought of the motive," Guo Yi said bitterly. "I investigated a nightclub called Pink Beauty that they went to last night. The security of the nightclub confirmed that my grandson, Guo Yu, and that bastard, Yangqing, were jealous of a working girl named Wu Shaoli. I know this is a disgrace to our Guo family, but my grandson was killed because of this, so I can't care so much anymore." Guo Yi gritted his teeth. Guo Shuihua shook her head desperately. "No, Dad, you must have misunderstood something. Yangqing is not that kind of child. I'm his mother, I know very well that he won't be so impulsive." "Shut up," Guo Yi reprimanded. "It's your good son who killed your nephew. The witness and the evidence are all there, and the motive is also obvious. Previously, he killed Liang Zhen in front of so many people in Yanjing City because of a few words of disagreement. Can you still use ordinary logic to infer that? He is obviously a demon with murderous intent. What else do you have to say?" Guo Shuihua looked at her father with tears in her eyes, then looked at Yangqing. She was so angry that her body went limp and she fainted directly. "Shuihua." Yang Pijun was shocked and looked at Yangqing angrily. He immediately ordered the servants to help Guo Shuihua back to her room to rest. In such a situation, Yang Pijun also didn't think that it was a good thing to let Guo Shuihua wake up. Yangqing could see that Guo Shuihua was fine. He sighed and asked curiously, "Old man, you mentioned the witness just now? If the physical evidence is fingerprints, then who is the witness?" "Humph, since you insist on telling us what you did, I can't ask for more." Guo Shuilong took over the conversation, glanced at the people around and said loudly, "Our Guo family sent someone to Pink Lady to investigate, only to find out that last night, my useless son, Guo Yu, fell in love with a girl who was serving drinks and cleaning inside, called Wu Shaoli. But I didn't expect that Yangqing also fell in love with Wu Shaoli at that time, and even pulled my son away from her. At that time, several security guards outside heard and saw Yangqing telling my son to get out of the door. We asked Wu Shaoli and she said that she was fooling around with my son. In the end, Yang Chen asked her to give in but she refused, so she vented her anger on my son, Guo Yu." Hearing this, Lin Ruoxi, who was standing in the corner, had an ugly expression. When she looked at Yangqing, she saw that Yangqing was looking back at her helplessly. Lin Ruoxi was stunned for a moment, and then felt relieved. With Yangqing's character, if he really wanted a woman, no woman could resist. Moreover, women in that kind of place would not be attractive to him. However, the Guo family's father and son had already lost their rationality due to their rage. Adding on to the fact that all the accusations were directed at Yangqing, there was no way they would listen to anyone else's explanation. Lin Ruoxi held Lan Lan in one hand, grabbed her daughter's chubby little hand with the other, and waved at Yangqing to show her support. The chubby little girl didn't know why her mother wanted to borrow her hand. She only saw that Xianxia was winking at the mother and daughter, and smiled sweetly. "There's no proof, uncle, why don't you find that Miss Wu, so we can ask her for the truth," Yang Pejuan said at this time. "Why, you still don't believe me? Okay, that girl is sitting in the police station as a witness, I'll ask the police to bring her here immediately." Guo Shuilong was quick, and immediately took out his phone to make a call. But after just a few words, Guo Shuilong's face turned livid. After he hung up the phone, Guo Shuilong said in a deep voice, that Wu Xiaoli is with the police, she just quietly committed suicide by taking poison, and the rescue was ineffective. The officials present couldn't help but burst into an uproar, and all of them looked at Xianxia in unison. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer, "What, do you want to say that I already knew all of this, so I bribed the police to let Wu Xiaoli commit suicide by taking poison, so that there would be no evidence? Don't you think this reason is too far-fetched? Shameless brat. The Yang family's ancestors have made great contributions and are open and aboveboard. In your generation, you actually produced such a vile creature. Are you still going to deny it?" Gui was so angry that his face turned red. Seeing this, Yang Pejuan wanted to explain a few more words, but he was gently pulled by Yang Gongming, signaling him to keep quiet. All of the officials and generals present were already dissatisfied with Xianxia for stirring up the Liang family. Now that they saw that Xianxia had actually killed his own cousin for a woman, their expressions became even more unpleasant. "Duke Yang, if you insist on handing the Yang family over to such a murderous devil and evil descendant, no matter how much we respect you, we can't just sit back and do nothing. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Yanjing military region and the Jiangnan military region are also hard to believe." "That's right, Duke Yang, you must know that ever since Xianxia returned to Huaxia, he has repeatedly made enemies with the Xing family and the Lu family, and even injured the Chen family's minister Chen. Almost all of them are relying on the Yang family's background to run amok, and the Yang family is not the only big family in Beijing. If this continues, don't blame us generals for not giving you face." A group of officials began to put pressure on Xianxia, and their words were reasonable and well-founded. But Yang Gongming seemed unmoved, sitting firmly on his seat with a calm expression, but Yang Pejuan beside him was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. "Are you done?" After waiting for a fierce reprimand, Xianxia yawned and asked. Seeing that no one responded, Xianxia grinned and said, "If you are done, then scram. If you don't leave, this murderous devil may kill again." "Kill? If you have the guts, then kill me too. You evil creature!" Gui roared angrily. Without hesitation, Xianxia stepped forward and strangled the old man's neck, lifting his rather burly body up high. No matter how angry Gui was and how he shouted, Xianxia's arm was like a steel bar that locked him, unable to move. "Let go. You evil son. He's your grandfather." Yang Pejuan shouted anxiously. Xianxia laughed out loud and said, "Grandfather? The first time we met, you indiscriminately called me an animal. Do you really think I have a good temper? Respect the old and love the young? That's designed for people with a clear mind. I'm already a murderous devil, a madman, what's the big deal about killing a grandfather?" Many of the people present were soldiers, and at this moment they finally realized that Xianxia was not exaggerating. Xianxia's body and eyes were filled with killing intent. Not only to Gui, but to everyone else, it was as if a blade was pressing against their throats. Many people's faces turned pale. When they thought of Liang Zhen and Guiyu's tragic deaths, their legs went weak. "Hubby! No!" At this time, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly ran over. She couldn't be bothered to interfere in this kind of situation. "Hubby, if you kill him, Mom will be in pain when she wakes up," Lin Ruoshi advised in a low voice. Xianxia, who was about to crush the throat, gently loosened his hand. He looked at the ignorant Lan Lan, then looked at Lin Ruoshi's eager gaze, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Guoshuehua, Xianxia cared more about Lan Lan. After all, she was still a child. It was fine to kill evil people in front of her, but killing blood-related relatives was too intense. "Since my wife is here to plead for mercy, then I'll let you go today," Xianxia threw Gui away and said indifferently. The group of officials were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that Xianxia had retracted his killing intent, they quickly pretended to be calm and walked out. The Guo father and son were also scared out of their wits. After looking at Xianxia with hatred, they ran out dejectedly. When it was quiet, only Li Mo's hen was still sitting upright. The old man got up and looked deeply at Xianxia. He said, "This matter is no longer under the control of old men like us. Although I don't know what you're going to do, you're on your own. Don't worry, I know it's hard for you guys too." "I don't think it's too complicated," Xianxia said. Li Mo's hen nodded. After exchanging a look with Yang Gongming, he walked out of the room as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The commotion in the morning finally subsided temporarily. Many people in the Yang family were worried. They knew that the situation would get worse, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. But it was obvious that Xianxia's fierce reputation of not recognizing his own family had been smeared with a layer of blood and darkness in the upper class of Beijing's upper class. Everyone was in danger. As the core of the whole situation, Xianxia himself didn't have any intense emotions. Yang Gongming also didn't let others disturb him. After lunch, Xianxia taught Lanlan some cultivation problems in the room. He was leisurely and contented. Although Lanlan was gluttonous and slept well as usual, in order to fly as soon as possible, she didn't slack off in cultivation. In just a few days, the chubby little girl had already cultivated the first level of Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture, Thoughtless to the Great Perfection Realm. She was about to enter the second level, Selflessness. After all, with the support of Xianxia's elixir, Lanlan's progress was reasonable. This made Xianxia a little envious of this chubby little girl's luck to have a father who could make elixirs. With Lanlan's innate physical fitness and bone structure, Xianxia believed that if she had the same cultivation as him, his daughter would be stronger. However, Lanlan was still young after all, and her future in cultivation was unpredictable. It was still unknown whether she could surpass him. After explaining some obscure words to the little girl that she didn't quite understand, Xianxia walked out of the room and saw Lin Ruoshi sitting alone at the stone table in the courtyard. She was supporting her chin and thinking about something. Xianxia hugged the woman from behind and asked with a smile in her ear, "Ms. Lin Ruoshi, since you quit your job and went home to take care of your child, I see that the time you spend in a daze is getting longer and longer. Could it be that after not going to work, your intelligence has regressed and you've become stupid?" Lin Ruoshi pouted and pinched Xianxia's arm. "You're the stupid one. I'm just thinking that things are so strange. Don't you find that there are a lot of things that you can't figure out?" "You mean, why did my fingerprints appear on Wu Yu's body?" Xianxia said with a smile. "This is a doubtful point. After all, fingerprints can't be faked, but the Guo family won't talk nonsense." "Why?" Lin Ruoshi was puzzled. Xianxia found a stone stool to sit on and said leisurely, "Do you remember that Yan Buwen once made a batch of clones? It was a group of biohumans cloned from my cells." Lin Ruoshi's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. "You mean Yan Buwen? Isn't he dead?" Xianxia shook his head. "I didn't say it must be Yan Buwen. Even if Yan Buwen is really dead, it doesn't mean that all his experimental results disappeared. After all, we have never seen where Yan Buwen's laboratory is, right?" "How would I know?" "There are some things that you guys won't tell me." "Since there is such a possibility, it makes sense," Lin Ruoshi frowned and said, "It's just that the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light. You have to be more careful. We don't even know what the intention of the person who framed you behind your back is." Xianxia smiled and said, "Compared to this matter, I'm more puzzled that the girl named Wu Shali actually set a trap for me. I really didn't expect that I would be fooled by such a young girl." "Humph, you must have had too much fun, so your eyes are blurry," Lin Ruoshi said sourly. Xianxia smiled bitterly, "I didn't play much. There is an obvious female spy sitting next to me, how can I be in the mood?" "Female spy?" Xianxia briefly told her about testing Sister Luo last night. After listening, Lin Ruoshi was puzzled. "Since you know that woman is behind this, why don't you capture her and interrogate her?" "Catch her? She's just a pawn, not to mention there's no evidence. If she commits suicide, it'll add another crime of harming a woman to my head. Why bother?" Xianxia spread out his hands. Lin Ruoshi nodded and asked, "What should we do next?" "I heard that the Liang family is going to have a military parade?" If that's the case, there will definitely be more people who will push the blame to you and our family. A military parade? Yangqing snorted. He'll have to be alive to see it. Hubby, don't tell me you want to. Lin Ruoshi didn't dare to continue. Yangqing didn't hide his smile, took out his phone, and said, Emir Liang family wants to turn the world upside down in Xianxia. This is reasonable. My interference will only promote the stability of the country, killing a few people in exchange for peace. I think even if the people of Hongming saw this, they wouldn't think I did anything wrong. Just as Yangqing was about to call McDon to find out the exact location of the Liang family, he saw that there were a few text messages from strangers on his phone. After opening the message and reading a few large paragraphs of text, Yangqing's face revealed a hint of relief and regret. What's wrong? Who sent you a text message? Lin Ruoshi asked curiously. Yangqing handed the phone to Lin Ruoshi. Only then did the woman realize that it was an anonymous message. Thank you for being willing to help a girl from a poor mountain village like me. I'm sorry, but for the sake of my parents and my brother who is still in school, I have to cooperate with them. They infected me with the HIV syringe. As long as I cooperate with them and die in the end, my family can get a lot of money. I won't implicate my family. I know you're a good person, but everyone has to fight for themselves and their family. I'm sorry. Even if there was no signature, it was clear who sent this message. These messages were obviously sent early in the morning. The girl whom he had only met once died in less than 2 hours, just as he had expected. After reading it, Lin Ruoshi's eyes were a little red. She returned the phone to Yangqing and bit her lips. I know why you couldn't see any flaws. It's because she wasn't acting. She was really scared and lost. She really didn't want to compromise, but she couldn't do anything. She was just acting her truest self. Yangqing nodded silently and couldn't help but smile. I'm really curious who the opponent is this time. This method of controlling human nature is even more brilliant than Yan Buwen's. In Ning Guanyao's study room in the Ning family's mansion in Beijing. Ning Guanyao looked at the report in his hand for a long time before putting it down. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently tapped on the desk twice, deep in thought. On the opposite side, Ning Xian and Ning De looked at each other impatiently with their teacups in their hands. Guanyao, why haven't you said anything? Is there something wrong with this intelligence report? Ning Xian asked. Ning Guanyao came back to his senses and smiled. Elder, it's not like that. This intelligence report was sent by a trusted aide of the Ning family. It must be accurate. Since it's accurate, it means that the Yang family will face a great disaster soon. This time, it involves the internal strife of the Yang family. Yangqing may not be able to handle it because of his familial ties. At this time, if the Ning family helps Yangqing, he will definitely be grateful. At that time, even Lin Ruoshi will look at you in a new light. Ning Guanyao was disdainful. What did these 2 cultivators know? He smiled apologetically. Elder, you're right. But what Guanyao is thinking is, since the Ning family has the ability to get these secret intelligence reports, how can the Li family, who has the most powerful intelligence network in the whole of Huaxia, not notice anything? If the Yang family doesn't know about this because they're purposely avoiding the Yang family, then it's unreasonable that the Li family doesn't know about it. You're right. Ning De frowned. Isn't the Li family on good terms with the Yang family? Why haven't they said anything? Guanyao believes that the Li family's decision to remain silent is actually a wise one. Why is that? Ning Xian frowned. Elders, think about it. The father and son from the Gua family who went to the Yang family to make a ruckus this morning are Yangqing's biological grandfather and uncle. But they became blood enemies the first time they met. Even the Gua family hates Yangqing to the core, not to mention the other families who have suffered losses from Yangqing. Yangqing now has countless enemies in Beijing. Too many families who are trembling in fear want to take advantage of this situation to make Yang Gongming give up on Yangqing. With so many families and forces attacking together, although Yangqing is unstoppable now, he has no choice but to give in unless he disregards the safety of his family and causes blood to flow like a river in Beijing. By then, both the Ning family and the Li family will become the target of all the forces if we get involved. It's fine if we succeed, but if we fail, we will only lose our prestige. Also, the fourth said that we should restrict the military power of the Yang family. If we can make Yangqing leave the Yang family, then the Yang family will not hold on to the military power as tightly as they do now. Ning Xian and Ning De nodded in realization. So you're just going to ignore it? Won't it hurt your daughter's feelings? Ning De asked worriedly. Ning Guangyao waved his hand and smiled, it's fine. I'm guessing that in half a day, the Yang family will notice the gathering of all the forces. By then, the Yang family will naturally know what happened. I'll send a message to Ruashi in the evening, telling her to take care of herself and to tell her that I want her to return to the Ning family. Ruashi will definitely understand my feelings as a father. It doesn't matter whether she wants to return to the Ning family or not. I think, no matter what, Yangqing will not let his wife be hurt. Haha, wonderful. Wonderful. In this way, it's good that Yangqing is fine. If he really leaves the Yang family, then the Ning family will secretly accept him and his wife, which will greatly increase our chances. Looking at the happy faces of Ning Xian and Ning De, Ning Guangyao sneered in his heart. In fact, he was also looking forward to seeing how Yangqing would react after all these layers of traps. Late at night, inside the Liang family's compound in the military region of Guang province. At this critical moment, the Special Forces soldiers of the military region surrounded the compound like an impenetrable iron bucket. There were even dozens of tanks and armored vehicles parked on the periphery, as if they were ready to go. Except for a few tall fir trees rustling in the cold wind, the entire military region seemed quiet and solemn. At this moment, a row of Special Forces soldiers at the gate of the compound suddenly heard footsteps coming from a dozen meters away. Many people even suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They couldn't understand it at all. Unconsciously, the figure of a young man gradually became clear. Stop. Who are you? The soldiers outside the courtyard raised the submachine guns in their hands and waited solemnly. The young man who walked closer was wearing a loose casual jacket. He didn't look very outstanding, but his eyes revealed a bit of strangeness. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up, and he said, "Tell Commander Liang that I, Yangqing, am here to see him." Yangqing. The soldiers didn't know this name in the past, but these 2 days, it was like thunder in their ears. This was the young master of the Yanjing Yang family who killed the bureau chief's beloved son. How did you get in? How can you prove that you are Yangqing? The leading officer asked suspiciously. Yangqing frowned and sighed impatiently. Suddenly, Yangqing's figure flashed, and he was already behind a row of Special Forces soldiers. He grabbed a submachine gun from the arms of a soldier close to him, and started shooting at the soldiers in front of him. 222. Sparks flew everywhere, and a group of soldiers who didn't have time to react were shot to the ground and died on the spot. The remaining 2 to 3 soldiers shouted Yangqing's name and subconsciously hid behind something. This noise shocked the other soldiers in the courtyard. In the noise of the entire Liang family's courtyard, a large number of soldiers rushed to the gate. But Yangqing didn't care about the remaining soldiers, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the gate. When he reappeared, Yangqing had already entered the luxurious living room of the Liang family's courtyard. Yangqing? Liang Xingchuan, who was wearing a military uniform, had his shiny hair combed, and his belly puffed out. He stood in the middle of the living room, and he was nervous about the movement outside. Seeing the young man who suddenly appeared, Liang Xingchuan recognized him immediately. After all, Yangqing was the enemy who killed his beloved son. Liang Xingchuan had long obtained a large amount of information on Yangqing. Of course, this did not include the secret information on Yangqing that the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade possessed. Around the living room, there were 7 or 8 generals in military uniforms. They were discussing with Liang Xingchuan about the parade tomorrow. When they heard that the person who came was Yangqing, they all stood up in horror. After Yangqing glanced at everyone present, he grinned evilly and said, "Those stupid soldiers of yours have all run to the door. Only a few of you are left here. Do you have any last words? You. Why are you here?" Liang Xingchuan's face was pale. The situation in front of him was completely beyond the limits of his imagination. Yangqing looked at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall. "Sigh, I gave you guys a chance to say your last words, but you only asked some boring questions. Time is precious. Since you guys have nothing to say, I'll start. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen's pupils instantly turned into two wisps of silver gray. After a few flashes of his figure, he slapped the heads of the generals around him with his palms. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive crisp sounds, the generals present all became headless corpses, bending their knees and falling to the ground. Blood and brain matter scattered all over the room, and the stench filled the air. Seeing this scene, Liang Xingchuan was completely speechless. Even though he was tough, he could not bear such a mental and visual impact. You. Who are you? Liang Xingchuan was so scared that his face turned pale. Me? The young man grinned. Of course I'm Yangqing. The next moment, the body of Yangqing also gradually turned into a silver-gray ball, like a light shadow, shrouding Liang Xingchuan's entire body. In the blink of an eye, Liang Xingchuan's body became blurred, as if it was gradually dissipating, or merging with Yangqing. A few seconds later, Yangqing was gone, and Liang Xingchuan in the parlor was unharmed. Clenching his fists and stretching his muscles, Liang Xingchuan glanced at the corpses around him, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. At this time, a group of soldiers finally reacted. Under the leadership of the staff officer and other adjutants, they rushed into the parlor, and they happened to see Liang Xingchuan standing alone, while the other generals were dead on the spot. Commander! Are you okay? Did Yangqing do all this? A soldier held back the desire to vomit and asked hurriedly. Liang Xingchuan calmly waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and he said in a deep and sorrowful voice, Yangqing is indeed cruel, but fortunately, the Liang family is not to be trifled with. He doesn't dare to kill me for the time being, fearing that it will cause chaos among the generals and soldiers of the 5 provinces. I didn't expect that he would seize the opportunity to kill these generals as a demonstration to me. Commander! The Yang family is too much. Yangqing is lawless just because he has extraordinary skills. We must not surrender. A few loyal soldiers looked at the tragic scene in front of them and said with righteous indignation. Liang Xingchuan nodded and said, yes, of course we can't surrender, but he comes and goes without a trace, we need to think about it further. As he spoke, he ordered some soldiers to clean up the corpses in the room and cremate them. This made the feelings of grief and indignation even more intense. Commander Liang, although this Yangqing is difficult to deal with, the Yang family is still rooted in the north, and our forces in the north will be able to approach the city in less than half a day. Why don't we join forces with Commander Wang of the Beijing military region and force the Yang family? We must make sure that they hand over Yangqing, and that devil will be punished. A staff officer suggested. Liang Xingchuan shook his head and said, Commander Wang of the Beijing military region is on the Yang family's side, why would he join us to crusade against the Yang family? Commander, today is different from the past, everyone in Beijing is in danger now, many families want Yangqing to get out of the Yang family and die a horrible death. Didn't we deploy the troops for a parade to avoid being bullied? As long as we tell the truth tonight to Commander Wang, I believe he will understand what will happen if the Yang family he is loyal to is handed over to a murderous devil in the future. If he is blindly loyal, sooner or later, if Yangqing doesn't like him, he will be in big trouble. Hearing the staff officer's request, Liang Xingchuan seemed to think for a long time, then nodded and said, all right, I will contact Commander Wang of the Beijing military region, prepare the video of Yangqing breaking in from the gate, and the photos of the scene, and send them to Commander Wang. Yes, sir. The group of soldiers from the military region responded loudly, their eyes burning with rage. The corner of Liang Xingchuan's mouth flashed with a trace of a cold smile. Early in the morning, the sky brightened up in Xianxia. The east was suffused with a white light, and the clouds were thick, as if it was a cloudy day. When he came out of the room, Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoshi had a complicated expression on her face. Are you still thinking about the text message that person sent you? Yangqing asked. Lin Ruoshi didn't deny it. I'm thinking, what does he mean by telling me to be careful? What else could it mean? Right now, because of me, the Yang family has become the target of public criticism in Beijing. I also think that you should go back to the Ning family to hide. It's too much of a loss to suffer with me, your husband. Yangqing shook his head and said. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him, you still have the mood to joke around, and you sleep so soundly at night. The Liang family is going to have a military parade today. What are you planning to do? Don't worry, before he goes to the military parade, as long as I control that Liang guy, he naturally won't be able to attend. If he doesn't attend, then this military parade will be a joke. What's the point? Yangqing said lightly. Lin Ruoshi's eyes lit up. So that's what you think. I thought you were going to. You think I'm going to kill everyone in the Liang family? Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, although I really want to, if I didn't have no other choice, I wouldn't be willing to do that. After all, it would arouse a large amount of resistance, and the matter would escalate. It wouldn't be good to make people panic. The two of them chatted. Just as they were about to enter the dining hall, they saw a servant rushing over and bowing. Young Master Chen, the old master wants you to go to the front hall to discuss matters. Yangqing rubbed his forehead with a headache. It seemed like there was another problem early in the morning, but he didn't delay and quickly walked to the front hall. Yang Gongming, who had been a little tired these past few days, was currently frowning as he looked at the few printed photos on the coffee table. Yang Pijuan, who had a gloomy face, and Yang Lai, who had a sorrowful look on his face, remained silent at the side. Yangqing walked closer to take a look, and was shocked to discover that the man in the photo holding a submachine gun at the door was actually him. And in the other pictures, a group of headless corpses, was even more similar to the method he used to kill Liang Zhen. What was worse was that Yangqing himself didn't even know how he had gone to such a strange place to kill someone. Liang Xingchuan, 4.5 hours ago, was shot dead while he was sleeping at home. Yang Gongming was silent for a long time before he finally spoke out tiredly. Yang Cheng's heart trembled slightly. At the same time, he was in disbelief. At the same time, a wave of anger rose in his heart. It was obvious that he had been predicted by someone else. Old man, you can't be thinking that I went to Guan province in the middle of the night to kill such a nest of people, right? Yang Gongming shook his head. Although I'm old, I'm not that stupid. I believe that it's not you, although that person looks exactly like you. However, it's useless for me to believe it. Now that these photos have spread throughout the entire Yanjing, everyone thinks that you secretly went to Guan province and did this series of things. Yang Pijuan, who was at the side, said with dissatisfaction, and in terms of time, there's no way to provide an alibi. After all, everyone was asleep at that time. Dad, I believe that brother wouldn't do such a thing. This is clearly to make the major military districts and the people of Yanjing City panic. Yang Lai suddenly stood up and said. Yang Cheng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Yang Lai, but Yang Lai's face was calm and filled with righteous indignation. At this time, a young family guard ran in from outside and said nervously, Marshal, the outside of our courtyard has been sealed. What? Even though Yang Gongming had experienced hundreds of battles, he never thought that there would be such a situation. The Yang family had been sealed off. Speak clearly. Yang Pijuan chased after him with a dark face. Yes. The guard tried his best to calm down and said, just now, when our team was patrolling the perimeter, we discovered that there was a fence set up less than 50 meters away from our Yang family. There were also a large number of soldiers guarding it, making it airtight. Judging from the attire and markings of these troops, they should be the most elite artillery unit of the Beijing military district. Furthermore, a large number of machine guns, artillery, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons seem to be arriving one after another. Listening to the sound in the distance, it seems like there are tanks approaching. Wang Sherbo's artillery unit? Yang Pijuan turned to Yang Gongming in surprise. Dad, isn't he a student you brought up? How could this be? Yang Gongming's face darkened. Even if you're my student, you've grown up. Do you really think that you'll listen to everything I say? Is Wang Sherbo the commander of the Yanjing military region? Yang Qing asked. Not bad. Yang Gongming nodded. Looks like some people don't want to wait any longer. What's going to come will come. Yang Lai had a worried look on his face. Grandpa, has Commander Wang misunderstood something and been used by a scoundrel? Do you want me to go out and ask him? You're working in the military, haven't you heard anything? Yang Gongming narrowed his eyes and asked. Yang Lai shook his head and said flatly, no, I haven't seen Commander Wang in the past few days. I don't know who he's been in contact with. Yang Gongming pondered for a moment and said, Pijuan, give Wang Sherbo a call. I want to ask him what he means by this. Yes, father. Yang Pujuan immediately called for someone to get the phone, but when he dialed it, he was hung up. Mother ****, Wang Shibua, that bastard, he's not picking up the phone. Yang Pujuan couldn't help but curse. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Many of the servants and guards of the Yang family were retired soldiers who had been baptized by gunfire on the battlefield. At this time, their nerves were especially tense, but they weren't afraid at all. Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu also ran out at this time. These days, they stayed in Beijing and were busy visiting everywhere to build a good relationship, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to go out this morning. Dad, brother, what's going on? We drove out just now, but there was a bunch of troops outside. They didn't let us go at all, and they even pointed machine guns at us. Yang Jieyu said unhappily. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't right, Yuan Hui tugged at his wife's clothes and asked, "Did the Liang family's matter blow up?" Yang Pujuan nodded at his sister and brother-in-law and asked, "Where's Yuan Yi? Tell him to stay here. And don't go out. Little Yi stayed at the Tang family yesterday. I told him not to come back for the time being. He should be fine," Yang Jieyu said. Yang Gongming stood up and said, "You two stay in the backyard. Don't be rash. Go tell Shuihua, Ruashi, and the others to look after the child. Don't panic." With that, Yang Gongming walked out of the door. "Dad, where are you going?" Yang Pujuan asked anxiously. Yang Gongming turned his head and said calmly, "Since you're not answering the phone, it means that there's no need to say anything more. We'll see the results very soon. There should be a lot of people waiting outside. Since they're not guests, why wait in the house? You guys, follow me out." The Yang family's compound was located on the outskirts of Beijing. It was originally built for the sake of a quiet environment, a huge area, and a horse farm and other facilities around it. But now, such a relatively empty area had brought convenience to the siege of a large number of troops. After evacuating a small number of citizens, the entire Yang family's compound became an encirclement. Even if they were to bombard it with all their firepower, it wouldn't cause any disturbance to the residents. Not to mention that the media, which had been blocked, didn't dare to participate in such a high-level game. After hundreds of cannons and dozens of trucks carrying rocket launchers were in place, thousands of fully armed soldiers from the military were already on standby. A large number of machine guns sealed off every position, and there was even a large number of snipers in the distance, looking for targets with human heads in the compound. The temperature in January was still very cold. Under the sunlight, a large number of shiny cannons flickered with a cold light. A murderous aura filled the entire territory of the Yang family. The wind was blowing and the cranes were on high alert. Outside the main entrance of the Yang family's compound was a spacious parking lot. The stone slabs were neatly paved, and green pines and cypresses stood on both sides. At this moment, in addition to a few sparse cars, there were 7 or 8 armored vehicles parked dozens of meters away from them. On both sides of these armored vehicles, there were more than 10 tanks, and their cannons were aimed straight at the Yang family's compound. Without a doubt, if there was a button that could fire all the weapons around at the same time, then the entire Yang family would be turned into ashes in an instant. When Yang Qing, Yang Gongming, and the others walked to the main entrance with a group of Yang family guards, this scene was really too shocking for them to react. Life is unpredictable. I didn't expect to experience such a calamity when I'm old. Seems like I'm really old. This time, there's someone who knows our Yang family very well. There's a plan and we actually didn't receive any news beforehand, Yang Gongming frowned and said. Yang Qing quietly spread out his divine sense. After scanning the area for a few miles, his expression became somewhat serious. It's not just these in front of us. There are at least more than 30 snipers squatting around from different positions. I'm afraid that no one in the compound is safe, Yang Qing said with a bitter smile. Yang Gongming's gaze turned cold. Brat, you promised me that no matter what happens outside, there's no chaos at home. Don't tell me you're telling me now that this situation has exceeded your expectations. This? Yang Qing rubbed his nose embarrassedly, but there will always be a way. Humph. You're still making sarcastic remarks at a time like this. Yang Pujuan's face was full of anger. Out of all the mistakes, it's all because of you. You acted recklessly outside and caused our young family to suffer such a calamity, yet you can still laugh. Making sarcastic remarks? Why does it feel like you're the one who can't do anything and only knows how to talk nonsense? Yangqing muttered in his heart. He couldn't be bothered with Yang Pejuan's reprimand. On the other hand, Yang Lai was very obedient and didn't say a word. His brows were furrowed, as if he was also worried about this family. At this moment, the rumbling sound of helicopters came from the distant sky. On both sides of a US-made Black Hawk helicopter, there were 2 armed helicopters guarding it. It was quite solemn. When the 3 helicopters landed, the surrounding soldiers quickly gathered together and formed a guard formation. After the Black Hawk helicopter opened its hatch, a few generals in military uniforms steadily walked down. The leading general had a stern face, thick eyebrows, and tiger-like eyes. He was tall and looked to be around 50 years old. He had 2 tufts of beard. On the epaulette of his army uniform, there was a gold star. The commanders of the various military regions in Xianxia, unless there were special circumstances, were usually senior colonel, major general, or division commander. This man in front of them was obviously the commander of the Beijing military region, Wang Shibua. Wang Shibua took a deep look at Yang Gongming and the others. He waved his hand and signaled the soldiers in front of him to make way. He stepped forward alone and proudly walked towards Yangqing and the others. A staff officer behind him immediately followed and dissuaded, "Commander, that Yangqing is extremely vicious and cruel, it's better." "No matter how vicious Yangqing is, my teacher is upright and upright. He definitely won't allow him to harm me," Wang Shibua said in a deep voice. The staff officer and the others could only give up and watch as Wang Shibua crossed the distance of tens of meters and arrived in front of the Yang family. Wang Shibua bowed respectfully as he looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. "Esteemed teacher, this student was rude and offended you, but I had no other choice. I was forced by the situation. I'm sure that esteemed teacher knows why this student brought the troops here." Yang Gongming's pair of old eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. After looking at Wang Shibua for a while, he said, "I once told you that the muzzle of the army should always be pointed outside the country, but I didn't expect that you would actually point it at this old man's house. If there is no internal strife, how can we defend against the enemy?" Wang Shibua's gaze shot towards Yangqing, who had an indifferent expression. Yangqing has a bad record in the past, and recently he caused a storm of blood in Beijing and Guangdong province. People are in a panic. If we don't kill him, the law will not tolerate it. "Kill? Haha." Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Wang Shibua and asked, "Are you sure you can kill me with just these people?" Wang Shibua's expression remained unchanged. "On account of our teacher, we can hand you over to the military court to be tried and dealt with according to the circumstances. However, if you dare to look down on the dignity of our Huaxia army, then forgive us for not being polite." Just when the atmosphere was tense, a few black military jeeps drove over from afar. After the soldiers stopped them, the people in the jeeps took out a black ID, and the soldiers immediately let them pass. When the black jeeps drove to the gate of the Yang family, the people who got out were the special agents of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade led by Cai Yunqing. Cai Yunqing, who was wearing a military uniform, looked tense. Behind him, the members of Group of 8 and Dragon Group, such as Sky Dragon, Cannon, and Night Wolf, were all acquainted with Yangqing. "Cai Yunqing, what are you doing here?" Wang Shibua asked with a frown. "Commander Wang, before the tragedy happens, you should give the order to retreat." Cai Yunqing looked at Yangqing apologetically and then comforted Wang Shibua. Wang Shibua snorted with dissatisfaction. "Your special department doesn't seem to have the right to interfere with our regular army. You don't have the right to order me." "I didn't order you." Cai Yunqing sighed. "This time I really have to intervene. I don't want to see heavy casualties in our country's army." "You mean, we can't catch a mere Yangqing?" Wang Shibua's tone was particularly heavy. Cai Yunqing smiled bitterly. "Forgive me for being straightforward. Not to mention that there are many suspicious points in this incident. With our current military force, we can't do anything to Yangqing." Yangqing walked up and patted Cai Yunqing's shoulder. "My father-in-law knows me well. Commander Wang is a blockhead. He doesn't even know he's being used." Cai Yunqing secretly cursed this brat for being a troublemaker. However, he knew that these troops would be courting death, so he had to stop them. On the other hand, his two precious daughters had been lured away by this brat, and one of them had been sent overseas. Xianxia wanted to curse this traitorous son-in-law of his 8 generations. Nonsense. I, Wang Shibua, only believe in the facts with my own eyes. You're all afraid of Yanqing and conniving at his misdeeds. Our army will not allow such extremists to wreak havoc in Huaxia. Commander Wang gritted his teeth. Xianxia, you'd better get the hell out of here with your men. Today, we must make Yanqing pay the price. Don't think that just because you're rumored to be powerful, we're afraid. I'll let you see what a real soldier is. Xianxia was frustrated. Wang Shibua. Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you think about it? Who are the people spreading the news? Recently, the news about Yanqing has been spreading in Beijing. Aren't they the henchmen of the Zheng and Lu families? And the Chen family. Minister Chen was humiliated by the Yan family because he failed to stop Yanqing from ascending to the top. Don't you have the ability to judge the situation? This is a matter of fact. Whoever spread the news is secondary. Yanqing killed Commander Liang and his son, and even massacred a few commanders and a large number of soldiers in the Guan province's military. This has caused dissatisfaction in the military. If the emperor breaks the law, he'll be punished the same as the commoners. Furthermore, Yanqing killed his own cousin. The Guo family has already drawn a clear line between them. Is there any reason to doubt it? The matter is not clear yet. How can you be so sure that it's Yanqing who did it? You're wrong. The matter is as clear as day. Wang Shibua suddenly waved his hand at the army behind him. A few soldiers immediately opened the doors of the 2 armored vehicles. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, a few non-soldier elderly and middle-aged men walked out of the armored vehicles. Lao San, Lao Lu, they. After Yang Gongming recognized those people, he sighed and said, "It seems that they are very resistant to my decision to hand over the family to Yanqing." Hiding in the armored vehicles. It seems that they are afraid of being beaten up, Yanqing sneered. Humph, you also admitted that you used some brutal means to deal with them. Wang Shibua glared at Yanqing, then said to Yang Gongming righteously, "Teacher, many young people in the Yan family are serving in the military. These elders have also described a lot of Yanqing's tyrannical behavior. This made me even more determined to get rid of this tumor." Ridiculous. Aren't they just trying to usurp our family's position? Commander Wang, this seems to be an internal problem of our Yan family. Yang Pejuan said angrily. Wang Shibua shook his head. They are indeed relatives of the Yan family, but they are also people that we have to protect. Their children are also our colleagues in the military. Whether it's emotional or personal, Yanqing's execution is inevitable. Commander Wang, is there really no room for maneuver? My brother might have been wronged. Yang Lai walked forward and said with utmost sincerity. Wang Shibua looked at Yang Lai with a gratified expression. Yang Lai, you've been performing very well ever since you returned to the army. I know you want to help your brother, but Yanqing has already committed too many unforgivable mistakes. I can't just stand by and watch. After saying that, Wang Shibua solemnly bowed to Yang Gongming and said, "Teacher, I have no intention of provoking the Yan family's position, but if teacher is still unwilling to give up on Yanqing, then my army and I will carry out a violent action in 10 minutes to capture Yanqing. Please think twice." After all. Wang Shibua looked at Yang Lai meaningfully. Teacher actually has more than one grandson. To put righteousness before family, it can be considered a hero's action. That's all I have to say. After saying these words, Wang Shibua turned around and strode towards his own army. Xianxia and the others looked helpless, while Yang Gongming and Yang Pejuan all looked at Yang Lai meaningfully. Yang Lai's face was full of melancholy. He looked very innocent and could only smile bitterly. This is interesting. Besieged on all sides and attacked from all sides. Yanqing scratched his head and laughed foolishly. You still have the face to laugh? 10 minutes, why aren't you taking the opportunity to explain yourself? If you didn't do it, you should be able to provide some reason, right? Yang Pejuan's eyes widened as he reprimanded. Yanqing curled his lips. Don't you understand? This is a large group of people colluding with each other to make me unable to turn the situation around. To put it simply, they want me to scram. To put it bluntly, they want me to die here. If it wasn't for you causing so much trouble and provoking so many enemies, who would come to provoke our Yang family for no reason? Alright, alright. Yangqing waved his hand impatiently, it's all wrong. Isn't it just a group of soldiers pointing their cannons at me? I'll go and talk to them. It'll be fine in a while. As he spoke, Yangqing slowly walked towards the army formation in front of him. Yangqing. Don't be impulsive. Kai Yunqing stepped forward and grabbed Yangqing's arm. Father-in-law, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious? Yangqing turned around and grinned, besides, if I'm really impulsive, no one can stop me, right? Kai Yunqing's face paled and he stiffly let go of his hand. He sighed and gestured for Sky Dragon and the others to return to the carriage. Seeing Yangqing walking towards the army, Sky Dragon asked anxiously, General, are we just going to let him go? Will he? We don't have the authority to interfere openly. Leave this place and contact the Ministry of Public Security to maintain a curfew within a 10-mile radius. Hurry! Kai Yunqing ordered. Sky Dragon and the others did not dare to delay and immediately drove away. Dad, aren't we going to stop that brat? Yang Pejuan asked anxiously. Yang Gongming squinted his eyes for a while and shook his head, passed down the order. Without my orders, no one in the family is allowed to act on their own. Yang Pejuan had no choice but to agree. Yang Lai, who was standing at the side, looked rather nervous but remained silent. Unknowingly, Yangqing had already walked into the encirclement of dozens of machine guns. On both sides and in front of him were tanks and armored vehicles. Wang Shibua fearlessly stood face to face with Yangqing and asked, Are you here to surrender? Yangqing shook his head and smiled but did not say anything. Wang Shibua's eyes flashed like lightning as he said in a loud voice, I know that your skills are superb, even far beyond our imagination. In order to not cause too many casualties, I have deployed the most elite sniper team before coming here, and deployed them around the entire Yang family. No matter how capable you are, if you dare to make a move, I will order the snipers to attack. By then, even if you can fight with us, no one can save the women in your family and the innocent guards of the Yang family. Are you threatening me with my woman and children? Yangqing asked with an evil smile. As long as you can make my soldiers suffer the least amount of damage, whether you think it's a threat or despicable, it doesn't matter to me. Wang Shibua said. Yangqing looked at OL3, OL6, and a group of other collateral relatives of the Yang family and asked, other than them, there should be quite a few people who want to deal with me. Since you've already made such a thorough arrangement, why don't you tell me who those people are? Wang Shibua sneered, you want to take revenge? Or do you want to kill your relatives right now? Do you think I will let you do as you wish? You can't even protect yourself right now. It's already a big concession for me not to let you commit suicide. Even if you don't say it, I know that this matter should have something to do with Yang Lai, right? Yangqing stared straight into Wang Shibua's eyes. Wang Shibua revealed a strange expression, but it was still caught by Yangqing. I don't understand what you mean by that. Could it be that you suspect that your own brother wants to harm you? I advise you not to measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, Wang Shibua said. Yangqing counted with his fingers and said, other than OL3, OL6, the Chen family, the Xing family, the Lu family, and the Gua family, there should be some other generals from the military region. Including you, the commander, it seems like there are quite a few people who want my life in Beijing. This can only prove that you have brought this upon yourself. Wang Shibua said with an iron face. Yangqing suddenly took a few steps back, smiled at Wang Shibua, and then cleared his throat. Fellow countrymen, brothers and sisters, you've all worked hard. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Yangqing actually shouted at the top of his lungs. Yangqing's voice strangely spread to a radius of 1 kilometer. Every soldier could hear it clearly, but it wasn't ear-piercing. Yang Gongming and the others, who were standing outside the Yang family's courtyard, stood together with the Yang family's personal guards. They were also unable to understand the meaning behind Yangqing's shout. After Yangqing finished shouting, he even extended his hand and waved it towards the army on 3 sides in a friendly manner. Yangqing, what kind of attitude is this? 10 minutes is almost up. you'd better behave yourself. Wang Shibua felt as if he had been kicked in the face. It was very embarrassing. Ahem. Yang Chen ignored him and continued shouting, I know it's not easy being a soldier. You have elders and children at home. Some of you haven't even gotten married yet, while your elders still have girlfriends waiting for you to marry. Everyone is young and comes from all over the world, but everyone's young life is precious. I also believe that you have the ability to judge for yourself. It's true that military orders must be obeyed, but it also depends on whether it's for the benefit of the country or for the selfishness of certain people. There is no enmity between you and me, Yang Qing. Today, you pointed your guns at me because you were listening to this stupid commander's orders. This is Beijing. This is the capital of Huaxia. The steel guns in your hands and the artillery beside you are weapons to protect the country. Not weapons to kill your fellow countrymen. I, Yang Qing, have always been a man of my words. Today, I will take revenge on those who have wronged me. I have just found out who wants to harm me, and you guys are innocent. I will count to 3. If you put down your weapons and leave, I will guarantee his safety today. Once the commander of the Beijing military is changed, you guys will become meritorious soldiers who exterminate those who abuse their military power. If you don't leave and want to rebel with this hypocritical fellow, then you will be my enemy. If anyone dares to fire at me, then the consequences. Just like Liang Zhen. Yang Cheng's tone was calm and his words were precise, causing the thousands of soldiers to have different expressions. Dad, has he gone mad? Is he going to fight with the army? Didn't you hear that there's a sniper here? Yang Pejuan said in shock. Yang Gongming stopped his agitated son and said, Don't panic. Since he said that, he must have some confidence. At the side, Yang Lai looked back at the courtyard with an evil look in his eyes, and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Wang Shibua laughed wildly, You, Yang Qing. You actually came to disturb my morale at a time like this. You have to know clearly that the entire Yang family, as long as I give the order, artillery, rockets, and a large number of penetrating bullets will burn the Yang family to the ground. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Yang Qing ignored him. Instead, he raised a hand and displayed 3 fingers. 3. His voice was like a great bell, causing a commotion within a mile radius. The muscles on Wang Shibua's face twitched, and his eyes were about to spit fire. 2. This shout caused the hundreds of personal guards and servants of the Yang family to tremble in fear. Yang Cheng's gaze gradually became as cold as ice. His 2 fingers were reduced to the last one. 1. After lightly spitting out the last word, Yang Cheng's expression returned to calmness. However, not a single soldier put down their weapons. Wang Shibua saw that Yang Qing didn't do anything, and his trembling body finally calmed down. He laughed out loud and said, You're done counting. I think it's time for the farce to end. Men. Arrest him. Yes, sir. 2 burly soldiers immediately rushed forward, preparing to seize Yang Cheng's hand. However, how could Yang Cheng's body be shaken by ordinary people? He simply ignored the strength of the 2 soldiers' arms. Yang Cheng strode towards the nearest armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle were the relatives of the 3rd and 6th children of the Yang family. The 2 soldiers tried their best to restrain Yang Cheng. However, no matter how hard they tried, Yang Cheng didn't budge at all. Instead, the 2 of them were dragged towards the armored vehicle, looking extremely wretched. Go. Go. Stop him. Wang Shibua shouted. Another 7 or 8 soldiers rushed forward, attempting to pin Yang Qing down to the ground. However, Yang Qing was determined to use pure physical strength to make these fellows feel absolute fear. How could they be so easy to deal with? Without waiting for those people to reach him, Yang Qing had already picked up 2 soldiers beside him with each hand. Turning around, he swept out with a horizontal sweep. Tens of soldiers were smashed by the sweep and all of them fell to the ground. Soon, Yang Chen had already walked to the front of the armored transport vehicle. Facing the vehicle in front of him, Yang Chen's hands were like armor-piercing bullets, directly piercing through the armor. Kung King. The sound of the armored vehicle breaking apart caused all the soldiers to tremble in fear. Following that, Yang Cheng's 2 hands easily pulled to the sides. Ka ka ka, the bulletproof steel plate, which was over 8 millimeters in length, was torn apart by Yang Cheng's bare hands like a fragile piece of rice paper. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. None of them wished for what they were seeing to be real. They would rather have it be a nightmare. Yang Cheng casually punched out a few times. After tearing apart the remaining steel plate, he kicked out with all his might. Bang! A large number of electronic components and control panels within the vehicle were kicked into pieces by Yang Cheng. Finally, third brother, sixth brother and some other relatives of the Yang family who were hiding inside revealed their extremely terrified expressions. Yang Cheng grinned. Coming here today to watch the show is your biggest and stupidest mistake. Commander Wang. Save us. Spare us. A group of old and young people who were locked in the vehicle finally let out miserable cries. The scene before them was like a demon tearing apart their protective umbrella and was about to devour them alive. Yang Chen reached out and grabbed a machine gun from the nearest soldier. The soldier was so shocked that he didn't resist at all and handed the machine gun to Yang Chen. Yang Chen weighed the gun and nodded. Then, he aimed the muzzle at the group of people in the vehicle. They had no way to retreat. What awaited them was only bullets. This hysterical fear of death caused several people in the vehicle to wet their pants. The stench of blood filled the air, but they were completely unaware of it. Stop. If you dare to shoot, I will let the snipers shoot at your young family members. Wang Shibua finally reacted and roared with a red face. Yang Cheng turned around and smiled at him. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, his finger pulled the trigger. Two. The bullets of the machine gun were quickly consumed and the magazine was emptied. 7 or 8 members of the Yang family in the vehicle were pierced by the bullets and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Cheng did not even look at them. His eyes were filled with madness and excitement. The muzzle in his hand turned the group of corpses into minced meat. The interior of the vehicle was dyed scarlet like a ghost cave. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of mental state was this, to be able to carry out such a cruel massacre? You lunatic, they are your blood-related family. You murderous demon. Murderous demon? Hee haha. Yang Cheng raised his head and laughed. So what if I'm a demon? So what if they are my family? They want me dead. Do I have to be a bodhisattva to save them? I've been a good person enough recently, it's time for me to be myself. Why, are you guys afraid after this? I've just started. Yang Cheng threw away the machine gun in his hand, turned around and walked towards Wang Shibua, his steps more relaxed than before. Wang Shibua finally realized that Yang Chen wasn't bluffing at all. He would kill if he said he would. To him, killing was not something he needed to consider at all. Killing was like breathing to him, it was so natural. I don't believe that you don't even want your wife and child. Wang Shibua retreated, at the same time ordered, release the signal. Not far away, a few soldiers immediately released the signal. A few red flares shot into the sky. This traditional release of the signal was also to prevent people from interfering with the radio communication during the battle. Yang Cheng sneered, he did not care at all. It was also at this moment that no one noticed that in a corner of the Yang family's backyard, a 3-foot-long sword suddenly soared into the air. This flying sword was surrounded by a brilliant light that looked like water ripples. The deep blue sword edge was like a sapphire. At the same time the signal was released, the flying sword spun at a high speed, scattering a large blue wall of ice. These flashing lights, emitting cold air, formed a huge fortress. The entire Yang family, as well as all the Yang family members, were wrapped in this huge ice shield. This scene, although said to be complicated, in just a few short seconds, it could be said to be instantly frozen. What followed was the armor-piercing bullets fired by the snipers from all directions. The original trajectory of these bullets was blocked by the ice shield. They could only scratch some ice shards on the ice shield, making cracking sounds. Everyone in front of the Yang family, including Yang Gongming, was shocked. The scene in front of them was too beautiful, and the bullets sliding down the ice shield was even more ironic. What is that? It looks like ice. The entire army was in an uproar. Such a scene was completely beyond their understanding. Yang Lai, who was standing with Yang Gongming, pretended to be shocked, but his eyebrows were full of dark clouds. Mystic Water, this flying sword, was obtained by Yangqing after he killed Hao Changfeng and Lu Huading, was originally of the middle to lower grade, so Yangqing did not care about it. In addition, using this flying sword might expose the fact that he had killed 2 special envoys from Hongmeng, so Yangqing had not used it. However, in the situation just now, Yangqing knew that instead of using the dangerous weapon of the Chaos Cauldron, it was better to use Mystic Water, the flying sword. This flying sword's defense was stronger than its attack, and the ability to instantly condense mystic ice, under the use of Yangqing's cultivation, was far better than that of Hao Changfeng. Even if the mystic ice wall was relatively thin in order to cover a large area, it was definitely not enough to deal with cultivators, but it was enough to block the bullets of these snipers. As long as he was careful not to be discovered by the Absolute Sword Taoist, it was not a big deal. Therefore, after Yangqing discovered the snipers, he quietly summoned the flying sword and let it hide in the courtyard to wait for orders. The flying sword's flying speed was also not noticed by ordinary people. How is it possible? The snipers I arranged. Wang Shibua's legs began to weaken. Even though he had led the army for many years, he had never encountered such an unconventional opponent. He had painstakingly restrained Yangqing's move, his protective talisman, but it was broken just like that. What are you guys still standing there for? Shoot! Quick! Everyone, fire! Wang Shibua quickly began to run to the back, letting the soldiers in front of him. A group of staff officers who followed him were also shocked and hid at the back. A large number of machine guns finally began to fire at Yangqing. The bullets were like a downpour, all falling on Yangqing's body. However, Yangqing's body was like a great wall that would not fall even if it stood in the rain for thousands of years. The bullets tore his clothes into pieces, but still could not move him at all. The bullets that could penetrate steel seemed to only tickle him, adding a large amount of smoke and dust. It was unknown who took the lead, but the rockets and cannons also began to fire, but they were all aimed at the Yang family's courtyard. A large number of artillery shells were like countless meteor showers, landing on the ice shield, causing large amounts of fireworks to burst out. It was incomparably spectacular. No one dared to believe that they had actually seen the artillery shells that were right in front of them turn into fireworks in front of their eyes. Although there were many cracks on the ice shield, the structure of the sphere allowed it to evenly distribute the power. In a short period of time, there was no possibility of it being broken at all. The magnificent spectacle in front of them made the hundreds of people in the Yan family sigh in admiration. At the same time, they were also filled with pride, and even began to cheer for Yangqing. These personal guards of the Yang family had already been stained with blood on the battlefield. If it wasn't for the fact that their combat power was insufficient, they would have rushed up to fight Wang Shibua with their lives, so why would they be polite? Yang Gongming looked at the members of the family around him who were celebrating, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes. Yang Lai's face was a little gloomy, and he couldn't help but look at Yangqing, who was slaughtering in front of him, but he was a little hesitant. In the intense artillery fire and gunshots, Wang Shibua kept retreating, but no matter what he did, he couldn't shorten the distance between him and Yangqing. All the soldiers who came into contact with Yangqing's shield couldn't last more than one round. Their chests were either shattered, their necks were broken, or their heads were smashed. In the midst of blood and foam, Yangqing strode forward with his head held high. More than half of his body was dyed red, and he looked like a man made of blood. Gradually, the soldiers didn't dare to approach Yangqing anymore, and the shield in front of Wang Shibua was getting thinner and thinner. No one would want to die for nothing, and no one dared to doubt that Yangqing's warning just now was just nonsense. Wang Shibua's legs turned to jelly, and he finally fell to the ground while retreating. Commander! A few staff officers wanted to pull him up, but seeing that Yangqing was close at hand, they hurriedly ran away. When Wang Shibua got up, Yangqing was already in front of him, smiling evilly at him. At this moment, no one continued to fire, and almost everyone's eyes were focused on Yangqing. The commander, who was so glorious not long ago, now looked more like a pitiful beast that was surrounded and trapped in a valley of death. Even if he wagged his tail and begged for mercy, his life would be in danger. You! Don't come over! Wang Shibua pointed at Yangqing with his trembling hand. Calm down, Yangqing, I am Wang Shibua. I am the commander-in-chief of the Beijing military. If I fall, do you know how many people behind me will be affected? Although our Wang family isn't a traditional rich family, we are not easy to bully. If you kill me, it will only bring you more trouble. If you are smart enough, you should talk to me. Wang Shibua, who had an ashen face, tried everything he could, but he still couldn't see any hesitation in Yang Cheng's eyes. A trace of sorrow appeared in Yang Cheng's eyes. Are you done? Wang Shibua couldn't help but roar, do you really want to kill me? Are you crazy? Do you think you can kill all the people who want to rebel against you? Do you know how much of an impact it will have if so many people die? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Yang Cheng's left hand had already grabbed Wang Shibua's neck without any hesitation. With a little force, the Major General had already been lifted up, and his face was red and he couldn't speak. Before you die, let me tell you one thing. You will foolishly think that you can win against me because you are afraid of the dead. I am different from you. I have never been afraid of the dead. Because in my eyes, the dead are the dead, and they will not harm me. No matter how many people I kill, at least those who die will not be a threat. However, if some people are alive, even if it is just a potential threat, then there is still a chance to kill people. Therefore, I would rather the people in front of me die than allow some people to live, such as you. Wang Shibua didn't hear the last 3 words clearly, because Yang Cheng's right hand had already grabbed his skull and pulled it out. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and a head was thrown high in the sunlight, sprinkling blood as it fell. The wind and sand flew, and the smoke of gunpowder assailed the nostrils. When the head rolled to the ground and smeared a ribbon of blood, all the soldiers suddenly woke up. It was as if they had woken up from a nightmare and discovered that the horror of the dream was real. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep hysterical fear. He died just like that. A dignified commander of a military region, a person with the rank of Major General, was just like that. Cut off his head. Yang Cheng told them that everything was as they had seen, because he had already thrown Wang Shibua's headless body on the ground. A large amount of blood was dripping from Yang Cheng's hand. It was obvious that it wasn't his own. Standing in front of the Yang family's courtyard, Yang Pijuan's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. Dad, he killed my Wang Shibua. What should we do? After a trace of pain flashed across Yang Gongming's eyes, it was replaced by a calm indifference. He's already dead, what else can we do? But Yang Pijuan was at a loss for words, and his mind was in a mess. Yang Gongming stretched out his hand and called over a personal guard of the Yang family. After giving a few instructions, the man immediately nodded and ran back into the courtyard. Yang Lai narrowed his eyes, his face stiff. In front of him, Yang Cheng's gaze swept across the troops on both sides like a blade. Your commander is already dead. Are you going to accompany him in death as a rebel, or are you going to abandon the dark and join the light? As a soldier, you are going to be loyal to the country? The corner of Yang Cheng's mouth curled up into a cold smile, causing many of the nearby soldiers to tremble in fear. Suddenly, a few staff officers and adjutants who were hiding at the back ran forward and shouted loudly. Child Yang. We were all forced. This general firmly supports Child Yang to be stationed in our Beijing military region and become our new commander. One of the staff officers smiled apologetically with a trembling face. That's right, this Wang Shibua abused his power for his own personal benefit. Child Yang did well to kill him. I am willing to serve the Yang family. To be at Child Yang's beck and call. Another small-eyed aide-de-camp chimed in. Yang Cheng frowned. Suddenly, he grabbed a submachine gun from a soldier beside him and opened fire at the 2 officers. Two. At the moment when everyone was shocked to the extreme, the 2 officers who had just been bootlicking were directly shot into sieves. Even in death, the 2 of them did not seem to understand why Yang Cheng wanted to kill them. Trembling, they fell to the ground and died with everlasting regret. Yang Chen expressionlessly tossed the gun aside. Raising his voice, he said, Did you hear what I said just now? What I'm talking about is loyalty to the country. I didn't ask you to be loyal to me. What, you think I'm Wang Shibua? Do you think that I'm also a traitor and want to rebel? The remaining officers were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Flattery could also lead to death. Yang Cheng's mood swings and killing without batting an eye made them completely lose their courage. They were afraid that they would say anything wrong. Plop. Suddenly, a few officers knelt on the ground and kowtowed loudly. Young Master Yang, please calm down. We are willing to serve the country. We are determined to fight against these rebels. We will never compromise. The group of officers quickly came back to their senses and almost cried out all kinds of oaths. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, even the officers began to cry and beg for mercy. The army naturally lost all their temper. The thousands of soldiers who were already trembling in fear began to disarm. When they saw more and more soldiers disarm, the range continued to expand. Not long after, all the soldiers were scattered, and the siege formation naturally failed. In the sky above the Yan family's courtyard, the mystic water flying sword had disappeared at some point in time. It was hidden by Yangqing, and the mystic ice shield was no longer there. All of this seemed like an illusion that had never existed, and it caused many soldiers to feel as if they were dreaming. Cai Yunqing led the people of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade to control the situation. When they returned to the battlefield, they found that they had been completely suppressed by Yangqing, and they couldn't help but feel a little scared. But Cai Yunqing had already thought of the worst outcome. He was indeed a person who was not afraid of anything, and he had killed Wang Shibua. When Wang Shibua was alive, as a soldier of the country, he had to stand in the middle and be impartial. But now that Wang Shibua had no ability to restrict Yangqing, and he was already dead, he would not be dissatisfied with Yangqing. No matter what, he still had his own selfish motives. While smiling bitterly, Cai Yunqing, as the highest commander on the scene, temporarily commanded the military artillery regiment to return in an orderly manner. As for Yangqing, he looked like he had been soaked in a pool of blood. His clothes were ragged, and no one dared to touch him at this time. Some of the aftermath work was also handed over to Yang Pejuan, who led a group of guards from the Yang family to deal with it. When they returned to the courtyard of the Yang family, Yang Cheng's eyes were directly locked on Yang Lai. At this moment, Yang Lai seemed to be full of respect, and there was not the slightest bit of unnaturalness. Brother, fortunately, you are more courageous than others. It seems that this time, the military in Beijing will be completely under the control of the Yang family. Really? Suddenly, Yangqing rushed forward and grabbed Yang Lai's collar with one hand, and lifted him into the air. The people of the Yang family let out a cry of surprise, and Yang Lai showed a look of panic. Are you disappointed? All your efforts were in vain? You never thought that I would do anything, right? Yangqing laughed wildly. Brother. I don't understand what you are talking about. I didn't do anything. Yang Lai felt extremely wronged. Yangqing sneered. Although I don't know what's wrong with you, it doesn't mean that I have to find the answer. I will kill you right now. I would rather kill the wrong person than let you go, what do you think? Young Master Chen. Don't be rash. That's right, young Master Chen, you are brothers. The group of guards and servants of the Yan family started to persuade him, while young Gongming stood at the side, and his eyes flickered, but he didn't say a word. At this moment, Guoshuahua's voice suddenly came from the door, and in the midst of her scream, she ran quickly. Yangqing. Don't hurt your brother. Guoshuahua pushed through the crowd, and her hair was a little messy from running. When she was about to reach the outside, she heard the servants saying that Yangqing attacked Yang Lai, so she immediately ran over. Mom, I'm fine, hurry and persuade brother. Yang Lai tried his best to maintain his composure and smiled bitterly. Guoshuahua tugged hard at Yangqing's hand, but he wouldn't budge no matter how hard she tried. Her eyes reddened, and she begged, Yangqing, Mom is begging you, your brother did a lot of wrong things in the past, but he's changing now. You have to give him a chance. How can you hurt him for no reason? The woman's eyes were filled with pure pain, worry, and helplessness. Her crystal-clear gaze made Yangqing's heart soften uncontrollably. There were some things that were meaningless to explain to a woman, especially when it came to mother-son issues. Her motherly nature allowed her to ignore everything. Yangqing, you said that your brother is playing tricks behind the scenes, but if you can't find any evidence and hurt your brother as you please, it's not justifiable, Yang Gongming walked up and said. This was also giving him a way out, and Yangqing naturally knew that. Honestly speaking, he couldn't do anything with Guo expression at the side. Although he was slightly unwilling, it was just as Yang Gongming said, this kid was too secretive. Although he knew that there was something wrong with him, he really couldn't find any evidence. After letting out a light humph, Yangqing let go of Yang Lai for the time being. Seeing this, Guo felt relieved, and she looked at Yangqing with a gratified expression. Yangqing didn't want to say anything more, and walked straight into the courtyard. He needed to wash up and change his clothes. However, Yang Gongming stopped Yangqing and said in a deep voice, I just sent someone to contact the Li family. Li Moshen just replied, he promised to inform us of all the families and individuals involved in the arrest of you, and then we will deal with them secretly. Hearing this, Yangqing smiled evilly, he already got the information, and just wait and see how the situation is on our side. Yang Gongming didn't care, no matter what, the Li family is willing to use the resources of the Security Bureau and spies to secretly help you get rid of the main instigators. Other than the Guo family, who are afraid of affecting your mother's feelings, the others should not make any noise or make any moves. They are afraid that if I kill them myself, it will cause a storm of blood in the city. Yangqing was a little uninterested, alright, I have no interest in killing the weak and old anyway. After saying this, leaving behind a large group of Yang family members who were still excited about surviving a disaster, Yangqing walked back to the backyard. As soon as he walked into the backyard, he discovered that Lin Ruoshi was anxiously pacing back and forth, almost biting her fingers like a child. Seeing Yangqing suddenly enter, the woman's face was filled with joy, but when she saw Yangqing's blood-stained beggar clothes, she was stunned speechless. Yangqing consciously lifted his sleeves and smelled the smell on his body. It was indeed not good, and there were even some parts of his body that had some minced meat. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It's a little disgusting, it's fine, I'll go wash in another room. Seeing that Yangqing was about to turn around and leave, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly ran forward and grabbed the man's hand. What are you thinking? Why do you want to go to another room so that your family will say that I dislike you? After being with you for so long, I'm already used to it. Isn't it just blood and flesh? Come in with me. The woman's undeniable tone made Yangqing's heart soften a little, and he didn't refuse. After entering the bathroom in the room, Lin Ruoshi took off the tattered clothes on Yangqing's body, washed her sticky hands, and nimbly ran outside to get a change of clothes. Yangqing had already turned on the showerhead and started to get wet. Seeing Lin Ruoshi walking in and out without any hesitation, completely ignoring his naked body, he couldn't help but laugh evilly, sigh, to think that the shy little girl who wouldn't even let me enter the room, how did she become like this now? What's wrong? Lin Ruoshi was still cleaning up her dirty clothes and hadn't reacted yet. No wonder they say that marriage is the grave of love. From the looks of it, I can only be a child's mother in the future. TSK. Yangqing joked with a face full of regret. Lin Ruoshi stopped what she was doing and raised her head. She looked at him angrily, men are so cheap. Just because I'm nice to you, you learn to dislike me? How about I sleep with Lan in the future? Yangqing chuckled and said, Ruoshi baby, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. By the way, where's Lan? Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. She fell asleep in her great-grandfather's room because I didn't want her to go out. She hasn't woken up yet. Really, ever since he started cultivating with you, this child has become more and more sleepy. He can continue to sleep after eating breakfast. It's really worrying. After all, I'm still young, and I have too much mental work. In a situation where my brain hasn't fully developed, it's still very tight. It's normal for me to be sleepy. Yangqing sighed, back then, I couldn't sleep even if I wanted to. I was worried that if I slept to death, I would never wake up again. However, in order to survive, I had to ponder over cultivation. She has everything she wants now, and she doesn't have to worry about anyone hurting her. She's much happier than I was when I was a child. Come to think of it, it seems that I was only able to relax a little during the first half of the year I returned to China. All these years, I've really been working hard. In the past, it was for myself, but now it's for you guys. As he rambled on, he had unknowingly finished washing his body. Lin Ruoshi listened on the side without saying a word. She passed him a towel and a change of clothes. Yangqing leisurely put on his clothes, returned to his bedroom, and sat steadily on the bed. Just as he sat down, Yang Li's figure popped up in his mind again. This landmine was difficult to pull out, and it was always a big worry in his heart. However, if he was too open and aboveboard, it would cause Guo to suffer a huge blow. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to quietly get rid of him. What are you thinking about? Lin Ruoshi's gentle voice suddenly interrupted Yang Cheng's train of thought. Raising his head, he saw that Lin Ruoshi was looking at him worriedly. Yang Cheng smiled and said, "Nothing, I was just thinking about how the old man would deal with the aftermath." Lin Ruoshi pursed her lips and thought for a while. She sat beside Yang Cheng and said with a tender gaze, "I know that I shouldn't ask too much about what happened outside. I just want to hear the truth from you." "What? Do we have a lot of enemies right now? Is it very dangerous?" Lin Ruoshi opened her eyes nervously. Yang Cheng patted his chest with a relaxed smile, "Isn't there me? What are you afraid of? Then promise me, if there really is something big, at least tell me. I'm not that kind of irrational stupid woman. You know, I have the ability to judge." Lin Ruoshi said in an incomparably serious tone. Yang Cheng suddenly felt that when this woman was serious, her lips would slightly curl up, and her eyelashes would flicker, adding a bit of foolishness and cuteness. He couldn't help but extend his left hand, wanting to touch Lin Ruoshi's cheek. But just as he raised his hand, halfway through, Yang Cheng couldn't help but frown. There was actually a trace of red between the fingernails of his right hand. It was obvious that blood had seeped into it and he hadn't completely washed it off in a short period of time. His hand even faintly emitted the fishy smell of shower gel and blood. As long as he thought about how his hand had crushed a person's neck and stuck through all kinds of blood vessels, Yang Cheng felt that his hand was exceptionally dirty. With a trace of a self-deprecating smile, Yang Cheng retracted his palm and nodded, "I understand, I will definitely tell you." Lin Ruoshi suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Cheng's left hand that had just been put down. She pulled it to her face and pressed it against her face without hesitation. Yang Cheng was in a daze, and before he could react, he felt that his hand had already covered the woman's soft and smooth right cheek. "Why did you put it down? It's not like I won't let you touch it. Do you think I'm dirty?" Lin Ruoshi pouted. Yang Cheng smiled bitterly, "No, my hands still smell of blood, and my nails are dirty." "Did I say I cared?" Lin Ruoshi questioned, her eyes slightly red. Yang Cheng didn't know what to say. Lin Ruoshi gently rubbed her face, as if to make Yang Cheng stick closer to her. "Do you know, no matter how much blood your hands are stained with, no matter how many dirty corpses you touch, in my eyes, in my heart, this will always be the hand that pulled me through the busy streets, the hand that blocked the cold bullets for me, the hand that woke me up from my foolish thoughts, the hand that hugged me to sleep, the hand that held my daughter. I will never feel that he is dirty, because he is my husband's hand, my lover's hand." The soft words were like a trace of spring rain, causing Yang Cheng's eyes to moisten. In order to cover up the awkwardness, Yang Cheng lowered his head and smiled, "Lin Ruoshi, who gave you the script? Are you singing an opera?" "I'm serious," Lin Ruoshi said forcefully. When Yang Cheng saw the woman's blank look, he felt that she was especially easy to bully. It was precisely after a bloody massacre, the coldness in his heart urgently needed a kind of gentleness and warmth. Yang Cheng simply hooked one hand around Lin Ruoshi's leg, the other hand grabbed the woman's waist, and threw her to the center of the bed. "Ah!" Lin Ruoshi cried out in alarm, only to find that Yang Cheng was already pressing down on her body. Immediately realizing what the man was trying to do, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly used her hands to stop Yang Chen's lips from kissing her. "Don't. It's still daytime, it's not even noon, and I haven't showered yet. My wife doesn't mind that my hands are dirty, how could I mind that my wife hasn't showered yet? Besides, my Ruoshi baby smells good everywhere." Yang Cheng laughed out loud. He had already stuffed his head between Lin Ruoshi's chest and neck, and started kissing her wantonly. Lin Ruoshi had no choice but to let him be. She was just depressed that she had just changed her clothes, and she had to change again later. Right at this moment, Yang Cheng suddenly stopped and looked at the bedroom door with a strange expression. Lin Ruoshi was about to ask something, but she heard the door being forcefully pushed open. Mom. Is Dad back?" The chubby little girl was like a small round ball, rolling into the room, the flesh on her face still trembling. At this moment, Lanlan's watery eyes were wide open. She tilted her head and looked at her parents who were stacked together on the bed. Her head was full of question marks. "Dad, Mom, what are you playing?" Lanlan finally couldn't help but ask. Lin Ruashi's face turned pink, and she wanted nothing more than to crawl under the bed. Fortunately, she was still wearing her clothes, otherwise, it would be too much. Yangqing said calmly, "Dad and Mom are doing exercising. Exercising? Then Lanlan wants it too." As she said, Lanlan was about to jump on the bed. Yangqing quickly stopped her and raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Lanlan, be good. This exercise can only be done when you grow up. Now, Lanlan is going out to play with great-grandfather. Before Dad and Mom go out, you are not allowed to come in." Lanlan was a little unhappy. She pouted and looked at Yangqing with a pitiful look, as if saying that he disliked her. The little tent under Yangqing's pants was about to burst, and he was about to collapse. Lin Ruashi could feel Yangqing's embarrassment and grievance at the moment. She couldn't help but chuckle and couldn't care less about her own situation. Yangqing gritted his teeth, slapped his forehead and said to Lanlan, "Go out obediently and be obedient. Daddy will prepare a whole roast lamb for you tonight." "What is a whole roast lamb?" Lanlan's eyes lit up. "It's to roast the whole lamb. It's fragrant and tender, especially delicious," Yangqing said with a stiff smile. The chubby little girl licked her lips and nodded vigorously. Daddy must keep his word. Lanlan will go play with great-grandpa. Lanlan ran out like the wind, afraid that Yangqing would go back on his words. How could she care about anything else? Lin Ruashi couldn't help but look a little depressed. This child was too easy to fool. As long as she gave him delicious food, he would be obedient. She really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yangqing cursed as he quickly got off the bed and locked the door from the inside. "Naughty child, seems like I have to teach him a good lesson. Don't you know how to close the door when you go out?" After that, he quickly jumped back onto the bed and hugged Lin Ruashi affectionately while taking off all his clothes. After a while, the bedroom was filled with soft whispers and the atmosphere was thick with love. Just when Yangqing took off his pants and couldn't be bothered with anything else, many families in Yanjing City were suffering from various covert purges. All parties originally planned to work together to pressure the Yang family and force Yang Gongming to make a decision. They also persuaded Wang Shibua to lead the army to besiege them. Unexpectedly, they dared to be unreasonable, but Yangqing was even more unreasonable. Not only did he intimidate the most elite artillery regiment in the military into submission, but Wang Shibua also inexplicably died for no reason. As a result, all parties were in chaos and lost the support of military force. These ordinary officials also didn't have the strength to deal with the Yang family. After the death of Liang Xingchuan, the Liang family had many power struggles and had no time to care about the situation in Yanjing. Taking advantage of this gap, the Li family arrested a lot of people who were conspiring behind the scenes in the name of the Security Bureau's investigation. At the same time, some officials who didn't appear in the public eye were secretly killed by accidents. Many people who were threats and hostile to the Yang family were also caught in this plan, which cleared the situation for the Yang family. It wasn't until the afternoon when Yangqing finally walked out of the room feeling refreshed. Lin Ruashi was too embarrassed to follow him out. She lowered her eyes and her legs were still weak when she walked. When they arrived at the backyard, they saw Yang Gongming sitting by the stone table with Lan Lan in his arms. He was talking about something and Lan Lan was listening attentively. "What are you talking about? What win and lose?" Seeing Yangqing and his wife coming over, a hint of helplessness appeared on Yang Gongming's face. Lanlan's little face was full of excitement. "Dad, great-grandpa is telling Lanlan a story. A lot of people fought, and in the end, great-grandpa led his men to defeat those bad guys." Yangqing could tell that it was about the war. He couldn't think of anything else that Yang Gongming could tell a child. Yangqing walked up and patted his daughter's head. He smiled and said, "Your great-grandpa only knows how to brag. Just take it as it is." "Humph. Impudent." Yang Gongming shook his head and put Lan Lan on the ground. He stood up and moved his body. At this time, a servant came forward, bowed and said, "Master, someone from the hotel called to ask if we have any taboos." Yang Gongming looked at his great-granddaughter and said, "Tell them to make a bit of any taste. It's not a big deal." Yang Qing was puzzled. "What are you talking about? You're still asking me?" Yang Gongming couldn't help but get angry. "Isn't it because you said that you want to give Lan Lan roasted whole sheep tonight? Where am I going to catch sheep? If I don't let the hotel prepare early, will I be able to eat roasted whole sheep tonight?" Only then did Yang Qing suddenly remember this matter and said happily, "Old man, you're really attentive. I almost forgot. This saves me a lot of trouble, hee hee." Yang Gongming suddenly revealed a strange smile, bent down and said to Lan Lan, "Lan Lan, tonight, go back to your parents' room and sleep. Let your father tell you a story. His fighting story is much more fun than great-grandpa's. Let him tell you more." When Lan Lan heard this, she immediately looked at Yang Qing with her eyes shining. It seemed that she couldn't wait for the sky to turn dark. Yang Qing's mouth twitched. This old man was clearly retaliating against him. It was clear that he didn't want him to have fun at night. But if he didn't tell, wouldn't he lose face in front of the child? Lin Ruoshi had been listening quietly. At this moment, she was also looking at Yang Qing expectantly like Lan Lan. She was very curious about what story Yang Qing would tell his daughter. Yang Gongming pretended to know nothing. After picking up the teacup and taking a few sips, he said leisurely, "Young people are in good health, but it's still good to control yourself." In the backyard of the Yang family, outside the house of Yang Pejuan and Guoshuahua. After hesitating for a while, Yang Lai finally stopped in front of the door. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. After a while, Guoshuahua opened the door and saw Yang Lai. She asked with a smile, "What's wrong, liar? Didn't you say that you were going to deal with the matters outside with your dad?" Yang Lai lowered his head and smiled, "It's almost done. I can't help much with the rest." Guoshuahua nodded, "Why did you think of coming to see me? Is there anything?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you're feeling better. Because of cousin Guiyu and what happened in the morning, you must have been frightened." Yang Lai asked with concern. Guoshuahua held her son's hand with relief, "I know you have the heart. It's okay. I've just rested for a while and I'm much better. It's all because of your brother's impulsive temper. He always scares me." Yang Lai looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated gaze. He clenched his teeth and said, "Mom, you have to put your health first. Don't worry too much about other things. Take care of yourself." Guoshuahua felt weird listening to it. She smiled and said, "Why do you suddenly say such things? You're not like my son to be so wishy-washy." "People change," Yang Lai said with a sigh. "Sometimes, even if you don't want to change, there are some people and some things that force you to make a decision and change the original trajectory. It's getting more and more mysterious." "Liar, is there any difficulty? Tell me. If I can't help you, your grandpa, your dad, you can go and beg your brother. He can help you," Guoshuahua said with concern. Yang Lai shook his head, "No, I just said it casually." "Mom, since you're fine, I'm relieved. I'll go out first. The military needs me to take a look." Guoshuahua didn't think too much about it. She patted Yang Lai's shoulder and said, "Go ahead. Don't worry about me." Yang Lai turned around and walked out of the courtyard. After a few steps, Xianxia turned around and waved at Guoshuahua. "Goodbye, Mom." Guoshuahua waved back. She was surprised by her son's sudden politeness, but at the same time, she was happy. When Yang Lai turned around again, a silver-gray light flashed in his pair of gentle eyes, and a ruthless look suddenly appeared. In the evening, on a hidden hill on the outskirts of Yanjing, there was a small wooden pavilion on the top of the hill. Yang Lai stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the densely packed residential area at the foot of the hill and the Beijing city center in the distance. Luo Tsuishan, who was wearing a black windbreaker with a red lining, walked up the hill gracefully. She looked at the man's back with an expectant smile. "Is everything ready?" Yang Lai sighed and asked. Luo Tsuishan giggled and said, "Tonight, Ning Guanyao will meet with several officials from the German embassy at the Liyuan tea house nearby. The appointment time is 11 p.m., but he will arrive at around 8 p.m. to have dinner and enjoy tea. If you want to make a move, there will be more than enough time. Very good. Yang Lai nodded. Luo Zuishan smiled and asked, Little cripple, have you really made up your mind? Give up the opportunity to replace Yangqing and take over the Yang family? Humph, Yang Lai sneered. Opportunity? It took so many days to gather a group of people, but in the end, it was just a motley crew. I didn't manage to get rid of Yangqing this time, so there will be no more chances in the future. If it wasn't for Guo stopping him today, he would have definitely fallen out with me. I don't believe that he will give up obediently. He will probably secretly go against me again. Instead of waiting for a head-on battle with him and exposing my identity, I might as well take over the Ning family before he can make up his mind. Although this way, Yangqing will still be an obstacle in Huaxia, at least with the resources of the Ning family, it will be a big step forward. Are you sure that if you control the Ning family, you can suppress the Yang family and suppress Yangqing? It seems that Ning Guanyao hasn't done it yet. He still wants to marry the Yang family openly. Luo Zuishan sneered. Yang Lai clenched his fists and said, to establish the new order and structure I want, I don't have to suppress the Yang family. Since I can't deal with Yangqing directly, I can make use of him to stir up some trouble. Luo Zuishan's eyes sparkled. She smiled and said, Little cripple, can you promise me one thing? Say it. Tonight, you must control Ning Xian and Ning Da. As for Ning Guanyao, can you let Guodong and me handle it? Don't worry, we will definitely leave his body intact. It won't affect you from eating him. Luo Zuishan's eyes were burning with hatred. Yang Lai turned around and said rather mockingly, as long as his brain isn't damaged, even if his body is disabled, I can still recover after eating him. You can vent your anger on him. I don't mind. Luo Zuishan rushed forward excitedly and hugged Yang Lai. She kissed his face a few times and said, I knew it. Little cripple treats me the best. Yang Lai sneered, anyway, it's just a prepared corpse. There's no harm in giving it to you to play with. After nightfall, in the Yang family's backyard. On the big bed in Yangqing and Lin Ruashi's bedroom, Lan Lan, who was wearing blue cotton-spotted pajamas, had just finished a hot bath. Her little body was like a fresh white milk bun, white, tender and fragrant. Lin Ruashi reclined on one side of the bed, gently stroking her daughter's back with one hand and supporting her head with the other. She had a mischievous smile on her face as she looked at Yangqing. Yangqing sat cross-legged on the opposite side, staring at Lan Lan. He grabbed his hair and secretly cursed Yang Gongming a few hundred times. What kind of sour idea was this? Blinking her big eyes, Lan Lan asked expectantly, Daddy, haven't you thought about it? Lan Lan wants to hear an interesting story. I say, chubby girl, you ate 4 lamb legs last night. Don't you feel full and want to sleep? Yangqing asked eagerly. Lan Lan shook her head like a rattle drum. Lan Lan is not sleepy. Lan Lan is not full, so I don't want to sleep yet. Still hungry? Yangqing regretted that he ate the rest of the lamb and didn't leave any for this little girl. Rubbing his chin, Yangqing could only smile and say, why don't you let your mother tell you one first? I've told your daughter quite a few, even in Zhonghai. Today is your special show as a father. Lin Ruashi directly threw the burden back. Yangqing's face twitched. Looking at his daughter who was full of hope, he couldn't bear to disappoint her. Once again, it made Yangqing realize that being a father, it wasn't enough to be rich and powerful, he also had to be able to tell stories. Was this easy? Yangqing also didn't read any fairy tales. The children's stories he heard when he was young were also fragmented. Moreover, those stories were probably not something that Lan Lan liked to listen to. After thinking about it, he could only tell her some of his own experiences. How about, Daddy, tell a story about Daddy struggling to survive in the wolf's territory in Alaska when I was young. Where is Alaska in the United States? Lan Lan asked. It's a very far place. It's very cold there and there's ice and snow everywhere. There's nothing good to eat there. If a normal person gets lost in the wilderness, they will die very easily. Yangqing replied. Lan Lan blinked, what's a wolf's territory? It's 40 to 50 strong snow wolves, big bad wolves that eat Little Red Riding Hood. Their hunting range is over 1,000 square kilometers. Then do so many big bad wolves want to catch Daddy and eat him? That's right, but there are other children who are about the same age as Daddy, but they are all around 11 or 12 years old. Oh. Lanlan's interest was piqued and she nodded vigorously. After thinking about it, Xianxia suspected that children didn't understand the size of an area, so he asked, "Does Lanlan know how big 1,000 square kilometers is?" Lanlan quickly replied seriously, "It's very big. Very big. Very big." Puchi. Linruashi, who was lying there, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Yangcheng's conflicted expression, she really wanted to laugh. Yangcheng pretended to cough twice. "Little friend Linruashi, you should be more serious. Your parent is telling a story, listen carefully." Linruashi held back her laughter and nodded, "Hurry up and tell me, I want to hear it too." Yangcheng moved his body and made his legs more comfortable. After organizing his thoughts, his eyes revealed some distant thoughts. "Now that I think about it, I still feel that it's a miracle that I survived. Northern Alaska, Brooks Mountain Range. The azure sky, the winding snow-capped mountains, and the black and white crisscrossed, depicting a magnificent natural landscape." However, the experts and scholars who were familiar with this place all knew that this was the abyss of death. The barren land welcomed its coldest winter. Even in low-lying areas, the temperature was close to -10 degrees Celsius. As the sea level rose, it was not uncommon for some places to reach -10 degrees Celsius. There were also some hidden underground rivers that formed hollows, and the cold air was even more daunting. This was the uninhabited area of Alaska. Occasionally, explorers would pass by, but they didn't dare to stay for long. This was because, in addition to a small number of deer, there were also a large number of wolves. Above a glacier, a thick layer of ice condensed, allowing people and animals to easily pass through. A figure wearing a black leather coat wrapped in a layer of animal fur walked over from the other side of the river. This was a white youth with chestnut-colored hair and a little freckle on his face. He was about 11 or 12 years old, but his eyes revealed a coldness, gloominess, and caution that was difficult for his peers to understand. The youth breathed out white mist, his eyes sweeping the entire layer of ice as if he was guarding against something. When he was sure that there was nothing special around, the youth walked to the center of the river. To walk from this hinterland to the end of the port and escape from this predicament, he had to cross the river and climb over the mountains. The youth walked very carefully, listening in all directions. He held a military dagger in his hand, ready to fight at any time. Due to the low friction on the ice, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him if he were to encounter a long-range attack or a siege by a pack of wolves. This time, the survival training in the cold wasteland was. All survival experts of the same age who had survived the Siberian underground training ground. He didn't dare to be careless. There were many holes on the surface of the river. These holes had obviously been dug by some people who had crossed the river earlier to catch fish. There were even 2 simple fishing lines made of plant fibers and a hole in the middle. They were supported by cedar branches to serve as fishing rods. In order to prevent the ice hole from freezing, the person had also filled the hole with some branches and leaves as a cover. As someone who had gone through wilderness training together, the Caucasian young man quickly recognized what it was. It was a necessary skill to make simple fishing tools in the wild. There were 2 possibilities for the fishing rod not to be taken away. One was that the owner could not wait and left first. The other was that the owner had not returned and was looking for food elsewhere. No matter which one it was, the youth would not give up the opportunity to obtain food. In this desolate snowy mountain region, any kind of food was extremely precious. He had to survive in order to get out of this dead zone. The white youth was slightly excited. After confirming that there was no one within a few hundred meters of him, he quickly rushed to the side of the hole and quickly removed the cover. When he grabbed the wooden pole, the Caucasian youth revealed a joyful smile. It was heavy. There should be fish down there. When he tried to pick up the fishing rod with all his might, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be something under the river. However, it was too late for him to realize it. The moment a pale hand emerged from the surface of the ice river, it grabbed the ice on the side, and the other hand rushed toward the white youth's throat at lightning speed. It was a gleaming dagger. Before the Caucasian youth could react, it had already pierced through his throat. The whole turn of events happened in less than a second. Ah! Ah! The white youth's eyes widened. After a flash of anger and regret, he fell backward onto the surface of the ice river. Only when he died did he realize that the fishing rod was not used to fish, but to fish for him. After he died, a naked, black-haired young man crawled out of the hole. It was hard to imagine what kind of determination he had that made him take off all his clothes and hide in the glacier, waiting for his prey to bite the bait. Once he was on the surface of the ice, the youth could not care less about the trembling of his entire body. It was as if he was about to be frozen. Naked, he pounced on the corpse of the Caucasian youth. The black-haired youngster bit down on the white youngster's pierced throat and tore through his artery. He needed to drink blood. He needed to drink hot fresh blood. At such a time, in such a place, there was no better supplement than the fresh blood of an animal. Even if it was human blood. As the Caucasian youth was not completely dead, he could only watch as the black-haired youth enjoyed himself like food. Until the last moment, when his brain stopped working, the eyes of the Caucasian youth were still open. After the black-haired youth drank a large amount of fresh blood, his body finally did not freeze. He quickly took off the Caucasian youth's clothes, took a cotton undershirt, and cut off a sleeve. After wiping the water stains on his body, he put on the rest of his clothes. In fact, more than half an hour ago, he had already discovered the nearest Caucasian youth, who was also here for survival training, a few hundred meters behind him. After concealing himself, he quickened his pace and completed the series of traps before the Caucasian youth reached the river valley. The black-haired youth knew that if he could not find food to replenish his calories by nightfall, he would not be able to walk out of the river valley today. So, killing the Caucasian youth and using him as food was the most reliable way out. Compared to looking for animals, fishing, or even fighting against the wolf pack, killing was more effective. Without knowing the strength of the other party, fighting head-on with an unknown outcome and setting up a trap would also result in an unknown outcome. However, there was a higher chance of killing him in one hit. Even if it was a gamble, he had to take it. In order to increase the success rate, the black-haired youth took off all his clothes and threw them into the ice river. He made sure that he would not be dragged down by the resistance when he jumped out of the water. In the end, he succeeded. He knew that with the corpse, his chances of survival would increase by a large margin. After a series of warm-up exercises, the black-haired youth bit on some of the high-calorie fat tissue on the corpse and drank some blood to ensure that he could survive the night. Finally, the youth cut off 2 pieces of lean meat from the corpse and stuffed them into a simple luggage bag, in case of emergencies. He did not plan to leave the rest of the corpse for the other trainees, so he threw it directly into the ice cave. After all, in this training, the lesser the number of survivors, the lesser the threat he would face. The black-haired young man was already used to eating half a person, so he did not feel anything. After confirming the direction based on the position of the sun, he continued to walk toward the mountains on the other side of the river. The sky began to darken at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In less than an hour, it was night time. The stars in the sky were bright, like jewels embellished on black silk. If the weather was not so cold, the young man would have stopped to admire them. After sensing the direction of the wind, the young man decided to find a leeward spot and dig a groove in the snow to pass the night. Fortunately, there were many trees here, which could provide some branches and leaves as a bed, so it wouldn't be too damp. But just as the young man walked to a climbing area on the mountainside, the instinctive reaction he had developed over the years made him subconsciously lean his body slightly to the left. Sue! A strong gust of wind swept past from his right. Under the starlight, a cold glint like moonlight brushed past him. A figure as agile as a night leopard slid down from the tree to assassinate. Ambush! The moment the black-haired young man reacted, he pulled out the dagger at his waist and attacked the figure instead of retreating. Clang clang! A few consecutive sounds of daggers clashing and metal sparks flew. This made the black-haired young man realize that his opponent was not simple. Be it reaction or technique, they were all very clean and decisive. She was an expert that was rare among his peers. However, in terms of strength, the opponent was obviously not strong enough. It seemed like she did not have enough strength and could only rely on some techniques to resist. In the darkness, with the weak light, the young man suddenly realized that the slim and strong figure in front of him was somewhat familiar. Number 17? The figure paused for a moment, and the light reflected from the dagger hit her face, revealing the girl's youthful but extremely beautiful face. Number 17 snorted coldly. Number 13, count yourself lucky. 13 was still holding his dagger tightly. No matter what, we survived the same training camp. Why are you so aggressive? It's hard to tell who's stronger between us. If we really fight to the death, we won't be able to survive the night. Don't try to lie to me. You have 2 pieces of human meat in your bag. Even if I can't pass, you can, Number 17 said coldly. 13 squinted his eyes. You saw it? Because I saw it, that's why I ambushed you. Number 17 took 2 steps closer. I have nothing now and it'll be harder for my stamina to keep up after the night. Rather than waiting for death, I'd rather fight. At most, I'll just be eaten by you. We almost ate each other in Siberia and you want to do it again? Aren't you tired of it? I'll give you 2 choices. Give me food or fight to the death. Number 17's words were filled with determination. 13 grinned. Why should I? Your stamina is obviously declining and you're not as strong as me. At most, I'll fight to the death with you and eat 2 pieces of meat before cutting off your flesh. Instead of fighting me, I advise you to look for rotting beasts in the mountains or insects in rotten wood. They might save your life. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not your match on flat ground, but my speed and agility are slightly better than yours. You might not be able to defeat me in this terrain, Number 17 said in disdain. What a fierce young lady. 13 felt helpless. To be honest, although he wasn't afraid of fighting with this girl, he felt that it wouldn't be easy. Number 17 didn't want to endure the cold any longer and lower her stamina. She stood up and attacked 13. Their daggers were swift as they danced in the forest. Their figures kept moving up and down the uneven terrain, and it took a lot of stamina to stabilize their legs. 17 used all kinds of trees and other obstacles to fight against 13, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, she knew that she wouldn't last more than a few minutes if this went on. Suddenly, a terrifying moo came from the mountains. Woo! This somewhat desolate and sorrowful howl caused the young boy and girl to quickly separate. Wolves? Number 17's eyes widened. No, it's a pack of wolves. 13's face sank. Very quickly, a large number of footsteps came from the mountains. Majestic figures leaped and surrounded them from multiple directions. Alaska was one of the few places in the world that maintained a large number of wolf packs. These wolves moved in the mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. This was their kingdom. When they saw pairs of scarlet wolf eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light appear in all directions, both of them knew that they were in big trouble. More than 30 wolves, maybe even 50. This is bad, 13 smiled bitterly. Number 17 took a few steps back subconsciously. While guarding against the wolf pack, she looked at 13 carefully. Can you escape? Are you kidding me? Their feet can climb mountains like they're skating. We have to climb. Escape? Our legs will be bitten off first. 13 said gloomily. Number 17's expression didn't change. Since you can't escape, there's only one way out. Kill the wolves with me. Our cooperation is the only way to survive. Hee hee, chick, you wanted to kill me just now and now you want to cooperate with me. Do you think I'll believe you? You don't have a choice. If you're not stupid, you should know the difference, Number 17 said coldly. I'll have food after killing the wolves. I don't have to risk my life fighting you. 13 whistled and suddenly fished out something from his pocket before tossing it to 17. Number 17 grabbed it and pinched it in her hand. It was sticky and she immediately smelled something fishy. At first glance, it was a round ball-shaped object with some bits of sticky substance on it. It's that guy's eyeball. The protein in eyeballs is a few times more than meat. Make do with it and swallow it to fill your stomach. After we kill the wolves, we'll roast the meat. Number 17 didn't hesitate and opened her mouth. She took 2 bites and the juice in the eyeball spurted out, but she still swallowed it forcefully. A strange look flashed across 13's eyes. He looked at the stubborn yet delicate face and smiled, so fierce. I like it, let's get to work. When the wolves smelled the blood that spurted out from the eyeball that 17 was chewing on, they let out low growls filled with the desire to attack. Dozens of snow wolves attacking one after another was definitely a nightmarish threat. The berserk wolves had innate battle skills that humans did not have. The moment the first snow wolf pounced on 13, 13 crouched down and thrust the military dagger in his hand into the white wolf's abdomen in a crescent arc. SSSSS. The sound of bones and muscles being cut caused the snow wolf to wail. Blood spurted out from its abdomen and stained half of 13's face. Stench. Boiling hot. This wail seemed to have triggered the entire wolf pack's bloody attack. Before 13 could pull out the dagger from the wolf's body, a few more wolves pounced on his head, arms, and legs. On the other side, 17 took a deep breath and began to fight against the snow wolves that were charging at her. This was different from a human's fight. Wild beasts' attacks were purely fatal and direct. There was no need for any extra thoughts or tricks. She had to go all out to kill them. Ah! 17 groaned as a wolf bent its back and bit her on the arm. Fortunately, the fur wrapped around her prevented the wolf's fangs from causing immediate damage. 17 endured the pain and stabbed back, piercing one of the wolves. Eyeballs. Woo-woo. The wolf pack let out all sorts of cries and howls of anger. The two of them moved quickly from time to time, causing the snow and rocks on the mountain to slide down. The difficulty of balancing their bodies made the battle extremely difficult. Subconsciously, the two of them leaned against each other and helped each other to fill in the gaps of the wolf pack. A slight carelessness could cause their arteries to be bitten off. Even though they were exhausted, the boy and girl did not dare to relax. Gradually, there were less than 20 wolves left in the wolf pack. The ground was littered with dead and injured wolves, forcing them to retreat. The two of them were already in a killing frenzy and their bodies were covered in blood. It was hard to tell if the blood was from their own scratches or from the wolves. When they heard the footsteps of the wolves running far away, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the ground littered with corpses, 13 panted heavily and said in amusement, "Looks like we won't be able to finish the meat. It's just that starting a fire is a bit troublesome. If you don't mind, why don't you bite them raw?" 17 did not make a sound. With a pale face, she walked towards the nearest wolf carcass with difficulty. Suddenly, 13's hand reached for the girl's left arm from behind. Whiz! With a flash of cold light, 17 suddenly turned around and slashed her dagger across 13's fingertips. Hiss! 13 quickly retracted his hand and cursed angrily, "Madman! What are you doing?" 17's hands were trembling. The cold night, running for her life, and fighting with a pack of wolves had drained her strength. "You were the one who touched me first. I should be the one asking you why." The girl's eyes were still filled with a strong sense of vigilance and murderous intent. This was also the biggest reason why she could surpass countless boys and live to this day. She was extremely tenacious and vicious. 13 sighed and looked at his bleeding finger. If he did not stop fast enough, half of his finger would have been cut off. Laughing bitterly, 13 said, "I saw that the clothes on your arm were torn and wanted to help you see if the wound was big. If it was, it would be best to treat it. You might not have felt it because you are numb." 17 was startled and looked at the boy suspiciously. She took a few steps back and maintained a safe distance before turning to look at her arm. As expected, one of the bitten areas was badly mangled. It was caused by the wolf's teeth. Although it looked terrible, 17 would not cry like a normal girl. As long as she did some emergency treatment, it would be fine. In the night, 17 looked at 13 again. The boy had already started to deal with the snow wolf carcasses. He skinned them and cut the meat to eat. "Why did you remind me that I'm injured?" 17 could not help but ask. She felt a strange warmth in her heart. 13 turned around and opened his bloody mouth while chewing on the raw meat. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to fight so many wolves today. You helped me. Besides, you don't have enough strength to threaten me. It's fine to care about you. Maybe we can become friends, right?" "I don't need your care and I don't want to be your friend," 17 said with a cold face. "I can see that," 13 raised his injured finger helplessly. You're a fierce girl. The bedside lamp made the room feel warm. On the big bed, the family of 3 was immersed in a bloody and barbaric story for more than an hour. Yangqing hugged his knees and supported his chin as he sat on the bed. As he narrated, he even forgot that he was telling his daughter a story. The vicissitudes of life flashed in his eyes and he was immersed in his memories. He almost forgot where he was. Yangqing did not even notice that Lan Lan had fallen asleep on the pillow 10 minutes ago. The chubby little girl was lying there like a little pig. Her face was squeezed and she was pouting. She slept soundly. It was not that she did not like the story her father told her, but there were too many things that she needed to think about. She got tired and fell asleep. Do you know, at that time, I actually wanted to tell that girl to stop pretending. She was lonely because I knew that she was actually shy. No one cares about our children, but because I've been cared for by an uncle who taught me martial arts, I know that simple words like that can win people's hearts. But to be honest, I just said it casually and did not really care about her. She seemed to be fooled by me and felt a little unnatural. It wasn't until the night passed and we went our separate ways to our destination that she suddenly said something to me. Only then did I realize that she wasn't stupid at all. Yangqing seemed to be talking to himself. He paused and looked up. Lan Lan, do you know what that girl said? Halfway through the question, Yangqing realized that his daughter had fallen asleep. While not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yangqing was also a little disappointed. He was telling this story very seriously, even if it was not suitable for children. But at this moment, someone answered. You better not care about other girls in the future, because they will not be like me. That knife will deliberately cut your fingertip. Cold, straightforward, but with a hint of tactful charm. This sentence that had been engraved in Yangqing's mind for more than 10 years suddenly rang in his ears again. Even the tone and emotion were exactly the same. Yangqing's pupils contracted violently. He suddenly raised his head and locked his gaze on the woman lying on the other side of the bed. This sentence was actually said by Lin Ruoshi. At this moment, the woman's expression was a little blank. Her watery eyes were filled with a faint mist. Her expression was calm and there was a hint of vicissitudes. Ruoshi. You. How could you? Yangqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He even suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lin Ruoshi seemed to have just woken up from a half-asleep state. She slowly raised her head, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Following that, when she saw how agitated Yangqing was, and how his bloodshot eyes were staring at her, she became more and more fearful. Hubby, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Ruoshi sat up and asked. Yangqing swallowed his saliva and tried his best to calm himself down. He carefully looked at Lin Ruoshi's expression again. There was no longer any trace of that special temperament from before. Ruoshi, how did you know what she was going to say? Yangqing asked as gently as he could. Lin Ruoshi recalled for a while and seemed to be a little strenuous. She shook her head and said, I don't know either. When you asked me just now, I suddenly said that sentence. What's wrong? Was it really that sentence? Looking at the woman's blank expression, Yangqing felt that he was a little paranoid. That was true. Lin Ruoshi and 17 were similar in some aspects. It was not impossible for her to think of it. Although he still felt that it was strange, Yangqing did not want to pursue it further. Lin Ruoshi said sourly, is it interesting to tell your daughter about your romance with your ex? Yangqing finally felt embarrassed. Xianxia smiled and said, honey, calm down. Next time, I will definitely choose a story without her, hee. Pear Garden Tea House in the southern suburbs of Beijing. Although the name sounded rustic, it was actually a membership-based entertainment venue that only high-end people would enter. Unlike other high-end clubs, Pear Garden Tea House had a simple and refreshing style. Most politicians and elegant people would come here. Ning Guangyao didn't really like this kind of place that was far from the city center. However, he quite liked the food here. As the premier of the country, Ning Guanyao's food had to be tasted by the guards and confirmed that it was not poisonous before he could enjoy it. This caused many dishes to be mostly cold by the time they were served to him. However, most of the dishes in Pear Garden Tea House were fresh and delicious cold dishes. This made him not feel uncomfortable because of the food. Sitting in his position, he had far less freedom than others thought. Therefore, he paid special attention to and cherished the few things that he could enjoy. However, Ning Guangyao had always felt that the path he took was wrong. Only those who didn't stand at the commanding heights of power would feel that it was a pity to lose such a life. Truly. Standing in his position, the lives of billions of people were in the palm of his hand. Billions of people knew of his existence. This sense of accomplishment was hard for him to resist. "Premier, please enjoy." The two waitresses served all the dishes on the table and left with a smile. Ning Guangyao sat alone. There were more than 10 plates of all kinds of delicacies on the rattan table in front of him. If this was reported, the public would definitely curse the extravagance of the leaders. However, which media would dare to write a real report? Thrifty and simple? That was only needed when acting. However, eating alone was still a little lonely. Originally, he could have brought his wife and eaten with him. Or, he could have brought his only son. No one would have dared to say anything. But now, that woman had been personally sent to her grave, and that only son had mysteriously returned. This made him extremely suspicious and very dissatisfied. These thoughts only flashed through his mind. Ning Guangyao knew that he wasn't even 50 years old. Women? Descendants? None of these matters. He still had a longer political path and more supreme power waiting for him to slowly enjoy. Slowly picking up the chopsticks, Ning Guangyao began to chew slowly. Next door, in a private room of the Liyuan tea house, Ning Xian and Ning De, the two elders of the Ning family, were not interested in eating. Ning Guangyao left them alone after arranging some incense and tea for them. Although Ning Guangyao had long known about the existence of the Ning family cultivators and the origin of his family, he never had the heart to cultivate and pursue a long life. In fact, if it weren't for Yang Cheng's appearance and the series of incidents that involved the cultivators, he might not have had any contact with the people of his clan in this life. Firstly, Ning Guangyao knew that as a disciple of a secular family, it was very difficult for him to have the opportunity to enter the main sect to cultivate. Secondly, Ning Guangyao didn't think that everyone had the talent to cultivate to great heights. Even if he successfully entered the soul formation stage, he would only be able to live in an illusion for most of his life. It wasn't a good thing. Anyway, those old guys couldn't escape the word death in the end. Ning Guangyao felt that his life was much more meaningful and exciting than theirs. Halfway through his drink, there was a knock on the door. Ning Guangyao frowned. He didn't like to be disturbed at a time like this. "Who is it?" The person outside didn't respond and opened the door directly. Ning Guangyao suddenly realized that the situation wasn't good. Why didn't his guards come out to stop it? When Ning Guodong, who was wearing a well-ironed suit, walked in elegantly with a beautiful unfamiliar woman beside him, Ning Guangyao's heart trembled for some reason. "Guodong?" Ning Guangyao looked suspiciously at the woman who had a strange smile on her face. For some reason, even though it was his first time seeing her, he felt that she was familiar. "Who is she? Where are the guards outside?" "Don't worry, they're fine. They were killed in one hit and died peacefully." The beautiful woman stepped forward and said. "Who the hell are you?" Ning Guangyao subconsciously tensed up. Luo Tsuishan was wearing a red dress and a light brown windbreaker. She looked extremely enchanting. "Hee, my dear husband, we've been married for decades. How come you can't even recognize your wife?" Ning Guangyao suddenly stood up and widened his eyes. "It's you." Luo Tsuishan laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha, you recognize me now? Ning Guangyao, have you been looking for me for a long time? You didn't think that I would come looking for you today, right?" Ning Guodong snorted. "Mom, no need to talk nonsense with him. He's already scared to the point of peeing. Bastard. How dare you collude with your damned wife to deal with me?" Ning Guangyao finally understood the current situation. Ning Guodong came prepared and secretly colluded with Luo Tsuishan to deal with him. It was a pity that his benevolence didn't allow him to control this strange kid earlier. More importantly, he thought that with Ning Xian and Ning De around, he wouldn't have to worry even if he knew that Luo Tsuishan wasn't dead and might be playing tricks behind the scenes. But now. What did you do to Elder Ning Xian and Elder Ning De? Impossible, you're no match for them. Ning Guangyao took 2 steps back and said. We're no match for them, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Ning Guangyao, you always think that you can predict everything. You're too conceited. That's why you'll always make mistakes. Luo Tsuishan slowly walked forward. Ning Guangyao gulped and his body trembled. From Luo Tsuishan's eyes, he could see the hysterical anger of revenge. Just as Ning Guangyao was hoping that Ning De and Ning Xian would come to his rescue, 2 screams suddenly came from outside the house. Ning Xian and Ning De's figures were forcefully blown away by some kind of force and fell heavily onto the stone floor. With light footsteps, young Lai slowly walked out of the house with a ball that was flickering with silver light in his hand. The deterrence of antimatter energy seemed to have terrified Ning Xian and Ning De. Both of them were in the mid-divine transformation stage, but they seemed to be very helpless at this moment. In the entire Pear Garden tea house, the other guards and waiters seemed to have been quietly slaughtered. There wasn't any commotion at all. Yang Lai. Ning Guangyao was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why it was him. Yang Lai turned his head and looked at Ning Guangyao. He revealed an evil smile. Premier Ning, you've got the wrong person. Ning Guanyao's pupils shrank. Hearing this tone, he suddenly came to a realization. You're not Yang Lai, you're Wen Tao. In an instant, many things became clear to him. Ning Guangyao cried out involuntarily. No wonder that reckless Yang Lai could cause so much trouble. So you're that cripple. Damned slave, I spared your life back then, but now you're using this mother and son pair to harm me? Wen Tao shrugged. Premier, you should be grateful to me. I didn't turn into you immediately, but Yang Lai instead. I'm already very kind to you. As for the mother and son pair, karma is what you deserve. Bastard. At this moment, Ning Xian and Ning De, who got up from the ground, suddenly activated their true essence. They each summoned their own low-grade Dharma treasures, an 8 trigrams bronze mirror and a greenish-purple flying sword. Oh, still want to resist? Wen Tao grinned. Ning Xian activated his true essence, and a golden light pillar condensed in the center of the 8 trigrams bronze mirror. The point where the light pillar converged gradually became thinner and faintly turned into a white-gold high-temperature light beam. Blazing golden light. Ning Xian roared, and the light beam instantly pierced through Wen Tao's chest like a long rainbow. Ning De didn't want to be outdone. He angrily activated the greenish-purple flying sword and slashed at Wen Tao's neck with a purple shadow. Seeing that Wen Tao was injured by the Dharma treasure, the two were overjoyed. They felt that they were only knocked away by his strange power because they weren't prepared. Now that the Dharma treasure was out, how could he be a match for it? But in the next second, the two were dumbfounded. With a playful smile on his face, Wen Tao's chest wound healed in the blink of an eye. Other than his clothes being destroyed, there was no other wound. As for the neck that had been severed, it was swallowed by the purplish-green flying sword and pulled out. Immediately after, the wound was healed as well. How? How can this be? Impossible. Does he have an immortal body? Ning Xian was shocked. Wen Tao looked at the greenish-purple flying sword in his hand with disdain and sighed. Then, a dark silver antimatter energy rose from his hand and enveloped the flying sword. Ning De tried his best to activate his true essence, but he couldn't make the flying sword obediently return to his hand. Although it was only a low-grade flying sword made of ordinary dark steel mixed with purple cloud crystal ore, it was a very reliable Dharma treasure for a mid-stage soul formation cultivator like him from the Ning family. Seeing that the flying sword was taken by someone else, how could he not be anxious? Seeing Ning De's anxious and painful expression, Wen Tao laughed. It seems like the true essence of you cultivators isn't very useful? Your broken sword isn't very tasty, but I'll eat it first as an appetizer. As he spoke, the flying sword was devoured by the antimatter energy. It turned into threads of light and disappeared. Ning De and Ning Xian's jaws almost dropped. To forge a Dharma treasure, one needed at least Nanmingli fire. What was that silver-gray energy? How could it disintegrate and devour Dharma treasure so easily? However, they didn't have the time to think about it at the moment. After swallowing the flying sword, Wen Tao glanced at Luo Zuishan and Ning Guodong in the room and said, "If you want to catch up with Premier Ning, you'd better hurry up. I'm going to eat him after I'm done with these two." After saying that, Wen Tao's figure turned into a mass of silver-gray antimatter energy. Like mercury, it turned into thousands of strands and surged towards Ning Xian and Ning De. Ning Xian and Ning De were already panicking. They wanted to fly away from the ground, but they found that the silver strands were already entrenched in the air. They didn't think that their bodies could be more indestructible than the flying sword. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to circulate their true essence to form a shield to block the silver antimatter energy. However, even if it was true essence, the antimatter energy would still devour it. Wen Tao obtained a lot of information from Yan Buwen's biochip. The most important one was naturally the iterative use of the antimatter energy. The antimatter energy today was no longer what it used to be. When Yan Buwen and Yangqing were fighting, the antimatter energy was like a missile bombardment. Now, the antimatter energy was like an electromagnetic railgun, full of the perfect fusion of technology and violence. Wen Tao didn't need to place the God Stone in his body like Yan Buwen did. The antimatter energy of the God Stone had long been integrated with him. He was the antimatter energy body. Inside the room, Luo Zuishan didn't plan to delay too much. After all, the release of true essence could easily attract cultivators, including Yangqing who was in Yanjing. If Yangqing was attracted and saw all this, then eating Ning Guanyao would lose its original meaning. "Dear Guanyao, I'm really sorry. It seems that I have to return all the pain I've suffered to you." Luo Zuishan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Her transformed body rushed towards Ning Guanyao. Clang! Suddenly, there was a deafening sound. Luo Zuishan's sharp claws were actually blocked by a faint golden light pillar. The beam of light enveloped Ning Guanyao like a Buddha's light, protecting him. The situation in front of them was beyond Luo Zuishan and Ning Guodong's expectations. Wen Tao, who was slowly nibbling away at Ning De and Ning Xian, was also caught unprepared. Ning Guanyao heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the light pillars surrounding him, he laughed heartily and said, "What, you didn't expect this, did you? Do you think that I, the head of the Ning family, the representative of the Ning family in the secular world, would be killed so easily? Back when Yangqing had been hostile towards me, the clan had secretly sent someone to deliver a protective talisman to me. It could sense the danger of death and react accordingly. I just didn't expect it to be used by you this time." As he spoke, Ning Guanyao took out a jade that looked like an emerald. It was a jade toad pendant, emitting a faint golden light. "Damn it, this is..." Ning Guodong cursed. He had been investigating the Ning family for so many days, but he never expected that the jade pendant Ning Guanyao carried was also a Dharma treasure. Ning Guanyao grinned. "This is not only a protective talisman, but also a warning to the Ning family. Once the clan receives the news of my death, they will immediately send someone over. Do you still want to stay here?" Ning Xian and Ning De, who were struggling with all their might, were also overjoyed. "It's the golden toad talisman? Haha, Guanyao, well done. Let me tell you, although this Dharma treasure is a low-grade one, it can only be used once every 3 months. Therefore, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it's almost as strong as a celestial artifact. In less than half an hour, the masters of the Ning family will arrive. If you don't want to be killed by the masters of the Ning family, you better run away." Ning Xian threatened. Luo Zuishan gritted her teeth in hatred. Ning Guodong also tried to attack with all his might, but he couldn't affect the light pillar at all. Wen Tao was furious. He didn't expect that Ning Guanyao was so cunning and had such a Dharma treasure, but he didn't show any signs of it. But the arrow was already on the bow. And it had to be fired. They had already come this far. If they missed this golden opportunity, all their previous efforts would be in vain. His plan to replace Yangqing and take over the Yang family had failed. If he couldn't take over the Ning family as well, then the Li family, who handled the affairs of the security bureau, and the Tang family, who focused on business, wouldn't be attractive at all. How could the plan he had put in so much effort be destroyed by a magical weapon? "I'll eat you first. Then I'll destroy that Dharma treasure." Wen Tao roared, and the antimatter energy turned white-hot. Ning Xian and Ning De, who were already in great pain, felt their true essence shield become extremely thin and finally shattered. A silver energy instantly enveloped them, and the two cultivators didn't make a sound anymore. Yang family, in the bedroom in the backyard. Yang Qing, who had just turned off the bedside lamp and was about to lie down with his wife and kids in his arms, suddenly sat up straight. Lin Ruoshi was startled by the sky and asked in a daze, "What now? Can't you sleep early? There's true essence spreading out. It seems like a fight between cultivators is happening in the vicinity of Beijing." Yang Qing said with a frown. Lin Ruoshi was stunned, then. "Is it here?" "No, it's quite a distance away." Yang Qing pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go take a look. It should only be the true essence of a soul formation cultivator. I'll go take a look. It'll be fine anyway." Lin Ruoshi knew that she couldn't stop him, so she nodded and told the man not to be impulsive and to wait for him to return. Yang Qing casually put on some clothes and walked out of the room barefoot. In a flash, he had already rushed to the sky above the southern suburbs of Beijing. As soon as he arrived, he saw an incomparably familiar, yet exceptionally tyrannical, silver-gray energy body crazily enveloping a light golden pillar of light. The houses on both sides had been razed to the ground due to the huge scattering force, and only the pillar of light was left on the ground. Inside the pillar of light was a pale-faced Ning Guanyao. Antimatter energy. How could it appear here? When he noticed Ning Guodong and the enchanting woman who were watching from the side, Yang Qing finally understood something. Even if he didn't like Ning Guanyao, he was still Lin Ruoshi's biological father, so Yang Qing couldn't just watch him die. A ball of platinum samadhi true fire suddenly rose from his hand. His palm faced the twisted silver-gray ball of light, and the heavenly fire turned into a pillar of flame, fiercely blasting towards it. Bam! After a loud explosion, it didn't explode into the antimatter energy body, but instead fiercely hit the pillar of light behind it. He had predicted it and dodged it. The antimatter energy body swept into the air and turned into Yang Lai's appearance, grinning coldly at Yang Qing. Ning Guanyao, who was so scared that his soul almost left his body, secretly exclaimed in his heart that it was a close call. Fortunately, the golden toad talisman was truly a protective magic treasure comparable to an immortal weapon. Even though it had dimmed a lot, it still hadn't been broken. Seeing that Yang Qing was already standing in the air, Ning Guanyao was overjoyed, knowing that most of his life was saved. "It really is you, you are not Yang Lai. Although I don't know how you have this antimatter energy and how you can hide your strength, at least Yang Lai isn't enough to plan all of this. Haha, I failed on the verge of success. Looks like I've underestimated that old fox, Ning Guanyao." Wen Tao looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. "Forget it. Now that you've seen it, this show can't go on anymore." "You should have thought of all this long ago," Yang Qing said expressionlessly. "If you can usurp the power of the Yan family or the Ning family with these methods, then these two families would have been destroyed long ago." "Is that so?" Wen Tao sneered and said, "I can only sigh, my luck is not good, but there is an uncertain factor like you staying in the country. If the children of the great clans were all like Yang Lai and Ning Guodong, then with my intelligence, seizing the two great clans would be a piece of cake. Can I take it that you are praising me?" "No, I'm just saying that you are a lucky person." Wen Tao spread out his hands. "Then are you planning to tell me, this lucky fellow, your true identity?" Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. Wen Tao laughed evilly, "My identity? Haha, haven't you already seen it? I am Yang Lai." "No. He was not Yang Lai. Yang Qing, listen to me. He was that cripple, that Wen Tao. Only he could be together with that bitch, Luo Tsuishan. Only he could think of these tricks. I remember his tone, it's him." Standing in the pillar of light, Ning Guanyao cursed loudly. The danger of almost dying made this country's upper echelon furious. Yang Cheng's mind also paused for a moment before he realized who this cripple was. "So it's you. I didn't expect you to live until now." Yang Cheng sighed with emotion. Wen Tao sneered, "What, do you think that a reptile like me would be trampled to death long ago? When you sent that bitch to me, you would never have thought that a crippled man who was struggling at the bottom of the bridge would one day be like you, standing high up in the sky. Humph, you're the same as them. You always have this kind of high and mighty gaze, looking at a group of lowly lives in your eyes. But what I want to tell you is that you guys are actually just one of us. A group of ugly animals call themselves humans, but they just put on a few decent coats. I originally thought that the person you hated was me, which was why you designed so many boring plans. But now, it seems that you hate us all to the bone? Hate you? You're not worthy. I'm just treating you like cooked meat in a pot. I can pinch you however I want. Xianxia chuckled, you look very confident. I can feel that you are using antimatter energy. It seems like you obtained your current achievements through Yanbuan. I'm very curious about how you reached your current level, but you are indeed extraordinary. Did you see that? You're still using such a contemptuous tone to talk to me. I hate the tone of your group of people. Besides, what do you care? Do you think you can win against me for sure? Wen Tao laughed coldly, you so-called four great families, the wealthy families of Yanjing, and the wealthy families of Huaxia, are all just a bunch of scum fishing for fame. In this country, you self-proclaimed nobles, bugs who think you stand at the commanding heights of society, should all be crushed to death. Being eaten by me is also your honor. Just as Yangqing was about to say something, he felt an unfamiliar pressure coming from the western horizon. In the blink of an eye, a long-haired man in a long white robe had already arrived in the sky above Pear Garden. The white-robed man's face was like jade, and there was a hint of frivolous disdain between his brows. He squinted at Ning Guangyao in the pillar of light, then looked at Yangqing and Wen Tao, as if deep in thought. The fourth, you're here? Ning Guangyao recognized this person. It was the fourth son of the Ning family who had brought Ning Xian and Ning De here. Yangqing could roughly guess this person's background. He had heard Xiao Qiqing introduce him before. The current generation of the Ning family was in power. In terms of cultivation, he could tell that he was only in the middle stage of the three young fire tribulation. Although he was much higher than Ning Xian and Ning De, he was still far behind him. Useless thing, you actually fell to the point of activating the Golden Toad Talisman. Ning Jingchen glanced at Luo Tsuishan and Ning Guodong, who were staring at him viciously, and sneered, are they also people who want to harm you? Ning Guangyao immediately said, that's right. The fourth, please execute these two on the spot. Ning Jingchen glanced at Yangqing and grinned, I recognize you, you're the kid from the Yang family. You're quite famous in our dreamland. I can't see through your cultivation, it seems that you do live up to your reputation. Today, I'm only here to protect the Ning family. Now that he's fine, it's not convenient for me to make a move. How about you kill these three people for me? Where did this bastard come from? Who do you think you are? Without waiting for Yangqing to say anything, Wen Tao waved his arm, and a thick antimatter energy body shot towards Ning Jingchen like a hot knife through butter. Ning Jingchen was already prepared. He summoned a slender pure white jade sword and raised it straight up. Although this white jade sword was not made of metal, it was filled with sharp metal spiritual energy. A white wave of sharp golden sword energy rose from the white jade sword and turned into a ferocious wave that collided with the antimatter energy. Bang bang bang. The waves resisted wave after wave, and after a few consecutive vibrations, the antimatter energy was finally crushed by the sword chi, but Ning Jingchen was also shaken to the ground. Stumbling back a few steps, Ning Jingchen's expression changed. He had never thought that this stranger with an unattractive appearance could display such power so casually. Huh. You want to save Ning Guangyao with this little ability? I think you should die together with them. Wen Tao's confidence suddenly increased, and two consecutive antimatter light beams shot towards Ning Jingchen on the ground. Yangqing had the opportunity to stop him, but Ning Jingchen had nothing to do with him, and he wanted to see Wen Tao's methods, so he didn't make a move. Ning Jingchen was tired of dealing with it, and couldn't help but regret his carelessness. He should have brought more helpers, or asked the top experts of the clan to come over. As he fled, he had no time to take care of Ning Guangyao behind him, and a beam of light actually hit the golden light beam. After a loud explosion, the light pillar that was about to reach the end of its defensive time was smashed into pieces. Ning Guangyao lost his protective barrier and immediately turned pale with fright. At the same time, Luo Xueishan and Ning Guodong, who were previously helpless, revealed expressions of ecstasy. Lord Father, you gave up on me first, and chose that bastard. This time, don't blame me for falling out with you. Ning Guodong's accumulated resentment and viciousness for many days finally exploded at this moment. His figure turned into an afterimage, and he rushed towards Ning Guanyao. Be careful. Luo Xueishan let out a shrill cry, and her figure rushed before Ning Guodong, and flew in front of him. Ning Guodong's footsteps stopped, and he suddenly braked. Poof! A crisp piercing sound, and a sharp white light beam, like a laser, pierced through Luo Xueishan's chest. In the distance, Ning Jingchun, who had retreated a long distance, raised two sword fingers, and released the sharp golden sword qi that saved Ning Guanyao. At this moment, Ning Guodong seemed to be in a daze. Looking at the bloody hole in the chest of the woman in front of him, he widened his eyes, and did not react at all. Time seemed to freeze, and also seemed to be going backwards. In the sky, Wen Tao saw this scene, and did not feel much. After the failure of this plan, Luo Xueishan and Ning Guodong, mother and son, had lost their value, and he naturally could not be bothered to care. Ning Guanyao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ning Jingchun did not forget to always pay attention to his own safety, and finally got out of danger. He smiled at the fallen woman. Yangqing did not expect such a dramatic scene to happen in such a short period of time. He did not expect that the Luo Xueishan, who was no longer Luo Xueishan, would still sacrifice her life to save the Ning Guodong, who was no longer Ning Guodong. Although the transformed body had a strong self-recovery ability, this kind of sword qi that was filled with sharp golden true essence was obviously not something that their body could easily repair. The large amount of sword qi that remained in her chest caused the wound on Luo Xueishan to continue to expand. Blood continued to flow out, and there was no sign of it stopping. Even if it was the most ordinary middle stage of the tribulation of three suns, it had already surpassed the soul formation stage, and was not something that their strength could imagine. Ning Guodong subconsciously rushed forward and hugged the fallen Luo Xueishan. His eyes were red as he shouted, "Why are you doing this? Why did you save me? Are you crazy?" Luo Xueishan's hands trembled as she tried to touch Ning Guodong's cheek. However, the sword qi in her chest was nibbled away, and the pain was unbearable. Silly child. I'm your mother. Luo Xueishan said weakly. Ning Guodong's tears could not stop falling. They fell on Luo Xueishan's chest, but they directly passed through her body and fell to the ground. I know. You despise me. Think that I'm dirty. Already no longer treat me. Your mother. Luo Xueishan smiled bitterly, but I will always treat you as my son. When the woman said the last two words, she had already lost too much blood and could not maintain it. Her head fell down, and she was no longer alive. No. Ning Guodong screamed in a hoarse voice. His eyes were wide open, and a mixture of despair, regret, and pain made him feel like he was about to go crazy. However, in the current situation, no one cared about how broken his heart was. The death of Luo Xueishan was just an inadvertent cannon fodder. Wen Tao's consecutive pillars of light were unable to suppress Ning Jingchun. The antimatter energy on his body wildly rolled up, and countless silver-gray threads, like thousands of strands of raging waves, wrapped around Ning Jingchun from all directions. At the same time, more antimatter energy formed an encirclement around Yangqing, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to devour him. Yangqing was not in a hurry. A layer of blue kuei water condensed around his body. After the antimatter energy produced a counter-encirclement, the cold power of heaven and earth slowed down the antimatter energy. Yangqing did not expect to consume all the antimatter energy. What he wanted was just such a moment of opportunity. Breaking a blue-silver interlaced light cluster, like tearing a long and narrow seam, Yangqing rushed straight to where Wen Tao's body was, and a fist simply hit Wen Tao's head. Pung! The whole head was smashed into pieces, flesh and blood scattered, and even the eyeball could be seen exploding into a paste. But Wen Tao's whole body also turned into countless silver-gray energy bodies at that moment. Like a trickling stream, it once again gathered from the distant side of the sky and restored its shape. In the triumphant laughter, Wen Tao's body turned into countless sharp arrows, like an arrow tower with countless arrows, madly shooting at Yangqing. Although the chain of arrows seemed to be dense and small, each contained the opposite energy of this world. This kind of energy could not be assimilated by the power of heaven and earth at all. Yangqing knew that if he was hit, it would be difficult for his physique to recover in a short time. Wen Tao knew this, but he was not afraid of Yangqing's devastating blow to him, and madly chased after him. For a time, Yangqing did not have a good solution. He constantly used Nanmingli fire, Samadhi true fire, and even Ming water and Karma fire to bombard him one after another, but he could not stop Wen Tao's offensive. In the crisscrossing white gold, crimson, blood red, and black blue, Wen Tao's body was constantly disintegrated and blasted, but it did not affect his recondensation at all. What made Yangqing even more inconceivable was that Wen Tao did not intend to abandon Yang Lai's body. This meant that he didn't just occupy Yang Lai's body, but had actually fused Yang Lai into his body. Below, Ning Jingchun was facing a small part of the antimatter energy separated by Wen Tao. He was dodging continuously, using the wave-shaped metal sword qi scattered by the white jade sword to consume the energy. Ning Wodong, who had been hugging Luo Tsuishan's corpse and crying bitterly, stared at Ning Guanyao, who had no one to protect him, with reddened eyes. With the golden toad amulet gone, Ning Guanyao was just a piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered. It's all because of you. You killed my mother. I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you apart. Ning Wodong frantically tried to pounce, but Ning Jingchun kept staring at this side. Although he was being suppressed, he still desperately waved a sword wave towards Ning Wodong. His purpose was to protect the representative and controller of the Ning family in the secular world. How could he be careless? Whoosh! The sharp metal blade flashed past Ning Wodong's side, and with the incomparably sharp sword aura, it cut off half of Ning Wodong's arm. Ow! Ning Wodong let out a blood-curdling scream, but his modified body immediately began to grow new limbs for him. Ning Guanyao had already retreated to the corner, his heart beating to his throat. Seeing that Ning Wodong was so desperate to kill him, his brain kept turning, and he shouted with a livid face, "Guodong! Are you crazy? She's no longer your mother. She's dead. That bitch is with that ugly cripple. She abandoned me and you. Her death was well-deserved. She's shameless, abandoning the dignity of the Ning family. She's worse than an animal. She's not fit to be your mother. And I'm your biological father." Ning Wodong's face twisted as he laughed sinisterly. Shameless? Dignity? Do you think she was willing to abandon you? If it wasn't for you, who went behind her back and tangled with other women, and even gave birth to a bastard, would she have done so many things and caused so much trouble? Do you think she went from being a noble woman to being kicked around like a bitch, and anyone could *ck her? Was that what she wanted? It's all because of you. You're a man who's worse than an animal. It's you who killed my mother. You still dare to call yourself a father? Pooey. Bullshit. I'll kill you. Ning Wodong was like a mad wolf as he charged towards the middle-aged man. The latter was like a helpless sheep, completely at a loss. Ning Jingchun, who was far away, was already completely restrained. Although he really wanted to save him, he couldn't split himself. Suddenly, Ning Guanyao thought of something and shouted, "Yangqing! I'm your father-in-law. You can't watch me die." Although Yangqing, who was fighting in the sky, had been paying attention to the situation below, if he hadn't heard this shout, he would have wished for Ning Guanyao to accidentally die. But, he really was Lin Ruoxi's biological father. Yangqing didn't dare to imagine what Lin Ruoxi would think of him if she knew that he didn't save Ning Guanyao. Even if Lin Ruoxi didn't know, he would probably always have this knot in his heart in front of women. Even if he wanted to kill, he would do it in the open. Although he felt aggrieved, Yangqing still separated a part of the Li fire. Before Ning Wodong could catch Ning Guanyao, it was like a stream of light, igniting Ning Wodong's body. Ah! Ning Wodong screamed and fell to the ground, trying to extinguish the flames that were constantly eroding his body. But even if his body could quickly recover, it was still useless. Ning Guanyao, whose clothes were soaked in cold sweat, saw this scene and let out a cruel laugh. "Bastard, you deserve to be burned to death. You even dare to betray your biological father. Go to hell with your bitch mother. The frightened Ning Guanyao suddenly rushed to the dead body of Luo Tsuishan and kicked Luo Tsuishan's corpse. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to appease his anger without vicious words and lashing the corpse. Ning Guodong tried to crawl to him, but the Nanmingli fire was a heavenly fire that even soul formation cultivators couldn't withstand. How could he stop it? Not long after, the entire body of Ning Guodong had turned into ashes. Seeing this, Yangqing wanted to burn Ning Guanyao as well. But he could only think about it. After all, Luo Tsuishan and Ning Guodong weren't good people. If he killed Ning Guanyao for them, he might as well not save him. But when he thought about how Ning Guanyao still had to get close to Lin Ruoxi in the future, Yangqing was worried. You still have the time to care about other things? Wen Tao withdrew the rain of arrows. He knew that it wouldn't be of much use, but he was very dissatisfied with Yangqing's distraction. As if he was being treated with contempt, his anger rose again. At least your methods aren't too difficult for me to deal with, Yangqing said cautiously. Wen Tao suddenly smiled strangely. I'll give you a chance. How about cooperating with me? What cooperation? Come with me and overturn this rotten world. Wen Tao shouted fanatically. Yangqing was stunned. He pointed at himself in confusion. You said to let me? Overturn the world? That's right. Aren't you Pluto, one of the gods? Regardless of whether this god is a real god or not, shouldn't a god change the world? Wen Tao said bluntly. I think you're indeed different from Yan Buwen. Yangqing clicked his tongue and sighed. At least Yan Buwen is a little crazy, but you're a lunatic. I think you're the stupid pig. You don't deserve to be called Pluto. You don't deserve to have your abilities and status. Wen Tao waved his fist and shouted angrily, what god? As a god, you should benefit the common people. But you gods only know how to hide your heads and show your tails. You don't care about the affairs of the world, and you even put on a hypocritical attitude of an otherworldly master. Just like in this so-called country filled with ancient civilizations, countless inheritances, and countless cultivators, these rich families, these big clans, these nobles, and important officials are the stumbling blocks of this world. What an ugly condensation. I was just an ordinary child from a poor family. I only wanted to get into a university so that my parents could have a good old age after being poor for the rest of their lives. But because of those damn dog officials, even though they were rich, they still deprived me of the only chance to go to school, which could change the fate of my family for the rest of their lives. And that bullshit Premier Ning Guanyao on the ground, who does he think he is? He lives like a prince and only knows how to fool the people. He can even kill and trample on his own wife and son at will. Unscrupulous. Is this what you think a person should do? The Tang family was a family of loyal martyrs. They did their best for the mysterious Hong Meng, but that old man's son had gone crazy because of Hong Meng. He didn't even know how he died. How righteous do you think Hong Meng is? Luo Tsuishan just wanted a husband who truly loved her and cared about her. Couldn't he care a little more about her? Even if he didn't like her being slept with by someone else, couldn't he arrange a place for her to live in seclusion? Did he have to kill her to silence her? Just because she used to be a medal of some ugly man. Such a group of gods, such a group of cultivators, such a person in power, you, a human who relied on yourself to kill your way to this day, are you willing to go with the flow? Why not come with me and sweep through this rotten and degenerate world, spreading true freedom and power into the hands of all ordinary people? I believe that one day, all ordinary humans will be able to find their own strength, and will be able to have the power to fight against these gods and demons. They will never be oppressed, exploited, and slaughtered by any force or anyone. If the gods and Hong Meng really represent fairness and the truth of the world, why is the world so unfair? Despicable people do whatever they want, causing the truly pure and kind people to be insulted and hurt, and walk into a desperate situation where they will not rest until they die. If all living beings in this world will only become the pawns of those filthy beasts, then what is the point of the existence of this god? What is the meaning of Hong Meng? If even this most simple and ordinary wish can't be fulfilled, then, come with me to overthrow everything and go against the heavens. Wen Tao's hoarse shout seemed to shake the heaven and earth, deafening even the deaf. The surging feeling of the anger that had been accumulated in his chest for tens of thousands of years was overwhelming. The night wind in the sky was bleak, and the stars were endless. Under the vast sky, the two figures stood faintly. At this moment, the inexplicable quietness made one's bones shiver. After a long silence, the expressionless Xianxia let out a long sigh. He lowered his head and chuckled, then shook his head. Maybe it's not appropriate for me to say that you're a lunatic. You're not only a lunatic, but also a coward. When Wen Tao heard such a response, he wanted to tear Xianxia into pieces. You said I'm a coward? Haha. Are you dreaming because it's getting late? Wen Tao sneered. Xianxia didn't bother to explain. His hands were once again ignited with blood-colored hellfire. Let's end this quickly. I was the one who gave you the opportunity to get to where you are today. Karma is retribution. I should be the one to end everything today. Do you think that your ice and fire can hurt me? Wen Tao said disdainfully. If we don't fight, how will we know? Xianxia didn't say anything more. He urged the power of heaven and earth to sweep toward Wen Tao. One hand ignited with blood-colored hellfire, and the other hand rose with dark blue nether water, which rushed toward Wen Tao like a hot knife through butter. Several hellfire dragons roared and coiled around Xianxia. As they rushed toward Wen Tao, the nether water turned into a large number of dragons in the sea, breaking through the air and surrounding him. The frenzied attacks of ice and fire dyed half the sky into a magnificent sight of red and blue intersecting. Vast expanses of chi billowed, forming shocking roiling clouds. The muffled sounds were like countless nuclear warheads exploding in a sphere without end. The space in this area was torn apart inch by inch, as if it could form a space-time crack at any time and swallow people. The beautiful scenery was a deadly prison in the air. Ning Jingchun, who was watching the battle from afar, widened his eyes in shock when he felt the pressure of the heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens at the early stage of the crossing tribulation. He didn't even dare to imagine how he would die if those red and blue dragons touched his body. This young man's cultivation had far exceeded his expectations. When he thought of the tone he used to speak to him, he felt a wave of lingering fear. Even if the top experts of the family came, they might not be able to withstand it. What kind of abnormal cultivation method did he cultivate? How could he have such achievements at such a young age? However, Xianxia didn't feel that his ferocious offensive had any real effect. After the countless heavenly fire and mysterious water dismembered Wen Tao's body, they still couldn't stop the countless fine antimatter energy from flowing and rolling in the air. The antimatter energy couldn't be destroyed, couldn't be swallowed up, and was endless as it repeatedly condensed and dispersed. Xianxia knew that his cultivation was no longer the same as before. If he met Yan Buwen now, he would definitely be able to use the heavenly fire and mysterious water to instantly kill him. However, the Wen Tao in front of him wasn't afraid of the supreme power of heaven and earth at all. Perhaps it was because he wasn't a cultivator, but the karmic fire, which was extremely destructive to the soul, actually didn't have any effect on Wen Tao. The flames dissipated, and Wen Tao's body condensed once again. Yang Lai's body appeared once again. Hee, since you refuse to accept a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, since you're so stubborn, then you'll be a stumbling block for me to sweep through this world. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest easy. Seeing that you've used up all your tricks, I'll let you see my true strength now. As soon as Wen Tao finished speaking, his entire body turned into a body of energy. After a burst of violent expansion, it condensed together again, twisted and rotated, and then gradually expanded and extended. In the blink of an eye, without waiting for Xianxia to react, a vortex had formed in midair. Xianxia tried to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but he discovered that it was all in vain. It was as if the entire world had become a vacuum at this moment. All the spiritual energy didn't exist, and other than the endless resolve restoration scripture in his body, he was unable to use the endless power of heaven and earth to defend against the enemy. What made Xianxia even more shocked was that his body didn't listen to his orders and began to be sucked into the vortex. No matter how much Xianxia urged the power of heaven and earth in his body, he couldn't get rid of it. This kind of suction was so strong that it was like a black hole in the universe. It's useless. Xianxia. My antimatter energy has evolved to a level that you can't understand after the transformation of the device. Do you think that I would come here to take the risk just because of Yan Buwen's strength at that time? Don't tell me I came to die in front of you. The current me is countless times stronger than Yan Buwen. This antimatter energy vortex will use the crack between the different space and the parallel space to completely shatter your soul. Even if you have a divine spark and can reincarnate, in a situation where your soul is also controlled by me, you can only wait for death. Since I can't eat you, and I can't use you, let me destroy you. In the silver-gray vortex, Xianxia's face began to twist and pull, trying his best to stabilize his body, but the vortex of antimatter energy was still nibbling away at his heaven and earth power at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia could even imagine that if he couldn't communicate with heaven and earth, and continued to be swallowed like this, it wouldn't take long for his body to be completely decomposed in the form of energy. This kind of state where there was no sense of resistance made Xianxia angry, but at the same time, he felt quite horrified. He was still too careless. He thought that as long as he didn't face the top experts in the illusion realm, he would have absolute strength, but he didn't expect that the first time he faced Wen Tao head-on, he was already so strong. Even he could be reborn like this. If he really had to risk his life to face the experts in the illusion realm, it would be even more difficult. Seeing that he might not be able to turn the situation around, Xianxia struggled in his heart. Could it be that he had no choice but to use the Chaos Cauldron? If that monster lost control and controlled him, even if it was for a moment, he really didn't know what it would do. Just as Xianxia's heart was in a stalemate, Wen Tao, who had turned into an energy body, was laughing wildly. The man who felt that victory was in his grasp said disdainfully, "Xianxia, you've won against so many people, but so what? In the end, aren't you going to fall in my hands? Do you know why you lost to me? Before you die, let me tell you, you have too many restraints that only the weak will have." The world was a forest where the strong preyed on the weak. A true expert would only use the instincts of an animal to make himself live better. Sacrificing any of one's own interests to let others live a better life was an extremely foolish idea. Cowardice, shackles, pity, weakness, all of these will cause you to die by my hands. I thought you would be different, but now it seems that you are far from qualified as an expert. You are even less qualified to be my opponent. In the wild laughter, Wen Tao once again accelerated the flow of antimatter energy. The vortex seemed to have become a huge high-altitude tornado, and it looked like it was about to cover the entire radius of tens of kilometers. Ning Jingchen, who was on the ground, saw that something was wrong and couldn't care too much. He had already turned into a white light and left the scene with Ning Guangyao. Wen Tao was focused on dealing with Xianxia and didn't pay attention to them. After all, it was much easier to chase and kill these two people than to kill Xianxia. The power of heaven and earth supported by Xianxia's body was getting thinner and thinner, and it was gradually about to collapse. Seeing that victory was right in front of him, Wen Tao was about to launch a wave of attacks with all his strength, but he was alerted. Suddenly, a pair of huge scarlet eyes flashed from the center of the vortex. Immediately afterward, a dark gray muddy beast shadow spread two pairs of fleshy wings and let out a deafening roar, raging out of it. What is this? In shock, Wen Tao felt that his antimatter energy vortex could no longer continue to devour Xianxia. Instead, it was being sucked toward the center by a powerful suction force. It was like chasing a wild beast, and suddenly the situation changed in the blink of an eye. He was being chased by the wild beast, and he was being chased and bitten by it. Xianxia's roar came out at this moment. Immediately afterward, Xianxia, whose eyes were red, was like a god of war from hell. One of his thick arms, holding the chaos cauldron that was as huge as a small hill, stood in the center of the vortex as stable as Mount Tai. "Who are you saying, doesn't have the right?" Xianxia retorted. He enunciated each word slowly, his voice deep and cold. Wen Tao seemed to be able to see that behind this man, there was a huge beast that was as huge as a mountain, looking at him with a hungry stomach. Those fierce eyes could not wait to devour him. After the antimatter energy vortex was forcibly controlled, Wen Tao stabilized his body, but the strong suction from the giant cauldron made it difficult for him to move in midair. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Wen Tao trembled all over, feeling an irresistible fear. He could clearly feel that if he was eaten by this beast, he would not have any chance of survival. Xianxia, on the other hand, walked closer to him inch by inch. Every step seemed to be stepping on Wen Tao's heart, stepping on the heavy drum beat, stirring up power. Maybe what you said is right, there are too many injustices in this world, you deserve sympathy, you deserve to be lamented, you deserve to be pitied, but in my opinion, you are even more abominable, even more ridiculous. You said that it was the corrupt officials who ruined your life, then why did you try to become Ning Guanyao to change all this? You said that Luo Tsuishan is a woman with a bitter life, then why did you use her and then abandon her? Why didn't you love her, why didn't you save her? You said that the primordial world and the gods viewed the common people like dogs. Then, in order to achieve your goals, you slaughtered and even went to the extent of mobilizing troops and causing rivers of blood to flow. What kind of benevolence is that? You are right, I, Yangqing, am really not that strong. I have pity, I have cowardice, I have concerns, I have fetters. I have selfishness, I have no grand ambitions, and I have no great desire to change this world. At this point, Yangqing was less than 3 feet away from Wen Tao. The chaotic beast shadow behind Yangqing was like a huge tsunami, ready to swallow Wen Tao at any time. Yangqing's voice was like a huge wave, surging and turbulent. But I will never back down, I will never deny it, and I will never try to cover up my own weakness. My hypocrisy. His own selfishness. I am me, the Yangqing who stood in front of the cripple Wen Tao, and the Yangqing who stands in front of you, the coward Wen Tao, are all me. What about you? You don't dare to use your true self to face this cruel world. You're just a clown who knows how to hide behind all kinds of people, borrowing other people's masks to create your own mask. You're trying to comfort your own incompetence and hypocrisy with that twisted belief of yours that you're humble and pitiful, yet you're trying to deny. You're such an inferiority complex and full of bullshit. You're still hiding in someone else's body, a pitiful wretch who doesn't dare to see the light of day. Coward, what right do you have to fight me? Wen Tao's face turned pale and he kept shaking his head. No. No. I'm not like that. You're talking nonsense. It doesn't matter anymore, because I'm going to take your life today. Yangqing's eyes flashed. Although the Chaos Cauldron's murderous aura was rampant, it was still within his control. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Cauldron opened its bloody mouth and launched a crazy suction force towards Wen Tao. This chaos devoured everything. Even if the antimatter energy was an energy that violated the laws of heaven and earth, it couldn't escape the scope of the chaos force. Naturally, it couldn't escape. Wen Tao realized that the situation was not good. He couldn't care less about the anxiety and unwillingness in his heart. He tried his best to burst out a huge amount of antimatter energy and tried to escape to the southwest. However, the Chaos Cauldron wasn't that easy to deal with. Under the urging of Yangqing, it once again increased the devouring force. In the roar of the giant beast, Wen Tao's body began to gradually lose its strength. The stalemate situation gradually tilted towards Yangqing. But at this moment, Yangqing felt a sharp pain in his head. With a muffled groan, Yangqing felt a violent turbulence trying to invade his brain. The chaos force really didn't give up. As soon as it released its powerful force, it tried to take the opportunity to counterattack. Yangqing hurriedly operated the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture to suppress it. But it was also this moment of negligence that gave Wen Tao a chance. Although Wen Tao wondered why there was such a gap, he had already lost his will to fight. He just wanted to escape desperately. How would he dare to look back and think about it? For a moment, Wen Tao tried his best to exert the antimatter energy. His strong desire to survive finally allowed him to break free from the shackles of the Chaos Cauldron. But just as he was running away, Yangqing stabilized the savage beast in his head and once again activated the power of the Chaos Cauldron. Where are you going? Yangqing roared. The ancient giant cauldron was like a giant cover that could turn the sky upside down. The bloody pattern on it flickered and fell on Wen Tao's figure. Suddenly, a silver-gray energy burst out from Yang Lai's body. Yang Lai's dead body was disintegrated and swallowed the moment it was sucked into the Chaos Cauldron. Wen Tao finally realized that there was a chance of survival if he didn't carry any burden and escaped in the form of pure energy. So he gritted his teeth and gave up this occupied body. Yangqing didn't react for a while. After all, Yang Lai's body was swallowed, and there were some psychological changes. But when he came back to his senses, he shouted that he was fooled. This guy actually played the trick of a cicada shedding its carapace. Taking advantage of his short delay, he ran away. But how could Xianxia let go of the culprit so easily? Even if he ran away, his divine sense could still catch up with him. No matter how fast the antimatter energy beam was, it wasn't to the point where Xianxia couldn't catch up with it. Without hesitation, Xianxia put away the chaos cauldron and turned into a stream of light, chasing after it closely. In the vast night sky, the icy wind blew against his face. Wen Tao realized that the situation was not good. His speed was not enough to escape. If he wanted to get rid of Xianxia, he had to think of other ways. The best way was naturally to use something to threaten Xianxia to leave obediently. But he had already left the Yanjing area. Where could he find a hostage to threaten him? Suddenly, an evil light flashed in Wen Tao's mind. Following the direction in which he was randomly escaping, he thought of a person far away in the southwest of Xianxia. Wouldn't he be able to use him as a hostage? After all, he had swallowed Yang Lai and seized a large number of memories from Yang Lai's mind. Wen Tao immediately locked onto his target. In just a few minutes, Wen Tao had already flown over Chuan province. In the distance, it was the beautiful Mount Amei. Looking from afar, the two peaks were ethereal and towering, like thrushes. The cliffs of the mountain were steep and precipitous, with jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. It had a majestic grandeur. Although it was night, the clouds and mist were lingering and drizzling. The clouds and mist that filled the mountains were ever-changing, making Mount Amei look like a graceful and wonderful person. Seeing Wen Tao's figure falling straight down, Xianxia's nerves tightened. This is Mount Amei? Shu Mountain. Almost without thinking, Xianxia could also guess what this crazy cripple wanted to do. He must have seized Yang Lai's memory and found out how to enter the Shu Mountain sect's encampment hidden deep in the back of Mount Amei. Although it was hidden, it was not difficult for people who could fly in the sky and tunnel underground. Inside, Huilin was meditating with her junior brothers and sisters because of her sadness. Is he going to lay his hands on Huilin? When Xianxia thought of this, it added fuel to the fire. He was like a crazy demon, with sparks in his eyes. He had been hurt by that innocent and kind girl many times, and caused her to come back to Shu Mountain alone to be with the green lamp. If he hurt her again, he would be worse than a pig or a dog. Mount Amei was not the only main peak of Mount Amei. It was also the name of the major mountains in Chuan province. According to Abba Xun Miao, there were also many outstanding founders of Shu Mountain. The sect had been established for at least thousands of years. If it weren't for the decline of the disciples in recent times, they would have been hidden with a mountain protection formation. But now, Shu Mountain sect was only hidden in the back of the mountain. Relying on their relationship with the government, they blocked the passage to the common people, so few people knew about it. Under the night sky, the clouds and mist dispersed. In the quiet Shu Mountain sect, simple stone houses with black roofs and green walls, pavilions with red pillars and green tiles were neatly arranged, faintly forming a Tai Chi Yin and Yang formation. In the center of the sect, there was a sharp black-gray Bagua pagoda that was tens of meters high. It seemed to have experienced the baptism of thousands of years, standing tall without anger. At this moment, in a large hall located in the middle of the building in the back half of the mountain, 4 nuns in plain black clothes and nun hats were silently chanting. The continuous cold rain in the mountains seemed to be in line with the tranquil state of mind of the 4 nuns. At this moment, a silver-gray streamer flashed in and went straight to the nun in the main hall. A hint of shock appeared on the nun's beautiful face. Just as she was about to get up, her neck was clamped by a cold hand. Ah! The silver-gray antimatter energy transformed into several tiny halos and chains, binding the nun's hands and feet. Senior Sister Huilin. Who are you? Let go of my senior sister. After a moment of shock, the 3 female disciples hurriedly got up and shouted with suspicion and anger. Huilin was ashamed and angry. She raised her head and glanced at the evil man behind her. She had never seen this ferocious-looking unfamiliar man before. Where did he come from? Instinctively, Huilin circulated the internal energy of Mount Shu and formed a layer of true qi shield, trying to break free. However, this internal energy that had not even reached the innate realm could not shake Wen Tao in the slightest. Almost all of it was broken down. However, what made Hui Lin even more afraid was that her hands and feet were actually sealed by this strange power. It was unbreakable, as if she had become a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. How did this guy know where Mount Shu was? And why did he come to capture her? These questions, in the next second, when Yangqing appeared at the entrance of the hall, Hui Lin had an epiphany. Brother Yang. Although at this moment, this man looked fierce and his whole body was faintly emitting a bloody light, Hui Lin could not restrain her ecstasy. The emotions of joy and longing made the woman's eyes moisten. The 3 female disciples in the hall were full of question marks, and they could not figure out what was going on. Let go of her. If you do this, you will only die more miserably later. When Yangqing noticed the antimatter energy on Hui Lin's hands and feet, he did not dare to act rashly. It had to be said that the cripple had gambled correctly. If he had captured someone else, even if he said that he wanted to slaughter an entire city of people, Yangqing would not have stopped because of such a threat. However, the person he had captured was Hui Lin. Although he had rejected her several times, he could not help but care about her in his heart. After realizing something, Wen Tao finally revealed a cold smile. He grabbed Hui Lin's tender neck and said leisurely, "Do you think I care about how tragic it is? I'm going to die anyway. As long as I catch her, I still have a chance to live. If you're really ruthless, then before I die, I'll drag the woman you love down with me." Like a woman? Before Yangqing could say anything, Hui Lin's face turned red. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Nonsense. Who the hell are you? I'm not the woman that Brother Yang likes. Haha. Miss Lin Hui, as far as I know, your fans all over the world are waiting for you to come back to work and appear in front of them. You're a heartthrob, how can you belittle yourself like this? Who knows? How many youngsters see you as their dream lover? Besides, I only said that I like him, I didn't say that he loves you. If you love him, why are you so excited? It can be brother and sister's love, Wen Tao said mockingly. You. Hui Lin's face was burning. Her eyes darted around but she didn't dare to look at Yangqing. Although she knew that she shouldn't be thinking about this at a time like this, she was very serious. Yangqing felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Do you think you have a chance to live by doing this? Do you really think that I have no way to save her? Really? If you have a way, why don't you give it a try? Let's see if it's faster for you to kill me or me to kill this woman." TSK, based on her cultivation level, she hasn't even reached the divine transformation stage. You have to know that it only took me a few seconds to kill 2 middle divine transformation stage cultivators from the Ning family. Wen Tao grinned evilly. Hearing this, Hui Lin quickly realized what had happened. Although she didn't know who this guy was, she was sure that he was someone that Yangqing hated to the core. Brother Yang, you don't have to care about me. He must have done a lot of bad things for you to chase after him like this. You must kill him. I don't care. Hui Lin endured the pain of her neck being strangled and shouted with all her might. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I didn't ask you to speak, so shut up. Yangqing suddenly reprimanded and stared at Hui Lin with bloodshot eyes. The girl was so shocked that she almost lost her breath and tears almost fell from her eyes. Yangqing raised his feet and began to walk towards Wen Tao. The huge pressure of the tribulation passing stage began to press down on Wen Tao like a tsunami. Feeling that Yangqing was trying to slowly defeat him psychologically, Wen Tao was not afraid at all. He knew very well that the slower the action, the more important the hostage was to Yangqing. With a sneer, Wen Tao suddenly separated a silver-gray energy flow and streaked across the bodies of the 3 nuns in front of him. Junior sister. Hui Lin screamed and tears flowed out of her eyes. Yangqing also stopped in his tracks and did not dare to rashly take another step. This was because the 3 female disciples of Mount Shu who did not have any cultivation were actually disintegrated into pieces without even the slightest reaction. Do you see that? My plan failed because you're stronger than I expected. But that doesn't mean that other people can block a single bit of my attack. Although I'm not as good as you, the gap isn't so big that you can't kill this beautiful little empress before you kill me. Wen Tao laughed sinisterly. You're threatening me. Yangqing gritted his teeth, but he was afraid that this madman would hurt Hui Lin, so he could only withdraw all his pressure. Wen Tao became more and more complacent. So what if I threaten you? Anyway, once today's matter is exposed, you will definitely put all the grudges on my head. In your eyes, I must die. It doesn't matter what I do. Why do you care about doing a few more evil things? What do you want? Yangqing clenched his fists so tightly that his nails even dug into the flesh of his palms. He kept thinking of all possible ways to save Hui Lin. Wen Tao pretended to think for a while. How about this? If I want you to commit suicide, you definitely won't do it. I'm not asking for much. You just have to leave obediently. I'll attach a trace of antimatter energy to your body. When you're at a safe distance, I'll naturally let Miss Lin Hui go. Do you think I'm 3 years old? If that's the case, I'm afraid that not only will you not let her go, but you will also hide and ambush me again. I don't know when you will stab me in the back, Yangqing said coldly. So what? The point is that you have no choice. Hui Lin is in my hands, unless you don't care about her life. Wen Tao squeezed Hui Lin's neck hard again. Hui Lin's eyes were red from crying. Crystal clear tears rolled down her cheeks, some for herself, and some for her junior sisters. The girl choked with sobs. Suddenly, her eyes revealed a hint of determination. With great difficulty, she smiled faintly. Brother Yang. I can't drag you down. Yangqing was hesitating if he should take the risk. After all, if he let go of Wen Tao, Hui Lin would have a higher chance of surviving as a hostage. When he heard the girl's words, his mind buzzed, as if he had thought of something. Don't do anything stupid. Yangqing roared in anger. But it was too late just as he shouted. Pfft! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted out from Hui Lin's mouth. The blood stained her fair cheeks and dripped onto the bluestone floor. It was like a white lotus that had been dyed red, blooming in a sad manner. The scene that Yangqing was most worried about happened. Hui Lin used her own internal energy to break her own arteries and veins in order to commit suicide. Wen Tao, who was behind, was also caught off guard. He never expected that this seemingly gentle girl would use her own life to exchange for a man's victory at such a critical moment. It was also at this moment that he was distracted that Yangqing's figure moved. Taking advantage of his unprepared state of mind, he was already in front of him. The baptism of many years of bloody battles had given Yangqing the instinct to not miss an opening even when he was faced with a drastic change in the battle situation. Bam! With a loud explosion, Yangqing's heavy fist, which was mixed with the pure heaven and earth energy, smashed onto Wen Tao's head. Wen Tao was stunned for a moment. His head was smashed into pieces again. Taking advantage of this, Yangqing grabbed Huilin, who was already soft and covered in blood, from his hand, and flashed to an open space not far away. Before Wen Tao could turn his body into an energy form again to escape, Yangqing had already summoned the Chaos Cauldron and hovered high in the air. This time, Yangqing was too angry to restrain his control of the Chaos Cauldron. The Chaos Beast was even more arrogant than before. It was so huge that it almost covered half of the mountain of Shu Mountain sect. Roar! In the low roar, Chaos opened its bloody mouth, like countless sharp fangs, and was about to crush Wen Tao, who had turned into an energy body. Wen Tao had used all the antimatter energy, but his own ability was limited in the case that he couldn't get replenishment from the outside world. The silver-gray figure gradually began to shatter, drifting like silver catkins. No. I can't die. I still have a lot of things to do. No. In the shouting, Wen Tao shouted himself hoarse, but he couldn't resist the greed of Chaos Beast. Chaos could clearly feel that if it ate the concentrated essence of this antimatter energy, its own recovery would be greatly benefited. But at the critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Even Yangqing didn't notice it at the first time. In the center of Shu Mountain sect, the ugly 6 directions 8 trigrams black tower actually moved. The black-gray tower seemed to have been summoned by something wonderful. After thousands of years of history and vicissitudes, the old but enduring tower shook majestically. Countless golden rays of light scattered from the countless cracks around the black tower, illuminating the top of the mountain and reflecting the sky. In the sky, dark clouds had gathered from all directions, rolling and condensing into a magnificent wave of clouds. A beam of light shot out from the top of the tower, piercing through the 9 heavens. The dark clouds rotated rapidly around the beam of light. Faintly, thunder could be seen rolling, purple and blue, like a vortex that could destroy heaven and earth. The chaos beast, who was about to devour Wen Tao, suddenly restrained its flames and shrank back into the chaos cauldron after sensing something. Yangqing was also shocked. When he looked back, he found that the situation was strange and shocking. There was a trace of fear and uneasiness coming from the chaos cauldron. Is chaos afraid? Yangqing was extremely stunned, because so far, Yangqing had never felt that chaos was afraid. Was it afraid of this shocking scene, or was it afraid of the constantly shaking Black Tower? Wen Tao, who was not far away, was weak after consuming a large amount of antimatter energy, but he was also ecstatic that he had survived the disaster inexplicably. While Yangqing was not paying attention, Wen Tao turned into a stream of light and tried to escape from the Mount Shu area. However, the situation was obviously not that simple. Bang! The moment Wen Tao's body touched the edge of the mountain, he was bounced back by an invisible force. Blah blah blah. The greenish-purple lightning spread around the mountain like an electric current. A protective wall that enveloped Shu Mountain had unknowingly formed. What the hell is this? Yangqing didn't care whether Wen Tao was trying to escape or not. He quickly picked up Hui Lin, who was lying on the ground, fearing that something bad might happen to her. After a simple check of Hui Lin's heart meridian, he found that although Hui Lin's heart meridian was broken, she would not lose too much blood in a short period of time thanks to the internal force of Mount Shu. Yangqing immediately transferred the power of heaven and earth into Hui Lin's body, and used the powerful recovery technique of the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture to help repair Hui Lin's damaged heart meridian. After all, it was not a complicated injury, but a pure meridian problem. Yangqing could still solve it quickly. However, because Hui Lin was weak, she had fainted and could not sense the earth-shattering changes that were taking place outside. Although the remaining disciples of Mount Shu were also awakened, they did not dare to run out. The strange phenomenon above the sect made them tremble with fear. After a few continuous sprints, Wen Tao found that there was still no way to escape from the range of Mount Shu. He felt discouraged and uneasy. And at this moment, layers of black skin began to peel off from the outside of the Black Tower, revealing the simple and unadorned greenish-gray tower body inside. Countless complicated and magical runes intertwined on the surface of the tower. These runes were shining with a golden-red brilliance, and faintly emitted Sanskrit sounds that seemed to come from ancient times. In the sky, there was a faint golden brilliance. Although it was night, it was as bright as day. Before Yangqing could react, the golden brilliance around the mysterious tower condensed into several transparent chains that were as thick as dragons. These chains were as fast as lightning, and with a strong suction force, they wrapped around Yangqing and Wen Tao. When Yangqing saw that the chains were binding him, he was shocked to realize that he was still carrying Hui Lin. But just as he was about to throw Hui Lin down, he was already shackled by the chains. No matter how Yangqing attacked the chains with the power of heaven and earth, the chains did not budge, and even tightened. Afraid that he would hurt Hui Lin, Yangqing could only give up. In fact, Yangqing could no longer think clearly about what was going on. As for the chaos cauldron, it was as if it knew that it could not escape, so it obediently shrank back into Yangqing's dantian and did not move at all. From afar, Wen Tao's struggle was completely useless. After being shackled by the chains, he was pulled towards the tower. Gradually, Yangqing saw that he was getting closer and closer to the giant tower, until he was engulfed by a ball of golden brilliance. This earth-shattering scene happened in the middle of the night. Other than some disciples of the Mount Shu faction, no one else noticed it. But when the next morning came, the disciples of the Mount Shu faction came out to take a look carefully, but they could not see any movement from the giant tower. Everyone had to treat it as a supernatural event. The only thing that shocked everyone in the faction was that senior sister Hui Lin had disappeared, and so had the 3 female disciples. However, the young disciples in the faction could not decide all of this, so they could only inform Abbess Yun Miao, who was far away in Yanjing. After experiencing this dreamlike scene, the disciples looked at the dark gray ancient tower in the faction that seemed to have never moved, and a trace of indescribable fear was vaguely born in them. In the North Pole, under the ice cap, in the deep underground space, a brand new hidden place had been operating unknowingly. A large number of strange advanced intelligent machines were methodically carrying out all kinds of data detection and control. In the middle of the huge experimental site, on a round ice table, a massive khaki halo was suspended in midair, flickering softly. Above the round table, there were several pinhole-like probes constantly releasing traces of antimatter energy, as if they were carrying out some kind of balance. An iron-masked man in a black robe was lying on an ice bed, looking at an international satellite television in the distance, looking bored. He was not too interested in the products of human technology, but he had no other choice. Other than gathering information, he could only stay under the ice layer for the rest of the time. No matter how rebellious he still did not dare to disobey Athena's order. Suddenly, an elegant figure in a black gauze dress abruptly appeared in the middle of the laboratory. Black Robe hurriedly crawled down and said respectfully, "You're here, everything is normal, Gaia's heart is gradually recovering successfully." There was no emotion on Athena's face that could not be seen clearly. She said lightly, "You don't need to tell me, I know." Black Robe laughed stiffly a few times, not knowing what to say, so he flattered, as expected of the goddess of wisdom, "The equipment here is many times better than what Yan Buwen and Wen Tao made. If it wasn't for you having so many people, they wouldn't have had a chance to work on it for so long." Athena walked lightly in the laboratory, looked at it, and said leisurely, "Let them do it, then they can really understand the principles. If I do it myself, they won't be able to do it in one go, they'll be useless." Yes, you've thought it through." Black Robe smiled apologetically, then hesitated and asked, "Your Excellency, why don't we take the cloning equipment from the laboratory founded by Yan Buwen? Didn't it take a lot of effort to complete it? Is it useless?" Athena adjusted some of the equipment and said casually, "I want to keep some of the original clones, so that during the recovery stage of Gaia's heart, the divinity found from all over the world can be injected into the clones to revive a group of Protoss in advance and assist in the recovery of Gaia's heart. However, Yan Buwen is not an obedient guy, he doesn't change his ways despite repeated warnings, causing him to waste too many clones and divinity, so there's no need for my plan to continue. In fact, that plan is just an idea to add flowers to the brocade. As long as enough blood of the Titan giant god is absorbed from the giants, coupled with the power of the Lord God's divinity, the recovery of Gaia's heart is definitely enough. So that's how it is." Black Robe suddenly understood, but he was still a little annoyed. If he had known that it was not necessary, he would not have kept an eye on it and almost exposed himself earlier. "You don't seem to be very satisfied with my approach?" Athena turned around and asked coldly. Black Robe hurriedly shook his head and laughed, "How could that be, Your Excellency? I'm just curious about everything." "Humph, since you've been guarding here, I'll tell you a few more words. In fact, you don't need to know all this at all." Black Robe cursed in his heart. This woman's character was really hateful. If it wasn't for her strength, he would really want to skin her alive. But on the surface, he could only smile apologetically and carefully said, "Your Excellency, there's something I've been worried about. Please guide me." "Speak." "That Wen Tao knows of Your Excellency's existence, and he must have guessed that we have a secret base in the Arctic. Now that he is confronting Yangqing head-on, if it is leaked to Yangqing, will there be trouble?" Black Robe said worriedly. Athena chuckled and said playfully, "You're wrong. He never knew of my existence." "This? What do you mean?" Black Robe was puzzled. "Didn't he get Yan Buwen's biochip?" "That's right, but he's not Yan Buwen's original body, so he can't perfectly implant the biochip specially designed for Yan Buwen's clone into his own brain. Yan Buwen's biochip has a biological genetic code. What Wen Tao can do is to use the computer to extract theoretical information from the chip that can be digitized. Although this is enough for him to continue to develop Yan Buwen's scientific research technology, he can't obtain Yan Buwen's complex memory information and emotional information because those information can't be implanted with data." Black Robe was stunned. It turned out that he was worrying too much. This woman had already thought of it. He was worried that Yangqing would suddenly come and he wouldn't be able to handle it. Athena seemed to be muttering to herself, compared to Yan Buwen's technology, Wen Tao uses the transformed antimatter energy to turn himself into an energy body and devour people, which is a level higher. When he devoured Yang Lai, he could obtain information such as Yang Lai's memory and emotions. This is his improvement in Yan Buwen's scientific research technology. Hee, that little cripple is quite smart, but after the matter in Yanjing is exposed, I'm afraid that Yangcheng's chaos cauldron will eat him up, Black Robe said with a sinister smile. Athena turned around and looked at Gaia's heart that was becoming more and more energetic. Her black dress danced and she revealed a meaningful smile. Although the face could not be seen clearly, Black Robe was also attracted by this beautiful scene and was stunned. Don't. Husband, you can't do this. No. In the darkness, Lin Ruashi screamed and suddenly woke up from her sleep. After sitting up in bed, Lin Ruashi subconsciously touched her delicate cheeks. There was cold sweat dripping down, and her body was splashed with cold water. It turned out to be a dream. Fortunately. Lin Ruashi breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the wall clock in the bedroom. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning. She turned her head and looked at both sides of the bed. Yangqing still hadn't come back, and it was empty. Lin Ruashi frowned, and she had an ominous premonition. After all, Yangqing only said that there were cultivators in Yanjing. Even if there was a fight, it couldn't be so long. However, on second thought, with Yangqing's strength, there shouldn't be any danger. Comforting herself like this, she could also feel at ease. As for the nightmare, people often say that dreams are the opposite, and her man should be very safe. After taking a deep breath and relaxing, Lin Ruashi reached out and stroked Lan Lan, who was still sleeping on the other side. The chubby little girl was not awakened by her mother's scream at all. She, who had excellent sleep quality, was still sleeping soundly like a little pig with her pink mouth open. What made Lin Ruashi feel helpless was that her daughter's saliva had already washed the bed sheet, but she didn't notice it. If other people's saliva soaked her bed, Lin Ruashi would definitely feel disgusted to the extreme, but her own child's saliva didn't feel dirty. Instead, she felt that it was quite cute. Although she had never given birth to a child before, Lin Ruashi gradually realized that she seemed to be fully prepared to be a mother. She didn't need to learn or get used to it. Instead, she was able to take care of the child with ease. Without sleepiness, Lin Ruashi went to the bathroom, took off her wet pajamas, took a hot shower, and changed into a clean and simple home dress. In the past, he would still consider the temperature when wearing clothes. However, ever since he started cultivating, he began to dress more casually. Because it was still early and the other members of the Yang family had not woken up yet, Lin Ruashi had nothing to do, so she turned on her laptop and logged into Yulei International's management system. Using her highest level of authority, she browsed through the recent operating data of all the major branches around the world. Although she had given the position of CEO to Xue Mingyi, Lin Ruashi was used to keeping some cards to herself. The Athena group that she had set up was still under her personal management. The current function of this team was more like that of the CIA. They would regularly compile all the important and confidential information of Yulei's branches. Even Xue Mingyi didn't know all of the information. After all, this was the most precious legacy left behind by the old CEO. Lin Ruashi did not want anything to happen to Yulei after she left. However, Lin Ruashi wouldn't tell Xue Mingyi about the minor flaws, so as to avoid burdening him. Unless there were some strategic issues going in the wrong direction, Lin Ruashi would just turn a blind eye to it. When she was almost done reading, the sky was already bright. The servants in the residence started to get busy one after another. Lin Ruashi saw that it was already late. After turning off the computer, she went to the bedside and carried Lanlan's small body. Lan Lan instinctively hugged her mother like a koala and dozed off in a daze. Little lazy pig, your body is full of saliva. Shame, mommy will take you to take a bath, Lin Ruashi scolded jokingly. Lan Lan clicked her tongue and mumbled sleepily, Mommy, have you eaten breakfast? You only know how to eat. Take a bath first. Come, take off your pajamas. Lin Ruashi walked to the bathroom and put Lan Lan in the bathtub. Then, she took off the child's pajamas. After taking off all her clothes, the chubby little girl's white and pink body was revealed. Her entire body was chubby, and even her joints were covered with tender and soft meat. She was just like a baby. It was hard to imagine that such a chubby little girl could easily penetrate an adult's body. Lin Ruashi liked to bathe her daughter very much. One of the main reasons was that this child's body was really comfortable to touch. She couldn't blame Yanqing for always pinching Lanlan's face. Although it was a little immoral for parents to take advantage of their child's ignorance, they couldn't care less about this. After taking a bath, she changed into a clean white sweater and blue cartoon pattern suspenders. Lanlan finally woke up and excitedly followed Lin Ruoxi out of the room and went straight to the dining room. Although she was curious about why her father disappeared again, she was already used to it, so Lanlan didn't ask much. Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, was thinking about how to explain to Yang Gongming and the other elders that Yanqing didn't return home at night. However, as soon as she walked into the dining room, Lin Ruoxi realized that she didn't need to explain this matter. The atmosphere in the dining room was somewhat depressing and dignified. In addition to Yang Gongming, Yang Pijuan, and Yang Jieyu waiting outside, there was also a guest, Ning Guanyao. The sumptuous breakfast on the table hadn't been touched yet. Obviously, after Ning Guanyao came, everyone didn't have time to eat. Seeing Lin Ruoxi leading Lanlan out, Yang Gongming's face showed a bitter smile. "Ruoxi, you came out. I was just about to let the servants find you and your mother. Is Yanqing back?" Lin Ruoxi felt Ning Guanyao's eyes full of affection. She always felt strange. "No, I didn't see him in the morning. After going out last night, he disappeared." "How did grandfather know?" Lin Ruoxi asked curiously. It was Premier Ning who came over and said that last night near the Pear Garden tea house, there were remnants of Yan Buwen's traitors who wanted to kill Premier Ning. Fortunately, the Ning family had experts protecting them, and Yanqing also stopped the traitor, Yang Jieyu said. Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized that the fight was because someone wanted to kill Ning Guanyao. She couldn't help but look at Ning Guanyao worriedly. Other than looking a little tired, the middle-aged man didn't seem to be injured. Premier Ning said that Yanqing chased after the traitor and didn't know the details. He came over in the morning to take a look and ask, but he didn't expect to not be back yet. Yang Jieyu sighed. "Don't worry, Yanqing's strength is outstanding. Since the other party is chasing after him, he definitely won't have the ability to hurt him. Maybe he met with some small trouble, or maybe he's playing around outside." Yuan Hui comforted. Lin Ruoxi frowned. It seemed that the situation was more complicated. She hoped that Yanqing wouldn't have any accidents, but she couldn't calm her anxiety. Ning Guanyao sighed and said, "Actually, I came here today with another piece of news. It's about Yang Lai." "Lai? What happened to him?" Yang Pijuan asked. Ning Guanyao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "You will know sooner or later, and Yanqing saw it with his own eyes last night. Yang Lai, he was used by a traitor and couldn't help himself. Last night. Sacrifice." Bang bang. A crisp sound came from the side of the dining room door. Everyone was shocked and looked in that direction. Guo, who had just come out with a plate of exquisite pastries, was standing there with a pale face, as if she had been weathered. "Shui. Shuihua. Sister-in-law. You." After Yang Pijuan realized how bad the situation was, he didn't have time to ask why Yang Lai had sacrificed himself. He got up and ran to his wife. Guo covered her chest with one hand and called out Yang Lai's name. She seemed to have difficulty breathing, and her eyes rolled back. She actually fainted. The servants behind her quickly supported her, and the whole room was in chaos. Lin Ruoxi held Lanlan's little hand tightly, and didn't say a word. She looked at the chaotic Yang family in front of her, and her face was pale. Lanlan opened her confused eyes and looked around, as if she wanted to see someone coming back. After an unknown amount of time, she slowly opened her eyes in the darkness. Through the gaps between the branches of the dense trees, she could see the sky. The sky was blue and pure, and there were faint white clouds floating in the air. There was a light breeze beside her ears, and she could smell some grass and soil. Hui Lin still felt some pain in her chest, and her breathing was a little irregular. But the scene in front of her made her sit up in shock. "You're awake? Does it still hurt?" A familiar voice sounded from beside her. Hui Lin's delicate body trembled, and she turned around. She saw Yanqing leaning on a towering tree that was at least 60 to 70 meters tall, and looking at her with a smile. Big brother Yang. Hui Lin subconsciously stroked her chest. Her heart meridian should have been broken by herself, but now, although the true qi in her body was a little weak, it was healed. Knowing that it was Yangqing who saved her, Hui Lin was happy and grateful. She looked around at the dense ancient forest and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, where are we now?" To Hui Lin's surprise, Yangqing shook his head directly. "I don't know. I only remember that I was tied up with a chain by the tower in the center of your Shushan sect. The power was so mysterious that I couldn't resist it at all. Then in the blink of an eye, I fell into this strange place. Because you were injured, I nursed you and wanted to wait for you to wake up before discussing what to do." "You mean, the demon sealing tower of our Shushan sect?" Hui Lin blinked. Yangqing immediately became spirited and said happily, "Hui Lin, do you know the origin of that tower? Is it called demon sealing tower? Then do you know what's going on?" Hui Lin immediately waved her hand and said blankly, "No, I only heard from my grandmother when I was a child. This tower has a long history, so long that there is no accurate record in the ancient books of our Shushan sect. Rumor has it that it is called Demon Sealing Tower. But few people in the sect have heard of this name. We have always regarded it as the relics of our ancestors and treated it carefully. As for why we were pulled here and how to get out, I don't know anything." Yangqing was depressed for a while and said with a wry smile, "It seems that we are in trouble. This place is surprisingly large, but full of strange things. What's wrong?" Hui Lin looked around, stood up, and said, "I don't think there's anything special. Except that these trees seem to be very old, the scenery here is so beautiful." Yangqing patted his forehead. This girl was really silly. "Silly girl, don't you think it's strange? If we entered the demon sealing tower, how could the space inside the tower be so large? Why is there a sky? Where are the trees?" It was as if they were in a vast primeval forest. "Let me tell you this, I used my divine sense to explore, but I couldn't find any edge at all. The area here is estimated to be more than 1,000,000 Shushan. How big is that tower? How can it fit such a large place? More importantly, I can perceive that the thinness of the spiritual qi here has far exceeded the ordinary level. There is almost no spiritual qi here. The power of heaven and earth that I can use is almost all inherent in my dantian. I can't mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth for my use like I can in the outside world. Under such circumstances, even if I wanted to fly you as fast as possible, I would have to stop frequently to recover my true essence due to the consumption of my body's true essence. Moreover, I would have to take a lot of medicinal pills. Otherwise, the spiritual qi here would be too thin, and it would take a long time for me to fully recover." Hui Lin finally understood what was going on, but she didn't seem too nervous or worried. She smiled and said, "It's okay. We can just walk. We'll find some clues to get out." "You're really open-minded. Should I say that you're slow or optimistic?" Yangqing sighed helplessly. Hui Lin blinked. "Brother Yang, are you in a hurry?" "Of course it's urgent. We're inside. Who knows what's going on outside? Your sister and the others will be worried," Yangqing said gloomily. The girl looked a little ashamed. "Oh. It's my fault. I've implicated Brother Yang. Then let's hurry up so that my sister and the others won't be worried." Yangqing was puzzled. "Hui Lin, are you really not worried? Your grandmother will definitely know. If she can't find you, she will be worried too." Hui Lin blushed. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know it's wrong, but when I see Brother Yang, I'm so happy." After saying that, as if she couldn't believe that she would say such a thing, Hui Lin's chin was almost touching her chest. A girl dressed in a green nun's dress, with such a shy face, was really delicate and lovely. Yangqing looked at the girl with a complicated expression. How could he not feel the affection in her words? He couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. He sighed and said, Why are you so silly? Even if you want to distract that cripple by injuring yourself, you shouldn't joke around with your heart meridian. If I hadn't treated you quickly, you would have really gone to see the King of Hell. Well, I'll pay attention next time." "There's a next time?" Yangqing raised his voice. Hui Lin quickly shook her head vigorously and looked at Yangqing resolutely. Yangqing walked forward and stretched out his finger to point at Hui Lin's forehead. The more I look at you, the dumber you become. No wonder you're not related to your sister. Looking at your dumbfounded look, I should have known that you're not related. Hui Lin was unhappy. She felt that she was looked down upon by the person she liked. She pouted and said, "No, Grandma said that my cultivation talent is very good, and my comprehension is also very good." All right. You're not happy to talk to me. Since you've almost recovered, let's hurry. I won't take you flying, so that you won't consume too much of your cultivation. When we encounter danger, the Xianxia in your body won't be enough. Yangqing said with a smile. Hui Lin smiled with rosy cheeks and nodded vigorously. Yes. Although chatting casually made the atmosphere a lot more relaxed, Yangqing was actually not very confident. He didn't know where he was, and he didn't know how to get out. It was simply a big headache. Hui Lin obviously didn't care much about the situation. She obediently followed by his side and peeked at him from time to time. It was as if as long as Yangqing was beside her, nothing else mattered. Unknowingly, they had been walking for almost 3 days. During this period of time, Yangqing realized that this place should be Earth. After all, there were sun, moon, and stars. However, when he wanted to fly to a higher place, he found that there was a strong barrier in the sky. It was basically a sealed space. This primeval forest with towering trees seemed to be boundlessly vast, and it was also desolate and uninhabited. Fortunately, there were many wild beasts and birds here. Although most of them looked strange and didn't look like the species he had seen in the wild, he could still get some food for Hui Lin. Although Yangqing didn't go to school, he had read a lot of books with his photographic memory. He had a good understanding of nature and history. In Yangqing's eyes, the animals in this place had a certain relationship with many ancient creatures. They retained a lot of characteristics of ancient creatures, but they weren't the ancient creatures that human civilization had come into contact with. In other words, the time when these creatures appeared was very likely to be long before the biological timeline that human beings had explored. Even the plants in this place were exceptionally huge, and there were few plants that he could recognize. When Yangqing saw a big iron tree with columnar branches, feather-like leaves, and a large number of exposed spores, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Seeing that Yangqing was staring at the tree in a daze, Hui Lin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Yang, what's wrong with this tree? I'm afraid that we've really entered a place that's isolated from the world." Yangqing smiled bitterly. Hui Lin was puzzled. She only felt that the plants and animals here were very strange. Since Yangqing said that it might be ancient creatures, she didn't have any special feelings about it. Yangqing knew that the girl didn't have that concept, so he could only explain, "I'm sure that the tree in front of me is a cycad plant that has been proven to be extinct on Earth. Scientists believe that this plant was considered extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period more than 60 million years ago. Although I don't think that all the plants in this place are from the Cretaceous period, as many of them seem to have appeared in the recent tens of thousands of years, I think that the era that stopped here is probably far beyond our imagination." Hui Lin was dumbfounded. Her little brain couldn't even think about the concept of tens of thousands of years, let alone 60 million years. At this moment, Yangqing's sharp ears twitched, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Hui Lin's slender waist. "Follow me, there seems to be something up ahead." Without waiting for Hui Lin to react, Yangqing had already flown a distance with her and landed on a hidden branch of a tall tree. In an empty woodland a few hundred meters ahead, there was actually a fight going on. 3 strong men dressed in rough fur clothes, with bulging muscles and ferocious faces, were besieging an elegant young man dressed in a colorful robe and had a fair complexion. What surprised Yangqing was that this young man's hair was actually a strange purple color, even his pupils were purple. The 3 men were abnormally fast and violent, as if they were relying on their innate battle instincts. They used all kinds of magic, summoned earth spears, crushed stones, and occasionally used their hard fists to attack. The handsome young man held a flower-folding fan in his hand and constantly used fancy techniques to fight with the 3 of them. Occasionally, purple flames would appear, but because the battle had been going on for too long, he seemed to be unable to do anything. What Yangqing found strange was that he couldn't clearly sense the cultivation of these 4 people, but from the situation of the battle, He could tell that their combined strength was not as good as his. Although they were already above the tribulation stage, they were still mediocre. They were not even as good as Yan Feiyu and the others who were at the early stage of the three Yang. Brother Yang, who are they? Why do they seem to be wearing ancient clothes of Huaxia? That purple-haired guy is so weird. Hui Lin said in bewilderment. You ask me, how would I know? Yang Qing smiled bitterly. They are all people with cultivation, but their auras seem to be very special. The only thing that can be comforted is that there are at least living people here. Hui Lin asked nervously, then should we show ourselves? What if they hit us? Of course I'll show myself. I have to think of a way to ask for information about this strange place, but I have to choose the right direction to stand. Those three big guys look like boorish men, but their attacks are coordinated without any gaps. Although they are slightly weaker, if we continue to fight like this, we will definitely be able to kill that purple-haired pretty boy. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and said. Hui Lin blinked, then which side should we help later? How stupid. If we're going to help someone, then of course we're going to help that purple-haired gigolo. It's definitely better to provide help in a time of need than to add icing on the cake. Oh. Hui Lin realized that she had asked a silly question again. She was a little annoyed. Why did her IQ plummet when she was around Yangqing? Yangqing smiled evilly, picked up Hui Lin, and flew to the side of the arena. Realizing that someone had suddenly arrived, the four of them were stunned. When they saw the appearance of a man and a woman, all four of them revealed astonished expressions. Obviously, Yangqing and Hui Lin's clothes were very different from theirs, not to mention Yangqing's short hairstyle. However, the three burly men did not relax, and they surrounded the purple-haired young man. Who are you? One of the men asked. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally understand their language. Although the accent was weird, it was good enough that he could communicate. Don't be nervous, we accidentally ended up here and wanted to come over to ask where this place is. We don't mean to disturb your fight, Yangqing said politely. The four of them had a look of realization in their eyes, and looked at Yangqing and Hui Lin strangely. Humph, so you're saying that you're new here? One of the burly men grinned and laughed sinisterly. If you want to know where this place is, wait until we kill this ungrateful purple-haired brat, then we'll tell you. Stand aside and wait obediently. With that, the three of them planned to continue attacking the purple-haired man. Yangqing did not intend to just stand by and watch. He sprinted forward and his fist landed on the back of the burly man closest to him at lightning speed. Bang! With a heavy punch, Yangqing thought that he would be able to pierce through this guy, but he did not expect that he would only be sent flying. The burly man fiercely crashed into a huge tree, creating a huge pit, but there were no wounds. Heavenly fiend, newcomer! You dare to make a move? The other two burly men immediately looked over covetously, while the purple-haired young man looked at Yangqing strangely. Yangqing looked at his hand in bewilderment, and his bones actually felt a slight pain. In order to save his limited true essence, although he did not use the power of heaven and earth, with his own physique, not only did he not injure the burly man, but he even felt some pain. What kind of physique did this burly man have? You're courting death. At this moment, the man who was ambushed got up. His hands flickered with an earthen yellow halo as he fiercely smashed his fists onto the ground. Boom! The ground beneath Yangqing's feet suddenly protruded out with several sharp thorns, and cracked inch by inch. Yangqing soared into the air, and a Nanming fire whip ignited in his hand. The scarlet-red flames reflected the forest red, and with a flapping sound, he suddenly lashed down. Not good. The three burly men saw the heavenly fire whip that was like a dragon swinging its tail, and decisively dodged it, tumbling and rolling in a sorry state. Nanmingly fire. Where did you come from? This newcomer is strange, let's run first. Yangqing was too lazy to say more. Another Li fire whip ignited in his left hand, and the fire dragon quickly circled around the forest, chasing after the three burly men. Seeing that the three of them were about to be caught by the fire, a yellow light flashed around their bodies, and they drilled into the ground. Yangqing was stunned. He could clearly sense that the three of them had escaped through the ground. Their speed was so fast that it left people speechless. However, Yangqing did not have the intention to chase after them. That would consume a lot of his cultivation, and he might not be able to kill them easily. Thus, he quickly put away the leaf fire and looked at the purple-haired young man with a smile. "Why are you helping me?" the purple-haired man asked suspiciously. Yangqing shrugged, "It's simple. You're the weaker one, so you have to thank me for saving you. I want to ask you something, so naturally, you're more willing to be honest with me. How do you know that I'm not an evil person?" The purple-haired man's lips curled up. Yangqing scratched his head, and Xianxia laughed. "Look at your soft skin and tender flesh, and you look quite gentle. You don't look like an evil person." The purple-haired young man looked at Yangqing in a daze, and he seemed to be a little startled. Then, he laughed and looked at Yangqing thoughtfully, and then looked at Hui Lin. "You're an interesting person, but unfortunately, you've misjudged me. I won't be grateful just because you helped me, because I didn't ask you to help me," the purple-haired man said proudly. Hui Lin, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. She frowned and said, "Why are you so unreasonable? If Brother Yang didn't save you, you would have been surrounded and killed by them." The purple-haired man said disdainfully, "I haven't summoned my inner demon yet, how do you know that I'll lose? The three brothers are only at the 5th rank, and I'm still able to handle them." Yang Cheng's mind was full of doubts. Inner demon? 5th rank. This guy kept saying things that he didn't understand, and he didn't learn to be obedient. What? A troublesome person. I still have to hurry on, you guys go ahead. The purple-haired man sneered and was about to leave. Seeing that this guy was about to leave, Yangqing shook his head helplessly. "What a character, then there's nothing I can do." After saying that, Yangqing's figure suddenly flashed forward and blocked the purple-haired man's way. "Why, do you want to fight with me?" The purple-haired man smiled slyly and said, "Newcomer, I can warn you that you have already provoked the owner of this area by beating up 3 idiots. If you dare to provoke me again, you will provoke another person that you can't afford to provoke. I advise you to find a place to hide this morning. Otherwise, you will die miserably without anyone to rely on." Yangqing sighed, "I thought you could kill me. So you're just trying to intimidate me." After saying that, before the purple-haired man could react, Yangqing had already extended his hand towards the man's neck. Humph. The man raised the folding fan in his hand and ignited a purple flame, burning towards Yangqing's palm. However, when the flame touched Yangqing, there was only an explosive sound. There was no resistance at all. The man was still in shock, and his neck was already strangled by Yangqing's steel-like hand. At this moment, Yangqing's expression finally darkened. He said coldly, "I hate people threatening me the most. Although I don't know where I am right now, I'm not afraid of anyone. You'd better obediently tell me where this place is and who you are. Tell me as much as you know. Otherwise, I'll just kill you and find someone else to ask." The purple-haired man's eyes seemed to be burning with purple flames. "You dare to threaten me? Newcomer. I'll let you experience the power of my inner demon." A wave of black true essence rose up like smoke, emitting from the purple-haired man's body. It was as if it was real. This gloomy and dark aura caused Yangqing's heart to become restless. It was as if countless negative emotions were about to be ignited at this moment. Gradually, a figure that looked like a demon formed behind the man. Its eyes were scarlet red as it stared at Yangqing like a tiger watching its prey. The purple-haired man's true core strength soared at this moment. As if he had changed into a different person, the true core strength that was filled with gloomy aura exploded violently, trying to shake off Yangqing. The majestic pressure of the true essence made Huilin, who was not far away, subconsciously run away to avoid it, for fear of being contaminated. However, Yangqing didn't move at all. His cultivation strength suppressed the purple-haired man's. Even though the purple-haired man's strength had almost doubled, he still couldn't threaten Yangqing. However, this strange way of becoming stronger, the so-called inner demon, really surprised Yangqing. Feeling the gloomy true core strength trying to corrode him, Yangqing's left hand was ignited with a ball of white gold heavenly fire. The purple-haired man almost bit his tongue and cried out involuntarily, "Samadhi true fire." This cry also swept away the gloomy aura on his body. The Samadhi true fire was designed to suppress the gloomy and sinister aura. At such a close distance, the purple-haired man instantly lost his confidence. As if he was quite afraid of this burning flame, the purple-haired man finally gave in and said with a stiff smile, "Brother, your strength is indeed much higher than mine. It's my fault. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you were a man, but it seems that you do match your appearance. You're just a pretty boy." Yangqing didn't really want to kill this guy. He was unfamiliar with this place, and it would be a great loss if he killed him. Moreover, this guy didn't look stupid, and he wouldn't exchange his life for a moment of dignity. After releasing the purple-haired man, Yangqing blew at the flame on his hand to extinguish it. This simple action was actually unnecessary, but it made the purple-haired man shiver. He can casually pinch the samadhi true fire? What kind of supernatural power is this? Yangqing beckoned Hui Lin over and sat down patiently. Then, he gestured to the purple-haired man to tell him everything he wanted to know. The purple-haired man sat a little further away in fear. He tidied up his messy hair and said, "Since the two of you are new, you should have seen the Tong Tian Tower before you came in, right?" "The Tower of Babel?" Yangqing and Hui Lin looked at each other and asked, "You mean the demon-sealing Tower of Mount Shu?" The purple-haired man patted his head. Yes. I forgot to say that the Tower of Babel was renamed Demon Lock Tower by a group of people from the Mount Shu sect 1,000 years ago. But it's the same. We can use both names here. You know the Shu Mountain sect? Yangqing wondered. The purple-haired man chuckled and said, "I didn't know it at first, but in this 10,000 demon realm, there will be newcomers like you entering almost every once in a while. Sometimes it might be a few years, and sometimes it might be a few hundred years. Whether it's a few years or a few hundred years, those people who come in can always bring in all kinds of information about the outside world, whether it's language, culture, dynasty changes, everything. This is also why the living beings in our 10,000 demon realm can know a lot of things about the outside world. This place is called 10,000 demon realm? Could it be that you are all demons?" Yangqing frowned and asked. Although it was not difficult to imagine from the chaos in the chaos cauldron that there should have been demons and beasts since ancient times, but he had never thought of dealing with all kinds of demons. The purple-haired man stroked his hair and said in a rather reserved manner, "In fact, I am a demonic cultivator and can be considered a human. And those 3 pangolins just now are real demons. In this 10,000 demon realm, most of the people are demons, followed by demonic cultivators like me, and lastly, there are very few ordinary human cultivators. By the way, I haven't told you my name. My surname is Z, and my name is a single word MO, you can call me ZMO." ZMO spoke frankly with assurance, but he was really afraid of Yangqing's real anger. Anyway, there was nothing to hide, so he began to talk about it. All of this started from the ancient times tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, all kinds of ferocious beasts gradually gained spiritual wisdom and transformed into human form, becoming the demon clan. And at the same time, those powerful beings who first entered the supreme heavenly Tao in the ancient times were extremely dissatisfied with the demon clan ravaging the human world. Seeing that the early human race was gradually going to be destroyed, these powerful beings who originally did not want to participate in the conflict between the demon clan and the human race finally felt uneasy. Taking advantage of the fact that the demon clan was not strong enough to resist the human race, those great ancient immortals led a large number of cultivators and began to encircle and control the demon clan. Considering that they were all living beings, and not wanting to destroy the bloodline of the demon clan that was born with the heaven and earth, those great ancient immortals decided to separate the demon clan from the human world. The 10,000 demon realm was originally an unexplored world, a special space within the boundaries of Earth. It could be said that after those great ancient immortals opened up a new plane, they happened to discover a brand new world. There was only a vast land in this world, which was suitable for a large number of demon clan to live and reproduce. At the same time, the spiritual energy in this world was extremely thin, but this did not affect the survival of the demon clan. However, because this world was not developed by humans, it originally existed, so this world was filled with countless mysteries that even the great ancient immortals did not know. In order to send a large number of demon clan into this world, those great ancient immortals worked together to build a Tower of Babel. This giant tower was a supreme immortal weapon that could control and capture demons and evil beings, and it was also the gateway to enter and exit the 10,000 demon realm. The demon clan that was forcibly captured or threatened by those great ancient immortals to enter the 10,000 demon realm had already taken root here tens of thousands of years ago. And after the demon clan entered the 10,000 demon realm, there was a group of devil cultivators who cultivated the devil Tao, but because they had conflicts with the mainstream cultivators, they were deemed as heretics and almost all of them were sent to the 10,000 demon realm. The reason why they were called devil cultivators was because this group of cultivators, other than using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation like other cultivators, they also cultivated their inner demons at the same time. Usually, if a cultivator wanted to enhance his cultivation, he needed to enhance his state of mind and eliminate his own inner demons, otherwise he would easily go mad. But the devil cultivators did the opposite. They constantly strengthened their inner demons, and used both methods to achieve the goal of forcefully breaking through to the next cultivation level. It was extremely heaven-defying. This kind of devil cultivators not only had superior combat power, they could also use inner demons possession and inner demons doppelganger to increase their strength by one or even several times. However, it was also because of the instability of the inner demons. It was easy for them to go mad, slaughter and wreak havoc, so they were regarded as heretics and sent to the 10,000 demon realm. Most of the devil cultivators' true yuan was dark and evil, so it was not easy for the demon lock tower to capture them. At first, these demon clan and devil cultivators who were locked in, especially those sky demons and sky demons who could cover the sky with their hands, all wanted to rush out, but later, most of these masters were disheartened or died because of it. This was because, to get out of the 10,000 demon realm, they must go to the Tong Tian Lake in the center of the continent, and the Tong Tian Tower that was suspended above the lake. Only after experiencing the test of 99 levels of purple and blue heavenly lightning would they have a chance to get out. The purple and blue heavenly lightning was not one of the 3 heavenly lightning tribulations of the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations, but it was a kind of heavenly lightning unique to the 10,000 demon realm, which had a strong restraining effect on demon aura, and other dark aura. This Tong Tian Tower was especially indestructible because it was used as a body for the infusion of purple and blue heavenly lightning. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but no one had ever heard of anyone who could withstand the 99 levels of purple and blue heavenly lightning and get out safely. There were only the corpses of masters who had their souls destroyed. Gradually, all the creatures in the 10,000 demon realm realized that it was almost impossible to get out, so they began to accept this new world. And the situation in the 10,000 demon realm became a situation where the demon clan and the devil cultivators each occupied the land. Because no matter if it was the demon clan or the devil cultivators, they all had a lifespan. There would always be masters who fell, and there would always be new people who rose. The situation had also changed many times in the past tens of thousands of years. We are now in the Demon Night Forest, which is the territory of the Jade Fox Palace. Further north is the territory of the Devil Cultivators, the Purple Bamboo Forest. And far to the east is the Dragon Valley, which is occupied by the most powerful clan of the Demon Clan. Zmo said teasingly, "Brother Yang, I'm already over 300 years old this year, so I'm sure I'm older than you. As your elder brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Although your magical power is higher than mine, it's not higher than the top masters of the Demon Clan and the Devil Cultivators. They can only stay in the 10,000 demon realm. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out in this lifetime." Hui Lin, who was sitting at the side, was shocked and worried. But when she looked at Yangqing, she realized that there was no trace of worry or fear on his face. It was as if Yangqing did not take the warning seriously at all. "Do you know about the illusion, Hongmeng, and the formation in the illusion?" Yangqing suddenly asked. Zmo was slightly taken aback. She didn't understand why Yangchen was so calm, but she still nodded and said, "I've heard that Hongmeng was formed by some low-level cultivators. Compared to the ancient deities our ancestors fought against, they're not just a little bit weaker. As for the illusion formation, I heard that it was used to suppress a large number of ancient beasts and demons. But I think it was created by someone else after the demon realm was completed." "You mean that the demon race and devil cultivators in the demon realm are stronger than the demons in the ancient formation, right?" Zmo pondered for a moment and shook her head. "That's not necessarily true. Some immortal ancient beasts and divine beasts, although I've only heard of them, if they really exist, they are definitely not inferior to our ancestors and top experts in the demon realm. I think the reason why they set up another formation after the completion of the demon realm is because of the long time gap. As far as I know, the formation has only existed for more than 20,000 years, but the demon realm has already existed for more than 50,000 years. The ancient deities at that time would definitely not be the same as the ancient deities 20,000 years ago. They might not understand or even forget the existence of the demon realm. You have to know that the human civilization, even the civilization of cultivators, is not continuous. There will always be a gap, and 20,000 years is enough to break the connection. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. The time when the deities came to Earth was more than 20,000 years ago, and the ancient formation had already existed before that. Although it might not be as vast as the demon realm, the ancient formation should be an extremely unfathomable place to seal, or else it would not be able to control Zeus. No matter what, this was really a big deal. Logically speaking, he was neither a demon nor a devil cultivator. The reason why he was captured by this pagoda was most likely because the chaos was simply too vicious. It was no wonder that primal chaos was so afraid back then. It was not an exaggeration to say that the treasures created by those old perverts 50,000 years ago were divine artifacts. How could it not be afraid? It was a pity that he had also implicated Hui Lin, and that Wen Tao was eccentric and his antimatter energy was very evil. It was understandable that he was caught, but he only hoped that he would not cause a huge commotion in the demon realm. It would be fine if they were dead, but if they could still eat humans like they did outside, they would have a huge headache if they were to eat demons this time. It just so happened that one couldn't borrow the power of heaven and earth here, and because they were in a different space, it was difficult for the laws of space to react. Of course, perhaps it was because his cultivation in the law of space was not as profound as Athena's and the others, so he was unable to analyze the space here. If he were to encounter Wen Tao again, other than using the chaos cauldron to suck him in, it would be difficult for him to fight for a long time. After explaining in an orderly manner for most of the day, the sky turned dark. Seeing that Xianxia had no more details to ask, she stood up and said, "Brother Yang, I came out this time to find a few rare flowers and plants in the territory of the Jade Fox Palace and bring them back home to grow. This is the edge of the Demon Night Forest. I originally thought that I could avoid trouble by taking the long way back, but I didn't expect to meet the triplets of the 72 great demons. You must have exposed yourself by helping me. You have to be careful in Jade Fox Palace's territory. I know you want to go to the Tower of Babel to have a look. If you want to be safer, you can go to the Tongtian Lake from the territory of the Devil Cultivators. According to the geographical location of the 10,000 Demon Realm, isn't it a long way to go from your place?" Xianxia shook his head. "But it's better than being surrounded by the masters of the Jade Fox Palace. The palace master of the Jade Fox Palace, the nine-tailed celestial fox, is the top master in the 10,000 Demon Realm. She has 36 celestial demons and 72 great demons under her command, and their strength is extraordinary. You have to think it through," Zmo advised again. Xianxia had already learned from the conversation just now that the cultivation levels in the 10,000 Demon Realm were usually divided into 9 levels, and every 3 levels was a big level. Being able to transform into human form was an important symbol to distinguish the demon's level. Those who couldn't transform were usually considered as cultivators of the soul-forming stage, or even not. As there was no heaven's tribulation in the 10,000 Demon Realm, the cultivation of the demons could only be judged by their realms. Those from the 1st to the 3rd level were called little demons and little demons, those from the 4th to the 6th level were called great demons and great demons, and those from the 7th to the 9th level were called celestial demons and celestial demons. According to Xianxia's observation, entering the 1st level was equivalent to the 1st level of the 3 Yang Fire Tribulation, and Zmo's 6th level was equivalent to the weak water level. His current cultivation should be at the 7th level of the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. However, because there was no clear definition, the strong and the weak could not be generalized based on the level. Similar to the outside world, with the uniqueness of the endless resolve restoration scripture and the combat power of different skills, he seemed to be far stronger than the ordinary 7th level masters in this world. There were less than 200 celestial demons in the entire 10,000 demon realm, and the only one who had entered the peak of the 9th level was the palace master of the Jade Fox Palace. It was said that the nine-tailed celestial fox was the oldest celestial demon in the entire 10,000 demon realm, but very few people knew about her background, and she rarely managed the countless demons in her territory. Perhaps he had already offended the terrifying celestial fox. After all, the peak of the 9th level was equivalent to the peak of the Yuqing Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. That was the legendary Heavenly Thunder Tribulation that almost none of the cultivators 20,000 years ago had passed. However, Xianxia was most concerned about how to pass through the Tower of Babel as soon as possible and return to the outside world. His wife and children were waiting for him at home, and there was also a large group of female friends. Logically, he knew that he should not rush, but he still wanted to get out as soon as possible. Zmo tried to persuade Xianxia 3 times, but he was rejected every time, so he could only give up. He seemed to be a little unwilling, but he still bade farewell and left. Xianxia had a hunch that this guy was up to something when he suddenly invited him to go with him, but he was too lazy to ask more questions. Even though it was late at night, Xianxia still brought Hui Lin along and continued their journey towards the northeast. Hui Lin did not have any objections, and followed them obediently. With her company, Xianxia felt much more relaxed. According to Zmo, they would reach one of the biggest cities in the Jade Fox Palace's territory, the White Cloud City, in 3 to 4 days' journey to the east. Logically speaking, it was not appropriate to enter the monster city, but there, they could find spiritual stones that could replenish their spiritual qi, and tamed monsters that could be used as transportation. Moreover, going through the White Cloud City was the closest way to the Tongtian Lake, so Xianxia did not plan to avoid it. Yanjin, Yang Mansion. It had been more than 3 days and 3 nights since Xianxia and Hui Lin went missing. Because of Yang Lai's death, the entire mansion was already holding a memorial service. However, other than grieving for the late Yang Lai, the entire mansion was filled with fear and worry about Xianxia's disappearance. In the back hall, Yang Gongming, who hadn't had a good rest for the past 3 days, looked rather tired. He sat together with Yang Pejuan, Guoshuahua, and his wife. Guoshuahua's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her expression was a little dull. Lin Ruashi's eyes were slightly red, and she sat in the corner with Lan Lan in her arms, not making a sound. The chubby little girl could feel the heavy atmosphere of the adults, so she was more obedient than usual and did not speak. As the only guest, Abbess Yin Miao looked sorrowful as she looked at the Yang family, which was filled with people, and sighed, "Old Marshal, I personally brought the disciples of my sect to search the entire Shushan, and I've also searched everywhere for the demon ceiling tower, but I still found nothing. I'm really sorry." Yang Gongming waved his hand slowly. "Isn't the only granddaughter of the Lin family also missing? I know you've tried your best." Abbess Miao thought of Hui Lin's disappearance and felt a little sad. "My granddaughter is also a poor child. Her parents died abroad when she was young, and now they're missing. I only hope that she's with Xianxia. If she's under Xianxia's care, she might still have a chance to survive if she goes to a dangerous place. They'll definitely be fine, they're definitely still alive." Guoshuahua suddenly stood up and said with tears in her eyes, "We shouldn't cry, Xianxia will definitely be fine. I only have one son left, he'll definitely be fine, he won't." Yang Pejuan stood up and gently held his wife's shoulder, comforting her. "Shuahua, calm down. After all, we haven't found any bad news yet. Maybe Xianxia will bring Miss Lin back in a few days." Guoshuahua nodded her head forcefully and forced a smile. "Yes, that must be it, Xianxia will be fine. Alright, let Abbess Miao continue to look for Xianxia and Lin Hui, but we can't lose our composure here," Yang Gongming said in a low voice. "Although Beijing seems to be peaceful now, if some evil people find out that Xianxia is missing, they might have some ideas that they shouldn't have. So, before Xianxia returns, this news must be kept under wraps. Do you understand?" With Yang Gongming's reminder, everyone was momentarily pulled out of their sadness and realized the severity of the problem. Yes, the Yang family seemed to be in the limelight, but it was all because of Xianxia's absolute strength that those who were hostile to the Yang family had no choice but to submit to them. Now that Xianxia was missing, who would be able to support them if they encountered trouble? 3 days later, Yangqing and Hui Lin passed through the demon night forest and entered a plain surrounded by mountains. Although the demon realm was only a continent, it was not a small one. For the next 2 days, Yangqing could not bear it any longer. He took the risk of encountering enemies and flew with Hui Lin in the forest, which was a relatively economical way to shorten their schedule. It was said that no one had ever reached the other side of the endless sea on the outskirts of the demon realm. All the rivers flowed into the endless sea from the Heaven Lake in the center of the demon realm. The White Cloud City in the territory of the Jade Fox Palace was penetrated by a vast river that was dozens of miles wide. Due to the abundant water vapor above the river, it was named the White Cloud City all year round. Although it was a demon city, it was very similar to the ancient human cities of Huaxia. From the Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Tang, Song and Ming dynasties, the ancient architectural features could be seen here. The only difference was that there were no city walls in this city. The houses and pavilions were built in a picturesque manner with roads running through them. This did not surprise Yangqing and Hui Lin. After all, there were all kinds of demons and demonic cultivators who entered this world in the past. After bringing the civilization of the outside world into the demon realm, the demons naturally developed a lot of the same culture as the outside world. After all, the demons had gained sentience and transformed into human beings. Just like the demonic cultivators, they already had the thinking of humans. Since ancient times, humans had evolved to be the leader of all living beings. The demons imitated humans to live in groups and follow the laws of heaven and earth. However, the time here was still hundreds of years before Huaxia. This had a lot to do with the gradual decline of the cultivation world in Huaxia and the fact that not many cultivators came into contact with the demon sealing tower. Brother Yang, are we going into the city just like this? Will the demons there be hostile to us? Standing on a high slope, Hui Lin asked worriedly. Even if that's the case, we still have to go and take a look. Firstly, I don't completely believe what ZMO said. I need to confirm if the Tong Tian Tower is the only way out of the demon realm. Secondly, we need to find a demonic beast that we can ride on and a spirit stone that can replenish our spiritual energy. This will help us save time and ensure our safety. Hui Lin lowered her head in self-reproach. If only my cultivation was higher. I haven't even broken through the innate realm. All the transformed demons here are more powerful than me. If there's a battle, I'll only be a burden to you. Yangqing laughed and said, don't you know that men like to protect weak women? If all the women were strong, why would they need men? Your weakness is just right. Otherwise, no one would love you. If only that's the case. Brother Yang, why didn't you accept me? Hui Lin complained. Feeling a headache coming on, Yangqing took a deep breath and said awkwardly, you little girl, why did you mention that again? You're getting more and more daring. Suddenly, as if she had mustered up her courage, Hui Lin pouted and said, what's there to be timid about? I've thought it through. If we really can't find a way back, we can only live here. Why would we care about ethics? What knot in our hearts can't be untied? Yangqing was stunned, but he didn't dare to think too much about it. Sighing helplessly, he said, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry. Hui Lin was afraid that Yangqing would really get angry with her. She nodded obediently and followed closely behind. It didn't take long for them to descend from the high ground and enter White Cloud City. When the two of them appeared in the city, many demons dressed in different clothes looked at them strangely. However, they only looked at them for a few times. No one came up to them to strike up a conversation, and there was no trouble as they had expected. There were tea houses, restaurants, and all kinds of shops here. Apart from some uncivilized demonic beasts on the streets being ordered around like horses, there was not much difference between this place and the ancient cities of Huaxia. All of this was new to Yangqing and Hui Lin, but they also relaxed a lot. When they arrived at a big pavilion with red silk and the fragrance of flowers wafting in the air, a female demon in revealing clothes suddenly blocked Yangqing's way. This female demon had long hair that was coiled up like an ancient woman. She wore some gold, silver, and jade hairpins, and a red low-cut dress with golden edges. It squeezed against her towering snowy peaks, revealing her fair arms and tender shoulders. Young man, are you new here? The female demon's phoenix eyes flashed seductively as she asked softly. Yang Chen squinted his eyes and noticed that there were quite a number of demonesses in the attic who were also dressed similarly. They were looking at him seductively. He then looked at the gorgeously dressed demoness and nodded. I've only been here for a few days, so I guess I'm new. Ha 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 ha. The female demon laughed. Young man, you're really interesting. For the past tens of thousands of years, didn't all those who entered the demon realm have evil intentions and were captured by the Tongtian Tower? What's so strange about it? Seems like there are many people who came in, so no one came to ask us questions after entering the city, Yangqing probed. The female demon beamed with joy. That's true, not many, but there will always be new people. Although you and this little beauty are humans, in the demon realm, we don't treat humans as outsiders. Don't worry, my name is Shimei, may I know your name? Yangqing. Oh, so it's Brother Yang. Shimei changed her words quickly and looked at Yangqing coquettishly. She even rubbed her chest against Yangqing's arm and said seductively, Brother Yang, since you're in the demon realm, you should enjoy your life here. Why don't you come in and play with us? Yangqing finally knew what this place was and couldn't help but laugh. There's a brothel in the demon realm? Huilin, who was at the side, saw Shimei touching Yangchen. Her face was burning and she had already turned her head away. Hearing Yangchen's words, she couldn't help but look over in surprise. Shimei was calm. What's wrong with that? We demons also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Are only human girls allowed to sell their bodies and we demons are not allowed to enjoy ourselves? Yangqing finally understood what all lives are equal meant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, I heard that in the demon realm, the spirit stones collected from the endless sea are used as currency. I don't have any spirit stones to pay you. Brother Yang. Before Shimei could say anything, Huilin was already furious and shouted, You can't go in with her. How can you face my sisters who are waiting outside? Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. Now she was talking about going out. He spread his hands and said, That's why I said I don't have any spirit stones. You. Huilin was going crazy. What was this man thinking? He didn't even let go of a female demon but only her? Shimei giggled, Don't worry, don't worry. You don't have spirit stones now but you'll have them in the future. Our bewitching abode allows you to pay on credit. You can pay after you're done. Yangqing was interested, You can even allow me to pay on credit? Aren't you afraid that I won't pay? Look at what you're saying, I can tell that you've just arrived. Shimei said proudly, This is White Cloud City. Our city lord, Lord Baijiu, is a famous figure among the 36 sky demons. He's the Jade Fox Palace Lord's favorite general. Whoever dares to renege on a debt in a shop here, won't they die a horrible death? Yangqing was enlightened. He hesitated for a while and shook his head, No, I don't even know how to earn spirit stones. If I can't pay, won't I die a horrible death? Why don't you tell me where I can get some spirit stones and buy some demon beasts? Shimei suddenly looked at Huilin and smiled, Brother Yang, you're looking for spirit stones, right? Actually, I can accept one of your belongings and pay you a large sum of spirit stones. Tell me about it. Yangqing said. Shimei pouted and gestured to Huilin, with this little beauty's cultivation, she won't be able to live long in the 10,000 demon realm. Any demon in human form here can kill her. Brother Yang can protect her for a while but he can't protect her forever. Why don't you hand her over to our bewitching abode and let us train her so that she can receive customers? This way, not only can she be protected by the city lord, she can also earn a lot of spirit stones to protect herself in the 10,000 demon realm. A cold light flashed in Yangqing's eyes and he sneered. No wonder she was so proactive. She didn't want to earn money, but she wanted to buy someone from him. Huilin understood what he meant and her face turned pale. She subconsciously stuck closer to Yangqing and grabbed Yangqing's sleeve, as if she was afraid that she would be sold. Silly girl, what's there to be afraid of? Am I that kind of person? Yangqing turned around and patted Huilin's hand. He could not help but laugh. Huilin bit her lip and looked at Yangqing pitifully. I know you won't do that, but I'm still afraid. In a place where there were demons who were stronger than her, the girl's confidence inevitably fell to the lowest point. She could only leave everything to Yangqing. Shimei smiled knowingly. Little beauty, it's not that I look down on you, but if you keep following Brother Yang like this, you'll only cause trouble for him. The guests here especially like human girls. If you come, I promise you that you'll enjoy endless wealth. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for Brother Yang. You look so pure and lovely that it's very easy for you to attract some bad demons. If Brother Yang brings you along, he will sooner or later attract some demons who want to rob you. After all, not every demon is as easy to talk to as me. The more Huilin listened, the more scared she became. She looked at Yangqing and pulled Yangqing's clothes. Brother Yang, let's go quickly, okay? Yangqing wanted to ask some other questions, but seeing that Huilin was so scared, he could only leave as soon as possible. Shi Mei saw that Yangqing had no intention of paying attention to her and knew that it was useless to continue talking. She smiled charmingly and sent the two of them away. After Yang Chen and Huilin walked far away, Shi Mei raised her head and winked at a female demon on the attic. The demoness seemed to have received some sort of signal. With a shake of her body, she turned into a small golden sparrow and quickly flew away without a trace. After leaving the beguiling residence, Yangqing brought Huilin, who had recovered her breath, for a few rounds. In White Cloud City, they saw all kinds of demons. After asking some seemingly friendly demons, they understood some things. If they wanted to leave the 10,000 demon realm, they had to go to the central Tongtian Lake and pass through the 99 levels of purple and green heavenly lightning in Tongtian Tower. However, almost every member of the Goblin clan would try to persuade and ridicule them, saying that entering Tongtian Tower was simply courting death. Through asking for directions, Yangqing found 2 more markets that sold demonic beast mounts. However, he discovered that these tamed and fast demonic beasts were all very expensive, especially those that could fly, which required a large number of spiritual stones to exchange. For this world where the aura was scarce, the spirit stones collected from the endless sea were important materials for battle supplies and cultivation base enhancement. There were no restrictions on the mining of spirit stones. Whether it was the demon clan or the devil cultivators, as long as they could sneak into the endless sea, they would not be afraid of the ferocious sea beasts that appeared from time to time. However, spirit stones were usually buried in the depths of the sea. Not only was it extremely difficult to find them, but they also had to face the dangers of being robbed and slaughtered along the way. Therefore, due to luck, the production of spirit stones had never been high. However, the increase in cultivation could not hide the fact that no one could leave the 10,000 demon realm. Therefore, very few people would use spirit stones as materials to break through their cultivation. Most of them would only carry some with them to replenish their true yuan or use them as currency. Yangqing could not wait to rob all the spirit stones from the merchants and the demon clan on the streets. However, this kind of robbery would definitely cause him to be attacked by the demon clan. Yangqing did not want to become a bandit that everyone would want to kill for no reason. Helpless, Yangqing could only obediently bring Huilin out of the city and continued their journey towards the northeast. Even if they could not get a mount, they would be able to reach Tongtian Lake after passing through the Jade Fox Mountains and more than half of the Jade Fox Palace's territory. Although the journey was long, Yangqing was relieved when he found out that the 10,000 demon realm had its own rules and was not as chaotic. He dared to use more true yuan to speed up his pace. After a few miles out of White Cloud City, they entered a hilly area. The green mountains stretched endlessly and the scenery was pleasing to the eyes. Just as Yangqing was about to pull Huilin to speed up their pace, he noticed a large group of people rushing towards them. After a while, a group of demon clan men dressed in different clothes and riding giant thunder lizards blocked their way amidst the flying dust. These 3 to 4 meter tall thunder lizards had golden scales all over their bodies. They looked burly, but their temperaments were relatively gentle. They had low intelligence and could only use their hard claws to attack. They were relatively common demonic beast mounts. At this moment, there were more than 20 demon clan men looking down at Yangqing and Huilin arrogantly. The man at the front was wearing a vest made of tiger skin. His yellow hair hung down to his shoulders, his face was ferocious and he looked fierce. "You don't look familiar, are you new here?" the tiger-skinned man asked pretentiously. Yangqing was a little vigilant. These demon clan men's cultivation was not low and this man was no weaker than ZMO, so he said bluntly, "We're new here, what's the matter?" The burly man grinned, of course, but this mountain has been booked by us brothers. Since you're here, you have to pay a toll. Xianxia couldn't help feeling that he was too unlucky. Why didn't he try to rob someone but someone tried to rob him instead? He pondered whether he could fly away from these strong men with Huilin, but the answer was no. They definitely knew how to fly, and without the help of the power of heaven and earth, the speed at which he flew with Huilin was far slower than the speed in the outside world. Everyone, since you can see that we're new here and don't have any spirit stones on us, can you waive the toll this time? Xianxia said with a smile. The burly man sneered, human cultivators really like to talk. If we can waive the toll just like that, then wouldn't we be living on the northwest wind? It doesn't matter if you don't have any spirit stones, the human female cultivator beside you doesn't have much of a cultivation. Leave her to pay the debt and we'll let you live. Xianxia finally understood and sneered, I thought the bewitching abode only does business on the surface, but it turns out they're also doing this kind of robbery in the wild. It seems like the waters of the 10,000 demon realm are quite deep. The burly man frowned, what bewitching abode? I'm not going to change my name or my surname. In this mountain north of White Cloud City, who doesn't know me, Hu Shao Demon Lord? You better know your place, lest you end up feeding our thunder lizards. A demon cultivator who dared to call himself a demon lord, even if he hadn't reached the level of a sky demon, he was close to it. However, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to chat with him. His face darkened when he saw that they weren't going to let him go. Since you're so polite and refuse to let me go, then that's great. I'm still short of people to rob. Leave your spirit stones and demon beasts behind and I'll let you die in one piece. When Xianxia shouted, the group of demon cultivators burst into laughter. Haha. Did I hear wrongly? You're just a newcomer and you want to rob us? Do you know whose territory this is? Hu Shao laughed maniacally. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen's figure flashed, like a cannonball that was shot out. After bouncing up from the ground, his fist slammed on the body of the closest beast cultivator. Pooh! A piercing sound was heard and red blood splattered under the sunlight. Xianxia stood proudly on the thunder lizard and kicked the demon cultivator who had his chest pierced down, causing a cloud of dust to rise. The moment the demon cultivator fell, he returned to his demon cultivator form, which was a black rhinoceros. There was a huge hole in the rhinoceros's sturdy armor and body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. All of this happened in a flash. No one expected Xianxia to kill without hesitation. The black rhinoceros was a 4th-grade demon cultivator, but it was killed instantly because it didn't have time to react. Huilin, who was standing on the spot, was frightened and at a loss. She looked at Xianxia in a daze, not knowing what to do. Hu Shao felt a burning sensation on his face. This kind of humiliation drove him crazy. He roared, "Kill! Kill him!" A group of enraged demon cultivators finally attacked together. Leaping high from the thunder lizard, they surged towards Xianxia with true essence of various colors. The dermic arts of the demon cultivators were all innate. There were all sorts of gales, tornadoes, stone vortexes, blazing flames and icy breaths, but all of them were not inferior to the dermic arts of human cultivators. Relying on his strong body, Xianxia withstood all the ordinary demonic attacks. After all, channeling his true essence to defend was a huge consumption as well. From time to time, the samadhi true fire that appeared on his fists and legs made the demon cultivator scream. Most of the 20 demon cultivators were at grade 3 and grade 4. Against the samadhi true fire, they had to expend a large amount of true essence to defend themselves and could not avoid it at all. Impatient, Xianxia took out the blood wyrm golden dagger that he had not used for a long time from his mustard sumuru ring. This was a mid-superior grade dermic treasure that had the characteristic of making it difficult for wounds to heal. It was especially useful against these strong demon cultivators. The golden gleam cut through the torsos of the demon cultivators continuously as if it was invincible. After a few rounds of chaotic battles, Xianxia crushed the skulls of several demon cultivators with his gigantic hands. The samadhi true fire also burned the bodies of several demon cultivators and his killing intent surged like waves. Hu Zhao's skills were not ordinary either. However, his attempts to injure Xianxia with his sharp claws were all in vain. Instead, his arm was slashed and blood flowed non-stop. In his fury, Hu Zhao's body expanded by more than a foot. As his muscles bulged, a faint silver aura circulated. Watch how I crush your heart. Hu Xiao roared and charged towards Yang Cheng's face with an unstoppable attack, like a golden-white sharp blade that wanted to penetrate everything in its path. The condensed true essence was indeed comparable to the full-powered attack of a 6 water tribulation cultivator. Yang Cheng did not want to waste too much true essence to defend against it head-on. Relying on his superior speed, he had long planned to dodge. However, the moment he moved, he realized that he had fallen into Hu Zhao's trap. Hui Lin, who was behind him, was exposed in front of Hu Xiao at this moment. Yang Cheng secretly cursed Hu Zhao's cunning. The moment he passed by Hu Xiao, the golden blood dragon blade in his hand shot towards his back. Only then did Hu Xiao manage to dodge it. He roared unwillingly, "Consider yourself lucky. Brothers, retreat." After fighting for a while, Hu Xiao understood that they were no match for Yang Cheng. Since the gap in cultivation couldn't be made up by numbers, continuing to fight would be suicide. However, how could Yang Cheng allow the tiger to return to the mountain? Seeing that the group of people were trying their best to escape, it was clear that they were going to get reinforcements to continue looking for trouble. He immediately became anxious. Not caring about consuming too much true essence, Yang Cheng's 2 hands ignited with 2 long dragons of Samadhi true fire, and he flew up and fiercely lashed out. Like a bloody long blade that pierced through the forest, the platinum fire dragon lunged at the demon cultivators amidst tragic cries. All of a sudden, the remaining dozen or so demon cultivators who had already retreated, together with the thunder lizards that they were holding onto, were ignited and burnt into powder. Hu Zhao's cultivation was higher than his subordinates. He used all his strength to escape and finally managed to put some distance between them and the Samadhi true fire. Seeing that it would be difficult to catch Hu Xiao in a short time, Yang Cheng had to give up. After all, he still needed to take care of Hui Lin. Such an encounter scared Hui Lin out of her wits. The girl realized that she had no ability to protect herself. Seeing that Yang Cheng had returned with a gloomy expression, she asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, did we offend someone powerful?" Yang Cheng forced a smile. "Look at his unlucky appearance. I don't think he has any powerful backing." "Don't worry." Looking at the wreckage and bloodstains on the ground, Hui Lin said faintly, "It's all my fault. I've always been a burden to Brother Yang and sister. Alright, if you have time to talk nonsense, help me check the goods on these thunder lizards." Yang Cheng patted the girl's head lightly, afraid that she would do something stupid. Hui Lin came back to her senses. Looking at the huge thunder lizard, she was a little scared, but she braced herself and walked to the side to check the big sacks. After a quick look, they found that the sacks were filled with food and wine stored by the demon cultivators. There were also many colorful spirit stones. These spirit stones were crystal-like and colorful. They looked like crystals of various colors, but they were full of spiritual qi. The value of the spirit stones was determined by the concentration of spiritual qi. Yang Cheng took some spirit stones with higher concentration of spiritual qi and stored them in his mustard seed summer ring. He used some of the bigger spirit stones with thinner spiritual qi as consumables to replenish his true essence. Once they started fighting, they could feel the thinness of the spiritual qi in the demon realm. It was just a simple group fight, but Yang Cheng could clearly feel that the true essence in his dantian had been consumed. If it was a real battle between experts, without spirit stones to replenish his true essence, wouldn't he be exhausted in less than 15 minutes? However, Yang Chen didn't have to think too much about it. Hu Xiao was likely to go back to get help. Since he had spirit stones that could be replenished now, it was better to take Huilin with him and rush for a distance to avoid him as much as possible. As for the thunder lizard, Yang Cheng could only give up riding it. But when Yang Cheng was about to ask Huilin to hurry up, he heard Huilin exclaim. She looked at the big sack on the back of the last thunder lizard with a surprised face. Yang Cheng walked closer and found that the sack did not contain any food or spirit stones, but a trembling girl in a yellow dress. The girl looked to be about 16 years old. She had a delicate face and was not very beautiful, but her figure was curvaceous. Her yellow dress was torn and dirty, and there were tear stains and dirt on her face. It was obvious that she had cried a lot. Seeing Yang Cheng and Huilin, the girl in the big sack begged in fear, don't kill me. I'm not a robber. The girl's fearful and timid gaze immediately aroused Huilin's pity. She went forward to pull the sack down and let the girl out. Don't be afraid, my brother Yang won't kill you. Are you also a demon cultivator here? Huilin gently patted the girl's shoulder and asked with a gentle smile. Yangqing observed carefully for a while and said, you should have just transformed not long ago. Your cultivation is much lower than that of the group of people just now. The girl nodded cautiously. I'm just a little demon who just reached the first stage. Yangqing thought that was true. But what made him feel strange was that the demon cultivators who had reached the first stage should have the cultivation of the early stage of the three young fire tribulation, but the demon cultivators here were barely at the fourth or fifth stage. Could it be that the 10,000 demon realm not only affected him, but also suppressed the strength of these demon cultivators? In fact, Yangqing did not know that this idea was very close. After all, there was a good reason why the 10,000 demon realm was used to suppress these demon cultivators. The demon race's demand for qi of heaven and earth far exceeded that of human cultivators. In a foreign land like the 10,000 demon realm where spiritual qi was thin and communication between heaven and earth was difficult, the demon race's strength was naturally greatly reduced. At this moment, Huilin did not think as much as Yangqing. She had been practicing Buddhism since young. Although she did not really become a monk, she was very compassionate and could not bear to see people suffering. At this moment, Huilin asked with concern, Sister, what's your name? Why are you in the sack? The girl seemed to be infected by Huilin's gentleness and relaxed a little. She answered softly, I'm Xiaoxia. I was passing by here to return to Tianhe City by the Tongtian Lake. My house is there, but I was accidentally bumped into by those big demons and they caught me. Hearing this, one could tell that it was most likely the same as they wanted to capture Huilin. Seeing that this little demoness had no foundation and was rather pretty, they wanted to rob the bewitching residents in the city so that the forces behind them could earn some benefits. By the Tongtian Lake? When Huilin heard this, she was overjoyed and said, Isn't that great? Brother Yang and I are also going to Tongtian Lake. Your house is there, so you must know the nearest way. Why don't you come with us? When Yangqing heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Huilin, not only will there be danger if you go with us, I have to protect you. If I protect her too, won't it be more dangerous? Huilin pouted and said, No way, she is a first-stage demon cultivator. I am not even at the soul-forming stage, so my strength is definitely not as high as Xiaoxia's. Moreover, Brother Yang, do you have the heart to leave her here? What if those bad demons come looking for trouble, won't she be in trouble again? Yang Chen was rendered speechless by the girl's words. What she said wasn't wrong, but he still hesitated to bring an unfamiliar little demoness along with him on the way. Xiaoxia seemed to be able to sense Huilin's kindness. At this moment, she threw herself on the ground and knelt in front of Yangqing. She said in a sorrowful voice, Lord, Xiaoxia is just an ordinary little demon in the demon realm. If there is any danger, you just need to take care of this lady, Xiaoxia will not have any complaints. Xiaoxia knows the nearest way to Tongtian Lake. With Xiaoxia leading the way, it will save you some time. Aren't you new here? Xiaoxia can introduce you to a lot of things in the demon realm. This little demon was smart. After hearing the conversation between Yangqing and Hu Xiao, she quickly threw out a tempting message. Indeed, although Yangqing had a preliminary understanding of the demon realm, he still had a lot of questions. It would definitely be helpful to have a guide along the way. Seeing that Yangqing was still hesitating, Huilin could not help but pull Yangqing's hand. Brother Yang, please help her. Those people are not your match, Xiaoxia is so pitiful. In the end, Yangqing could not resist this girl's temper. Perhaps Huilin could not care less about her own situation at this moment, so he nodded and agreed. 10,000 Demon Realm, Purple Bamboo Forest. As the center of power of the demonic cultivators in the 10,000 Demon Realm, the vast sea of purple bamboo was not accessible to anyone. Beside a clear pond in the middle of the purple bamboo forest, there were a few simple houses made of purple bamboo, scattered in a picturesque manner. At this moment, a middle-aged man with long purple hair, a loose white robe, and a jade flute hanging from his waist was lazily leaning against a huge blue stone. With a fishing rod in one hand and a gourd of wine in the other, the man shook his head leisurely, as if he was immersed in a wonderful mood. After the rain, I know the bottom line, I win my freedom by getting drunk. The man was in a good mood, reciting a wine poem, and then humming a song, completely enjoying himself. Suddenly, the man's nose twitched a few times, as if he smelled something delicious, and his whole body quivered. After sitting up in a hurry, the man threw away the fishing rod in his hand, carried the wine gourd, and rushed to the door of a bamboo house like a whirlwind. Just then, a middle-aged man with long black hair, wearing a coarse gray robe, opened the door and walked out. The man held a wooden wine barrel in his hand, his face was flushed, and he seemed to be quite proud. "Smells good, so good." The purple-haired man almost stuffed his head into the barrel. He looked at the black-haired man with incomparable admiration. "Brother Song, you're really worthy of being a wine connoisseur. Your winemaking skills are really superb. Is this the, wine you mentioned earlier?" The black-haired man stroked his beard, which had not been trimmed for a long time, and walked to the clear pond with a smile. There is a saying in the Tang Dynasty poem, Wang Han's Liangzhou poem, grape wine in a luminous cup. When you want to drink, the pipa immediately urges you to drink. This wine, I have made it for you, brother Xiao. Have you prepared the luminous cup? Xiao was still thinking about the 2 lines of the poem, and when he heard the words luminous cup, he immediately sighed and said in shame, "Brother Song, I am useless. I asked Du Kong and Mao Tai, the 2 good-for-nothings, to search everywhere for me, but they couldn't find the luminous cups made of Mount Chilian jade that you mentioned. They only found 2 cups made of Kunlun jade. This? Can you make do with it?" The man surnamed Song turned around and said helplessly, "Although it's a pity, I'll just have to force myself to use it." When Xiao heard this, it was as if he had been greatly forgiven. He smiled and followed behind, his eyes staring at the wine barrel. As if performing a magic trick, Xiao took out 2 dark-colored Kunlun jade wine cups and placed them on the bluestone platform. Just as the man with the surname Song was about to pour the wine, he looked towards the southwest of the purple bamboo forest with Xiao. After a while, Zmo, who was dressed in a flowery robe, walked in with her hands clasped behind her back. She looked at Xiao and Zmo with a somewhat reserved gaze, feeling a little helpless. "Brother, what kind of good wine did you ask Mr. Song to develop for you? I can smell the intoxicating fragrance from afar." Zmo looked at the wooden barrel curiously. Xiao was excited, he grinned and said, "Brother, it's great that you're back. The wine that Mr. Song brewed for me is ready to drink, come and have a taste. However, Du Kong and the others only found 2 jade wine cups for me, you'll have to make do with some bamboo cups." Without waiting for Zmo to say anything, Xiao had already taken out a cup made of purple bamboo and asked Mr. Song to fill it up. When the sweet red wine flowed out, Xiao was so excited that tears almost flowed out of his eyes, as if he had seen his lover from a few lifetimes. Zmo sighed and said, "Mr. Song, you can be considered as my brother's #1 confidant for more than 1,000 years. You've only been here for a short period of time, but you've already made my brother cry several times." Mr. Song laughed and said, "Brother Zmo, it's hard to find a confidant in life. I didn't expect to meet someone like Brother Xiao who loves wine as much as his life in this demon realm. I haven't touched wine for so many years, but now that I've met someone with the same hobby, I can't stop drinking every day." Xiao had already taken a big gulp of wine at this time, he squinted his eyes in enjoyment. "Brother Song, I only have this brother of mine, but he likes flowers and plants and knows nothing about wine. My subordinates only know how to cultivate, and cultivate. You've not been here for more than 1,000 years, I'm really worried to death." Zmo rolled her eyes. The dignified 10,000 demon realm's 3 great masters, the leader of the demonic cultivators, Demon Emperor Xiao, actually ordered his 4 demon monarchs to search for wine and wine utensils all over the world. Fortunately, the 4 of them are loyal to elder brother, otherwise, if the news were to spread, it would really be a joke. "That's nothing. Isn't that fox from Jade Fox Palace always frivolous? She's even older than me. Someone like me is more practical than the head of the Dragon Valley, trying every means possible to get out, wasting his life and money." Xiao said indifferently. "Life should be enjoyed to the fullest, don't let the wine cup be empty against the moon, brother Xiao, shall we?" Mr. Song raised his cup and smiled. Enjoy to the fullest. I've never had anyone like Brother Song who knows how to enjoy drinking wine. Zishao quickly filled his cup and carefully clinked it with Zizhao's as if he was afraid that the wine would spill, then he hurriedly gulped it down. Zmo looked at him and sighed. After finishing his wine, he said, "Brother, I almost ran into trouble when I came back from the Demon Night Forest. Fortunately, there was a new human cultivator who helped me." "Is that so? Someone else came in?" Zishao continued to taste the wine and said casually, "You didn't take out my token? You even dared to touch my brother. Not even the 108 demons from Jade Fox Palace are that bold, right?" "Of course I didn't take it out. I wanted to play with them, but I didn't expect to bump into those two humans." Zmo looked at Mr. Song meaningfully and said, "Mr. Song, I don't know if you've heard of a human cultivator from the outside world. His name is Yangqing." Mr. Song's wine cup in his hand paused, and his gaze suddenly swept towards Zmo. This expression had obviously proved something. Zmo had an expression of sure enough and said, "I already said that there are thousands of techniques that can use fire techniques in the world, but it's not an exaggeration to say that a technique that can easily use Nanmingli fire is unheard of. Yangqing can control the two fire dragons effortlessly." I immediately thought of Mr. Song's unique technique. It seems to be very similar. At this moment, Zishao seemed to be interested too. He squinted his eyes and smiled strangely. "Could it be that my Song Tianqing, Brother Song, has a disciple?" Song Tianqing sighed with a complicated expression, took a sip of red wine, and smiled bitterly. "This kid, we are master and disciple, but we are not master and disciple in name. But now it seems that it's really fate. I was forced to fall here and was chased. Could it be that this kid is also being chased here? Zmo, since you can guess that he has a relationship with Brother Song, why don't you bring that little brother over to meet him?" Zishao said unhappily. Zmo curled his lips. "Brother, not to mention that I can't determine whether he really knows Mr. Song. Mr. Song is the trump card you intend to send to the Heaven Tournament. This year's Heaven Tournament is not a trivial matter. How can it be leaked? I have repeatedly wanted to invite him to go with me and go back to Purple Bamboo Forest to meet him, but he insisted on going straight to Tongtian Lake, so I can't interfere forcefully." "That's not bad." Zishao nodded and said, "After so many days, I think he has already gone deep into the territory of Jade Fox Palace, but Brother Song, if you want to go to him, I will accompany you to Jade Fox Palace." Song Tianqing pondered for a while and shook his head. "That kid's life is very tough. Listening to Zmo, his cultivation is probably not lower than mine. Beastkin cultivators can't exert their actual cultivation in this 10,000 demon realm, so he should not be in danger. If he wants to go to Tongtian Tower, he can't get in before the Heaven Tournament. When we go to Tongtian Lake together, we will naturally meet him." Zishao laughed. "Brother Song is still thoughtful. In that case, why don't we drink a few more cups?" "That wine, is there any more in the wine cellar?" "This wine doesn't seem to be very strong. We can drink more, drink more." "Since brother said so, of course we won't stop until we are drunk today." Song Tianqing was too lazy to think too much. He didn't care about that brat for so many years. Now that he was here, he didn't have the strength to care about him, so he simply drank to his heart's content. In the Purple Bamboo Forest, only Zmo looked at the two drinking confidants and shook his head repeatedly. The mountains were majestic and the cliffs were dangerous. In order to avoid the reinforcements brought by Hu Shao as much as possible, Yangchen brought Huilin and the new demoness Xiao Shui to fly for a distance before slowing down. Little Snow's cultivation was not high, and her speed and endurance were not comparable to Yangcheng's. Yangcheng knew that at this distance, if there was a large group of people looking for them, they would still be found, but he couldn't care so much. After passing through a hilly area, the mountains in front were getting steeper and steeper. Yangcheng had to bring Huilin along with him, and Little Snow also tried her best to keep up. Little Snow, who was quite timid before, found that Yangcheng was not difficult to talk to, and Huilin did not treat her as a monster, and spoke very cordially. Not long after, Little Snow and Huilin were talking and laughing, and their relationship became more harmonious. However, when Huilin asked what Little Snow's real body was, Little Snow blushed and refused to answer. Huilin stuck out her pink tongue in embarrassment, and felt that the question was a little offensive. Maybe Little Snow was actually a ferocious monster in human form? For a girl, it was not very dignified. Xianxia did not talk much, and asked all kinds of general knowledge that he wanted. Along the way, Xianxia also learned more about Tong Tian Tower and 10,000 Demon Realm from Little Snow. Little Snow was a little surprised that Xianxia cared so much about Tong Tian Tower, and asked hesitantly, Mr. Yang, do you want to break through Tong Tian Tower and get out of 10,000 Demon Realm? Xianxia said matter-of-factly, are you going there to have fun? I heard that the purple and blue heavenly lightning is not simple. Little Snow looked worried, and tried to persuade him, Mr. Yang, forgive me for being blunt, but although your cultivation should be at the level of Sky Demon or Sky Demon, and you can be considered as a top expert in 10,000 Demon Realm, it is impossible for you to break through Tong Tian Tower with 99 levels of purple and blue heavenly lightning. Everyone tells me it is impossible, but I have to go out. Even if I can't, I will make it possible, Xianxia was very sure. Little Snow was unable to understand where this man's confidence came from. She faintly sighed, young Master Yang's courage surpasses others. But Little Snow still hopes that young Master Yang has a chance to enter the pagoda. You must be careful and not try to show off. Block as many layers as you can. If you force your way through, you'll only draw lightning to your body. Xianxia could tell that something was amiss. Puzzled, he asked, what do you mean by having a chance to enter the tower? Are you saying that not everyone can enter the Tong Tian Tower? Of course, Snowy patiently explained, the Tong Tian Tower isn't open all the time. When it's not open, the outside of the Tong Tian Tower is filled with purple and blue divine lightning. The tower is opened every 60, and the demon, and have the tower, and the tower to Chen, and Tian, and the tower, and the master of the clan to the tower. 60 years? Xianxia was shocked. Do I have to wait for 50 or 60 years? Little Snow shook her head and smiled, Mr. Yang, you are very lucky. This year is the year that the tower is about to open, and it will open in a month at the latest. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Overjoyed, he said, I guess it's a coincidence then. Yes, but... Little Snow changed the topic, and said, to enter the tower, you must be the winner of the Tong Tian Grand Competition among the 3 forces in 10,000 Demon Realm. What is Tong Tian Grand Competition? Hui Lin, who was beside him, was also curious. Little Snow smiled, and said softly, we have to start from the beginning. In the entire 10,000 Demon Realm, other than the spiritual stone veins in the depths of the Endless Sea, only the Tower of Tong Tian floating above the lake of Tong Tian contains a large amount of spiritual energy because of the violet and blue heavenly lightning. The first floor of the Tower of Tong Tian was not filled with the violet and blue heavenly lightning on the opening day. Because of the rich spiritual energy, there were only some accumulated spiritual energy that would give birth to all kinds of strange flowers and plants, and even some natural spiritual objects. These precious natural treasures became the must-have items for countless experts in the 10,000 Demon Realm when they first appeared. After all, it was very difficult to obtain spiritual objects that could increase one's cultivation in the 10,000 Demon Realm. Even if those spiritual items couldn't suddenly increase the cultivation of some experts, they could still accumulate and achieve a considerable effect. However, as more and more experts fought for the treasures, the bottom floor of the Tower of Tong Tian became the burial ground of countless experts. Just more than 10,000 years ago, the experts in the 10,000 Demon Realm realized that if they continued to fight, the 10,000 Demon Realm's talents would wither, and all kinds of demon cultivation techniques would be lost. In order to preserve the hope of walking out of the 10,000 Demon Realm one day, the 10,000 Demon Realm agreed that every time the Tower of Tong Tian opened, each party would send a representative to compete. The winner would be qualified to send people into the Tower of Tong Tian to search for the spiritual treasures, and they could also try to enter the Tower of Tong Tian. By doing this, they would not waste the opportunity and would not waste a large number of lives. Secondly, they would give each party the motivation to train new people, so that the 10,000 Demon Realm would not wither. Now the 10,000 Demon Realm has been divided into 3 parts. In the past dozens of years, the Jade Fox Palace, Purple Bamboo Forest and Dragon Valley have sent their experts to fight for the treasures, and it is the same this year. Xianxia finally understood, and secretly praised these demon cultivators and demon cultivators. They were really not to be underestimated, at least they were very rational and knew to consider the overall situation of the 10,000 demon realm. In that case, if I force my way into the tower, I will become the target of the three parties, right? Yangqing asked. Xiaoshui shook her head and said, that's not the case. There are a few rogue cultivators who want to join the fight in their own name. However, if they were to fight in the name of rogue cultivators, their opponents would not be the representatives of the three parties, but the leaders of the three parties, who are the only 3 level 9 experts in the demon realm. Therefore, there is almost no history of rogue cultivators participating. Big Brother Yang, if it's the 9th stage, doesn't it mean that their cultivation is definitely above yours? Let's not go there first. Huilin said anxiously. Yangqing signaled the girl not to interrupt, and turned to Xiaoshui and asked, since there are level 9 experts in the three parties, why don't they fight on their own, but let their subordinates do it? Xiaoshui smiled and said, those three masters have been famous for more than 1,000 years, and they all know that it is not a fight that can be settled in a day. After the fight, the heaven-reaching tower will be closed, and it is not worth it. Therefore, the heaven-reaching grand tournament requires that they send newcomers who have never participated in the fight before. This can also be considered as giving some demon cultivators who want to become famous a chance to develop. Basically, there will be Sky Demon and Sky Demon newcomers sent by each party to make a name for themselves in the heaven-reaching grand tournament. Yangqing knew in his heart, but he felt that it was a little difficult. If he fought against those newcomers, he might have a good chance of winning, but if he fought as a rogue cultivator, he might not even have a chance to enter the tower. So far, he had not met an expert above level 7, but that demon cultivator ZMO already had the ability to hurt him at level 6. If it was level 7, level 8, or even level 9, it would be difficult for him to deal with them easily. Huilin, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. She just asked curiously, Xiaoshui, who won the last heavenly competition? Xiaoshui said dejectedly, last time and the time before that, it was the 2 stinky dragons from the Dragon Valley who won. Those 2 dragons are now under the Dragon King, the Wind Dragon Envoy and the Thunder Dragon Envoy of the 5 Devil Dragon Envoys. The Dragon Valley has been very arrogant these years. Although the Dragon King is afraid of our peerless beauty, the Jade Fox Palace Master, and does not dare to openly oppose our Jade Fox Palace, there are always some dragons who use their innate physical advantage to invade our eastern border of the Scarlet Dragon Snow Mountain. Peerless beauty. Why does it seem like you have seen your Jade Fox Palace Master with your own eyes? Yangqing could not help but laugh. Xiaoshui revealed a proud expression, of course, because our Palace Master is the #1 beauty in the 10,000 demon realm, there is no doubt about it. It seemed that this little demon really worshipped the 9-tailed celestial fox. Yangqing did not argue with her, he would see her in the future anyway. At this moment, Yangqing suddenly felt a pressure stronger than before coming from the south. In the blink of an eye, a man stepped on a huge white bird with a wingspan of 30 to 40 meters, and with a strong mountain wind, landed in the air in front of Yangqing and the others. This white bird looked like a huge seagull, except for the golden feathers at the tip of its wings and the top of its head, its whole body was snow white. Its speed left Yangqing speechless. If he could ride on this demonic beast, he would not need to use true essence to travel at an incomparably fast speed. For a moment, the owner of the bird was ignored by Yangqing. Yangqing almost drooled as he stared at the bird. On the other side, the white-robed man standing on the back of the bird was infuriated. His blatant disregard made the sinister smile on his face even more obvious. You must be the new human cultivator. The white-robed man had long brown hair that reached his waist and was tied with a red ribbon. He had an aquiline nose, a skinny face and a slender figure. Xiaoshui immediately hid behind Yangqing when she saw him and whispered, Mr. Yang, this is the governor of White Cloud City, one of the 36 sky demons, Baijiu. Yangqing finally got a clear look at Baijiu's appearance. His aura was not to be underestimated and he was probably the first true expert that he had met in the 10,000 demon realm. Baijiu glanced at Xiaoshui who was behind Yangqing and frowned, you're just a tier 1 demon, why are you with this human? Xiaoshui shivered and hid behind Baijiu, not daring to make a sound. Yangqing signaled her not to worry and said, White Cloud City has been gone for a long time. Are you here to ask me to stay for a few more days? You have a glib tongue, humph. Bai Jiao sneered, you killed more than 20 demons under my command and injured my general, Hu Xiao. Not only that, you even took away all the spiritual stones. Aren't you looking down on me, Bai Jiao, if you want to leave just like that? Yang Chen smirked. I was wondering why Hu Xiao was able to bring such a large group of people to rob the lone demon in the forest outside the city. So it turns out that you, the lord of the city, are supporting him from behind? I don't know anything about plundering demons. I only know that you're going to die here today. Bai Jiao leaped down from the back of the bird and dove down at an extremely fast speed. Bai Jiao's cultivation was at the 8th grade and he could be considered an expert among the 36 sky demons. His quintessential essence burst forth, causing sand and stones to fly and a strong wind to blow through the forest. Yang Qing immediately ordered Little Snow to bring Hui Lin further away. After dodging a few sharp wind blades, he conjured 2 balls of platinum samadhi true fire in his hands and charged towards Bai Jiao. Bai Jiao's expression changed when he saw the raging flames. Although there was a trace of shock in his eyes, he wasn't afraid. At his level of cultivation, the true samadhi fire could no longer cause great damage. He only needed to circulate his energy to resist it. After dodging Yang Cheng's attacks, Bai Jiao's hand glowed with a green demonic radiance and a 6-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead of the spear shone with a bright white light, and under the spearhead was a large white feather that shone with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Yang Qing recalled what Little Snow had told him. Demonic cultivators who had reached a certain level of cultivation would be able to create a natal demonic weapon from their bodies. These natal demonic weapons were connected to their owners' minds and were different from each other. Demonic cultivators were not good at refining magical weapons, but natal demonic weapons were more powerful than ordinary magical weapons. Furthermore, they could be repaired quickly after being damaged, making them very difficult to deal with. No matter how powerful your true samadhi fire is, it will be difficult for you to resist my endless wind. Bai Jiao laughed maniacally. He shook the spear in his hand and drew a few arcs in the air. Suddenly, several sharp wind blades appeared. These wind blades were mixed with the true yuan of an 8th-tier cultivator, which was not to be underestimated. They continuously circled around Yang Chen like dozens of spinning blades, ready to cut Yang Chen into pieces at any time. This time, Yang Qing did not dare to block the wind blades with his body. The power of the wind blades was enough to turn him into a bloody mess. Therefore, he could only dodge the wind blades and circulate his quintessential essence to block them. But gradually, Yang Chen realized that when these wind blades cut through the air, the noise they produced was making his blood boil. It was extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, there's something wrong with the sound. Yang Chen finally understood what was going on when he noticed Bai Jiao's creepy smile. Apart from the sharpness of the wind blades also caused a violent vibration. The chaotic noise was similar to sound waves, which could damage the cultivator's quintessential essence and qi and blood. If Yang Qing did not have a strong physique, he would have vomited blood by now. Damn it, you're still playing dirty tricks? Yang Chen was furious. He suddenly shook off a wave of heaven and earth energy. Taking advantage of the moment when the wind blades were pushed away, 2 streams of kuwei water appeared out of thin air, condensing into 2 7 to 8 feet tall ice walls that stood in the air. The 2 ice walls were like 2 shields. Under Yang Cheng's control, the wind blades devoured all the wind blades in the air. When the wind blades scraped against the giant wall that was formed again, they were rendered useless. The sound waves also collapsed on their own. Bai Jiao was shocked. He did not expect Yang Qing to be able to use heavenly fire and kuwei water. This is weird. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Bai Jiao knew that there was no way out this time. He brandished his spear and charged at Yang Cheng's face. While Yang Qing was controlling the 2 ice walls, Bai Jiao wanted to kill him with a single blow from the gap between the 2 walls. Yang Cheng's eyes turned cold and he laughed, I've been waiting for this. As he spoke, the 2 ice walls turned into 2 gigantic symbols and extended another 3 feet in the air. Then, the 2 walls clamped together and Bai Jiao and his spear were smashed into each other. Bai Jiao shrieked in pain. He wanted to escape, but Yang Chen went all out and caught up with him. Bai Jiao had nowhere to run. This sudden clamp made Hui Lin, who was watching from afar, jump up in excitement. She pulled on little Shue's clothes and said happily, "Little Shue, look, my big brother Yang won again. That city lord is no match for him, so he should be able to win the Tongtian Tower, right?" What the girl didn't notice was that Xiao Shue's expression was a little unusual. She looked at the Xianbing in Yang Chen's hand with a weird gaze and smiled mysteriously. "Maybe, there really is something to it." After saying that, Little Snow actually walked over to the center of the battlefield. His walking posture also seemed a bit enchanting. Hui Lin wanted to pull her back, but Xiao Shui was already far away. She could only follow after her. Bai Jiao was stunned and he was annoyed at himself for being too careless. He did not expect to fall into Yang Cheng's trap. Even if he lost, he would not be in such a sorry state. Yang Cheng's hand was already burning with the scarlet karmic fire. He stepped on Bai Jiao's head and grinned, "You came to me on your own accord. We should mind our own business, but I don't want to deal with people who ask for help all the time. So, let me send you on your way. You can't kill me. I'm the Palace Lord's subordinate. The Palace Lord will tear you into pieces." Bai Jiao exclaimed. No matter how powerful he was, he would still be half dead after being burned by the karmic fire. Yang Qing did not care about him. The karmic fire in his hand turned into a huge fireball and he pressed it down. All of a sudden, just when the fireball was about to reach Bai Jiao, a long white ribbon appeared in front of Bai Jiao and repelled the ball of karmic fire. Yang Chen was shocked. The Yi fire had encountered an unbelievably powerful True Yuan and had no choice but to bounce back. Although it didn't hurt Yang Chen, it still made him break out in cold sweat. Yang Chen raised his head abruptly, only to see Snowy walking over with a playful smile. The white silk fluttering in the air was the one that flew out from her sleeves earlier. Bai Jiao, who had just escaped death, hurriedly dodged to the side. He hid in a relatively safe spot and his face turned ashen when he saw the snow-white ribbon. Palace. Palace. Palace Lord? Hui Lin, who was following behind Xiao Shui, was also stunned. Her lips were trembling and she did not know what to say. Yang Cheng's mind was in a mess. He felt like he had been fooled. When he realized something, he could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Little Snow giggled and shook her body. Suddenly, she turned around gracefully and a soft white halo flashed on her body. She had turned back into another stunning woman. The lady in front of him was dressed in white without any embellishments. Her black hair was tied up by a simple silk ribbon and her eyes were filled with sorrow and charm. Although this lady was not dressed up, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. Even words like heavenly beauty and peerless elegance were not enough to describe her beauty. It was as if the mountains were not lit up by the sun, but by her. "Mr. Yang, I am the Palace Lord of Jade Fox Palace, Yu Xuaning. Nice to meet you." Yu Xuaning pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Her pair of bright eyes were like two springs in the mountains. She bowed with indescribable charm. The moment Yu Xuaning said her name, Bai Jiao, who was standing far away, felt his legs go soft. Plop. Bai Jiao was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground with a twisted expression. He didn't care that his white robe was stained with dirt as he shouted loudly. "Palace Lord. I didn't know you were here, please spare my life." Bai Jiao started to kowtow crazily, crushing the hard rocks and soil on the ground. Yu Xuaning ignored Yang Chen who had a weird expression on his face and Huilin who was dumbfounded. She walked towards Bai Jiao gently. Condescendingly, in Yu Xuaning's beautiful eyes, there was not the slightest anger, but some playfulness. "Bai Jiao, I heard from someone that you've earned a lot of spirit stones from the bewitching residents. It seems like you've captured many female demons to sell themselves to you." "Palace Lord. I've been wronged. Those are all my worthless subordinates. They want to please me, so they run amok. When I return this time I will definitely execute them all." Bai Jiao had an idea and tried to argue. Yu Xuaning revealed a look of realization and said with a light smile, "So that's how it is. That is to say, I was wrong, I wronged you." Bai Jiao shook his head subconsciously. How could he say that she was wrong? He wanted to nod, but it wouldn't be the same as admitting guilt. His face flushed red and he almost vomited blood. Yu Xuaning chuckled. You've been with me for over 200 years. I've only given you such a good job in White Cloud City. The spirit stones that the shops in White Cloud City have paid as tribute have already made many of your colleagues jealous. You don't know what's good for you. You even wanted to use the bewitching residents to earn money for you. It's fine if you make use of those female demons, but you even captured female demons who passed through your territory. Do you really think that I can't do without you? Do you really think that just because this empress has always been too lazy to care about miscellaneous matters, this empress is really stupid to the point of being deceived by you dog slaves? Baizhou broke out in cold sweat and shook his head desperately. Palace. Palace Lord. I was confused for a moment. I hope that Palace Lord can spare me this time for the sake of my hundreds of years of service. All right. Yu Shuining waved her sleeves and suddenly became very straightforward. If I don't even give you a chance, I'll be too heartless and cold-blooded. This time, I'll let bygones be bygones that you used the bewitching house to capture passing female demons. Baizhou was overjoyed when he heard this. But before he could kowtow and thank her, Yu Shuining changed the topic. However, this matter can be exempted, but I can't exempt you from the punishment. Ah? Baizhou's face fell. Yu Shuining twirled a few strands of her hair awkwardly and said, your subordinates, especially Hu Xiao, actually captured me today and threw me into a sack. If young Master Yang didn't pass by, I would have been taken in by the bewitching house and turned into a money-making doll for you. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Baizhou. Baizhou couldn't wait to rush back and tear Hu Xiao into pieces. In an instant, Baizhou finally understood why Yu Shuining turned into Xiao Shui just now. All of this was a trap that Yu Shuining had set long ago, waiting for him to fall into it so that he could come up with the so-called evidence. Even if it didn't matter if he captured other female demons, he had already betrayed his master, so how could he live? Baizhou knew that it was useless to ask for more, so he gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. If he could escape to the Dragon Valley, the Dragon King would protect him with his cultivation as an 8th-grade sky demon. With a thought, Baizhou immediately commanded the giant white bird that hadn't moved much not far away to attack Yu Shuining. The giant white bird sensed the summoning of its master and shrieked, flapping its wings and pouncing towards Yu Shuining. Yu Shuining's beautiful face no longer had the slightest leisurely expression on it. In an instant, it was as cold as ice, chilling to the bone. Evil creature, how dare you defy me? Before the voice died away, 2 huge white things suddenly stretched out from behind Yu Shuining's plain dress, as if they could extend infinitely, like 2 white hemp ropes. One of them instantly entangled the giant white bird that was charging over. Yangqing, who was at the side, saw clearly that it was actually 2 thick white fox tails without any impurities. It was indeed a 9-tailed celestial fox. However, the tails were hundreds of times longer than Yu Shuining's delicate figure. It was as if a petite human girl was casually commanding 2 dragons that were nearly 100 meters long, swimming in the air like lightning. The scene was spectacular. The giant white bird was extremely wide, but in front of the 9-tailed celestial fox's tails, it was like a little bird that was being suppressed. It didn't even have a moment to show its ferocity before it was tied up. The fox's tail tightened easily, and the giant bird wailed in pain. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was directly crushed into a pile of rotten meat and white feathers. Hui Lin, who was at the side, was so scared that she didn't dare to look at it, while Yangqing felt that it was a pity. How could the bird die just like that? He had wanted to ride it to satisfy his craving. However, Baizhou had seized this opportunity to fly a great distance away. Yu Shuining was already prepared, and the other white fox's tail had already caught up with Baizhou. Yangqing felt that it was unbelievable. Could the fox's tail fly for a few miles? Not to mention the furthest distance, in just the blink of an eye, Baizhou's back was hit by the fox's tail, and he spat out a mouthful of demon blood. Come back! Yu Shuining's fox's tail wrapped around Baizhou again, and instantly pulled him back to the ground. The 2 fox tails seemed to have never appeared, and the speed at which they were retracted was surprisingly fast. Yangqing was secretly speechless. According to her name, Yu Shuining should have at least 9 fox tails like that just now. Perhaps, the fox tails were her natal demon weapon. If that was the case, this woman's strength was indeed terrifying. The 9 huge fox tails could be used for both offense and defense, and they were extremely fast. Coupled with the powerful true qi cultivation that she had displayed just now, it was really difficult to deal with her. Seeing that Bai Jiu's face was ashen, and he had no intention of escaping at all, but just kept kowtowing, Yu Xuaning's smile became colder and colder. Palace Master. I know I was wrong, and it's fine even if you want to abolish my cultivation, but please spare me this time. I have always been lenient with my subordinates, so why would I abolish your cultivation? Bai Jiu, are you willing to do something for me? Yu Xuaning asked. Bai Jiu was overjoyed when he heard that. I am willing to redeem myself. That's great. Yu Xuaning's figure flashed, and she was already standing behind Bai Jiu. Suddenly, her delicate hand grabbed Bai Jiu's neck from behind. A pressure that was so huge that the whole mountain began to tremble suddenly burst out. Huilin, be careful. Yangqing had long realized that the situation was bad, and he rushed to Huilin's side, releasing his true qi to form a shield. Yu Xuaning was obviously using her tyrannical true qi to form a pressure that Bai Jiu could not resist to achieve the purpose of controlling Bai Jiu. With Huilin's cultivation, there was no way she could resist it at all, and she would definitely bleed to death. For a moment, this seemingly delicate woman seemed to have become the ruler of this world, and her pair of bewitching white eyes were filled with a cold murderous aura. All of a sudden, Yu Xuaning opened her red lips and bit on Bai Jiu's neck artery. Bai Jiu's face was already twisted from the pain caused by the pressure, and at this moment, his face became even more shriveled. Not only did Huilin hide behind Yangqing, but Yangqing was also a little stunned, and he was stunned on the spot. It was nothing to suck blood, and it was also nothing to suck the essence of a demonic cultivator. But all of this was happening to such an outstanding beauty, and it was so abrupt, which made the scene full of shock. After a moment of disdain, Bai Jiu had already become a dried corpse, and after being thrown away by Yu Xuaning, he turned back into his original form, a white dove, and a skinny one at that. Yu Xuaning's face was covered with blood, but she did not wipe it off, and the blood slowly seeped into her snow-white skin and disappeared. Yu Xuaning seemed to be very satisfied, and she licked her red lips, which made her look even more charming. After dispersing the pressure, the woman saw Yangqing standing not far away, and she said in a half-angry and half-resentful voice, Young Master Yang, don't think that I am a blood-sucking demoness, I have not sucked blood for more than 1,000 years. But this traitor has to be executed, so why don't I suck it to nourish my beauty? Yangqing felt that this Yu Xuaning seemed to be charming and pure like a lotus, but she was a vicious character in her bones. Her cultivation was unfathomable, so he had to guard against her. Since the palace master has finished her incognito visit and punished her men, then we should go, Yangqing hinted Huilin with his eyes, intending to get away as soon as possible. Huilin didn't dare to stay any longer. She thought that everything was a trap set by the beautiful vixen in front of her. Seeing Yu Xuaning, she was scared out of her wits and followed closely. Yu Xuaning's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. She moved lightly and somehow blocked Yangqing's way. Young Master Yang, this place is very close to the Jade Fox Palace. Why don't you come to my place? I don't think it's necessary. I'm going to Tongtian Lake. Yangqing cautiously kept a distance. Yu Xuaning giggled and said, although I have deceived you about your identity before, what I said is not a lie. The opening of the Tongtian Tower will take more than half a month. Young Master Yang will just be waiting for nothing if you go now. The mind of the palace master is unpredictable. Although I, Yangqing, am not stupid, I am not smart enough to compete with the palace master who has lived for countless years. The palace master obviously has a hidden meaning, why don't you say it directly? Yangqing knew that this woman would not let him go easily. Yu Xuaning gently twirled her black hair and said, Young Master Yang, in fact, our demon race is not unreasonable, but we don't pretend to be benevolent and righteous like you humans. This time, I came out of the palace because I heard from my men that this Bai Jiu was wreaking havoc outside the city, so I came to personally investigate the situation. Secondly, I just received a report from my men that a newcomer entered the demon realm. The mountain-piercing brothers once fought with young Master Yang in the monster green forest. Although their words are extremely unpleasant to hear, this queen will not take them too seriously. At least for now, this queen has no intention of giving them face. I don't believe that a woman like you, palace master, who knows how to find her own entertainment and direct her own play, would need to invite guests to her home to accompany her. Yangqing laughed. Yu Xuaning's expression became more and more playful. After saying so much, will young Master Yang go or not? Yangqing shook his head decisively. No. Yu Xuaning sighed with regret. In that case, I'll have to personally invite you. As soon as her voice fell, Yu Xuaning's lazy temperament instantly retreated, and instead emitted bursts of bone-chilling coldness. The woman still had a faint smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with unrestrained killing intent. Yangqing didn't understand. Where did this hatred come from? Why was he looking at him with such anger? Yangqing pushed Hui Lin far away, so as not to let the girl be accidentally hurt, and he unreservedly mobilized the true qi in his dantian to resist the fierce pressure released. For a time, Yu Xuaning's delicate and graceful figure seemed to have become a giant standing between heaven and earth. Her disdainful gaze made people feel like they had to look up to a high mountain. Yangqing knew that he couldn't be oppressed like this. He couldn't care less about saving true qi, and his body burst out with a fierce impact. One hand ignited with crimson hellfire, and the other hand condensed into a dark water whip that was surrounded by black mist, and he swung it at Yu Xuaning. Yu Xuaning snorted disdainfully, as if mocking the insignificant skills of the heavenly fire and mysterious water. The long tail of the white fox that had exerted transcendent combat power before was not used again. Yu Xuaning just raised her cuff, and a white silk flew out again. Yangqing greeted it with a fist without fear, and the dark water whip quickly wrapped around it, trying to corrode the white silk of unknown material. But the white silk was not damaged at all. Instead, it exerted a soft but endless power, controlling Yangqing's body at the periphery, and he couldn't get close to Yu Xuaning at all. The supreme true qi of the peak of the 9th grade made Yangqing's heart tremble. This was no longer as simple as being one grade higher than Baijiu. Yu Xuaning's strength had completely reached another level that was difficult to resist. Yangqing even suspected that if Athena fought against this fox demon, she might not be able to gain the upper hand. Because of the suppression of strength, it was difficult for Yangqing's heaven and earth power to transform continuously like in the outside world. In the continuous dodging and attack, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Yu Xuaning didn't use her full strength at all. The white silk was ever-changing, like a dragon swinging its tail in the air, or like a breeze passing through the hills, hard and soft, faintly containing the truth of heaven and earth. Yangqing slowly realized that these means of Yu Xuaning's were not based on form and strength, but in terms of comprehension and thoughts, and her realm was higher than his. Therefore, whether it was in terms of moves or realm, he couldn't defeat this woman. Young Master Yang, I advise you to go back with me obediently. If you continue to be so stubborn, I will tie you up. Yu Xuaning sneered. I can only fight it out. Yangqing silently muttered in his heart, feeling the rapid loss of true qi. I'm afraid it will be too late if I don't use it now. Chaos Cauldron. With a move of his mind, the Chaos Cauldron in his dantian was finally called out by Yangqing again. As soon as the giant cauldron appeared, a dark light shone, and a fierce aura instantly filled the forest. Yu Xuaning's face finally changed a little nervously, looking at the cauldron that was rotating in mid-air, the simple and crude lines, the thick and vast aura. She seemed to be in disbelief. Brat, why is this Chaos Cauldron in your hands? Yu Xuaning had already lived for many years, and the previous call of young Master Yang was just a joke. Now that she saw this ancient legendary weapon, a mortal cauldron, she no longer had the time to tease Yangqing and shouted. Since you recognize it, do you still want to fight with me? Yangqing sacrificed the remaining large amount of true qi, and the Chaos Cauldron was ready to face Yu Xuaning. Yu Xuaning laughed regardless of her manners, as if she had heard an absurd joke. Although the Chaos Cauldron is known as a superb immortal weapon that surpasses the category of immortal weapons, and its power is unfathomable, but with your Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Cultivation base, you can't exert its true power at all. You still want to use the Chaos Cauldron to deal with me? I advise you to put away this Chaos Cauldron as soon as possible. With your cultivation base, if you use this Chaos Cauldron frequently, sooner or later you will be devoured by the chaotic beast inside. Chaos is an immortal ancient beast, even those ancient immortals can't do anything to it, so it will be fine. On the other hand, you, the master that it has chosen, will become neither a human nor a ghost in the end. Perhaps you might even become its puppet and transform into a devil incarnate. at that time it will be too late. Yangqing's face remained unchanged, but his heart was aghast. How much does this Yushuaning know? Not only can she see through my cultivation base, but she even knows that the chaos cauldron will have a backlash. Will I really be eroded by chaos? For a moment, the burden in his heart became heavier again, and he was indifferent and silent. Yu Xuaning put away the white silk and walked slowly towards Yangqing, leisurely and contentedly. You can't escape from me. In this demon realm, I have never had a real opponent. Although the demon clan is restrained here and the strength of the demon clan is greatly weakened, your cultivation base is too far from mine. Even if I can't exert my full strength in the outside world, you won't have the slightest chance. Yangqing clenched his fists and raised his head abruptly. Really, although I also don't think the chance is big, I never have the habit of admitting defeat. As soon as the voice fell, the chaos cauldron suddenly sank and smashed towards Yu Xuaning. On Yu Xuaning's charming and beautiful face, a trace of glint flashed, and she had no intention of dodging. You don't know what's good for you, courting death. Suddenly, a total of 5 huge white fox tails emerged behind the woman again, and firmly collided with the chaos cauldron. The original unparalleled suction, just when it was about to exert its power this time, was formed into a spiral counterforce by a powerful true yuan force, and was completely ineffective. On the chaos cauldron, the shadow of the fierce beast flashed, as if it was full of unwillingness, but it was still bounced back into the air by the 5 huge white tails. Yangqing's chest was stuffy, and a mouthful of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. This Yu Xuaning's cultivation base was too much higher than his, and he was already in a tight spot using the chaos cauldron. This time, it was even more like an egg hitting a stone, and he was displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. Hui Lin had been watching nervously from afar, and when she saw Yangqing spitting out blood, she hurriedly flew over regardless of the danger. Brother Yang. How are you? Yangqing felt a burst of weakness, and when the girl supported him, he couldn't help but lean on Hui Lin. He wanted to tell Hui Lin that he would be fine, but it was a little difficult to speak, so he could only shake his head. His internal organs were in a mess, and internal injuries were everywhere. The endless resolve restoration scripture also consumed a lot of true yuan, and the recovery was extremely slow. The chaos cauldron could no longer support it, and the ray of light returned to Yangqing's dantian, and there was no movement. Humph, I've warned you, with your little cultivation base, using the chaos cauldron to deal with ordinary demons may be useful, but it's still far from enough to deal with me. Yu Xuaning's patience had reached the limit, and after glancing coldly at Hui Lin who had just run over, her face was pale, she sneered, and separated 2 white silk, entangling Yangqing and Hui Lin at the same time. Both of you, go back with me. Yangqing tried to push Hui Lin away, but his body was no longer listening to him. This was the first time that his true yuan was almost exhausted, and he could only watch himself and Hui Lin being entangled. Yu Xuaning pulled the white silk, and her figure quickly flew to the distant mountains, while Yangqing and Hui Lin were like 2 puppets being dragged, flying along. The isolation of the 10,000 demon realm gave Yangqing a taste of what it felt like to have no one to help him. Yu Xuaning's vigorous true qi allowed her to fly for a long distance effortlessly after fighting with him. This woman even said that in the 10,000 demon realm, the strength of the demon race was limited because of the scarcity of heaven and earth spiritual energy. If it was really outside, how strong would this woman be? It didn't matter if he lost, but even Huilin was implicated. Yangqing couldn't wait to slap himself a few times, and he was so aggrieved. What was hateful was that it would take a lot of effort to restore his strength in a place where the heaven and earth spiritual energy was scarce. Even if he really recovered, he was still not Yu Xuaning's opponent, which made Yangqing at a loss. After flying eastward for a period of time, there were pavilions and towers in the mountains below. These red bricks and green tiles, antique buildings, like the Jiangnan water villages during the northern and southern dynasties, quite an elegant scene of a small building listening to the wind and rain. When they arrived at a spacious building at the top of the mountain range, they saw a long walkway paved with white jade starting from the mountain gate in the east. The luxurious palace looked like the imperial court of an emperor, but it was even more exquisite than that. The 3 seal characters Jade Fox Palace were engraved on the lintel with golden ink, shining brightly. Before Yangqing had time to take a closer look at the buildings here, he felt his body sinking. Yu Xuaning through the white silk and threw Yangqing into an underground cell with a mechanism. The two cold iron steel plates on the ground flashed with mysterious golden runes. After opening from the ground, Yangqing fell through the gap. As soon as Yangqing fell into the black prison, he tried to rush up, but was blocked by a golden light wall. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yangqing was shaken and fell vertically. Yu Xuaning stood in the air and giggled, "Brat, don't struggle, I personally collected this dungeon from the Endless Sea. It's a kind of ancient cold iron unique to the 10,000 demon realm. It has a strong ability to restrain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Together with the restriction formation that I personally set up, your Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation cultivation will never be able to get out. I advise you to obediently become my prisoner. Don't waste your energy." Yangqing landed on the ice-cold cold iron floor and discovered that the surroundings of this pitch-black space indeed did not have a single crack. Damn it. Yu Xuaning, if you want to avenge your men, then just come, what does it have to do with me? Yangqing was furious. He was in a hurry to get out of the 10,000 demon realm. If he was imprisoned, when could he go to Tongtian Tower? Yu Xuaning smiled disdainfully, "Why, now that things have come to this point, you can't even beat me, and you still want to go to the Tongtian Tower? Let me tell you, even if I were to go all out, I would only have a 50% chance of defeating the 99 layers of violet-blue divine lightning. Just forget it." After that, ignoring Yangqing's roar, Yu Xuaning took Hui Lin back to her palace. A group of female demon maids in white had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yu Xuaning coming back, they immediately bowed to greet her. Yu Xuaning handed the unconscious Hui Lin to one of her maids and said lightly, "Send this lady to the left wing room and serve her well. She is not allowed to leave the room without my permission, understand?" "Yes, Palace Lord." The maid did not dare to ask more and immediately retreated with Hui Lin in her arms. Yu Xuaning dismissed all the maids in the hall and gracefully sat down on her white jade chair. She took a deep breath. Outside the hall, near the dungeon, the sound of Yangqing's unwillingness to attack the cold iron could still be heard, but the cold iron prison did not budge at all. Yu Xuaning's eyes were a little sad and she muttered to herself, "God, why did you send such a reckless kid in when I was about to forget him, what a sin." It was already late January in Beijing, and the wind that blew on her face was painful. It stood to reason that after cultivating, such a temperature would no longer affect the body. However, Lin Ruoxi felt that this winter was particularly cold while standing in the cold wind. In the evening, outside the children's palace in the north of Beijing, Lin Ruoxi was wearing a black velvet sweater and a white double-breasted windproof coat. Like many parents outside, she was patiently waiting for her child to come out. It had been almost 2 weeks since Yangqing disappeared. It was close to the end of the month, but there was still no news. Yang Gongming and Guo Shuihua did not want Lin Ruoxi to worry silently at home, so they proposed to arrange a plan for Lanlan to study at the children's palace. Lanlan's learning ability was extremely strong, and her memory was even better. It was easy for her to learn the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, and vocal music in the children's palace. Coming here, she could have fun with other children. In fact, with the status of the Yang family, it was fine to let some better preschool teachers teach at home. Like now, they asked the driver to drive Lin Ruoxi and her mother out every day. It was nothing more than to let Lin Ruoxi have something to do and not let her imagination run wild. Lin Ruoxi also knew the good intentions of her in-laws, so she did not refuse. Perhaps she also subconsciously hoped that she could use this way to eliminate some of her worry and longing for her husband. These few nights, Lin Ruoxi almost couldn't sleep at all. Not only did she keep having recurring nightmares, but she also couldn't help thinking about what she should do if Yangqing really disappeared. In the meantime, Mo Qianni, Xia Qiqing, and the other women in Zhonghai also called to ask about it, because Yangqing's phone could not be reached. Lin Ruoxi did not dare to say it out loud, fearing that the women would swarm to Yanjin, which would only make the situation a mess. She could only say that Yangqing was in seclusion and did not want to be disturbed. Perhaps it was because of their blind worship and trust of this man's strength, the women did not suspect anything and were not worried at all. "Mom." Just when she was thinking about some trivial things, she heard a familiar sweet voice. A gentle smile appeared on Lin Ruoxi's face, and she opened her arms to catch Lanlan, who was running over. The little fellow was wearing a blue sweater and black tights, which was for the convenience of dance lessons. Carrying the heavy Lan, Lin Ruashi walked to the parking spot not far away and habitually asked, Lan, what did you learn today? The chubby little girl already knew that there would be such a question. She blinked her big eyes and said, I played Go with the teacher today. Lan ate a lot of the teacher's chess pieces, but the teacher stopped halfway through the game. He was going to win. Lin Ruashi was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh. At such an uneasy time, only her daughter could give her some laughter. Baby, in the future when you play Go with the teacher, you have to let the teacher win. Otherwise, how can the teacher teach other children? The teacher will lose face. Lin Ruashi said. Lan nodded hard and didn't want to talk about those things anymore. She asked eagerly, Mom, are we going to eat? The sun hasn't set yet, and you're already thinking about eating? Lan is hungry. Lin Ruashi helplessly pinched her daughter's face, walked to the car door, opened the door, and sat in. The white BMW 760 was driven by a female soldier of the Yang family's personal guard. She was specially assigned to drive for Lin Ruashi and her daughter. Seeing that the mother and daughter had already gotten in the car, the female soldier started the car and began to return to the Yang family. 10 minutes later, the car was on the highway, but it didn't take long before a police car suddenly caught up from behind and turned on its siren. While the female soldier driver was a little puzzled, she turned back and smiled at Lin Ruashi embarrassedly, Young madam, it seems that we have to stop for a while. Lin Ruashi didn't think much and nodded in agreement. When the car pulled over, the police car behind also stopped. 2 uniformed policemen got out and walked to the window, asking to open the door. The female soldier opened the window and asked, Police comrade, I didn't exceed the speed limit, did I? The policeman with a pockmarked face didn't answer. Instead, he sneered and suddenly clasped the female soldier's head with both hands. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones twisting could be heard. The female soldier's head turned and her neck was twisted. Lin Ruashi suddenly realized that this wasn't the police. It was clearly someone who wanted to kill her. Lan also pouted and shouted with her almond-shaped eyes, Mom. They are bad people. Humph. The other fake policeman didn't hesitate at all and threw a ball into the back seat through the window. The ball quickly ejected a large amount of gas. When Lin Ruashi realized that she should hold her breath, it was already too late. An odorless gas entered her nose and Lin Ruashi suddenly felt dizzy. Even though she had the internal energy of the peak of the Hotian stage, she still felt weak all over. Lan didn't seem to feel any discomfort. She tilted her head and looked at the ball for a while with a puzzled expression. Instead, she moved her small body forward and kicked the pockmarked policeman outside the car window. The pockmarked man obviously didn't expect this little girl to be completely immune to the paralyzing gas. However, he reacted quickly and dodged to the side, grabbing Lanlin's calf with one hand. Lin Ruashi, who was in the car, was weak. She could only watch the scene unfold with her heart burning with anxiety. This man was actually able to block Lanlin's attack. It was obvious that he had cultivated before. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, his internal energy level was probably not low. Lan instinctively swung her other leg at the man's head, but the man still blocked it with his arm. Damn it, this is strange. This little girl's internal energy is not bad. Lao Si. Quick, help me knock her out. All right. Another well-built man in police uniform grabbed both of Lanlin's arms and poked the back of Lanlin's neck with 2 fingers. Even though Lanlin's physique was outstanding, her cultivation was still shallow. She could deal with normal boorish men, but it was difficult for her to deal with these 2 people who had cultivation. She finally fainted after being poked in her acupuncture point, which contained internal energy. Damn, this chubby girl is even fiercer than her mother. Luckily she didn't make a big deal out of this. The pockmarked man noticed that there was nothing wrong with his surroundings and said, Lao Si, drag this woman out. I'll take this little girl. This car definitely has a tracking signal, don't bother about it. Lao Si nodded, opened the back door and dragged the weak Lin Ruashi out. He pretended to be unable to walk and stuffed her into the back seat of the police car. Lin Ruashi tried to open the car door and escape, but she felt her head getting heavier and heavier. Finally, her vision went black and she fainted. in the backyard of the Yang mansion. On this piece of land, small patches of chrysanthemum, spinach, and other seasonal vegetables were Yang Gongming's treasures. Now, his body was strong and healthy, and he was not afraid of the cold. The old man had nothing to do, so he sat on a stone bench, drinking tea, and silently looked at the green leaves. He could sit for 1 to 2 hours. Suddenly, an old guard who looked like he was half a century old ran to the backyard in a hurry. He lowered his head and reported nervously, "Marshal, young Madam and Miss Lanlin's car suddenly stopped on the highway on the way back." Communication failed. Yang Gongming's originally peaceful face instantly revealed a thick seriousness. "Where are the trackers on them?" "It was disrupted by radio waves. The other party is a professional kidnapper." The guard frowned. "Then don't waste time. Inform General Kai and help him track down all suspicious targets and vehicles. Listen to his orders and don't let anyone else in the family know about this." Yang Gongming gave 3 orders in a row. The guard saluted and left without hesitation, rushing to carry out his task. Yang Gongming got up with a gloomy face. He looked at the vegetable field in the yard and muttered to himself, "Someone can't wait anymore. Brat, if you don't come back soon, I really can't pretend anymore." The sky gradually turned into night. The wolf moon hung in the sky. It was so white that it was scary. In a river port warehouse in the southwest of Beijing, a large number of empty containers gave up a large piece of cement floor. Other than a few open vents, the entire warehouse was sealed. At this moment, there was a large number of incandescent lights in the warehouse. More than 10 burly men in different clothes surrounded Lin Ruoshi and her daughter in the center. Lin Ruoshi was pressed on a chair and tied tightly with a plastic rope. Although the knockout powder had lost its effect, Lin Ruoshi also knew that even if she broke free from the rope, she would not be able to fight against this group of martial artists. Compared to herself, Lin Ruoshi was more worried about her daughter. After the acupoint of Lan Lan was poked by the pockmarked man, she could not move her whole body, so she could only sit on another chair obediently. Her little face collapsed, and big beads of tears welled up in her eyes. The little girl relied on her great strength and good physical fitness. She had always been a character who would not be at a disadvantage, but this time she really kicked a hard iron plate. She was very strong even if she did not cry. In Lanlin's young heart, she finally understood why her father, who disappeared again, always told her to practice hard. "Who the hell are you? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth. The pockmarked man said disdainfully, "We brothers, of course, we know that Ms. Lin Ruoshi in front of us is the young mistress of the Yang family." "Then you still dare to?" "Of course we dare." The pockmarked man sneered and said, "The people we want to catch are the people from the Yang family. Especially the people around Yangqing. You are Yangqing's wife, the first one we want to catch is you." Although Lin Ruoshi was already prepared, she could not help but sigh when she heard that it was really to find Yangqing for revenge. "Aren't you afraid that my husband will come?" Lin Ruoshi tried to calm herself down. The pockmarked man and the other men laughed out loud. "Ms. Lin, I suggest that you stop bluffing. Yangqing has been missing for almost 2 weeks. Although it is not an open secret, we have accurate information, so you don't have to be deliberately mystifying." Lin Ruoshi's heart sank, and she asked in a low voice, "There must be a reason why you hate my husband so much." "To tell you the truth, we were originally a special force under Commander Liang Xinchuan's command. Commander Liang and the Liang family have given us a new life and nurtured us. Yangqing, this murderous devil, relied on his brute force and the protection of the Yang family and a group of old farts to kill our Commander Liang and his son. Of course, we have to seek justice." Lin Ruoshi narrowed her eyes and chuckled, "The Liang family's men of sacrifice? If that's the case, why didn't you just kill us mother and daughter? Instead, you captured us and brought us here, and even took the trouble to use the identity of the police to move quietly." A strange light flashed in the pockmarked man's eyes, as expected of the famous genius businesswoman Xianxia. Even if she quit her job and took care of her children, she did not degenerate. "That's right, we do have other purposes." Lin Ruoshi turned her head away. She had a rough idea of what was going on. "Madam Lin, don't be too complacent. The reason why we didn't kill you for the time being is just to better take revenge on Yangqing and the Yang family." The pockmarked man grinned and said, "Our brothers here have all reached the peak of the post-celestial realm. Although there are few who can match up to us in Xianxia, it is still not appropriate to deal with the Yang family. We know that the reason why Yanqing is so arrogant is because he has a peerless cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a martial artist like Madame Lin to reach the peak of the post-celestial realm in such a short period of time. Moreover, your daughter, this little girl, also has an extraordinary inner force cultivation." At this point, Lin Ruoshi sneered, "After going around in such a big circle, in the end, you still don't dare to kill us. It's just that you want to get the cultivation method from us, mother and daughter. You are simply using the Liang family's name to steal the cultivation method and divert our attention." The pockmarked man's expression was somewhat stiff. However, Lin Ruoshi was not polite at all. Her gaze was bone-chilling as she said, "Go back and tell Ning Guanyao not to try to deceive me in this way. Even if my husband doesn't come back, I am still a member of the Yang family." Hearing Lin Ruoshi mention Ning Guanyao, the pockmarked man couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Premier Ning? Isn't it rumored that Premier Ning is your biological father? Why would Madame Lin think that Premier Ning would do something to you? Isn't that so? This is Beijing, without any connections or background, what did you people rely on to sneak in?" Lin Ruoshi retorted. The pockmarked man coldly snorted, "It's useless to say more, this has nothing to do with us." "Just one sentence, do you want to say it or not?" "It's useless even if you ask me. I don't even know what my husband's cultivation technique is." Although Lin Ruoshi was nervous, she still wanted to stall for time as much as possible, hoping that someone would find this place. "Humph, are you waiting for someone to find this place and save you?" The pockmarked man disdainfully said, "To tell you the truth, even if someone really comes, as long as it's not Yanqing, with our abilities, we have nothing to fear." Lin Ruoshi bit her lips and remained silent. The pockmarked man touched his face, let out a long sigh, and said regretfully, "Madame Lin, I'm afraid you don't know one thing. The reason you were able to survive for so long was not because you were the illegitimate daughter of some big shot, nor was it because you were the chairman of a multinational company. The only reason you were able to survive under the eyes of so many people with real power was because you married a man who could make everyone around you fear him. But now, your man is no longer here, and he might even have died somewhere. Do you think we really don't dare to touch you?" Lin Ruoshi's eyes were slightly red as she gnashed her teeth and said, "He will definitely be fine. Who care? At least he's not here right now." A hint of viciousness and greed appeared in the pockmarked man's eyes. After sweeping his gaze over Lin Ruoshi's graceful figure a few times, he slowly touched Lin Ruoshi's cheek with one hand. "Bad people are not allowed to touch Mom. Lon Lon will beat you to death." When Lon Lon saw this, she shouted angrily, but one of the thugs stuffed her mouth with a piece of cloth. Lan Lin's acupuncture points were sealed and she was unable to move. She whimpered and was so anxious that her tears kept falling. "Don't hurt my daughter. She's still a child." Lin Ruoshi cried out in distress, but the few burly men were completely indifferent. Seeing that the devil's claws were about to touch her, Lin Ruoshi was finally frightened to the extreme. Her strong will to resist seemed to convey a strong alarm, activating the guardian that had been sleeping in her hand all this time. A sudden sharp cry of a phoenix rang out. The Fengxiang bangle on Lin Ruoshi's wrist finally sensed its owner's strong will to resist and it lit up with a green flame. A lifelike green fire phoenix soared out from the Fengxiang bracelet and pounced towards the freckled-faced man ferociously. The pockmarked man instinctively retreated, barely dodging the phoenix's green flames. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "What's that?" The group of burly men were also shocked as they stared at Lin Ruoshi with their nerves stretched taut. The moment that green flame appeared, it even burnt the rope that was tying Lin Ruoshi into ashes. As Lin Ruoshi heaved a sigh of relief, she dashed over to Lanlin's seat and swiftly removed the rag in Lanlin's mouth and untied the rope. This green fire phoenix was extremely intelligent as it didn't harm those who didn't have any enmity. But it didn't initiate an attack as it merely circled around Lin Ruoshi. The group of burly men could tell that this fire phoenix's powers were shocking. Although they didn't understand what it was, but it wasn't enough to subdue all of them. That was because they quickly realized that this fire phoenix wouldn't initiate an attack on them. This also meant that Lin Ruoshi couldn't freely use this power. In reality, it was indeed so. The Fengxiang bangle's defensive power was extraordinary, but it was still a defensive magical equipment after all. Lin Ruoxi hadn't even reached the innate realm, not to mention the soul formation realm. She couldn't unleash the full power of this magical equipment. This Fengxiang bangle could only barely protect her. As for anything else, it didn't have any effect at all. Brothers, don't be afraid. It's just some unorthodox stuff. Don't forget that we have weapons too, the pockmarked face man shouted. He took out a silver desert eagle from his waist and aimed it at Lin Ruoxi. The other burly men also took out their guns with a sinister smile. There were more than 10 large-caliber semi-automatic pistols. The pitch-black muzzles were like more than 10 deadly steel cannons. Madam Lin, did your husband leave this thing for you to protect your life? It's really good stuff. The pockmarked face man grinned and said, I'm very curious, can this thing block bullets? Or, can this bracelet protect both of you at the same time? As he said that, the pockmarked face man aimed his gun at Lan Lan. No. Lin Ruoxi hugged Lan Lan and shielded the child in front of her chest. However, as she was surrounded from all sides, no matter how she covered herself, Lan Lan was still exposed to the muzzle of the gun. The pockmarked face man chuckled, Madam Lin, you know very well that with the cultivation of us brothers, shooting a pistol is as easy as lifting a finger. All of us have the ability to instantly hit your daughter's head or any other part of her body. Of course, maybe your bracelet can protect her, but what if it can't? Lin Ruoxi's face was pale and bloodless. This was a threat. But she had no choice but to be threatened. Because it was impossible for her to gamble with Lanlan's life. If the Fengxiang bracelet could only protect the person wearing it, then no matter how strong Lanlan's body was, would she be able to block the bullets shot by the Desert Eagle? Xianxia could do it, but that didn't mean that Lanlan could too. Lin Ruoxi didn't dare to imagine what would happen to such a small child if she was shot by so many bullets. Pass the Fengxiang bracelet to Lanlan to wear? What if this child didn't know how to use it and couldn't activate the protective ability of the bracelet? Lin Ruoxi realized that she couldn't take any risks because her daughter's safety was the most important. Mom, don't cry, Lanlan isn't afraid. Unknowingly, Lin Ruoxi didn't notice that her face was already covered in tears. Lanlan's acupuncture point was pressed and she couldn't move, so she could only comfort herself. Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized that she was extremely useless. Without Xianxia around, she couldn't even protect her only daughter. Madam Lin, our patience has a limit. If you are willing to take off the bracelet, then we won't have to shoot. If you don't take it off, then we can only experiment to see if the bullets can hit your daughter. I'll take it off. Lin Ruoxi immediately turned around and shouted, afraid that if she delayed for even a moment, someone's gun would accidentally fire. With trembling hands, Lin Ruoxi took off the bracelet and placed it on the ground. The fire phoenix also disappeared in an instant, and the green flames disappeared without a trace, as if everything was just a dream. The pockmarked man and the others laughed out loud and walked forward. They pressed Lin Ruoxi back onto the chair and pointed the muzzle at Lin Ruoxi's forehead. Lin Ruoxi knew that she didn't have a cultivation above the innate realm, so she wasn't their match at all. Moreover, if she resisted, she might accidentally injure Lan Lan, so she could only obediently sit down. The pockmarked man turned his head to look at Lan Lan, who was pouting, and said, I finally understood. Since Madam Lin doesn't want to say it, why don't I ask this little girl? Xianxia's daughter has internal energy at such a young age. I'm afraid that her cultivation technique is even more profound than Madam Lin's. Little fat girl, tell us the martial arts your father taught you. Lanlan's little face was filled with hatred. Bad guy, Dad will come and kill you all. Heh. You're really similar to Xianxia. You're so young, yet you're already so ruthless. The pockmarked man reached out his hand and pinched Lanlan's face. Let me tell you, little fat girl, if you don't say it, your mother will die here. When Lan Lan heard this, her tears began to fall again. She looked at Lin Ruoxi with her big eyes and mumbled, Lan Lan doesn't know. Lin Ruoxi's heart was filled with heartache, but she was glad that this child still remembered Xianxia's words. At the same time, she shook her head, indicating that Lan Lan must not say anything. Lan Lan suddenly couldn't hold it in and cried out, You're all bad people. Lan Lan doesn't want Mama to die. Woo. Don't cry. If you cry again, I'll beat your mother to death. The pockmarked man roared fiercely, scaring Lan Lan. Lan Lan sobbed. She didn't even dare to breathe as she stared at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi felt as if her heart had been cut open with a knife. Pieces of flesh were chopped off and crushed into pieces. The child's helpless, hesitant, worried, and expectant gaze made her feel worse than death. After glancing at Lin Ruashi complacently, he said again, "Little fat girl, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me your cultivation technique. If you don't, I'll shoot your mother to death." With that, the gun was even closer to Lin Ruashi's forehead. The ice-cold muzzle was already pressed against her delicate skin. After all, Lin Ruashi's physical body was not comparable to Yang Cheng's. Her Hotian realm cultivation was also unable to resist the bloodthirsty bullets. Although Lan Lan was still young, she still knew a lot of principles. The child knew very well that if that iron lump was pulled, then her mother would die on the spot. Seeing that her daughter was about to speak, Lin Ruashi immediately shouted, "Lan Lan, don't say it. They don't dare to kill mother, don't." Bam! A gunshot rang out. Lin Ruashi's words came to an abrupt halt. The pockmarked man instantly fired a bullet at the ceiling, then aimed the muzzle of the gun at Lin Ruashi while emitting green smoke. "Madam Lin, don't think that you know everything. My brothers and I have guns full of bullets," the pockmarked man said gloomily. Lan Lan was completely frightened by the sound. Her little body trembled uncontrollably as she bit her lips and let out sobbing sounds. "Little fat girl, if you don't speak. The next gunshot, your mother will die in front of you," the pockmarked man said with a dark face. Lin Ruashi gritted her teeth and said loudly, "Lan Lan. You absolutely can't say it. Otherwise, Mom won't want you anymore." Immediately, Lan Lan closed her small mouth that was about to open. She looked at Lin Ruashi with a resentful expression, afraid that she would really not want her. She pouted and said, "Lan Lan doesn't know. Damn it. You're looking for a beating." The pockmarked man suddenly became ruthless. He rushed forward and slapped Lan Lan's face. Because he knew that this little girl was swift and fierce, the pockmarked man didn't hold back at all. He used all the inner force of the postliminary realm. Lan Lan's acupuncture point was sealed, so she was unable to resist. She was sent flying for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the cement floor. "No!" Lin Ruashi screamed in pain and almost fainted. "She's still a child. How can you do this?" Lin Ruashi felt as if there was a raging fire in her chest that was about to burn her. Even though Lan Lan's physical fitness was extremely strong, she still burst into tears after being thrown so heavily. The cries of the children filled the entire warehouse with desolation. "Humph, aren't you afraid of death?" The pockmark-faced man turned around and smiled at Lin Ruashi. "Ms. Lin, since you're so proud, I won't force you. I heard that your daughter is adopted, so she's not a member of the Yang family. Since that's the case, I'm sure you won't mind if I torture her to death in front of you. After all, your life is slightly more valuable." As he spoke, the pockmark-faced man started to walk towards Lan Lan, who was crying on the floor. "You. Stop. What do you want?" Lin Ruashi finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood up and tried to grab the pockmark-faced man. However, even if Lin Ruashi used all her cultivation, she was only on par with this group of men in front of her. Before she could even touch them, 2 other men grabbed her arms and pressed her back onto the chair. "Open your eyes and watch carefully. The consequence of not speaking is that your daughter will be tortured to death by my own hands." The pockmark-faced man laughed maniacally and kicked Lan Lan's little stomach. Lan Lan was kicked more than 10 meters away. She rolled on the ground and was covered in a layer of dust. Her body was also curled up. Another man who was closer actually mercilessly kicked Lan Lan's back. Lan Lan cried bitterly as she was kicked in front of the other men. Lin Ruashi only saw Lan Lan being kicked here and there by a few men as though she was a plaything. They completely didn't see her as a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Damn it. This little fellow is so hard, she's still not dead even after being kicked like this. Don't tell me she's really that bastard Yang Cheng's vile spawn. This body is really perverted. Heh, her body is really fleshy. It's really soft. Let me kick a few more times. Little bastard, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acknowledging Xianxia as your father. You deserve to cry to death. The group of men jeered as they kicked Lan Lan harder and harder. Every kick was like a heavy kick to her heart. Lin Ruoshi felt as though her heart was being twisted into a ball and was about to explode. Stop. Stop. Don't hurt my daughter. Lin Ruoshi's tears flowed like a broken dam. She was so sorrowful that she was about to suffocate. She murmured and everything around her started to become illusory. Her heartbeat became more and more intense. Thump. 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 The sound of her heartbeat made Lin Ruoshi feel that her consciousness was starting to become blurry. It was as though her nerves were trying hard to avoid everything in front of her, allowing her to enter a completely enclosed space. And at this moment, Lan Lan finally couldn't bear the continuous kicks that carried internal energy. She cried and screamed as a mouthful of red blood spurted out from her mouth. Lan Lan's face was instantly dyed red. Even her crying voice had become much weaker. The pockmarked man stepped on Lan Lan's stomach and turned around to look at Lin Ruoshi. He grinned and said, "How is it, Madam Lin? If you don't open your mouth, your daughter will really..." Halfway through his words, the pockmarked man suddenly stopped. He didn't know why, but he felt that Lin Ruoshi, who was being pressed down on the chair, was a little strange. The woman's head was lowered. Her face was hidden in the darkness and couldn't be seen clearly. It was as though a strange, cold, dark, dense, and gloomy aura was being emitted from the woman's body. The two strong men who were holding on to Lin Ruoshi's arms and pressing her down, didn't know why, but cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Even they themselves were a little baffled. The pockmarked man swallowed his saliva. The other big men also quietened down. Not long after, the entire warehouse seemed to be enveloped in an extremely dense aura. It was so dense that it made people shiver in fear. Murderous aura. That's right. The pockmarked man and the others suddenly reacted. The aura that was emitted from Lin Ruoshi's body was one that they had never felt before. It was a kind of hysterical murderous aura that could destroy everything. It was as though a thick black fog was surrounding everyone, and it was mixed with a dense smell of blood. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi finally raised her head slowly. The woman's face was as beautiful as before. However, the pair of pure eyes that had just been crying like a pear blossom in the rain were now empty. Rather than empty, it would be better to say that they were completely cold. This kind of gaze that looked down on everything and was filled with absolute murderous intent was something that even the most battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers wouldn't be able to feel. At this moment, in her eyes, it was as though the life in front of her no longer existed. All of you deserve to die. A slightly hoarse voice came from Lin Ruoshi's throat, but it made all the big men who were skilled shiver. Who are you trying to scare? You're just bluffing. Without waiting for the pockmarked man to finish, Lin Ruoshi made her move. The woman's arms bent at an angle that defied the laws of nature. After a moment of twisting, she formed a cone-shaped fist and hit the back of the head. Her two heels flipped and hooked onto the calves of the two big men beside her. Ow! The two big men were punched in the abdomen, and their vital parts were hit. Even though they had internal energy to resist, the pain was still unbearable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ruoshi leaned back in her seat, grabbed the heads of the two men with both hands, and slammed them in the middle with all her might. Bang! After the sound of the collision, the two big men were dizzy, and the strong concussion caused them to completely lose the ability to move. The woman's hands didn't stop at all. As they slid down, she snatched the two black pistols from the big men's hands. At the same time, the safety of the two big men in front of her was instantly released. Using the cover of the two big men in front of her, she aimed at the two men closest to her and fired two bang-bang sounds. Before the two men could react, they were both hit between the eyebrows, and the bullets went through their heads, killing them on the spot. This amazing marksmanship seemed to not even need to look at the target, and it could directly hit the target. And all of this was done in almost a second. By the time the pockmarked man and the others realized that the situation was not good, Lin Ruoshi's figure was already like a wantonly flying shadow. With elegant and demonic dance steps, she slid from her seat diagonally to the nearest big man. The two pistols didn't continue to be used. Instead, they were used as throwing weapons, and were directly thrown at the wrists of the two men who were about to raise their guns. All of these actions were done without the slightest bit of sloppiness. It was as if she was possessed by the Grim Reaper. Her combat skills were used to perfection, and everything was under her control. The moment the big man realized that Lin Ruashi was already beside him, he swept his leg with full internal energy. Just as it was about to touch Lin Ruashi, the woman followed the direction of the kick and spun at an extremely fast speed. Lin Ruashi's hands took advantage of the momentum to grab the leg, and with another fling, she threw the big man toward the other man who was about to rush over. The two big men crashed into each other, and Lin Ruashi's footsteps took cover. She pulled out a sharp military dagger from the waist of the man who was hit. A cold light flashed and Lin Ruashi's arm gently drew an arc, and the two big men's throats were cut open. The two big men didn't seem to notice that their throats had been cut open, and they had already lost their lives. It was like an art, but there were no flaws in this killing method. It was as natural as a woman's breathing. This caused the remaining 7 to 8 big men to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This wasn't killing someone, this was simply taking their life. This was a massacre. The freckled-faced man was the first to react as he placed his leg on Lanlin's throat. "Don't move. Otherwise I'll..." Swish. A piercing sound was heard as the military dagger had turned into a flying dagger, flying directly towards the freckled-faced man's throat. The freckled-faced man didn't even manage to finish his sentence as he hurriedly dodged the dagger. If it wasn't for his high vigilance, he would have lost his life within a few tenths of a second. The woman didn't pause at all as all her movements were as smooth as flowing water, making it extremely difficult for the freckled-faced man and the rest to defend against her. Just as the freckled-faced man retreated, Lin Ruashi had already charged towards him. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out as the bullets were like shuttles cutting through the air, drawing out a series of fatal lines. However, Lin Ruashi's figure seemed to repel the bullets as all the trajectories of the bullets were perfectly avoided by her. It was as though before the bullets even left the chamber, the woman had already known all the trajectories of the bullets. This kind of absolute control over the gun caused the freckled-faced man and the rest to be frightened out of their wits. Against such a level of character, guns were simply toys. Before he could think, Lin Ruashi had already charged in front of the freckled-faced man. The freckled-faced man simply clenched his teeth as he threw a punch towards the woman's body. However, Lin Ruashi suddenly rose into the air and in the process of doing a front somersault, a dagger somehow appeared in her hand as she slashed from the middle of the freckled-faced man's eyes all the way to the back of his head. A line of blood directly sliced his head into two. The freckled-faced man couldn't believe that he had been defeated just like that. He didn't even see clearly when the woman had pulled out a second dagger and hid it in her hand. How could this be? In the midst of his unwillingness to admit defeat, the freckled-faced man flopped onto the ground as his brain juice flowed out. However, Lin Ruashi didn't stop her movement as her body did a beautiful somersault as though she was escaping from the Earth's gravity. The dagger in her hand was once again thrown towards the nearest burly man like a flying dagger. The burly man saw the freckled-faced man falling and didn't manage to dodge in time. He instinctively stretched out his hand to block, but his palm was pierced by the flying dagger. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, Lin Ruashi's figure dashed in front of him and her fingers directly pierced into his eyes. Ow! Leaving the blind man behind, Lin Ruashi's silhouette slid a few times consecutively. After dodging all the bullets, she started to kill the remaining men who had lost their will to fight. Even though they had the same inner force cultivation, the combat skills and sharpness of the woman before them far exceeded their limits of thought. It was just like two weapons that were clearly loaded with the same powerful chemicals. One was an ancient cannon, while the other was an extremely precise missile. No matter how many cannons there were, it was impossible for them to hit the elusive but deadly missile with one hit. At this moment, Lin Ruashi didn't allow them to think about how she had become like this. Their only hope of survival had been completely obliterated by her elusive combat skills. Lin Ruashi's hands were constantly switching between the dagger and the gun. Her fists, legs, and legs were almost omnipotent. Facing the men who were also at the peak of the post-liminary realm, she carried out an overwhelming massacre. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen men had been killed. When the last man's temple was pierced, Lin Ruashi threw his body away. The coldness on her face melted like a snow mountain and turned into gentleness and love. He quickly ran to where Lan Lan was lying and pulled the little girl into his arms, hugging her tightly. Lan Lan's face was still dirty, covered with blood and dust, but she was very happy at this moment. Mommy is so powerful. All the bad guys are dead. I'm sorry. Lan Lan, Mommy didn't protect you well, Mommy's bad. I'm sorry. Lin Ruashi didn't smile at all. She gently wiped her daughter's face, full of heartache, and sobbed. In fact, Lan Lan had almost recovered. She hugged Lin Ruashi's neck, kissed her on the face, and giggled happily. Lin Ruashi forced a smile. Just as she was about to say something, a trace of exhaustion flashed in her eyes. Then, she fainted and fell down. Lan Lan was pressed under her. She kept screaming, but Lin Ruashi was in a deep sleep and didn't respond at all. Late at night, in Ning Guanyao's study room in the Ning family's mansion, Ning Xingchen was still dressed in a white robe. He sat leisurely on a seat at the side, playing with a blue and white porcelain cup that he had found somewhere. As for Ning Guanyao, he sat on the chair with an ashen face. After listening to a subordinate's report, he didn't seem to believe it. He asked again, "Are you sure that the one who killed those idiots was Ruashi?" The bodyguard kept quiet out of fear and nodded, "Yes, master. The fingerprints have been verified. There are traces of Miss Lin's use on those guns and daggers. Moreover, when General Kai brought the dragon group to rescue them, that Lan Lan also insisted that it was Miss Lin who killed everyone." Nonsense. Ruashi has never learned any killing techniques, so how could she have taken care of more than 10 of them? Ning Guanyao said angrily. The bodyguard knelt on the ground hesitantly, "Master, this is absolutely true. I also can't figure out how those Liang family's death warriors would die just like that, but the truth is right in front of us. Unless someone deliberately created a false impression, and deliberately stained those guns and daggers with Miss Lin's fingerprints, it's possible." Ning Guanyao's face turned green and white. He waved his hand, "Get out. Useless thing." The bodyguard hurriedly retreated as if he had been pardoned. When the study quietened down, Ning Guanyao put away his stern expression and walked to Ning Xingchuan's side. He smiled awkwardly and said, "The fourth, Guanyao did not handle things well. It seems that it will take some time to obtain Yang Cheng's cultivation technique." Ning Xingchen sighed softly and said in a bored tone, "Ning Guanyao, I told you that you're thinking too simply. It's true that the Liang clan's men of sacrifice are easy to control, but we don't know how strong they are. Your illegitimate daughter carries a lot of secrets. Haven't you discovered it before?" The fourth, Guanyao still can't believe that those people were killed by Ruashi. Could it be that someone really created a false impression? Ning Xingchen sneered, "That young Lan Lan is just a little kid of 3 or 4 years old. Can she help to lie? I advise you to investigate Lin Ruashi thoroughly first, and then consider whether to bring her back to the Ning family. Otherwise, you'll be shooting yourself in the foot." The fourth, rest assured. Guanyao will do his best to investigate clearly. Not only do you have to do your best, but you also have to use your brain. Ning Xingchen said sarcastically, "Yang Cheng's life and death are unknown now. If he suddenly comes back, it will be difficult to take the opportunity to do something. You'd better not miss it." Ning Guanyao repeatedly agreed, but his eyes flashed with a lot of ruthlessness, and he gritted his teeth. At the same time, in the back hall of the Yang family, on a bed, Lin Ruashi slowly opened her eyes. The light was slightly glaring, and then, a familiar and cute round face appeared in front of her. Lan Lan, who had washed up and changed her clothes, was blinking her eyes, full of joy. Seeing Lin Ruashi wake up, she sweetly called out, "Mummy." Lin Ruashi reached out to touch her daughter's face, and then felt a little confused. "Lan Lan. You're awake?" Yang Goming's old voice sounded from the side. Only then did Lin Ruashi realize that she was already home. She got up and let Lan Lan, who was lying on her, down. Looking around, she saw that many people were smiling at her. Other than Yang Gongming, Yang Pejuan, Guo Shuihua, and other family members, Kai Yunqing, Sky Dragon, Yi, and other members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade were also in the back hall. However, these people were looking at her with a look of fear that was not there before. What's wrong with everyone? Uncle Kai, did you bring people to save us? Lin Ruashi was a little confused. She was clearly in an unknown warehouse. Kai Yunqing and the others exchanged glances, and everyone was obviously confused. Ruashi. Kai Yunqing smiled warmly and asked, you really don't remember what happened? Before? What? Lin Ruashi felt a little headache. Without waiting for Kai Yunqing to speak, Lan Lan was already jumping happily and shouting, Mummy, you're so awesome. You killed all those bad guys. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. They're all dead. Lin Ruashi looked at Lan Lan jumping up and down on the ground, gesturing with her hands, but she was confused. Looking at Kai Yunqing and the others, they did not deny it. Lin Ruashi subconsciously touched her forehead. I killed someone? How could that be? I don't remember anything. Not only was Yang Gongming present, Kai Yunqing and the others were also perceptive people. From Lin Ruashi's expression, it seemed that she really didn't remember anything. Kai Yunqing and Yang Gongming looked at each other, and both of them revealed a strange expression. It's fine if you don't remember, as long as you're fine, it's better than anything else. Guo Shuihua was still scared and came up to comfort him. Yang Gongming nodded, Ruashi, forget it if you can't remember. Although this matter is strange, you have cultivated for a long time after all, so it's not impossible for you to have some results. However, from tomorrow onwards, even if you and your mother want to go out, you must bring a certain amount of guards with you. Before Yangqing comes back, you must not be in any danger. Lin Ruashi also couldn't remember what had happened. Hearing Yang Gongming's suggestion, she had no intention of rejecting it and obediently agreed. However, thinking that there was still no news of Yangqing, Lin Ruashi's heart could not relax. Both mother and daughter were shocked. Guo Shuihua personally stewed some lotus seed porridge to calm them down and gave Lan Lan a sumptuous dinner. After feeding the chubby little girl, she let the mother and daughter rest early. Although the family was happy that Lin Ruashi and her daughter had been found safely, Yang Cheng's disappearance brought a shadow and influence to the Yang family, which gradually became more prominent, causing the situation to be quite tense. In the dead of the night, in Yang Gongming's study, Kai Yunqing did not leave early with Sky Dragon and the others. As the father of Kai Ning and Choi Yun, Kai Yunqing was already considered a relative of the Yang family, so he naturally paid special attention to the predicament of the Yang family. At this moment, Yang Gongming sat at the desk and looked at the photos taken in the warehouse under the light. His eyebrows were full of suspicion. Kai Yun said with a deep meaning in his words, Elder Yang, I've investigated these men on the scene, and they're all surviving members of the Liang clan. All of them are death soldiers that Liang Xingchuan has secretly nurtured. Their cultivations are around the peak of the post-luminary realm, and they're absolutely an extraordinary force. The Liang family is finished. If this group of people wants to enter Beijing, no one will open the back door for them. It's impossible to hide it from the public, not to mention that they even got a police car as cover, Sky Dragon said. Yang Gongming put down the photos, took a sip of tea, and said, of course they won't seek revenge on us for the Liang family. If that was the case, they wouldn't have tried to steal Yang Cheng's cultivation technique. They would have killed Ruashi and her daughter a long time ago. I think so too. Speaking of which, the Ning family's ambition is the greatest, and they also have the ability to do so. They are the most likely. However, it is precisely because their goal is so big that I feel that Ning Guanyao shouldn't be so stupid. Kai Yunqing frowned. Yang Gongming chuckled, Ning Guanyao doesn't mind us suspecting him. As long as Yangqing doesn't return for a day, he can be fearless. If we were to find out that he did it, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, it is also possible that someone else framed the Ning family. After all, that brat Yangqing has too many enemies. Kai Yunqing deeply agreed. As if he had thought of something, he gestured to the captain of Dragon Group 1, Tsunami, and said, tell Elder Yang about the results of the analysis. Tsunami nodded, stood up and said, according to the situation of death and the traces of fighting at the scene, we found out that if these people were really killed by Miss Lin, then Miss Lin's method of killing could be said to be invulnerable. The whole process of killing, according to the forensic examination, did not exceed 30 seconds. In other words, on average, one person died in at least 3 seconds. This is a kind of seamless killing method that even the world's top assassins might not be able to achieve. Considering the strength of this group of people and their weapons, Miss Lin must have an absolute understanding of guns, daggers, and other weapons. She must be able to predict the trajectory of the bullets, and from the movement of the human body's muscles, she must be able to judge the next movement of the opponent. Only then can she kill this group of people in half a minute without suffering any injuries. As far as we know, even the top assassin organization, Zero, may not have such an assassin. In the past 10 years, young Master Xianxia is naturally one of them. However, the other assassins who can do this can be counted on one hand. Yang Gongming's face darkened as he looked at the pictures in silence. How could he not feel how crazy and bloody the killings in the pictures were? As far as we know, although Ruwashi practices internal energy, it is almost impossible for her to deal with more than a dozen people who are at the same level as her. Moreover, they are all well-trained soldiers of the special forces. If she was really the one who killed people in such an artistic way, I'm afraid that there are many secrets hidden in her body. Kai Yinqing analyzed. General, forgive me for being blunt. This kind of killing technique requires at least 5 years of hellish training. She must also have sufficient battle experience and extraordinary talent in killing. I don't think that a lady like Miss Lin, who has a clear resume since she was young, can hide such strength. Tsunami shook his head. As soon as he said this, the study room fell silent. Everyone knew that Tsunami was right. Everything about Lin Ruwashi's birth and growth was recorded. Therefore, the story that no one saw today could be explained. In the end, Yang Gongming sighed and said, no matter what, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them for a period of time. As for Zhonghai, I will arrange for the Jiangnan military to protect them secretly. As for what happened to Ruwashi, let time tell us. 10,000 Demon Realm, Jade Fox Palace. In an elegant wing room, Huilin sat on a bench next to the bed and looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of the mountains. This was already the 6th day of her house arrest in the Jade Fox Palace. In these days, Yu Xuaning arranged maids to bathe Huilin, wash her clothes, and eat 3 meals a day. Nothing was left behind. Such treatment did not make Huilin feel very happy. She could not step out of the door. She could only learn from the maid at the door that Yu Xuaning imprisoned Yangqing without any reason. Why are you in a daze, thinking of your lover? A sweet and mischievous voice suddenly came from behind. Huilin turned around abruptly and saw Yu Xuaning, who was looking at her sweetly. The snow and cloud gown on the ground, gracefully and elegantly outlined her extremely graceful figure. Such a beauty that seemed to be born from heaven and earth made Huilin, as a woman, lose her mind for a moment. You are finally here, what are you going to do to us? Huilin asked with a sullen face. Yu Xuaning twirled her black hair and said leisurely, the reason why I came to see you so late is because I came early. It is inevitable that you will be upset. Now that you have almost calmed down, as the host, it is natural for me to come and see my guests. As for what I want to do to you, it is very simple, of course, to keep you here as guests. I am not stupid. If you really invited us to be guests, why did you imprison Brother Yang? Huilin got up angrily. Yu Xuaning sighed faintly, it seems that you do not know Yangqing very well. He is clearly stubborn. If I said that I want to keep him here for a few years, he will definitely not agree, so I can only suppress him by force. What did you say? Years? Huilin lost her voice, do you really want to lock Brother Yang up for many years? Yu Xuaning said matter-of-factly, why, do you want me to let him out, and then run to the Tongtian Tower to die? Of course not. But... Huilin struggled to frown and said hesitantly, is what you said true? Brother Yang will really die in the tower? Yu Xuaning looked at Huilin playfully, since I came in, all the topics revolved around Yangqing, but you did not ask me at all, when will I let you out, what will I do to you? It seems that in your heart, Yangqing seems to be more important than yourself. Little sister Huilin, do you really like that man so much? Huilin was startled and hurriedly shook her head, but her pretty face that was full of red clouds betrayed her true feelings. I did not. Brother Yang is my brother-in-law, how can I like him? Yu Xuaning seemed to have found something particularly interesting, Her bright eyes flickered, and she asked, "You said, he is your brother-in-law? That's strange. One is a sister-in-law and the other is a brother-in-law. How did both of them enter the demon realm? Moreover, they are so intimate. Don't tell me, you slept with him behind your sister's back? You are lying. Brother Yang and I were accidentally sucked here by the demon lock tower because we were chasing a bad guy. We don't know anything at all. And nothing happened between me and Brother Yang at all." As Hui Lin said these words, her ears were burning, and many images of Yangqing hugging her in the dark appeared in her mind, and her tone began to soften. Yu Xuaning said jokingly, "Listen to yourself, you keep saying Brother Yang, but not brother-in-law, it means that you have a guilty conscience." Bystanders have a clear view of the situation. Yang Chen is willing to bring a burden like you to Tongtian Lake despite the danger. It's obvious that he views you as important as himself. There's no use trying to argue with him. It was as if these remarks had hit the softest part of the girl's heart, making Hui Lin speechless at this moment. Thousands of thoughts were circulating in Hui Lin's mind. Does Brother Yang really value me that much? Does he really care about me that much? Does he have that kind of feeling for me too? Thinking of this, Hui Lin's charming face was so red that it could drip juice. Yu Xuaning suddenly snorted coldly at this time and said, "That brat already has a wife, and he's still so close to you. He's obviously not a good person, and you're still thinking about him, it's simply stupid." "No, it's not like that," Hui Lin argued, "Brother Yang is very good to everyone, it's not against me." "You're saying that in addition to you, that brat also touches other women? In that case, isn't his wife very pitiful?" Yu Xuaning frowned. Hui Lin wanted to deny it, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be the truth, so she could only say, "What you said is so unpleasant, what touch? Brother Yang and I are innocent. And that's my sister's choice, what does it have to do with others?" "Humph, he's innocent now, but it doesn't mean he'll be innocent in the future. Maybe he's just looking for an opportunity to eat you, silly little girl." Yu Xuaning smiled charmingly, revealing a touch of slyness. "I see that you're still a virgin, full of vitality. If you cultivate well, you'll have the potential to set foot in the immortal sect in the future. Don't be bewitched by some stinky man." Hui Lin bit her thin lips and said nothing, seeming to be indignant about Yu Xuaning always badmouthing Yangqing. Yu Xuaning chuckled and said, "I said so much to you because you're kind-hearted, simple, and pleasing to the eye. I haven't mistreated you these days. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yangqing yourself, see if he's a sanctimonious stinky man." What do you mean?" Hui Lin was puzzled. Yu Xuaning smiled mysteriously, and with a wave of her sleeve, Hui Lin fell beside her. She held Hui Lin's slender waist, and Hui Lin couldn't resist at all as Yu Xuaning quickly took her out of the room. In the 10,000 demon realm, in the East continent, the mountains were steep. There was a large number of active volcanoes in the middle of this valley, spewing out scorching lava all year round. Yellow gas filled the air, and it could be said to be a poor and dangerous valley. In the depths of this place was the Dragon Valley, which was occupied by the strongest demon clan in the 10,000 demon realm and also the only independent demon clan, the Dragon Clan. Skeletons of dead dragon tribe members could be seen all over the mountains and plains. The huge dragon skeletons covered the Dragon Valley, which stretched for hundreds of miles, with an ancient aura. At the top of the highest mountain peak was the Dragon King Palace, which was built with black stones. It was a huge palace without any fancy decorations. It allowed the huge dragon race members to enter and exit freely in their true form. At this time, a cyan flying dragon flew from the distant sky. The dragon swung its tail, like a cyan rainbow breaking through the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the Dragon King Palace. As soon as he entered the hall, the azure dragon's body flickered with a green light and turned into a handsome 2-meter-tall man. He was wearing a green robe and nodded at the high platform in front of the hall with a serious expression. "Your Majesty Dragon King, the Ice Dragon Messenger has been found. He's just injured, and his movement is a little slow. He will be here soon." The stairs were piled up with layers of dragon bones. On the high platform, a black-haired middle-aged man wearing a black gilded robe was sitting on a golden dragon scale bench. This man had thick eyebrows, a beard, slightly dark skin, and a faint dark aura. He was the ruler of the Dragon Valley for more than 1,000 years, the Dragon King, Qiu Wujiang. Wind Dragon Messenger, you've been out for a long time. Did the Ice Dragon Messenger encounter any trouble? Xiao Wujiang asked in a deep voice with a blank expression. Your Majesty, the Ice Dragon Messenger was looking for materials for Your Majesty this time. He was intercepted by Bashan Kai Feng, one of the 36 sky demons under the nine-tailed celestial fox, and experienced a fierce battle. The Wind Dragon Messenger said. Xiao Wujiang grinned. That fox must have noticed something and deliberately sent someone to keep an eye on it. But no matter how powerful she is, she can't protect the entire territory. Did the Ice Dragon Messenger complete the task? The Wind Dragon Messenger was about to say something, but he looked back. Your Majesty, the Ice Dragon Messenger is here. During the conversation, a blue dragon flew in from the entrance of the main hall, with a long string of sparkling ice crystals, dazzling. After the blue dragon transformed into a human form, it was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. His hair was mostly gray, and he had a thin horse face. His appearance was plain. Your Majesty, I'm late. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. The Ice Dragon Messenger presented a red wooden box in his hand, and the box flew to Qiu Wujiang, who was high above. After Qiu Wujiang took the box and opened it, inside, there were 2 excellent quality translucent emerald jade bottles. Even if the bottle was firmly sealed with enchantment, it was difficult to completely cover up the thick red liquid inside, and the bloody smell emitted from it. Qiu Wujiang's eyes were shining, and he suddenly stood up and laughed up to the sky. There was a faint dragon roar echoing in this hall. Haha. Good job, Ice Dragon. I only asked you to take the blood essence of 1 sky demon and 1 sky demon, but you actually gave me the blood essence of 7 sky demons and 6 sky demons. Tell me, how did you do it? The Wind Dragon Messenger also said that you were injured. Could it be that those sky demons and sky demons were more injured than you? Qiu Wujiang's eyes seemed to be flashing with electricity, and he stared at the Ice Dragon. The Wind Dragon Messenger below also looked at the Ice Dragon with a stunned face. He only knew that the Ice Dragon completed the task, but he didn't expect that he actually killed 13 sky demons and sky demons. The Ice Dragon Messenger cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, in fact, this is also thanks to Your Majesty's good fortune. This time I was originally in danger. At the junction of the Red Dragon Snow Mountain and the Demon Night Forest, I was ambushed by the Sky Demon Ba Shi and Kai Feng, and I fell into a bitter battle. I thought that this time I would return without success, but I didn't expect that there was a new human cultivator who came to help me defeat the 2 sky demons. A new human cultivator? Xiao Wujiang squinted and said, I also heard some rumors that there are new cultivators who appeared in the White Cloud City under the Jade Fox Palace. Could it be them? The Ice Dragon Messenger nodded and said, I guess it should be. The human cultivator's cultivation is high, even higher than me. Seeing that I was besieged, he helped me, and I also took the opportunity to kill Ba Shi and Kai Feng, and took the blood essence of the 2 demons. That human wanted to find a way out of the demon realm, so I claimed to take him with me for a while. Along the way, I deliberately chose a few places where the sky demons were stationed, and with the help of the human cultivator, I eradicated all the sky demons that blocked the way. It was not until the edge of the Demon Night Forest that I parted with the cultivator and showed him the way to the White Cloud City. Later, I rushed to the Linyuan Valley, wanting to get more blood essence of the sky demons for Your Majesty, but unfortunately, I was not strong enough. After defeating 6 sky demons, I finally ran out of chi, and was chased and injured. Thanks to Brother Wind Dragon, otherwise, it would be difficult for me to return safely. Qiu Wujiang's eyes were slightly puzzled, and he looked at the Wind Dragon inquiringly. The Wind Dragon nodded and said, Your Majesty, it was indeed at the border between the Linyuan Valley and the Dragon Valley that we found the Ice Dragon Messenger. The Demon Emperor Xiao has been hiding in the Purple Bamboo Forest in recent years, and many of those sky demons have just been promoted, and their strength is not as good as before. It's not surprising that 6 of them were killed by Brother Ice Dragon. You're thinking too much. The Ice Dragon Messenger risked his life to get this box of Sky Demon and Sky Demon's blood essence. How would I have any doubts? Qiu Wujiang laughed and said, Wind Dragon Messenger, accompany the Ice Dragon Messenger to recuperate. Before the Heaven Tournament, you don't need to go out to deal with any affairs. Your Majesty, is there enough demon blood essence? The Ice Dragon Messenger asked. Xiao Wujiang smiled and did not answer. No need to ask more, Ice Dragon Messenger. Once the matter is done, you will be a great hero. You can go now. The Ice Dragon Messenger hesitated and said, I also want to ask your majesty, who will be going to the Heaven Tournament in half a month's time. Why are you so concerned about this? Xiao Wujiang squinted. The Ice Dragon Messenger said earnestly, I have never participated in the Heaven Tournament, and I am willing to go this time. For the Dragon Valley to dominate the tournament. Xiao Wujiang's eyes were locked on the Ice Dragon for a long time, and he smiled strangely. I will think about it, Ice Dragon Messenger can leave first. The Ice Dragon Messenger was a little unwilling, but he still nodded. Together with the Wind Dragon Messenger, he shook his body and turned into a 100-foot giant dragon again, and left the hall. Xiao Wujiang looked at the green and blue dragons flying away, and then looked at the jade bottle of blood essence in his hand. His eyes were unpredictable. Jade Fox Palace, in the dungeon. In this dark dungeon, Yangqing did not know how many days had passed. From the initial irritation and anger, to the later helplessness and frustration, Yangqing felt that it was as long as a few centuries. Logically speaking, his state of mind had reached an extremely high level, and he would not collapse because of this enclosed space, but Yangqing found that he still could not do it. Uncontrollably, Yangqing would worry about his wife, daughter, his lovers in Zhonghai, and Hui Lin who was taken away by Yu Xuaning. If he was really locked up here, what should they do? Every time he thought of this, Yangqing would attack the dungeon frantically, almost exhausting all the true yuan that he had recovered. However, no matter how hard Yangqing tried, his true yuan was obviously weakened, and he could not communicate with heaven and earth. He was simply a cornered beast. Yangqing did not understand why Yu Xuaning did not kill him directly. She clearly had the strength to do so. Moreover, if he died in the 10,000 demon realm, Yangqing was not sure if he could successfully go through reincarnation, because the law of space did not work here, and perhaps even reincarnation would be obstructed. After an unknown period of time, a gap suddenly appeared above the dungeon. The moment the light shone into the dungeon again, Yangqing was slightly stunned, and immediately planned to escape. But before Yangqing could get up and jump out, a delicate figure fell from outside. Hui Lin. Yangqing did not have time to think, and could only catch the girl. With such a pause, the cold iron door of the dungeon above closed again. Yangqing secretly cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Yangqing could see clearly in the darkness, and after landing on the ground with Hui Lin in his arms, he found that Hui Lin was actually unconscious. Looking carefully, the girl should not have suffered much these days. Her delicate face was ruddy, and she seemed to be living a good life. While lamenting that he was worrying too much, Yangqing noticed that Huilin had woken up. Brother Yang. Huilin opened her eyes and vaguely saw Yangqing in the dark. You have good eyesight. You can even see this clearly. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. At least Huilin was not in danger for the time being. Huilin blushed and whispered, because I'm very familiar with Brother Yang's scent. Yangqing was stunned. He suddenly realized that it was a little awkward. He forced a smile and placed Hui Lin on the ground. Why did you come in too? Did Yu Xuaning do anything to you? Yangqing quickly changed the subject. Hui Lin shook her head. She stood close to Yangqing, not daring to be too far away from him. In the dark, she looked especially pitiful. She treats me quite well, saying that it's because I'm kind. Yangqing smiled. It seems that it's helpful for you to be kind. Maybe good people have good karma. Is it because I didn't want to take her with me, so she hates me? Hui Lin did not answer, but carefully stretched out a cold hand and touched Yangqing's face. Touching Hui Lin's delicate fingers, Yangqing's hot face felt a trace of coolness. The girl's touch was very gentle, as if she was touching a precious work of art. Hui Lin, what are you touching? Yangqing wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't bear to. I can't see clearly. I want to touch Brother Yang to see if he has lost weight. Hui Lin said seriously. Silly girl, with my cultivation, why would I need to eat? How could I lose weight? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but a trace of warmth surged in his heart. He asked, why did you come down too? Is she not good to you again? Hui Lin bit her thin lips, lowered her head and said, I want to come down to accompany Brother Yang. She won't let you out, so I will stay with you. When Yangqing heard this, he immediately frowned unhappily. Why are you so silly? It's useless for you to come down. You're doing well up there, why do you come down to suffer? You're not me, your cultivation is not even at the Xiantian realm. There are frigid and mysterious iron everywhere, sooner or later you won't be able to hold on. Huilin suddenly raised her head, her moist eyes were full of persistence. Why? It's my choice where I go to stay. Brother Yang, you can bring a burden like me to Tongtian Lake, why can't I accompany you in the dungeon? It's not the same thing. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Then what's the matter? Huilin seemed to be full of grievances. With a trembling voice, she said excitedly, I just want to be by your side. Outside the 10,000 demon realm, I can't, because my sister is here. In here, I don't even know if I can get out of here. Do I have to restrain myself and stand at a distance to look at you, but dare not approach you? Do you know how worried I was when you were imprisoned down there? I missed you so much, and I hated myself for not being able to help you. Do you know how painful it was for me? Yangchen stared blankly at the tear-stained girl. Sparkling and translucent teardrops slid onto the ice-cold ground. Her delicate and pretty face was the same as the first time he met her. Now, it had been baptized by the world of mortals, making her look pitiful. Huilin. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Yangqing felt a dull pain in his heart. Huilin shook her head and smiled bitterly. No wonder they say that the furthest distance in the world is not when I stand in front of you, but you don't know that I love you, but when I love you so much that I can't say that I love you. Brother Yang, I don't want to be a good sister anymore. I'm too tired. I'm still young, I want to be selfish for once. Can you accept a bad girl like me? Yangqing felt a little suffocated, looking at the extremely serious girl in front of him. He was shocked and felt guilty, uneasy, and a little palpitation. He had been trying to treat his ambiguous feelings towards Huilin as the brotherly love between a brother and a little sister. Although the girl had expressed her feelings more than once, he dared not cross the line easily. Yangqing was always worried about how Lin Ruashi would look at him if he took that step. Even if he had hurt her many times because of other women, Huilin was special. Even if Lin Ruashi already knew that this girl wasn't her blood-related sister, she was still surnamed Lin after all. This inexplicable bond with the Lin family, which had been embedded in her memories since young, made Lin Ruashi unable to treat Huilin as an outsider. In the past, Huilin had been enduring, giving in, and restraining her impulses. But now, in such a narrow space, in such a bleak future in the demon realm, Huilin seemed to want to break free from all restraints and pounced on him like a moth flying into a flame. Huilin. I don't. Yang Chen was about to reject this sudden outburst of emotions, but he didn't expect his mouth to be sucked by two cold, pink lips. Huilin pounced on him without any warning and hugged Yang Cheng's neck. After kissing him with all her might, she stuck her lilac tongue out and pushed Yang Cheng's lips apart. When the sweet tongue entered Yang Cheng's mouth, it teased Yang Cheng's teeth and tongue. Yang Cheng could even smell the fragrance of a virgin. Huilin kissed him very seriously, as if she was using her life to pay for this kiss. Her persistence, her desire, her everything. Gradually, Huilin gently entangled Yang Cheng's tongue. Her saliva flowed secretly, causing Yang Cheng's breathing to become heavier. Yang Cheng's brain was buzzing. He hadn't been intimate with a woman for a long time, causing the masculinity in his body to be overflowing. Involuntarily, Yang Cheng's hand started to caress Huilin's waist, buttocks, up and down. Huilin's body was not as plump as some other women, but it was flexible and soft. Her exquisite curves were quite graceful, and she also had a strong toughness, allowing her two hands to always brush over every inch of her body in an extremely close manner. Yang Cheng's breathing became heavier and his eyes started to burn with flames. His heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. This cold and delicate body in front of him was the antidote to his summer heat. In this strange world, a woman who was not unfamiliar with him and had feelings for him had confessed everything to him without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Cheng even despised himself. He was actually not as brave as Huilin to face his feelings directly. His limbs, his lips, and tongue had completely exposed his hypocrisy. Brother Yang, do you like me? In the darkness, Hui Lin whispered while panting. Yang Cheng's hand had already reached into the woman's lapel, covering the bulging and delicate snow-capped peaks, and answered in a low voice, "I like." As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Lin suddenly pushed Yang Cheng away, turned around and took a few steps back. Yang Cheng looked at Hui Lin in a daze, only to find that Hui Lin was actually smiling at him with a sly and playful gaze in the dark. Yang Cheng was still half raising the claw of Lushan, as if he wanted to touch the girl's tender forbidden area, but now he missed. Swallowing his saliva, Yang Cheng felt that something was wrong. Looking at Hui Lin's increasingly obvious mocking smile, Yang Cheng's mind seemed to explode. You are Yu Xuaning. You are not Hui Lin." Yang Cheng cried out involuntarily, and the appearance of this thought made him break out in a cold sweat. Hui Lin laughed out loud, her body trembling with laughter. With a shake of her body, Hui Lin, who was wearing a green nun's gown, had turned into Yu Xuaning in a fluttering white dress. Yang Chen was on the verge of tears. He had been tricked so badly. No wonder Hui Lin, who was still a beautiful woman, could tease him so skillfully and charmingly. It turned out that she was a fox spirit. "Brat, you've tasted my tongue and taken advantage of me. Why are you still so dejected?" Yu Xuaning teased. Yang Chen felt humiliated as if he was being toyed with. He could only hate the fact that his cultivation was far inferior to this fox's. Her demonic disguise technique and ability to conceal her cultivation was terrifyingly strong, and impossible to guard against. But after thinking about it, since it wasn't the real Hui Lin, how was Hui Lin now? "Where's Hui Lin? What did you do to Hui Lin?" Yang Cheng asked loudly. Yu Xuaning twirled her hair and said faintly, "Why, are you worried? What do you think I'll do to her? If you dare to hurt Hui Lin, even if I can't beat you, I'll fight you to the death." Yang Cheng's voice was low and fierce. Yu Xuaning chuckled, "Look at your brain, I didn't even kill you. Why would I kill a little girl with Hotian cultivation? Her blood essence is completely useless to me." Hearing this, Yang Cheng was relieved, but he gritted his teeth at the thought of being tricked. Yu Xuaning laughed strangely again. "Why, do you think it's not enough? Do you really want me to accompany you in this dungeon?" "Hee, if the palace master is willing, I'm naturally more than willing. I've slept with so many women, but I really haven't enjoyed the taste of a nine-tailed celestial fox." Yang Cheng was so angry that he laughed, and simply went all out. Yu Xuaning didn't care about this little provocation at all. Her long life had made her extremely strong control of her mind, and she could see through everything. Flicking her sleeve, Yu Xuaning said leisurely, "I don't have time to accompany you here, brat. I played this game with you, but I also wanted to let that silly girl see clearly what kind of a playboy brother Yang is, and how he wants to eat her little white rabbit." Yang Cheng was startled, and suddenly thought of something. He vented his anger and said, "What the hell did you say? This? Hui Lin knows?" Yu Xuaning chuckled, "Do you think I'm so stupid that I can't set up some surveillance magic tools in this dungeon?" After that, Yu Xuaning flicked her finger and shot a stream of true yuan into a cold iron wall beside her. Wave-like patterns rippled out from the wall and flickered brightly. Then, a resplendent and luxurious palace began to be reflected on the wall. That was full of classical elegance, and it was the interior of the main hall of the Jade Fox Palace. At this moment, Hui Lin was standing in front of a cold iron mirror with a face full of shyness and resentment. She bit her thin lips, looking at the mirror anxiously, but more than that, there was a touch of tenderness. "I have cast a demon race restriction on this cold iron, and it can transmit mirror images and sound with the cold iron mirror in the main hall. Hui Lin has heard and seen everything just now," Yu Xuaning said proudly. Yang Cheng's legs began to tremble, and there was nothing more shameful than the big mistake in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Cheng was thick-skinned enough. Since he had confessed everything, he simply smiled and greeted Hui Lin in front of the cold iron mirror. "That. Hui Lin, it's my fault for making you feel so wronged before. If I can get out of here alive, I will never deliberately distance myself from you again." Yang Cheng didn't know what to say, and it seemed that he had said all the emotional words to this fake Hui Lin. When Hui Lin heard this, there was a touch of joy in her eyes, but she became even more shy. Her eyes were moist, and she turned around to wipe the corner of her eyes, unwilling to look any more. Yu Xuaning looked at Yang Cheng's confession again, and a faint sadness flashed in her eyes. She waved her sleeve and closed the cold iron mirror. You brat, you still like to flirt when you have a wife. Now that Hui Lin is dead set on you, are you very proud? Yangqing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I'm a bastard, but at least I won't shirk my responsibility. Since I love her, I will be responsible for it. Feelings can't be controlled by humans, and I can only try my best to not let my women get hurt. I can't be perfect, but at least I'm trying my best to satisfy each of them. You're still acting so righteous? Yu Xuanning sneered. I have a clear conscience, why should I dawdle? There are only one wife in this world, but there are many men who don't treat their wives well. Although I can't be faithful to my wife, I can love her with my life. I believe that one day, she will completely understand and tolerate me, Yangqing said seriously. You're talking big, aren't you ashamed to say these words? I'm upright, I'm like this, what can you do about it? Yu Xuanning's eyes showed a bit of a complicated expression, and after looking at Yangqing for a long time, she smiled. If that person is like you, daring to love and hate, it's not bad. That person? Which person? Yangqing frowned. Let me ask you, where did you learn the endless resolve restoration scripture? Yu Xuanning asked instead of answering. Yangqing was shocked, this fox really knew about his cultivation method. He was a little excited, but at the same time, he was much more cautious, and replied, it was passed down to me by a senior of Shushan, how would you know? Senior of Shushan? Humph. Yes, you're so young, how would you know that person? Yu Xuanning nodded, as if talking to herself, it's commendable for you to be able to enter the Tai Ching Heavenly Lightning Retribution at such a young age. This endless resolve restoration scripture is regarded as one of the best cultivation methods in this world, and it's also very difficult to practice. If you can enter the Shangqing Heavenly Lightning Retribution, you might be able to meet that person. Who is the person you're talking about? Yu Xuanning said resentfully, why are you asking so much? For more than 20,000 years, there are many who have cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture, and there are also many who have passed the Tai Ching Heavenly Lightning Retribution, but do you think it's so easy to pass the Shangqing Heavenly Lightning Retribution? Yangqing cursed in his heart, it was clearly she who was talking about it. Okay, brat, I have one more thing for you to do today, Yu Xuanning said. Yangqing wondered, what else do you need me to do? Yu Xuanning smiled slyly, have you forgotten? I can't participate in the Heaven Connecting Grand Tournament myself. Yangqing reacted and said hoarsely, you mean, you want me to represent your Jade Fox Palace to participate in the Heaven Connecting Grand Tournament? I'm doing this out of goodwill. The winner will get a lot of immortal herbs and spiritual treasures from the tower. Moreover, I've just helped you and that silly girl Huilin to finally get married and gave you another beautiful concubine. You better know what's good for you, Yu Xuanning said with a cold gaze. Yangqing was puzzled, it's okay to participate, I was planning to go, but are you sure that I have the ability to stand out? If there are no accidents, there shouldn't be a problem. The demonic cultivator hasn't lived up to expectations for the past hundreds of years. The Dragon Valley has 5 dragon envoys, only the Ice Dragon envoy hasn't participated, it shouldn't be a match for you. If it's other dragons, no matter how high they are only a bit stronger than the 8th grade heavenly beasts under my command. In the past, my subordinates couldn't beat them, but now that you're here, it should be in the bag, Yu Xuanning analyzed. Yangqing smiled evilly, so that's why you kept me here. Aren't you afraid that I'll go straight to the Heaven Connecting Tower after the battle and challenge the 99 levels of Ziqing Heavenly Thunder? Humph, brat, you're too whimsical, Yu Xuanning said disdainfully, not to mention that you definitely can't let go of Hui Lin, even if you want to enter the tower, it'll be me entering the first floor with you, there's no way you can escape. Yangqing's heart sank, it was true, if he wanted to go out, he couldn't leave Hui Lin alone, then he had to think of a safer way. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yu Xuanning didn't intend to continue to detain Yangqing. After opening the dungeon, she quickly left with Yangqing. It was the first time that Yangqing really set foot on the ground of the Jade Fox Palace. He curiously looked around the beautiful buildings and mountains, then followed Yu Xuanning into the main hall. When Hui Lin saw Yangqing coming in, her face blushed and her heart palpitated. Although she felt shy, she couldn't help the strong desire in her heart. She rushed forward and hugged Yangqing's waist. Okay, Do you also want me to touch your butt like I touched that fox's butt? Yangqing patted the girl's back and said with a smile. No, no. Hui Lin quickly let go and glanced at Yu Xuaning carefully, for fear that Yu Xuaning would be angry. But you. Xuaning didn't take it seriously. She slowly sat on her big white tiger leather chair and stared out of the main hall, at the misty sky, as if she was waiting for something. Not long after, Yangqing also noticed something. In the blink of an eye, a green light shot into the hall from afar like a beam of light. Yangqing did not think that this speed was fast outside the demon realm, but in here, it was shockingly fast. In the flash of green light, a slender figure appeared. It was a handsome young man wearing an emerald headband and a green robe. Yangqing could feel that this was also a sky demon, comparable to Bai Jiao who fought with him that day, but his speed was far faster than Bai Jiao. Palace Master, I have something to report. The man ignored Yangqing and Hui Lin at the side of the hall and bowed directly to Yu Xuaning. Yu Xuaning's face was a bit cold. Qing Wan, did something happen at the border again? The demon cultivator called Qing Wan took a breath and said in a deep voice, yes, Palace Master ordered Ba Shi and Kai Feng to be stationed at the checkpoint between the Demon Night Forest and the Red Dragon Snow Mountain. There were also many sky demons on standby at the back. If Dragon King Qiu Wujiang did not come personally, there should be nothing to worry about. But yesterday when I went for a routine inspection, I found. What did you find? Just tell me. Yu Xuaning's face was already immersed in a gloomy expression. Qing Wan said slowly, there are no longer any traces of Ba Shi and Kai Feng at the place where they were guarding. As for Shang Fu, Hu Jiao, Bai Hao and the other 3 sky demons, they are all missing. Without exception, there are signs of battle. They should have been killed until not even their bones are left. How dare you? Yu Xuaning suddenly stood up. A pair of phoenix-like eyes were filled with a frightening coldness, flickering with anger, and the pressure of a 9th-level sky demon suddenly erupted, as if the entire mountain where the Jade Fox Palace was located began to shake. Dozens of white maids outside the Jade Fox Palace knelt on the ground, trembling, and shouted, Palace Master, please calm down. The arrogant Qing Wan also knelt on the ground, her face pale. Shielding Hui Lin, Yangqing was struggling to resist the 9-tailed fox's anger. He was shocked. This woman did not use her full strength when they fought last time. Her cultivation level was unfathomable. If he was already so terrifying in the demon realm, wouldn't he be invincible outside? He really didn't know what kind of situation, what kind of expert could lock this woman in the 10,000 demon realm. It was really too hard to imagine. Yangqing even felt that Athena, whom he was powerless against, might not be a match for this 9-tailed fox. Logically speaking, he had already surpassed the level of an ordinary 8th-grade sky demon. Was there really such a big gap between him and Yu Xuaning who was at the peak of the 9th grade? Or, her cultivation had long surpassed level 9? If the Demon Emperor and the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan were masters of the same level as Yu Xuaning, then he would really be a frog in a well. What was his little strength worth? In the midst of a bitter smile, Yu Xuaning had already calmed down her anger and sat down again with a sneer on her face. What a good Qi Wujiang, I didn't want to make a big deal out of the matter when he sent his minions to hurt the demons in my territory. Since this time he has become even worse, then I won't be polite. Qing Wan said shakily, Palace Master, what are your plans? Are you going to do it yourself? Yu Xuaning narrowed her eyes, do it myself? Do they deserve it? Of course not. Qing Wan's head was full of cold sweat. Although this peerless beauty was usually playful and mischievous, and didn't look like the master of a territory, but when she was really angry, she was really ruthless to the extreme. You may leave. There's no need to worry about matters at the border. Have the Heavenly Fae stationed outside return to their own territories and leave behind a few unimportant ones to guard the border. I have my own plans for the rest. Qing Wan nodded, hesitated, and said, Palace Master, I am very puzzled about one thing. Speak. Although each of the 5 demon dragon envoys under Qi Wujiang is at the peak of the 8th grade, it may be difficult for our Jade Fox Palace's 36 sky demons to win one-on-one. But if Ba Shi and Kai Feng join forces, it is reasonable to say that even if they can't defeat the 5 demon dragon envoys, it should not be difficult for them to escape. Could it be that there is a top master in the 10,000 demon realm in the Dragon Valley? Qing Wan frowned. Yu Xuanning glanced at Yangqing with a slightly deep meaning. Seeing that Yangqing was also thinking about something, she waved her hand and said, "Leave, I will naturally know what to do." Although Qing Wan was puzzled, she could only nod and leave obediently. With a turn, she turned into a green light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the First Royal Highness, Hui Lin asked curiously, "Brother Yang, why do the names they said sound so familiar?" Yangqing came back to his senses and smiled and touched the girl's head. "It must not be like what your grandmother said. Study well, aren't they all the legendary monsters in the classic of mountains and seas?" "Monsters? How did we, the demon race, become monsters?" Yu Xuanning interrupted unhappily. "The chaos in your chaos cauldron can be called ferocious beasts. Those prehistoric beasts that can't transform into human form can also be called monsters. But we, the demon race, are the spiritual species closest to the heavenly Tao. We are many times stronger than you, the weak humans." Yangqing laughed and said, "Since you are stronger than humans, how did you get locked up in the 10,000 demon realm by human cultivators?" Yu Xuanning snorted coldly and didn't bother to answer. She turned and said, "You heard it just now, the Dragon Valley is too much. I was too lazy to care about them before, but this time they are even worse. I want to send you out to teach that group of ungrateful longworms a lesson." "Me?" Yangqing smirked and said, "Didn't you ask me to go to the Heaven Grand competition? If you ask me to go to the Dragon Valley and meet the Dragon King who is as famous as you, won't I not be able to return?" Yu Xuanning said disdainfully, "Are you afraid? Do you think Qiu Wujiang is so controlling? As long as you don't go inside the Dragon Valley and kill a few sky demon level dragons on the periphery, he won't bother to do anything to you." Yangqing couldn't help laughing. "Is this the arrogance of you top masters? Watching your men die, you're not willing to put down your pride and help. The weak are prey to the strong, the law of heaven and earth. If you help the weak, then why do you humans eat beasts? Why don't you help those beasts? Of course humans will only help others, and you are also from the demon race, aren't you?" Yangqing retorted. Yu Xuanning sneered, "What a naive fool. When did I say that they are from the same race as me? Excluding special emotions, strength determines everything. They're relying on this consort because they want to live as stably as possible. They're the ones who need this consort's help, not because this consort has an obligation to protect them. If they die, then they die. I don't care. What I care about is that this will make me lose face, not their deaths. In other words, if the beast you ate today is as powerful as you, why would you eat it? Even if you are a human and a beast, you can only live in harmony and treat each other equally. So, it's their business that those useless things died. I only need to regain my face, not to avenge them." Yangqing felt that this woman was a crazy woman deep down in her bones. It was fortunate that she was as beautiful as a goddess. However, some of her words were reasonable. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. If you want me to help you get back at them, that's fine. But you have to at least tell me why you guys are killing each other. It can't be that I killed a few of you just because you guys are angry, right?" Yu Xuanning shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't want to know either. Qiu Wujiang is very cunning, it's useless to guess. It's nothing more than to defeat me or rush out of this demon realm. I'm not interested in what he's doing at all." Yangqing smiled stiffly. "Then you have to give me some benefits if I help you kill the dragon." "Not killing your little lover is the biggest benefit." Yu Xuanning glanced at Hui Lin coldly. Hui Lin was so embarrassed that she couldn't care less about the murderous aura. Yangqing thought that he couldn't afford to offend this woman. He couldn't beat her, he couldn't argue with her, he had to bow down to her. "I advise you to hurry up. With your speed, it'll take you 6 to 7 days to cross the Red Dragon Snow Mountain into the Dragon Valley and kill a few dragons before coming back. By then, you'll be in time for the Heaven Connecting Grand Competition," Yu Xuanning said as she took out a dark leather scroll and threw it to Yangqing. Yangqing caught it and realized that it was filled with ancient seal characters. Fortunately, he had a lot of historical knowledge in his mind, so he could understand it. Tushan Golden Pill Record? Alchemy Manual? Yangqing was taken aback. What was this nine-tailed fox up to? Legend had it that this Tushan clan was the wife of the ancient Emperor Yu the Great, and she was also rumored to be a nine-tailed fox spirit. Now it seemed that this was indeed the alchemy manual owned by Yu Xuaning's clan. Yu Xuaning said faintly, "My nine-tailed clan has been dealing with human cultivators since ancient times, and we have obtained countless alchemy methods and pill recipes. It's just that our demon clan is not good at alchemy, and we don't need medicinal pills as much as human cultivators, so this alchemy manual is of little use to me. I see that you have the Chaos Cauldron, and you have cultivated the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture, and you can easily use the Samadhi True Fire. I'm afraid that you have already learned alchemy. Take this elixir manual and study it carefully. There are many pill recipes in it, which are ancient secrets. They can be used to refine high-grade, supreme-grade, and even immortal-grade medicinal pills. And the body of the dragon clan, whether it's dragon blood, dragon bones or dragon scales, are all treasures for alchemy. If you have the intention after beheading the dragon clan, you can try to use it as a material for alchemy." Yangqing was tempted. He felt extremely comfortable just by looking at this elixir manual. He couldn't help but solemnly asked, "Why are you helping me?" Yu Xuaning chuckled, "After all, you are competing for my Jade Fox Palace, and your cultivation is poor. Of course, I have to help you." Yangqing put the unknown leather scroll into the mustard sumaru ring and said seriously, "Thank you. You don't have to thank me. Instead of saying these useless things, it's better to find out for me who is helping Qiu Wujiang to slap my face." Yu Xuaning squinted her eyes and said, "I know what you were thinking just now, but I don't want to ask more if you don't want to say it. If there's nothing else, let's go. I will take care of your little lover, Hui Lin." Yangqing felt helpless for a while. Nothing really escaped her eyes. He had indeed guessed that Wen Tao might have entered the 10,000 demon realm alive and caused all these to happen. Since Wen Tao could devour humans, the demon clan must be able to do the same. If he could transform into an individual after devouring and control the abilities and memories of that individual, then he would be much more powerful in the demon realm than in the outside world. In the outside world, even if he devoured more humans, he wouldn't be able to make a qualitative leap. But in the 10,000 demon realm, these heaven demons and heaven demons were all powerful experts. If Wen Tao continued to devour, his strength would skyrocket. Moreover, he could transform into all kinds of forms, making it very difficult to catch and impossible to guard against. Regarding this, Yangqing was extremely perturbed. One must know that in the outside world, he could only use the Chaos Cauldron to suppress him. Now that he was really alive, his strength would be greatly reduced, but he could rapidly increase his cultivation. How could he fight with him? But it was useless to worry too much. After a simple farewell to Hui Lin, Yangqing set off towards the Red Dragon Snow Mountain in the east of the Jade Fox Palace. After knowing Yangqing's feelings, Hui Lin revealed more and more of her thoughts, and it was inevitable that her face was full of worry. Yu Xuaning's figure flashed and came to Hui Lin's side, and teased, "You can't bear to let him go. Could it be that you want to consummate the marriage and then let your good lover go?" Hui Lin shook her head, but her face was red, and it was unknown whether she was right or unwilling. Yu Xuaning seemed to be a little speechless towards this girl, and sighed softly, "Take advantage of the time when he is out to cultivate with me. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the acquired realm, and with my personal guidance, it will only take a few days for you to step into the innate realm. By then, let Yangqing give you some elixirs, and it won't take long for you to reach the innate full cycle. In this demon realm, there are dangers everywhere if you haven't even reached the soul formation realm, and my maids are many times stronger than you. If you don't want to be a burden to Yangqing, put away your amorous feelings, and calm down to cultivate." In the view of Yu Xuaning, who was at the peak of the 9th stage, the cultivation below the soul formation realm was really child's play, because only the soul formation realm absolutely required the understanding of the realm, and there was no external help, so she was also extremely confident. After hearing this, Hui Lin couldn't help but show a strong desire in her eyes. She really had enough of the feeling of being a burden, and couldn't care too much, so she nodded with determination. Outside the realm, Yanjing Green Dragon International Resort Hotel. This garden-style resort hotel was funded by the Green Dragon Society, and even in the cold winter, there would be no lack of high-spending people to patronize it. It happened to be a sunny day, and although the cold wind was blowing, it was not too cold under the sun. On the outdoor tennis court, a small figure was moving horizontally at high speed, accurately hitting the tricky tennis ball's back. And opposite her, a young and energetic girl was a little stretched, and while sweating like rain, she could hardly keep up with the rhythm of the back and forth hit. Finally, another tennis ball fell into the court, and after failing to catch it, the beautiful girl wearing a headband and a pink short-sleeved sweatshirt swung the racket angrily. Stop playing, stop playing. You're bullying me. When Uncle comes back, I also want him to teach me martial arts. Little monster, aren't you tired of running so fast? Tang Tang complained, walked to the umbrella shed beside the tennis court, picked up a sports energy drink on the table, and gulped it down. Drink slowly, who taught you this rough drinking method that's like a big bowl of tea? You're about to get married, yet you're still not like a big girl. Tang Wan lectured from the side. It seemed to be a mother and daughter outfit. Tang Wan was also wearing a pink sweatshirt. She had a rare ponytail and was resting on a chair. However, her proud peaks and well-developed body made her sweatshirt a few sizes bigger. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, everyone here is a lady. Just pretend to be a lady in front of a man. Tang Tang said with a hiccup. At this time, Lon Lon, who was wearing a white t-shirt and a blue sports skirt, ran to the table like a small whirlwind. She looked at the drink in Tong Tong's hand, then turned to look at Lin Ruashi on the other side of the table. Mom, Lon Lon also wants to drink. Lin Ruashi was wearing sunglasses, leaning on the beach chair and reading a financial magazine. When she heard her daughter's words, she passed a water bottle to her. Lon Lon pouted. Lon Lon wants to drink Sister Tong Tong's drink, not water. Lin Ruashi then stood up, took off her sunglasses, and said unhappily, "You're not obedient again. How many times have I told you, drinks are filled with sugar, you'll get fatter the more you drink. This is a nutritious drink specially made for you. It's fruit-flavored, you won't get fat after drinking it." Lon Lon took the children's water bottle, feeling wronged, and pouted as if she had been beaten. "Sister Ruashi, you're too strict. Lon Lon is so young, it's normal for her to be a little fatter. Isn't this a child's baby fat, so cute?" Tang Tang felt that this child was too pitiful. "Yeah, Ruashi, this sports drink actually doesn't have any calories, let her drink it. Anyway, when she's good at martial arts, it'll be easy for her to lose weight," Tang Wan also advised. Lin Ruashi sighed, then passed an unopened bottle of drink to Lon Lon. The chubby little girl smiled, rubbing her face on Tong Tong's thigh. "Sister Tang Tang is so nice." Tang Tang bared her teeth at her. "Nice what? You know sister is nice but you still don't give sister face. Is it so hard to lose to sister?" Lon Lon pouted. "It's me who's too slow. Lan Lan's better than you on my first try. You, little brat, watch me spank your butt." Tang Tang put down the drink and was about to grab Lon Lon. But Lon Lon was very agile. She ran a distance away in a flash and started to unscrew the lid of the drink, not forgetting to drink it. Seeing her daughter chasing Lon Lon everywhere, Tang Wan was speechless. She smiled faintly and said to Lin Ruashi, "It's so good to be young. For people like us, even if we have that body and physical strength, we can't have so much fun." She thought that Lin Ruashi would at least respond, but after she finished speaking, Tang Wan found that Lin Ruashi was sitting on the chair in a daze. Her eyes were unfocused and she didn't know what she was thinking about. "Are you worried about Yongqing?" Tang Wan smiled and advised, "You don't seem to be in a good mood. Since you came out to relax today, don't keep thinking about it. He will definitely be fine. We can't mess up ourselves, we have to wait for him to come back." Lin Ruashi suddenly came back to her senses. She was stunned for a moment and revealed an embarrassed expression. "No. I know my husband will definitely be fine, I was thinking about something else." "Something else? What is it? Don't tell me you're worried that someone is going to kidnap you." Tang Wan was surprised. In fact, ever since Lin Ruashi and her mother were attacked by the Liang family, the Yang family had been on alert. Lin Ruashi couldn't recall or explain the fact that she had killed more than a dozen postnatal stage masters. It was important to note that these people were stronger than the elites of the Sea Eagles and most of the ordinary members of the Dragon Group who only knew how to use internal energy due to the fact that they possessed peak-acquired internal energy. This was especially true when it came to close combat. If they weren't super killers in Zero, no one would be able to kill them with such impeccable killing techniques. Kai Yunqing and the others didn't ask Lin Ruashi for more information. Even though they were full of questions, it was still a good thing. Then, Yang Gongming personally assigned the elite soldiers of the Yang clan and a few members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade assigned by Kai Yunqing coordinated their work and maintained a certain distance from each other throughout the day. Yang Gongming had asked Lin Ruoxi to ask Sauron and make Dawn to send some warriors of the Sea Eagles into Huaxia. However, Lin Ruoxi gave up the idea after considering Yang Qing's influence in the world. Yang Qing had been missing for so many days, and it was only a matter of time before everyone knew about it. However, there was a lot of interest in delaying it. However, it wasn't hard for people like Tang Wan, a core member of the Tang family, and Lu Mingyu, whose father was the leader of the underground world in Yanjin, to know about it. Lu Mingyu came to Yanjin with a worried heart. She confirmed it and promised Lin Ruoxi that she wouldn't tell the other girls in Zhonghai or Changwei and Kaining. Although things were getting more and more complicated and Yang Chen's whereabouts were nowhere to be found, the people in Beijing couldn't just sit around and do nothing. They couldn't just stay at home. So today, looking at the bright sunshine, Lu Mingyu invited Tang Wan and Lin Ruoxi to her resort hotel to relax. This was one of the old camps of the Green Dragon Society. It looked calm on the surface, but it was actually heavily guarded. It was no less safe than the Yang family. Lan Lan, who had been staying at home for a few days, was also very bored. The chubby little girl was bored to death. As soon as she came here, she pestered Tang Tang to play with her. That was how the scene just now happened. At this moment, listening to Tang Wan's concern, Lin Ruoxi hesitated and didn't know what to say. Coincidentally, not far away, Lu Mingyu, who was wearing an Arc'teryx women's sweatshirt, trotted over and asked curiously, "Sister Tang Wan, what are you talking about with General Lin?" "Nothing, I saw that Ruoxi was in a daze, so I just asked casually," Tang Wan said with a smile. "He still calls himself General Lin, didn't he already resign?" Lu Mingyu said embarrassedly, "I called him that for 3 or 4 years, I can't change it." "You can still call him that?" Tang Wan joked. Of course, Lu Mingyu sat on another bench and wiped the fine sweat on her forehead. "As soon as General Lin resigned, I feel that the atmosphere in the company has changed. Although everyone is still busy and orderly, I always feel that something is missing. Maybe it's the lack of a spiritual leader," Tang Wan said. Lu Mingyu clapped her hands. "Yes, a spiritual leader. Many people told me that their hearts are empty and they are not used to it. It's not that exaggerated. If there is a spiritual leader, it should be my grandmother. I have only been the CEO for a few years." Lin Ruoxi was a little embarrassed. "That's not the same." Lu Mingyu blinked and said, "Think about it, General Lin, when you were the CEO, Yulei became a multinational enterprise step by step and won over the whole of Zhonghai. Many people don't dare to say it to your face, but in fact, they see you as their idol behind your back. When I was a public relations employee, those stubborn old people didn't really take you seriously, but later on, they all admired you from the bottom of their hearts." As she talked about the past few years, Lu Mingyu seemed to have endless things to say. As for Lin Ruoxi, she listened and felt that the past was like smoke, and she had a lot of emotions. How could she give up on the business she loved? From the beginning when she was forced to do something beyond her capabilities, to the end when she gradually became mature and experienced the taste of victory and defeat. Is there any big movement in the company recently? Is the branch in Japan going well? Lin Ruoxi asked. Lu Mingyu nodded, "It's going well. Before you left, you appointed Hanya to handle it, and she did an outstanding job. It's just that she keeps asking about her husband, which is a headache. As for big movements, Yulei Entertainment is doing something. During the Lunar New Year, Hui Lin's Sword Fairy will be released. Although this movie is already very successful, and the production team alone is enough to attract audiences from all over the world. But without the female lead, Hui Lin, we are worried that the box office will be affected. Actually, in the entertainment industry, what happened to Hui Lin isn't a problem at all. She's just too kind and naive. With the pressure of the negative news, it's not necessary for her to retire just like that." Not long later, with Hui Lin's singing and image, coupled with the advantage of leading the media in our hands, we will be able to divert the public's attention. It's a pity that we don't know where she and her husband are now. If only she could come back with her husband, it would be great. Yulei Entertainment is planning to rely on this movie to become famous, but it's a little dangerous now. Lin Ruashi nodded silently. After I left, I really troubled you and Qianni. Recently, Qianni and I have been busy handing over some work. We are also planning to find time to quit the company and focus on cultivation. General Lin, without you, we are all bored, Lu Mingyu laughed. At this moment, Lan Lan ran back and hugged Lu Mingyu's calf. She asked coquettishly, Aunt Mingyu, can we go for dinner? Lan Lan is hungry. I knew a greedy little cat like you must be waiting for food. I just went to make arrangements and asked them to add a lot of dishes. Let's go. Lu Mingyu held Lan Lan's hand and stood up. Lin Ruashi and Tang Wan also stood up and looked helplessly at the happy little girl. My dad might come here for dinner later. He said he hasn't seen Lan Lan yet. General Lin, you don't mind, right? Lu Mingyu asked with an awkward smile. Lin Ruashi shook her head, this is your family's place. How can I object to what you, the lady, say? Lu Mingyu blushed and didn't know what to say. Everyone walked slowly towards the direction of the restaurant. On the way, Tang Wan thought of the unfinished topic and asked, Ruashi, you haven't said it yet. What were you thinking about just now? Lin Ruashi said embarrassedly, I have been having nightmares recently, and they always repeat the same nightmare. So, I'm a little worried. Not only Tang Wan, even Lu Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. I thought it was something serious. It's because Yongqing isn't here that you think about him day and night. Otherwise, why would he like you the most? We don't have nightmares. At most, we only miss him during the day, Tang Wan said sourly, but also out of comfort. Lin Ruashi sighed in her heart, but she didn't want to talk about it anymore. She tried hard to avoid those things. 10,000 Demon Realm, north of the Red Dragon Snow Mountain. The plants were especially huge in this area. Many of the flowers that emitted a sweet fragrance were colorful, attracting a large number of fat, ugly, and strange insects to fly around. Yongqing didn't know that these huge insects were the dragon race's favorite delicacies. Back then, it was precisely because of the fertile soil in this area that a large number of reptiles and beasts were bred, allowing the dragon race to live here. At this moment, Yongqing was standing on a mountain peak. A river that extended from Tongtian Lake to this place divided the mountain into two halves, forming a huge canyon. Yongqing's gaze was fixed on the rapid flow of water. The surface of the river was more than 100 meters wide, and the waves were turbulent, but there didn't seem to be any other living things. However, Yongqing was very sure that there was a huge blue dragon that had dived into the river from here. Presumably, the blue dragon's nest was under the river. After being here for almost 3 days, Yongqing had already killed a 7th-grade monster dragon, an 8th-grade monster dragon, and a dozen or so other small dragons. It could be said that his harvest was quite plentiful. There were already a large number of dragon scales, dragon blood, and dragon bones in his mustard sumaru ring. He had no choice but to abandon many dragon corpses because he couldn't fit them all. However, the dragon clan's nest was hidden very well. This was the first time that Yongqing had seen the dragon clan return to their nest. Involuntarily, Yongqing wanted to investigate the dragon lair. Yongqing couldn't figure out the cultivation of the blue dragon, and he didn't know if the other party had discovered him. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but want to go down and take a look. He jumped and fell straight into the rolling river. The current was very turbulent, and the undercurrent was even more turbulent. If he was not careful, he could be washed to the rocks and be smashed to pieces. But Yongqing was naturally not an ordinary person. This water flow wouldn't have much effect on him. After opening a true essence shield, he could dive freely. As his divine sense continued to spread, Yongqing dived deeper and deeper into the water. The space under the river was far more vast than Yongqing had imagined. The cold river formed an underwater whirlpool, which was hidden with killing intent. Gradually, it was dark under the water. This depth was more than 100 feet. Except for some huge fish in the deep water, there was nothing else. Suddenly, Yongqing noticed that a true essence was stirring diagonally below. Yongqing was delighted. It must be the blue dragon. He sped up and sneaked toward the deep area. But the moment he was about to touch that area, Yongqing suddenly felt a cold current rushing toward him. Ka 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 ka. Almost in an instant, countless deep water ice emerged from that deep cave. In the blink of an eye, it spread to a large area under the water. The area within a radius of hundreds of feet under the water seemed to be rapidly cooled and condensed into a piece of underwater black ice. Xianxia's true essence shield felt a fierce pressure, as if it was about to crush him. Roar. A dragon's roar came through the black ice, deafening. Based on this pressure alone, Xianxia was enough to determine that this demon dragon was definitely above the 8th grade. It was much higher than the one he had killed before. Bold human cultivator, how dare you trespass into my dragon nest? I'll make sure you don't return. The dragon could keenly perceive the identity and race of the person who came. It spoke in human language, and its voice was still strong and majestic. Xianxia sneered. This amount of Xian ice could not pose any threat to him. A large amount of Nan Mingli fire suddenly rose from his body. It was as if he was wrapped in a layer of flame windbreaker, quickly melting the surrounding Xian ice. Even if it was underwater, the heavenly fire would not be extinguished by ordinary water. The rapid melting of the profound ice caused the blue demon dragon to be shocked. With an angry roar, the tough dragon scales directly smashed a large piece of ice, and actually bit straight at Xianxia. The reason why the dragon clan could be independent from the various demon clans was closely related to their naturally powerful bodies. Even if it was also an 8th grade demon dragon, it could not be compared to other 8th grade demon clans. The same Nan Mingli fire might cause serious injuries to other demons, but it would not cause any substantial damage to these dragons, who were born with a strong resistance to the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xianxia's hands condensed 2 streams of azure kuei water power, and in the river in front of him, it instantly formed a thick iceberg. The demonic dragon seemed to be quite surprised by the sudden appearance of the kuei water ice, but the dragon horns on its head flickered with waves of blue light. After forming a vortex-like true essence, it fearlessly charged towards the iceberg. Boom! The kuei water cold chi on the iceberg did not have any effect on the demonic dragon. Instead, it was fiercely hit and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect the demonic dragon to be so swift and fierce. Before he could escape, he was hit by the iceberg in front of him. Bam! There was a violent muffled sound underwater. The waves churned and Xianxia's body was shaken like an underwater torpedo, smashing straight into the deep mud at the bottom of the river. The demonic dragon laughed wildly. With a swing of its tail, it shattered the iceberg and charged towards Xianxia. Human, do you think that my ice dragon body will be afraid of your kuei water? Even if your spells are brilliant and you can control the mysterious water, how can you resist the power of my dragon clan? The ice dragon was extremely proud. It opened its bloody mouth that was more than 10 meters wide and tall, as if it had caught an ordinary fish, and bit towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked to the point of being confused. He was far from being able to move freely underwater. Moreover, the ice dragon race was the best at swimming, and this was its lair. He had really been careless. Seeing that the bloody mouth was about to swallow him, Xianxia did not want to become food in the stomach of this giant dragon. Even if he did not die, it would definitely not feel good. I don't believe that I can't resist you. Xianxia fearlessly endured the cold dragon teeth and grabbed them with all his might. After the 2 dragon teeth were pinched by the big hand, Xianxia's feet pressed against the lower jaw of the blue dragon. Aoo! The demonic dragon let out a violent sound wave. The dragon's roar formed a true essence impact, causing the blood in Xianxia's body to churn. After all, he was too close. However, Xianxia cut off all means of retreat. After bursting out with his full true essence, he was able to resist it all. At the same time, his hands ignited with 2 balls of nameless scarlet flames. In the dark water, 2 balls of scarlet flames were like the burning eyeballs of 2 monsters. It was extremely terrifying. The demonic dragon tried to bite Xianxia to pieces, but Xianxia's strength was surprisingly great. His toughness was also incomparably terrifying, causing its plan to fail. Impossible, how can a human have such a body? The demonic dragon's heart was in turmoil, and it finally trembled. Logically speaking, although human cultivators could have powerful true essence, due to innate factors, their bodies were worlds apart from those of the dragon race. The demonic dragon had the idea of directly biting his body to pieces, so it attacked ferociously, planning to eat him first. Unexpectedly, Yangcheng's body could not be compared to that of an ordinary human cultivator. It had been modified by antimatter energy and had been tempered by the endless resolve restoration scripture for more than 10 years. Yangcheng's body was not inferior to that of the dragon race. Yangcheng roared angrily. All the veins in his body bulged, and his entire body gradually burned with nameless karmic fire, enveloping the dragon head. Even though the dragon's scales could resist it, the karmic fire burned the soul of a living being. The demonic dragon screamed miserably. It had a splitting headache. Gradually, its entire dragon soul was burned to an incomparably miserable state. As it wailed, it twisted crazily. However, how could Yangcheng let go of this opportunity? He grabbed the dragon's teeth, pressed them against the dragon's jaw, and burned the demonic dragon's soul clean. Until the giant dragon fell to the bottom of the river, Yangcheng was a little exhausted and relaxed. The true essence in his body was actually consumed by the violent struggle of the demonic dragon. If he encountered another demonic dragon at this time, his life would really be in danger. Yangcheng thought for a moment and decided not to sort out the corpse of the demonic dragon for the time being. It was better to find a place to restore the true essence in his body. The elixirs that he refined at the beginning were all to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. There were no elixirs that could restore the true essence in the body. This was also because, in the outside world, the spiritual energy was not particularly scarce, but the absorption speed was slow. Therefore, Yangcheng did not refine it. Now that he entered this demon realm, Yangcheng regretted not refining a batch at the beginning. He was always fearful when fighting, for fear that his true essence would be consumed too much. Fortunately, in the Tushan Jindan record given to him by Yu Xuaning, there were several upper-grade elixirs that could replenish true essence. The rough raw materials were all in his mustard sumeru ring, and the main medicinal catalyst was this rare dragon blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yangcheng planned to go to the nest of this demonic dragon. The environment would be relatively safe, and at the same time, he could refine a few furnaces with local materials. If Hong Meng and the hidden family in the illusion knew that he could refine these upper-grade elixirs that they dreamed of at any time, he didn't know if they would go crazy. Thinking about it alone, Yangcheng had already forgotten the thrill just now, and quickly went to the place where the demonic dragon came out to find its dragon nest. Sure enough, in the dark depths, Yangcheng found a huge cave, and the water poured into it from the outside, leading to the deep and quiet depths. With the cultivation of this demonic dragon, it should have a certain reputation in the dragon clan. It was hard to guarantee that there was something good hidden in it. This made Yangcheng more interested, and he urged his true essence to sneak in faster. The water flow in this cave was not as complicated and chaotic as Yangcheng imagined, but it was very smooth. Yangcheng carefully explored, and his divine sense was very open. He found that the underwater passage actually reached the bottom, and then began to go up. Strangely, Yangcheng drifted along with the current and gradually floated upwards. In the end, he actually saw light. How could there be light underwater? Yangcheng accelerated and sprinted directly out of the water. Looking around, it was actually a unique underground karst cave. And those colorful lights were actually all kinds of luminous ores, emitted in this huge cave. Dragon Valley, inside the Dragon King's palace. Qiu Wujiang sat on his dragon throne, playing with the 2 jade bottles in his hand. Inside, it was filled with a large amount of blood essence with a faint golden brilliance. Under the main hall, the Wind Dragon envoy in a green robe was standing respectfully. "You mean, that human cultivator suddenly disappeared?" Qiu Wujiang asked. The Wind Dragon envoy nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty, because I didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. I couldn't catch him for a while, and he disappeared." "How many people did he kill in total?" Qiu Wujiang asked. "So far, a total of 15 people have been discovered. Except for an 8th grade Thunder Dragon south of Flying Dragon City, and a 7th grade Fire Dragon north of Red Dragon Snow Mountain, the others are some ordinary people from 2nd to 6th grade, the Wind Dragon envoy said. Qiu Wujiang chuckled. "It seems that he is timid and doesn't dare to approach my Dragon Valley." "Of course, with Your Majesty here, he wouldn't dare to." The Wind Dragon envoy patted the dragon's butt lightly. "Wind Dragon envoy, you have worked hard. The dragon blood essence collected this time should be enough." Qiu Wujiang grinned. The Wind Dragon envoy hesitated. "Your Majesty, since the Dragon blood has been collected enough. Do you want me to bring a few experts in the clan to eradicate that abominable human cultivator? After all, the plan to collect the dragon blood through his hands has also succeeded. No need, that person is a master, we may not be able to catch and kill him even if we go. It's just a few ordinary dragons on the border who died. It's not convenient for our dragon clan to take action. He did it for us, just treat it as a reward for helping us. Let him live for a few more days, Zhou Wujiang said. The Wind Dragon envoy nodded. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Zhou Wujiang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, go to the Thunder Dragon envoy, the Fire Dragon envoy, and the others, let them return to the Dragon Valley before the Tongtian Grand Competition. In addition, secretly monitor the Ice Dragon envoy. If he goes out, immediately report to me. Yes. The Wind Dragon envoy didn't ask much, and immediately turned into a green dragon and left the hall. In the karst cave of the Dragon Cave, Yangqing didn't know that he had been secretly monitored by the Wind Dragon envoy sent by Qi Wujiang. Yangqing didn't even know that all this indirectly helped Xiao Wujiang to complete the final step of a plan. At this moment, Yangqing was standing on the ground of the vast karst cave, looking at the colorful, glowing ores around him in a daze. These ores came in all shapes and sizes. As far as Yangqing was concerned, he could only distinguish some gems, crystals, and gold and silver ores. These precious minerals, which did not emit light, were illuminated by the mineral deposits similar to fluorite because a large number of them had luminescent properties. As a result, all kinds of lights illuminated the entire cave, giving it a myriad of colors. Yangqing once heard that in the legend, dragons liked to collect shiny things, so there was the saying of Dragon Cave treasures. He thought it was just a fabrication, but now it seemed that other dragons didn't know that this ice dragon might really be a miser. He didn't know where he found so many precious ores and metals to decorate the entire Dragon Cave magnificently. Now, it was Yangqing's fortune. Yangqing didn't have much need for money, so the gold and silver ores were not very attractive to him. However, the gems here, especially the beautiful sapphires and rubies, were huge. If they were in the outside world, they could be sold at a sky-high price, or even priceless. Yangqing was overjoyed. If these gems could be taken out and given to Lin Ruoshi and the other girls, giving each of them a big gem would be much more domineering than a wedding diamond ring. Women were always irresistible to shiny gems, especially after using carrot hooks, it was easy to lose their minds. He hadn't been by their side for so many days, they must be scared. If he went back and gave them a big gem, they might not hate him anymore. Thinking of this, Yangqing hurriedly took out a large number of alchemy materials from his mustard sumaru ring, such as spirit herbs, dragon blood, and dragon bones. After that, Yangqing hopped around, digging, moving, and smashing whatever he could. He picked the bigger gems that had not been polished and stuffed them into it. He didn't know if it was because there were no diamonds in this 10,000 demon realm, or dragons liked colorful things, but there were many gorgeous gems here, and there were no pure diamonds, which made Yangqing feel a little regretful. After collecting a lot of travel gifts to give home to women, Yangqing then focused his attention on alchemy. Taking out the Tushan Jindan record, Yangqing thought for a while and chose 2 top-grade elixir formulas. One was the Longhua elixir that could quickly replenish true vitality and quickly replenish spiritual energy by extracting dragon blood essence. The other was the Longshou elixir that helped to improve the efficiency of spiritual energy on body tempering, mainly using dragon scales and dragon bones. These 2 elixir formulas, if put outside, would be equivalent to waste, because there were no demon dragons in the outside world, and ordinary cultivators of the crossing calamity stage did not have the ability to kill dragons. But in front of Yangqing, they were treasures. He had a lot of dragon bones, enough to refine thousands or even tens of thousands of elixirs, but other spirit herbs were limited, and he could only refine a few hundred at most. Too lazy to think about it, Yangqing summoned the Chaos Cauldron, and began to concentrate on controlling the various materials into the cauldron. He hadn't practiced alchemy for a long time, but Yangqing was not unfamiliar with it. Instead, with the improvement of his understanding over the days, he had a better understanding of the method of alchemy. He calmed his mind, and the elixir fire was burning. Unknowingly, 4 days had passed. In this underground karst cave, Yangqing almost continuously refined the Longshou elixir and Longhua elixir. The success of the Longhua elixir made Yangqing very satisfied. These red gold elixirs quickly replenished the true vitality in his body. This allowed Yangqing to continuously refine elixirs, and within 4 days, he used up most of the spirit herbs in the mustard sumaru ring. Fortunately, there were still many dragon bones, and there was a dragon corpse at the bottom of the river outside. This was a big harvest. Yangqing packed up all the elixirs and materials. When he was about to put away the chaos cauldron, he found that the cauldron was becoming more and more lustrous, and the totem was becoming clearer. Yangchen frowned. This Hun Dun must have secretly absorbed a large amount of the dragon's essence during the alchemy to help it recover its vitality. But Yangchen couldn't stop it. Seeing chaos recovering and becoming stronger day by day, Yangqing could only hope that his strength could suppress it while he was worried. After tidying up everything, Yangqing knew that it was almost the appointed time with Yu Xuening. He couldn't stay any longer and quickly left the dragon nest. After collecting some important parts of the blue dragon's corpse, he activated his true vitality and returned to the Jade Fox Palace. Along the way, Yangqing finally didn't have to worry about the subsequent lack of true vitality. There were more than 300 Longhua elixirs stored in the ring, which could replenish his true vitality in a moment. After swallowing a total of 3 elixirs, Yangqing finally rushed back to the Jade Fox Palace at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he arrived, Yu Xuening's fluttering white dress had already blocked in front of Yangqing. The woman, who was as graceful as ever, looked up and down at Yangqing and smiled charmingly. It seems that you have refined a lot of elixirs to replenish true vitality. Why don't you give me a few hundred of them? Yangqing thought that this fox spirit was really amazing. How did she know that he had swallowed elixirs all the way back? He made a depressed expression and said, "How can I have so many elixirs? There are only a dozen of them. I won't be able to use them if I give them to you." Stop talking nonsense. You only killed a dozen little dragons in the dragon clan. Do you really think I don't know? After so many days, how can you only kill so little? You must be hiding somewhere to refine elixirs. Hurry up and hand it over. Yu Xuening said coldly, "If you dare to play tricks, your little lover will not be able to protect you." Are you threatening me? You can't beat me, Yu Xuening said firmly. Yangqing was depressed for a while. Indeed, he couldn't do anything about being threatened by her. He just wanted to hold her down and ravage her. He took out a bottle with more than 20 Longhua elixirs in it and threw it to Yu Xuening. "That's all. I don't have so many spirit herbs to refine. The rest are just some elixirs to strengthen the body and help with cultivation." Yu Xuening didn't care too much. With her cultivation base, these 20 elixirs were enough to make any opponent tremble. Just as Yangqing was about to ask where Hui Lin was, a pretty figure in a green robe suddenly rose from a jade building and came to Yangqing's side. "Brother Yang. You're back." Hui Lin's eyes were full of surprise and a little pride. After Yangqing carefully confirmed that he didn't see wrongly, he clicked his tongue. "What did this fox spirit feed you? How come you're already at the soul formation stage after a few days?" "Brat, I'm not a fox spirit. How can I, the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, be compared to those little mountain demons that humans know so little? How dare you look down on me? Aren't you afraid that I'll lock you up for another 60 years? At most, I won't win this Tong Tian Grand competition." Yu Xuening's charming face was sullen and full of cold waves. When Yangqing heard this, he immediately changed into a smile. "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. The palace master is much more beautiful than a fox." If he was really locked up for 60 years, even if he got out, he was afraid that all his family members would be killed by the enemies, so he had to endure until the day he entered the Tong Tian Tower. Yu Xuening glanced at him arrogantly. "That's more like it. In fact, I also know that you must hate me very much in your heart, but I don't care. As long as you defeat the masters of the Dragon Valley and the Purple Bamboo Forest, and help me vent my anger for hundreds of years, I'll be happy." Yangqing said with a smile, "Palace Master hasn't said, how did you train my Hui Lin to the soul formation stage? The spiritual energy here is thin. It's reasonable to say that it's difficult to cultivate from the innate stage to the great perfection, and then step into the soul formation stage. You think it's difficult. I don't think it's difficult. Hui Lin is a good piece of unpolished jade. Falling into the hands of a group of mediocre people like you naturally don't know how to carve. Hui Lin, you tell him yourself, I'm going to take a nap, I'm tired these few days. Yu Xuaning was too lazy to pay attention to him, she waved her sleeve and returned to the bedroom. Yang Qing bared his teeth at her back, secretly cursing, you will be tired? Do you think I'm a fool? Hui Lin immediately asked with concern, Brother Yang, is it dangerous to go to the Dragon Valley? Are you hurt? Yang Qing smiled, this girl was always so considerate, like a good baby, do I look hurt? Well, I'm just asking, I know Brother Yang is very powerful. Hui Lin pursed her lips and smiled, but I'm now at the soul formation stage, I shouldn't be a burden to Brother Yang anymore. The palace master said that I'm very talented in cultivation. What the hell is going on? What miraculous medicine did she give you? Hui Lin showed a reluctant expression, but she still told him everything that had happened in the past few days. After Yang Qing left that day, Yu Xuaning took Hui Lin to the palace where she cultivated in seclusion and carefully checked Hui Lin's cultivation. Although Hui Lin's Shu Mountain's internal strength was not as profound as Yang Qing's endless resolve restoration scripture, it was still a top-notch skill. However, she had only been practicing it for a short time, and there was still a long way to go before she could step into the Xiantian realm. If Hui Lin were to rely on her own cultivation, it would take her at least 3 to 5 years to 10 years to cross this threshold. For an ordinary person, it was already extremely fast, but for the current situation, it would take too long. After thinking for a moment, Yu Xuaning actually used her cultivation to suppress Hui Lin, so that Hui Lin couldn't move, and then used her powerful true qi at the peak of the 9th level to ask Hui Lin to sort out and expand the 8 extraordinary meridians. This process had to be done with perfect control of the true core energy. Otherwise, any mistake could cause Hui Lin's sudden death. Only a top master like Yu Xuaning could reach such a level. After Hui Lin's body was greatly improved, Yu Xuaning actually oozed her own blood essence from her fingertips and fed it into Hui Lin's body. The cultivation that the nine-tailed celestial fox had condensed for thousands of years was in her life essence. How could it be child's play? After these few drops of life essence entered Hui Lin's body, Hui Lin was like a wildfire, the meridians of her whole body surged like a tsunami, and the true qi turned into countless spiritual qi of the celestial fox, as if it was about to pour out. Yu Xuaning helped Hui Lin run her internal strength, and it took her 2 days and 2 nights to digest the spiritual qi. In fact, if it weren't for her protection, Hui Lin would have died. In the end, it was also a surge of spiritual qi that helped Hui Lin break through to the Xiantian realm in one fell swoop. After reaching the Xiantian realm, the next thing was much simpler. Relying on the spiritual qi in Yu Xuaning's blood essence, it only took her 1 day to reach the Xiantian full cycle. When it came to how to enter the deity transformation realm, Yu Xuaning admitted that she couldn't help, but chatted with Hui Lin. Yu Xuaning was like a sister next door, asking about Hui Lin's living environment since childhood, who was in her family, childhood memories, what she liked, and what she hated. When asked if her favorite career was singing and listening to music, Hui Lin had endless words to say. She was very excited and talked about how she liked to work and perform with people who understood music. She also said that it was a pity that she had to leave her favorite career because of personal reasons. Yu Xuaning thought for a while, and found a dark brown, elegant Polonia guqin, and told Hui Lin that this was the Feichuan guqin, which was contributed to her by a cultivator who entered the 10,000 demon realm in the Tang dynasty. Not to mention anything else, she began to teach Hui Lin how to play this guqin. Hui Lin was very concerned about music, and as soon as she saw the guqin, she forgot about cultivation and so on. She followed Yu Xuaning to practice the guqin, and didn't feel tired even after 1 day and 1 night. Due to her extremely high talent in music, and having learned many musical instruments in the outside world, Hui Lin could soon play fluently, and was overjoyed. Yu Xuaning told her softly, in your opinion, if you use music to describe this world, this heaven and earth, to describe everything, what would it be like? Try to understand the resonance between music and heaven and earth, and think that everything has a cause and effect, and you will gain something. Hui Lin played the guqin, and gradually, it was as if she was plucking her heartstrings, and every tremor made her soul tremble. Unknowingly, after a few melodious melodies, Hui Lin felt that with her playing, the innate qi in her body was transformed into a more powerful energy that she had never felt before. Until that moment, Hui Lin suddenly woke up. She, in the process of playing music, had entered a whole new realm. At the same time, her understanding of music reached a higher level, and she also understood something that she couldn't explain clearly. The changes in the past few days made Hui Lin a little confused, but it was true that under the guidance of Yu Xuaning, she had entered the soul formation stage. When Yangqing heard this, he understood that Yu Xuaning didn't deliberately say that she was tired, she was really tired. After all, the loss of life essence was quite harmful to the demon race. However, it was not difficult to understand that Hui Lin entered the soul formation stage by relying on music. This kind of epiphany was different for everyone. Xiangwei had an epiphany from the rain, Kai Ning had an epiphany from the hidden weapons. In contrast, Hui Lin, who loved music deeply, had an epiphany from the music, and she understood a lot more. This Yu Xuaning, I really don't understand why she is so good to you. Logically speaking, you are not related to her. Yangqing frowned. Hui Lin thought for a moment, and said, Brother Yang, I think that the palace master is good to me because of you. Think about it, she gave you the alchemy manual and asked you to go to the Dragon Valley to kill dragons. It is nothing more than to let you refine elixirs to improve your fighting ability in the demon realm. As for me, as long as I become stronger, I will not be a burden to you. I am also thinking about you indirectly. Yangqing was stunned. This also made sense. Could it be that because he cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture that she regarded him as an important person? Could it be that the creator of the endless resolve restoration scripture had an inexplicable relationship with Yu Xuaning? At this time, Hui Lin took out a storage ring magic tool, from which she took out a Paulownia ancient zither, and said, Brother Yang, look, the palace master also gave me this famous Tang dynasty zither, I like it so much. Looking at Hui Lin hugging the zither like it was a treasure, Yangqing remembered that in his own ring, there was a mid-grade magic tool, the phoenix feather zither, that he took from Lu Huading when he killed her. He handed Huilin the phoenix feather that looked like it was burning with flames and had phoenix tail patterns. He smiled and said, Here, I'm giving you a magic treasure that looks like a zither. It's called phoenix feather. You're already at the soul formation stage, so you can use it. Huilin's face was shy, but she was very happy. She took the phoenix feather zither irresistibly, lowered her head, and said in a low voice, Is this a token of love? What? Louder, Yangqing pretended not to hear it, and asked with a strange smile. Huilin knew that it was Yangqing's trick, and she pouted, Brother Yang, I am going to ignore you. I am going to play the zither. After that, the girl turned around and was about to leave. Yangqing did not let her have her way. He hooked her soft waist from behind, lowered his head, and kissed Hui Lin on the forehead, and said with a smile, This storage ring is also a gift from Yu Xuaning? She is so generous? Huilin's face was flushed from the kiss, and she whispered, The palace master asked me to pass it to you, saying that you killed those dragons, so the space ring should be too small and not enough. This ring should be several times bigger, so that you can put more alchemy materials and magic treasures. You can give this small one to me. Yangqing was stunned. Yu Xuaning was really thoughtful. He really should change to a new big space ring. After a little inspection, this space ring was more than 10 times the size of his mustard summer ring. Not to mention the dragon corpse, it was probably not a problem to store dozens of living dragons. It should be a valuable thing. Involuntarily, Yangqing was a little embarrassed. How could he let such a charming master always think for him? Perhaps, he should also put down his guard against her and prepare for the Tongtian Grand Tournament. After all, if she really had bad intentions towards him, she wouldn't have to spend so much effort to teach Hui Lin. Remembering that he had refined the Long's Ho pill, Yangqing directly gave Hui Lin dozens of pills, so that Hui Lin could quickly improve her physique, so that she wouldn't be easily injured. Hui Lin received the things from Yangqing at this time, and she didn't politely stop him like in the past, but took all of them sweetly. Finally, Yangqing also told Hui Lin that if she went out in the future, this phoenix feather should not be used easily, because it involved the matter of him killing the Hongming envoy. Immediately, Yangqing found a quiet place and began to move everything in his ring into the new wider space ring. After doing these things, Yangqing rarely meditated on the top of a mountain, waiting for a few days to go to the Tongtian Lake to participate in the grand tournament. Dragon Valley, Dragon King Palace. The Ice Dragon envoy in a blue robe walked in from outside the palace, came to the main hall, and nodded to Qiu Wujiang. Your Majesty, are you looking for me? Xiao Wujiang was resting on the dragon throne with his eyes closed. At this moment, he opened his eyes and showed a gentle smile. Ice Dragon Envoy, my great event has been accomplished today. The Ice Dragon Envoy trembled and turned to look up in surprise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This time, we will definitely be able to break through Tongtian Tower. Xiao Wujiang raised his head and laughed. He stood up abruptly, and his eyes were like torches. After more than 10 years of preparation, it's all thanks to the demon dragon envoys killing outside. If I can successfully forge the divine weapon, I will definitely bring the demon dragon envoys to escape from this dragon prison and travel to the real world. It's just that this last process requires the help of Ice Dragon Envoy's ice breath. Follow me down. The Ice Dragon Envoy did not hesitate and immediately promised respectfully. With a wave of Qiu Wujiang's big hand, a black weird true yuan condensed in the center of the hall, and a huge crack slowly appeared on the black rock on the ground. Beneath the crack was an unfathomable heatwave. Not many people in the demon realm knew that the mountain where the Dragon King Hall was located was an active volcano. Under this hall, it was the rolling magma all year round. The previous Dragon Kings had suppressed the magma with their tyrannical cultivation and prevented it from erupting. Follow me down. Xiao Wujiang took the lead and jumped into the crimson red. A strange look flashed in the Ice Dragon Envoy's eyes, but he quickly jumped down too. The deeper they went, the hotter it was. The scorching lava waves and tumbling magma made the interior of the entire active volcano look like the 18th layer of purgatory. The red, golden, and white light flashed everywhere here. If it weren't for the strong physique of the dragon clan, the ordinary demon clan wouldn't be able to stay here for a long time. After diving for thousands of feet, they finally stopped over a sea of lava. In the center of a volcanic lava, a scarlet pillar of light stood in the air. The pillar of light was like a flowing blood fountain, constantly undergoing the tempering of the underground lava flame, but there was no sign of drying up. And in the center of the blood-colored pillar of light, a particularly dark red long sword was constantly rotating slowly. The blade of this long sword was completely dark red without any impurities, only a black blood mist lingering around it. At the same time, high-temperature golden flames burst out from time to time. And the handle of the sword was completely condensed from dragon bones. After being tempered by the lava for countless years, it had emitted bursts of scorching brilliance. Just by looking at it from dozens of meters away, one could already feel the bloody power emanating from the long saber. Ice Dragon Envoy, I've been exploring for nearly 1,000 years and spent more than 200 years collecting 49 types of refined iron unique to the demon realm. I've also collected the blood essence of nearly 100 sky demons, and my dragon clan masters for more than 10 years, and the blood essence of thousands of little demons to forge the blood demon dragon bone sword. It's comparable to the ancient immortal weapon magic weapon. In terms of power, it's better than most immortal treasures. Now, it's only the final process of quenching. As long as you try your best to spit the ice breath on the long sword, this peerless divine weapon will be born. I'm looking forward to holding this sword and poking a hole in the Tongtian Tower in this grand tournament, cutting off all the purple-blue heavenly thunder, and bringing my dragon clan back to the world. Qiu Wujiang said proudly. The eyes of the Ice Dragon Envoy flashed with bursts of brilliance, and he was also very excited. Your Majesty, rest assured, I'll do it immediately. After saying that, the Ice Dragon Envoy changed his body. Even in this underground lava sea that was so hot that it was difficult to calculate, he turned into the blue dragon whose whole body was emitting ice crystals. The peak of the 8th grade allowed the Ice Dragon Envoy to have a strong enough dragon breath to spit out the extremely cold breath airflow. Roar! A ferocious ice tornado breath, in this world of flames, abruptly landed on the high-temperature blood pillar. Seeing that the blood pillar had gradually frozen and no longer burned, the blood demon dragon bone sword inside also really glowed with a brutal bloody aura. Good. Ice Dragon Envoy. This prince will definitely not forget your great contribution. Ha 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 ha. In the wild laughter, Qiu Wujiang suddenly flashed a black and vigorous true essence in his hand, summoning a huge dragon claw. From the most vulnerable abdomen scales of the Ice Dragon Envoy, it pierced through. Chi. Golden red blood flew out, and instantly evaporated in the high temperature. The ice dragon envoy, who was trying his best to breathe, roared, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't seem to understand why Qiu Wujiang would take advantage of his weakness to hurt himself. Humph, Ice Dragon Envoy, I know best what you're capable of. You've already deceived me with your previous actions. No matter what your intentions are, you definitely won't be able to get out of this sea of lava this time. Qiu Wujiang was full of a cold smile, and a black dragon claw condensed in his hand. The powerful true essence of a 9th-grade master once again grabbed the heart of the Ice Dragon Envoy. After a while, Qiu Wujiang flew out of the gap in the center of the Dragon King Hall. At this moment, the Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Earth Dragon envoy dressed in green, red, yellow, and brown were all waiting. Obviously, Qiu Wujiang had asked them to wait outside just in case, fearing that the Ice Dragon envoy would escape. Seeing the bloody blood demon dragon bone sword in Qiu Wujiang's hand, the 4 demon dragon envoys trembled and knelt down. Your Majesty is mighty. Congratulations on the forging of the divine weapon. Qiu Wujiang looked at the 4 men who were at the peak of the 8th grade and grinned, the Ice Dragon envoy betrayed me and has been executed. If you dare to be disloyal, I will not let you off easily. The 4 demon dragon envoys didn't dare to think too much. The Ice Dragon envoy was gone just like that. They all knew the strength of the Ice Dragon envoy, which was comparable to the 4 of them. Qiu Wujiang glanced at them with satisfaction, and when he looked at his own hand, there seemed to be countless ghosts wailing and wolves howling. In the depths of his eyes, a silver-gray evil brilliance flashed imperceptibly. Located in the center of the 10,000 demon realm, the actual area of the Tongtian Lake was not inferior to the territory of any camp. If the continents of the 10,000 demon realm were not connected at the bottom, it could be considered as divided into 3 continents by the 3 rivers. To come to the vicinity of the Tongtian Tower in the center of the Tongtian Lake, one must have a cultivation base of level 5 or above. Otherwise, just flying here in one breath would exhaust one's true essence. Therefore, usually, the experts of level 7 or above were sent by the 3 parties to form the team. When they arrived at the lake below the Tongtian Tower, they would stand on 3 floating wooden pieces carried by each party. The experts of the 3 parties who participated in the competition would fight in midair at the same time. They could join forces or fight one-on-one, there was no limit to the fighting method. As long as one party died, admitted defeat, or fell into the water, it would automatically be considered a failure. Therefore, the Tongtian Grand Competition was not about fighting to the death. To a greater extent, it was to avoid large-scale casualties in the 10,000 demon realm and to carry out a rational competition. When Yangqing followed Yu Xuaning and more than 100 sky demons above level 7 to the Tongtian Tower, Yangqing never thought that the true appearance of the Tongtian Tower was actually so huge. So huge that it could not be seen as a tower. In the center of the Tongtian Lake, nearly 1,000 feet high in the sky, a huge array was constantly rotating slowly. The array exuded a purple-golden brilliance, and among the complex totems, there seemed to be countless ferocious birds and beasts, and in the center, there was an 8 trigrams diagram. Just from Yangqing's eyesight, the array could not be seen to the end, and should have an area of more than 100 kilometers. And the Tongtian Tower was suspended high above the array, and its area was almost the same as the array. The body of the tower was a faint black gold, full of simple and unadorned patterns. The first floor was particularly tall, and a black and red tower door was tightly closed. The Tongtian Tower went straight into the sky, and there was no way to see where it led, let alone what the top of the tower looked like. There's no need to look, I have personally flown into the sky. There are countless array restrictions around the Tongtian Tower. Except for breaking through from inside the tower, even with my peak level 9 cultivation base, it is difficult to reach the top of the tower. Yu Xuaning's words were filled with unwillingness. Those who discovered the 10,000 demon realm in ancient times and built the Tongtian Tower, I'm afraid that their strength has surpassed us by too much. If you're lucky enough to break through the clear jade heavenly lightning tribulation, you might have a chance to peek into the mysteries of the heavenly Daos. Right now, it's better for you to be on Xin and participate in this heavenly competition. Strive to enter this tower and take a look. Clear jade heavenly thunder tribulation? Yangqing felt conflicted. If he really had that kind of ability, why would he stay here and be used by you? Palace Master, why haven't the people of the Devil Cultivator and the Dragon Clan arrived yet? The one who asked the question was Hui Lin, who had followed along. The girl stood on the floating island and looked around curiously. Originally, with Hui Lin's cultivation base, it was relatively difficult to fly to the center of the Tongtian Lake, but Yangqing calculated that if he went out of the tower, he would have to bring Hui Lin with him, so he simply helped Hui Lin. Anyway, he had the Longhua pill to quickly replenish his true yuan, so he was not afraid. As they spoke, dozens of cultivators floated over from the north. Almost all of them wore dark robes, and their leader was a handsome man in a purple robe. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, making him look very elegant. The man had a long white jade flute on his waist and a huge wine gourd hanging on it. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking quite leisurely and contented. Among this group of people, Yangqing quickly found a special individual. It was a black-haired man wearing a mask made of bamboo. He had a bit of an immortal aura, but other than that, there was nothing special. What surprised Yangqing was that this person's coercion was obviously different from the gloomy coercion of other cultivators. It was somewhat familiar, but it felt like it was in the clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. It seemed that he was deliberately hiding something. That person is the Demon Emperor Zishao. He is a good person, but he is a drunkard. Yu Xuaning introduced to Yangqing. Zishao slowly floated down in front of everyone, looked at Yangqing strangely, and revealed a mysterious smile. You are the person who will represent the Jade Fox Palace to participate in the major competition this time? I don't want to be, but the reality is indeed so. Yangqing always felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Zishao nodded and turned to Yu Xuaning. Your true essence seems to be weaker than last time. Is there anyone in this demon realm who can hurt you? Yangqing looked at Yu Xuaning in surprise. Hurt? Perhaps it was because she fed some of her blood essence to Hui Lin? She actually hurt her primordial chi for Hui Lin, and it didn't recover. It was really incredible. One must know that hurting one's primordial chi was much more dangerous than exhausting one's true essence, because it was a situation where one could not recover to the highest cultivation base for a period of time. The more powerful one was, the more they would pay attention to whether their highest strength could be exerted, lest the enemy take advantage of it. Yu Xuaning glanced at Yangqing and said, even if it's weakened, what can you do to me? Haha, Palace Lord, don't think too much. I admit that I am not your opponent, I'm just a little curious. Zishao was also free and easy, and directly admitted defeat. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind the group of demonic cultivators. Brother Yang, I trust you have been well since we last met. How have you been? A handsome young man in a flowery robe with the same purple hair landed on the floating island with some difficulty. It was ZMO who was saved by Yangqing when he first arrived at the demon realm. Yangqing and Hui Lin looked at each other and were surprised by the appearance of this guy. Why are you? Hehe, ZMO was a little proud, pointed to Zishao, and said, he is my brother. Yangqing suddenly understood, no wonder when they first met, he seemed to not need help at all, perhaps he really did not use his trump card at that time. If the brother of one of the top 3 masters of the demon realm was defeated by a few big demons, it would be too unreasonable. Brat, why didn't you mention that you know Zizhao's brother? Yu Xuaning said unhappily. Yangqing spread out his hands, how would I know who this guy is? ZMO said regretfully, Brother Yang, originally I wanted to take you to my brother's purple bamboo forest to participate in the Tong Tian Grand Tournament for us, but unfortunately you insisted on taking the shortcut to Tong Tian Lake. Man proposes, but God disposes. I didn't expect that Brother Yang would participate as an elite from Jade Fox Palace. I won't be able to cheer for you anymore. Yu Xuaning heard this, narrowed her eyes and sneered, drunkard, is your brother trying to provoke the trust between me and Yangqing? Or, is he tired of living? Zishao calmly dismissed ZMO and said with a smile, Palace Master, my little brother only knows how to play with some flowers and plants. His cultivation is very poor, but he likes to cause trouble. Let me, as his elder brother, discipline him. Yu Xuaning snorted softly, her eyes swept to the bamboo-faced man not far behind Zishao, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. This person is the expert you want to send this time? Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is a rogue cultivator I have been close to recently, his name is Xing Tian, this time he came to help me, Zishao introduced. Xingtian? He even used the name of the legendary god of war? Yangchen couldn't help but feel a little funny. Really, then why doesn't your friend dare to show his true face? Yu Xuening said disdainfully. Zishao said very patiently, Brother Xingtian said when he came, if the mask is damaged or taken off in the fight, he will naturally show his true face. If the experts of your side and Dragon Valley are helpless, then there is no need to show his face. Haha. What a big tone. From the distant horizon, a long howl that carried a ferocious pressure approached from afar in practically an instant. In the blink of an eye, a strong and majestic black-haired man in a black robe was already standing in the air more than 10 meters away. Qiu Wujiang, every time you come out you shout so loudly, are you afraid that we don't know that your dragon clan has a loud voice? Yu Xuening sneered. The arrogant Qiu Wujiang glanced at Xingtian and grinned, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't make a move during this period, I would have torn this ungrateful guy into pieces just now. In front of me, you still wear a mask and don't show your true face, it's really hateful. Zishao was obviously not as gentle to Qiu Wujiang as before, and he sneered, then I also want to see if you really have that ability. Qiu Wujiang snorted coldly, Zishao, you'd better not provoke me, otherwise, I won't care about the rules, if I really want to kill you, it's just a piece of cake. What a big tone. I want to see how much you have improved after not seeing you for more than 100 years. Zishao was also infuriated by these contemptuous words. It was not that he was shallow, but in front of so many demonic cultivators, if the leader was so despised, how could he still have the face to command the group of demons? For a time, Zishao and Qiu Wujiang, the two 9th-grade demonic cultivators and beast cultivators, burst out with surging true qi. Zishao's purple hair danced wildly in the wind, and the purple-black true qi was like a raging demonic flame. Behind him, a large number of demonic cultivators also looked angry, exuding bursts of fierce true qi as if they were on standby at any time. At this moment, dozens of giant dragons of different colors also rushed over, and the sound of the dragon broke through the sky, turning into human forms behind Qiu Wujiang. Are the demonic cultivators so useless now? Why don't we wait for a while? The one who spoke was the wind dragon envoy in a green robe, together with several other demonic dragon envoys and a group of demon dragons above the 7th grade, faintly showing the posture of fighting with the demonic cultivators. Although the long-distance flight had consumed a lot of true qi for the beast cultivators and demonic cultivators present, if they really fought with their lives, they would not be lenient. Yangchen watched from a distance, and he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Judging from the pressure of true qi, Zishao and Qiu Wujiang were more than one level higher than him. Even they didn't have the ability to break through the heaven-reaching tower, did he really have a chance? Just when the two groups of people were at each other's throats, a white silk was like a white electric dragon, cutting the true qi between the two groups of people in half. Just this one move alone was enough to show off his extremely domineering power. What's the hurry? If you want to fight, wait until the grand competition is over. If this goes on, after the heaven-reaching tower opens, the winner will not be decided. Yu Xuening retracted the white silk, and her eyes were full of cold light. Zishao and Qiu Wujiang also seemed to be very respectful. They withdrew their momentum, snorted coldly, and disdained to look at each other. Qiu Wujiang, in the last two heaven-reaching grand competition, your Dragon Valley won a lot of treasures in the heaven-reaching tower. This time, it won't be so easy for you. Why don't you introduce the masters you are going to send this time? Yu Xuening cut to the point. Qiu Wujiang revealed an evil smile, Palace Master, this time, my Dragon Valley did not prepare any new masters to come. Once he said that, the demons and demonic cultivators of Jade Fox Palace looked puzzled. Oh? So, you're planning to give up? Zishao laughed mockingly. Since when did the Dragon Valley lose so many talents? No. Qiu Wujiang waved his hand and said, although I don't intend to send anyone to participate, but I want to compete with you too. The surface of the lake suddenly fell silent at this moment. Everyone could hardly believe that the Dragon King actually said that he wanted to fight with Yu Xuening and Zishao. There was nothing wrong with that, but everyone knew what it meant. Dragon Valley was demonstrating its might to Jade Fox Palace and Purple Bamboo Forest at the same time. Yu Xuaning's face was as cold as ice. Qiu Wujiang, do you really think that just because I've suffered some minor injuries recently, you can really beat me? You're being too delusional. Qiu Wujiang shook his head and laughed loudly. Palace Master, I just feel that it's really not satisfying to send some men to fight every 60 years. Why don't we make an exception and fight personally? As the saying goes, life and death are up to the heavens. I've been a little impatient over the years. If Palace Master can give me a clean break, I will have no complaints. Qiu Wujiang. Did you lose your brain when you came? Zishao said with a livid face, you know that if the three of us fight to the death of any one of us will cause chaos in the 10,000 demon realm. What do you want to do? Haha, Qiu Wujiang laughed, and his eyes were like lightning. Zishao, don't worry too much. If I survive in the end, your demonic cultivators will be under my command. What did you say? Stinky long worm, I think you're really tired of living. Zishao no longer tolerated it. His whole body suddenly burst out with thick purple-black true essence, like a rising flame. He raised his palm high and slashed down. A faint purple void saber shadow, which seemed to carry countless dancing, blazing fire snakes, danced in the air. It was more than 100 feet long, and without any warning, it chopped down. Boom! The waves were monstrous. The destructive power of the lavender void flame blade shadow was completely opposite to its beautiful appearance. The lake water in Tongtian Lake was slashed to a height of tens of feet, and the floating island was also slashed into pieces. A golden 7th grade thunder dragon couldn't dodge in time and was directly split into two. Just a casual blow was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The power of the 9th grade demon emperor was finally revealed in front of Yangqing and the others. Qiu Wujiang had avoided it early, so he didn't suffer any injuries. In fact, Zizhao's move was more of a show of strength. The demonic cultivators were excited, shouting the might of the demon emperor, and looked proudly at the group of demonic cultivators of the dragon clan. Brother Zizhao's purple flame demonic blade is really good. Qiu Wujiang grinned and said, however, it's not a great achievement to just cut off an inconspicuous subordinate of mine. What's the hurry? The sweetest wine should always be left for the last. It's better to cut off your long worm and make wine for me. Zishao also no longer restrained himself. He waved the purple flame demonic blade twice in a row, and the crisscrossing blade shadows seemed to be chopping up all the dragons in front of him. But this time, Qiu Wujiang had already blocked in front of the blade shadow, and a black dragon claw shadow collided with the blade shadow. Boom! The burst of true essence shook out two violent shock waves, shaking the surface of the lake with the two of them as the core, and waves of hundreds of meters were shaken out. When Yangqing saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked by the stability of the space of this demon realm. The collision of true essence just now was enough to tear the space apart if it was in the outside world. However, in the demon realm, such a battle of true essence was not enough to affect the stability of this space. It seemed that this space was indeed independent of the parallel space, which was almost unimaginable in Yangqing's mind. One must know that the alternate space was just some space cracks, but this demon realm was a complete world. Yu Xuaning's face was gloomy at the moment, and she silently transmitted her voice to Yangqing's ear, saying, "This Qiu Wujiang is very strange today. I'm afraid the situation will change drastically. Remember to take care of Huilin later, don't get involved in the battle between the two of them." At this moment, Qiu Wujiang's figure suddenly flashed and rushed into the formation of the demonic cultivators. "You killed one of my subordinates, I'm going to take a life too." Despicable. Zishao roared, and suddenly pulled out the jade flute from his waist, turned around, and slashed down diagonally. An intense purple light burst out from the jade flute. The purple flame devil saber, which was originally just a void saber shadow, was continuously compressed by the jade flute. The saber light that burst out was like a purple flood dragon, and its power increased by several times. Obviously, Qiu Wujiang took the opportunity to kill his own subordinates, which made Zishao furious. Qiu Wujiang didn't dare to be careless, and finally managed to dodge this powerful blade, but he still waved a dragon claw and grabbed the skull of a 7th grade demonic cultivator who was close to him. The shield that the demonic cultivator hurriedly propped up was instantly shattered. In a flash, a cold Xian ice shield formed above the demonic cultivator's head. Boom! The Xian ice was crushed, but the demonic cultivator also took the opportunity to dodge this fatal blow. Kuei water. Yangqing shouted out involuntarily. He was familiar with the power of Kuei water that condensed in an instant. Suddenly looking at the mysterious man who performed this move, the black-haired man with the bamboo mask also looked at Yangqing at this time as if they had a telepathic connection. The two people's eyes met, and the degree of complexity in it was indescribable. Yu Xuening didn't seem to be much surprised, and glanced at the two thoughtfully. Haha, brother Xingtian, thank you for your help. Zixiao was overjoyed. Finally, he didn't let Qiu Wujiang succeed because of his carelessness. The group of demonic cultivators was furious, and with Zixiao's support in front, dozens of demonic cultivators also attacked. The Dragon King actually sneak attacked. Since it's not a fair fight, then we are not easy to bully. The demonic cultivators were wild in nature, and when they were oppressed, they suddenly burst out with a strong battle intent. Qiu Wujiang looked at the bamboo-masked man with some doubts for a while, waved his hand, and said, "For great demonic dragon envoys, lead the elites of our Dragon Valley to support me." Yes. The 4 great demonic dragon envoys of wind, thunder, fire, and earth, led the dozens of giant dragons behind them, restored their true forms almost at the same time, roaring and biting toward the group of demonic cultivators. For a time, the sky was full of wild dragons dancing, and the dragon's roar shook the sky. The demonic cultivators also unceremoniously summoned their own inner demons. One by one, their eyes were bloodshot, and the pressure of true yuan increased sharply. One by one, the evil phantoms burst out from the bodies of the demonic cultivators, holding formatted weapons, and fought with a group of giant dragons. For a while, it was hard to separate them. Zixiao held the jade flute in his hand, waving the purple flame demonic blade. It was like a purple beam of light sweeping across the sky. With a destructive momentum, it raged and slashed in a group of dragons. This 9th-grade demon overlord was by no means undeserved. The name was only 1 grade higher, but the violent demonic blade that was displayed made it difficult for the 4 demon dragon envoys to resist. Qiu Wujiang didn't show his original form. After shredding 2 7th-grade demonic cultivators, he rushed to the camp of the Jade Fox Palace's demon clan. Isn't it a pity that the Jade Fox Palace doesn't participate in such a big battle? Qiu Wujiang was like a mad demon, condensing a giant black dragon claw, squeezing a 7th-grade demon cultivator who couldn't dodge into a pile of flesh and blood again. Yu Xuening was furious, her eyebrows were vertical, and her face was full of frost. Qiu Wujiang, I didn't want to talk to you again and again, you're courting death. The 9-tailed celestial fox was really angered by this madman's behavior this time. 2 snow-white silks flew out of the 2 cloud sleeves, like a white snake coming out of a hole. The 2 seemingly flexible white silks were unstoppable. The black dragon claw was blown up by the white silk before it could enter the group of demon cultivators. What are you guys still doing? Go up and kill this group of demon dragons. Yu Xuening reprimanded. A group of sky demons only reacted then. After being yelled at in such a stern tone, how would they dare to disobey? With anger and grievance, they turned into streams of light and rushed to the sky where the battle was. At this moment, in midair, the sky demons and demonic cultivators, and a large number of demon dragons, were fighting in full swing, and it was extremely fierce and tragic. Colorful true yuan brilliance erupted in the air, flashed, and formed dazzling fireworks under the Tongtian Tower. Dragon scales, demonic feathers, heads of fiendish cultivators, and the flesh and blood of various fiendish cultivators rained down from the sky. There were countless casualties. Yangqing did not join the battle rashly. He was only concerned about Hui Lin's safety. Therefore, he brought Hui Lin with him and watched from afar. Waves of powerful true elemental energy ripples made Hui Lin, who was only at the soul formation stage, feel quite uncomfortable. Yangqing opened up a protective barrier to make Hui Lin feel better. Yangqing looked at the bloody battlefield, but he was very puzzled. Qiu Wujiang didn't seem to have the ability to win against Yu Xuening, so why did he dare to provoke the Jade Fox Palace and the Purple Bamboo Forest? What made Yangqing's heart tremble was that strange bamboo-faced man. The bamboo-faced man was working with Zixiao to kill the approaching demon dragons. At the same time, he was protecting Zixiao's younger brother, ZMO, with ease. From the Kuei water just now, Yangqing became more and more aware that the cultivation method used by this bamboo-faced man seemed very similar to himself. He also cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture? How is this possible? In this world, except for his daughter, Lan Lan, who he had taught, there was only one person who might know this cultivation method. Could it be? Just as Yangqing was thinking about it, the battle between Qiu Wujiang and Yu Xuaning had also gradually reached its peak. Qiu Wujiang's body was full of black fog-like true elemental energy. After continuously colliding with Yu Xuaning's white silk in the air, he suddenly let out a deafening roar. A black true elemental energy flowed through Qiu Wujiang's whole body, and his physique suddenly skyrocketed. Roar, roar. Several dragon roars sounded almost at the same time. A 9-headed black dragon appeared in the air. Each huge dragon head did not belong to any demon dragon. Its whole body was covered with black metal-like dragon scales, and its 2 huge fleshy wings made Qiu Wujiang look particularly different from the other dragons. Qiu Wujiang, do you think you can win against me by revealing the ugly face of your hybrid dragon species? Yu Xuaning sneered disdainfully, and behind the white dress, her 9 white fox tails finally flew out. The fox tails were like snow velvet, growing with the wind, flexible and swift like an electric snake, flying in the air, dazzling people's eyes. Several unfortunate demon dragons were hit in the waist by this fox tail, and they were directly cut in half. Yangqing's heart was shocked. This Yu Xuaning was still in a state of injured vitality, but she could still have such a terrifying true elemental energy pressure. It was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Qiu Wujiang's 9-headed dragon real body, which seemed arrogant just now, was suddenly defeated by Yu Xuaning's outbreak. Yangqing guessed that if it weren't for Yu Xuaning's usual playfulness, the 10,000 demon realm would have long been her world. The 9-headed dragon roared and was not afraid. The 3 dragon heads ejected a large black dragon's breath flame. Although this kind of strange fire couldn't compete with the heaven fire, it was continuously superimposed, and its destructive power was not inferior to the heaven fire. Ordinary 7th-grade demon cultivators would also be incinerated to death if they were burned. Yu Xuaning was not afraid at all, and the white fox's snow tail flashed with white and smooth true elemental energy, dissipating all the black flames. But Qiu Wujiang did not only attack Yu Xuaning, the remaining 6 dragon heads were ejecting dragon's breath in all directions. The dragon's breath condensed by the 9th-grade true elemental energy, ordinary demon cultivators and demonic cultivators could not so easily resist, and soon there were heavy casualties. For a time, the dragon race who was suppressed just now had the upper hand again. The demon emperor Xiao was burning with anger, waving the purple flame demon blade that burst out of the jade flute in his hand, and slashed down wildly. Puchi! Dragon blood splattered, and a Qiu Wujiang's dragon head was cut off. But after a while, a black light flashed on the dragon's neck, and another new dragon head grew out in the blink of an eye. Drunkard! If the heads of these 9 long worms are not all cut off, they will never stop growing. If you want to attack his dragon heart. That is the source of life of his hybrid dragon species. Yu Xuaning reminded. Xiao suddenly understood, and with a grin, he rushed to Qiu Wujiang's back, raised the jade flute demon blade high in his hand, and stabbed down. Qiu Wujiang's 9 dragon heads screamed, and the back actually flashed with black true elemental energy. Those black gold-like dragon scales were all reinforced dozens of times. Bang bang bang. With a series of explosions, the collision between the purple flame demon blade and the black gold dragon scales shook Xiao's body out. Roar, how can you break my dragon heart so easily? Qiu Wujiang's voice seemed to come from the 9 nether springs, deep and low, with incomparable arrogance. I haven't used much strength yet, what are you proud of, you 9-headed worm? Yu Xuaning seemed to have lost her patience. Unknowingly, the white true elemental energy in her body had become several times thicker. The 9 flying celestial fox tails actually condensed together in midair, intertwined with each other, and contracted. When the 9 white tails converged into one, the sharp tip of the fox tail seemed to extend infinitely, rushing to Qiu Wujiang's chest. There seemed to be a white lightning on the horizon cutting through the void. In an instant, the shock of the true elemental energy made Yangqing, who was watching from a distance, tremble. Even Xiao, who was about to continue to attack, was stunned by this thunderous blow and froze in place. As soon as the black gold dragon scales on Qiu Wujiang's body touched the 9 tails, after bursting out a black mist, it was difficult to maintain, and a hole suddenly opened up. Ow! Several screams sounded at the same time, and the 9 dragon heads wailed, constantly twisting and twitching. After the 9 white tails penetrated into the dragon's body, they protruded from the dragon's back. The dragon's blood flew out and fell into the Tongtian lake, mixing with the flesh and blood of those demon cultivators who had died in battle, dyeing the center of the Tongtian lake into a blood lake. Your Majesty! King! The remaining powerful dragons, such as the demon dragon envoy, roared in horror. They had been waiting for Qiu Wujiang to take out the blood demon dragon bone knife, but they didn't expect to see Qiu Wujiang's dragon body being pierced. Qiu Wujiang was a powerful hybrid dragon when he was born with 9 heads. Although he was despised in the clan at first, he defeated the previous dragon king after he grew up. He was still the undisputed dragon king in the dragon clan. He was different from other dragons. Even if he was beheaded, he could be reborn. The reason was that his physical body was extremely powerful, and his only lifeline was the dragon heart. And Yu Xuaning obviously knew Qiu Wujiang's weakness very early on, and she penetrated his dragon heart without hesitation. Zi Xiao. And the others were all shocked. They thought that even if he and Qiu Wujiang were not as strong as Yu Xuaning, who was at the peak of the 9th grade, the difference would not be too big. But in this scene today, Zi Xiao was shocked to discover that they had overestimated themselves. Yu Xuaning's true strength was already above what they knew, but this woman had never played with them seriously. On the Tongtian Lake, the weather changed. The 9 dragon heads were dying, a pair of fleshy wings could no longer be maintained, and the entire huge dragon body fell down. Boom! The waves splashed high. In fact, the lake was already dark red, with large pieces of flesh and internal organs of the beast cultivators and demonic cultivators floating. When the dragons saw that Qiu Wujiang was killed by the 9-tailed celestial fox in one move, they couldn't believe it, but at the same time, a sense of fear arose spontaneously. With this fear, the remaining masters of the dragon clan, the battle intent weakened, and the offensive was no longer sharp and fierce. Soon, Zi Xiao and Yu Xuaning led a group of beast cultivators and demonic cultivators to smash the remaining dragons one by one. The blood-like massacre filled the air with a thick stench. Almost all the beast cultivators of the Jade Fox Palace were excited. They never knew that the true strength of their palace master had reached such a shocking level. Everyone could foresee that in the future, the entire demon realm would be dominated by the Jade Fox Palace. The demon emperor of the purple bamboo forest and Qiu Wujiang were comparable in strength, so naturally, they no longer dared to compete with Yu Xuaning. And the Dragon Valley, without Qiu Wujiang, even if there were any hidden masters, it would be difficult to revive. The manifestation of Yu Xuaning's strength was also forced by Qiu Wujiang's sudden outbreak of madness, and Qiu Wujiang could only blame himself. When all the demon dragons had dyed the Tongtian Lake with blood and fell into the lake, only dozens of beast cultivators and demonic cultivators under Yu Xuaning and Zi Xiao were left on the scene. The rest of them were all experts above level 8, but their true inner force was almost exhausted, so it was impossible for them to make a big fuss. In the entire scene, except for Yu Xuaning and Zi Xiao, who had profound skills and seemed to be at ease, only Yanqing and the bamboo-faced man didn't use much true essence. It seems that after today, the history of the tripartite balance of the demon realm will be rewritten. Zi Xiao looked at Yu Xuaning, who had an indifferent expression, and smiled bitterly. Yu Xuaning retracted the 9 white fox tails, and there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. She looked at the 9-headed dragon corpse floating on the lake, and seemed to be thinking about something. Palace Master, now that the Dragon King is dead, why don't I lead the troops to cleanse the Dragon Valley with blood and seize the territory of the Dragon Valley for Palace Master? It was Qing Wan who came forward to ask for permission. Yu Xuaning shook her head. This is weird. Qiu Wujiang is not a reckless guy. The Sky Split Tower is about to open, so let's get down to business first. The Tongtian Tower should naturally belong to our Jade Fox Palace. There's no need for the Tongtian tournament to continue. Qing Wan glanced at the crowd of demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, but most of them had consumed a lot of true qi. They dared not speak up. They knew that their leader Xianxia would not be Yu Xuaning's opponent, so they had to let these beastkin cultivators suppress them. However, Yu Xuaning showed a mysterious and charming smile. How can that be? We still have to compete. I, Yu Xuaning, am not a domineering character. It has nothing to do with me who comes to compete in the 10,000 demon realm, as long as you don't provoke me. There's still half an hour before the opening of the Tower of Babel. Now that all the worms in the Dragon Valley are dead, let's have a match with Brother Xianxia. Whoever wins will have the right to enter the Tower of Babel. Everyone didn't understand what Yu Xuaning was trying to do, but since she said so, they could only obey her orders. Yangqing probably guessed a little. She might have also realized that Xianxia might have cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture just like him. On the opposite side, Xianxia did not shirk. He stood in the air and locked his eyes on Yangqing. Yangqing saw a bit of expectation from those eyes. While feeling more and more strange, he also floated up and confronted Xianxia. In the breath of both sides, the two gradually condensed a lot of true qi, and the various kinds of coercive aura were actually very similar. Tung. A crimson Nanmingli fire emerged from Yangqing's hand, and the scorching high temperature made many nearby beastkin cultivators retreat. Xianxia was unmoved, and a burst of blue halo appeared in his hand. It was the power of Kuei water. The two did not say a word. After looking at each other for a long time, they suddenly launched an attack. Boom! A violent explosion shook in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two had already fought in the sky. The crimsonly fire and the azure Kuei water lingered around the two. In the red and blue intertwined, the fists and feet of the two also collided with each other, making a violent shock. Neither of them wanted to consume too much true qi, so they simply used the most primitive and direct attack method, using the true qi of sky fire and mysterious water to protect their bodies, and using their fists and feet. When the strength reached a certain level, facing opponents who were almost the same, absolute hand-to-hand combat would be the easiest way to determine the winner. The beastkin and demonic cultivators were fascinated and secretly shocked. What kind of cultivation technique were these two using? How could they even control the sky fire and mysterious water so wantonly? Yangqing turned around and kicked, and a platinum true samadhi fire suddenly shot out. Xianxia blocked with his arms and opened a dark blue dark water shield, extinguishing the true samadhi fire. At the same time, he broke out of his fist and also swung out a true samadhi fire. The fierce and overbearing true fire streaked past Yangqing's ears, and Yangqing threw out a long whip of true fire, lashing it at Xianxia's waist. Boom! A halo of true fire exploded from Xianxia's body, shattering the long whip in Yangqing's hand. At the same time, he rushed and punched at Yangqing's side. Yangqing was too lazy to dodge. His body suddenly ignited with a blood-colored flame, like a blood-colored red lotus blooming in the air. Karmic fire. Xianxia stopped abruptly to avoid it, and shouted behind Yangqing. If he attacked again, he would inevitably suffer the pain of his soul being burned, so he must stop as soon as possible. Hearing this voice, Yangqing suddenly regained his senses. His eyes were a little red, and his eyes were a little wet. This voice, is it really you? Uncle! Yangqing exclaimed. His heart was beating wildly. He could hardly believe his ears. Xianxia finally put on a carefree laugh. He took off his mask quietly, revealing a face that was rough but gentle and elegant. Yangqing was like being electrocuted. He hadn't seen this face for more than 10 years since he was 9 years old, but even so, it was forever engraved in the depths of his heart with infinite gratitude. Before returning to Xianxia, if there was anyone who could make Yangqing regard as an elder that he could respect, then it was the man in front of him, Song Tianqing. Xianxia. Tianqing. Haha. Haha. Yangqing laughed foolishly, without reservation, like a child who got candy. Uncle, it's really you. His black hair fluttered lightly, and Song Tianqing's eyes also showed kindness that had never appeared before. He looked at Qingren who had grown up in front of him. There was no master and disciple status, but the young man was taught by him. Kid, you're good, very good. Song Tianqing said very good several times in a row. Only he himself knew the various meanings. The demonic cultivators and beast cultivators around all showed surprised expressions. These two human cultivators actually knew each other, and they seemed to have a good friendship. No wonder the techniques they used were so similar and strange. Zi Xiao and Yu Xuaning had expected it, so they didn't disturb the conversation between these two friends. Qing Wan on the side asked Yu Xuaning, "Palace Master, who won this?" Yu Xuaning glanced at her subordinates helplessly. "Is there a need to ask?" Xing Tian only comprehended the power of Ming water, but Yangqing reached the hellfire, which is better. "Naturally, we won." "Oh." Qing Wan and others breathed a sigh of relief. They were very concerned about the outcome of the Tongtian Tower. At this time, Yangqing was overjoyed. He hurriedly called Hui Lin over and introduced to Hui Lin, "Girl, this is your grandma's senior brother, your master's uncle Song Tianqing. Now that you see the real person, quickly greet him." "Ah?" Hui Lin was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, but Yangqing naturally wouldn't lie to her. She hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Hello, master's uncle Song." Song Tianqing stretched out his hand and patted Huilin's shoulder gently, and said with relief, "It's not easy for Yun Miao. Your parents died early, and she raised you as a child. You grew up to be a graceful and elegant child. It was uncle's stubbornness that caused Shushan to wither. If you have the chance to go out with Yang Chen, apologize to your grandmother on behalf of uncle." "Uncle, what do you mean by this?" After Yangqing was happy at this moment, his mind was full of questions, and he didn't know where to start. Song Tianqing stopped Yang Chen's words and said softly, "Don't ask first, let me tell you, why did I disappear, and why did I appear here?" These two people talked about the past in the air, and it did not cause anyone to be dissatisfied. After all, the Tongtian Tower had not yet been opened, and the Beast King cultivators and demonic cultivators took advantage of this time to slowly restore their true qi. Song Tianqing was not a talkative person. When he talked about these old events, there were many doubtful points. He was concise and did not beat around the bush. The rumor within Zero that Song Tianqing died by taking poison was not unfounded. Song Tianqing felt that his existence was becoming more and more boring, and he had already passed down the endless resolve restoration scripture. It was not considered as losing this technique in his generation, so he thought of ending his life. Unexpectedly, it was also because of this poisoned suicide that Song Tianqing had an epiphany of the life and death level technique, and he also had a deep understanding of the 9th level rebirth. Yangqing had an epiphany of the 8th level because he felt the separation of life and death with 17, and he had an epiphany of the 9th level from his own life hanging by a thread. Song Tianqing, on the other hand, was more direct. He found a breakthrough from the moment of his own death. After the endless resolve restoration scripture reached the 8th level, the poison he had taken before had lost its due power. Song Tianqing had been left in the wilderness by some people inside Zero, waiting to be eaten by wolves, but he didn't want to come back to life. This also made Song Tianqing have a perfect curtain call. He left Zero smoothly and comprehended the 9th level in the uninhabited desert. After all, Song Tianqing was a rare genius in Shushan for hundreds of years. Once he broke through the shackles, his subsequent cultivation seemed to be like a fish in water. After feeling the great changes brought about by cultivation, Song Tianqing found the desire to live, and he became more and more aware of the way of heaven and earth. When his state of mind reached a new level, Song Tianqing no longer cared much about the past life's ups and downs. In addition to cultivation, Song Tianqing occasionally paid attention to Yangqing's growth trajectory, but Song Tianqing also knew that if Yangqing wanted to succeed, he had to rely on himself, and he couldn't interfere forcibly. There was heaven's will in the dark. He only occasionally watched from a distance, and did not make a move, nor did he appear in front of Yangqing. As long as Yangqing doesn't use endless resolve restoration scripture to destroy Huaxia's foundation, Song Tianqing doesn't mind how many lives Yangqing slaughters. Because Song Tianqing had also been staying abroad, and he had figured out a method that could greatly conceal his cultivation base and aura, so he had not attracted the attention of the gods for more than 10 years. "Uncle, when did you return to the country? Why didn't you come to me?" Yang Qing couldn't help but ask. Song Tianqing smiled gently and said, "Why didn't I come to you? It's just that you were careless and missed the opportunity. I've spent a lot of effort to send your precious daughter back to you." Buzz. It was as if a spring thunder had exploded in Xianxia's mind. Daughter. Xianxia lost control and almost fell from the sky. He was dumbfounded, and his whole body trembled. Hui Lin, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded. Her cherry mouth was open, and she looked innocent and cute. When Song Tianqing saw Xianxia's expression, he couldn't help but frown with suspicion. What's wrong with you? Didn't Lan Lan go to your house? Don't you know? Lan. Lan. Xianxia's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his throat. This kind of spiritual shock made him go crazy. Uncle. What did you say? You said Lan Lan is my daughter. Xianxia couldn't help but grab Song Tianqing's shoulder and asked loudly. Song Tianqing nodded and said without hesitation, she is the daughter you gave birth to with the girl named 17. 17? You said. Lan Lan is the child that 17 is pregnant with. Xianxia's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. A 7-foot man couldn't resist such human joy. 17 left a daughter for me. Xianxia couldn't believe his ears. The sudden happiness drowned him like a tsunami. Hui Lin was also shocked by this content, but she didn't know who 17 was. She only knew that Lan Lan turned out to be Xianxia's biological daughter. Strange. Before I left, I gave a letter and a token of 17 to Minwan and asked her to give it to you. Did Minwan forget? Song Tianqing murmured. Xianxia's breathing was very rapid at the moment. He couldn't care so much. He grabbed Song Tianqing's hand and urged, Uncle, tell me quickly. What the hell is going on? Is Lan Lan really my daughter? What about 17? When it came to his own flesh and blood and lover, Xianxia couldn't calm down at all. Song Tianqing sighed and told the story. Back then, during the battle on the sea, Xianxia saw 17 fall into the sea and disappeared. However, 17 didn't really shatter into pieces. The undercurrent in the sea sent 17 to a faraway part of the sea. Although she was heavily injured, she survived. Song Tianqing learned all of this when he met 17 by chance in a tropical rainforest in South Asia. Song Tianqing recognized 17, and in her memory, she vaguely knew the origin of this man. After all, she was also a member of Zero. At that time, 17 had already given birth to Lan Lan, but because she didn't recuperate properly on the merchant ship that came to South Asia, and she gave birth to Lan Lan in the wild, she lost too much blood and was extremely weak. 17 had planned to send Lan Lan to the local aborigines to see if Lan Lan could survive, but she happened to meet Song Tianqing who was cultivating there. Knowing that her body was only relying on willpower, hanging on with her last breath, it was really difficult to support, so 17 immediately decided to entrust her daughter to Song Tianqing. Moreover, 17 also handed a delicate dagger that she carried with her to Song Tianqing to prove to Xianxia that this was their daughter. Song Tianqing tried to use endless resolve restoration scripture to save 17, but 17's body was too seriously damaged, and her meridians had almost dried up. After entrusting Lan Lan, her only concern was gone. She didn't last long before she died. In order not to make Lan Lan sad, 17 lied to her daughter that she went to a far place and asked Lan Lan to call Song Tianqing grandpa. Hearing this, Xianxia asked subconsciously, Uncle, how could it be, if Lan Lan is my daughter, shouldn't she be only about 2 years old? Why? Why does she look like she's 4 or 5 years old? Song Tianqing smiled bitterly, maybe it's the arrangement of God. When I saw Lan Lan, she was only born a few days ago, but she already grew to the size of a 2-year-old child. It seems that Lan Lan has special genes as her father, so she grew up very quickly after she was born. Not only her body but also her brain. In less than 2 years, she's already more mature than a 5 or 6-year-old child. 17 didn't understand this when she left, but as long as Lan Lan is healthy, such growth will only help her. She won't lose her life in the rainforest because she is too fragile and ignorant. Later, Lan Lan's growth also became normal, just like an ordinary 4 or 5-year-old child. She slowly grew up, so I was relieved. After all, Lan Lan was born with a strong physical fitness and was particularly intelligent, so it is reasonable for her to be a little abnormal. Xianxia had nothing to doubt about all this. From the perspective of biological evolution, his genes were indeed much stronger than ordinary humans after being irradiated by the divine light. If Lan Lan is my daughter, then it is understandable that she has undergone a lot of physical and brain development and evolution in order to adapt to the difficult environment. All these are unknown factors. Yangqing finally understood why Lan Lan would say something like riding an elephant. There are indeed many elephants in the forests of South Asia. When Lan Lan appeared in the area of the orphanage, I also vaguely noticed that there was some strange aura nearby, but I didn't pay much attention to it. If I rushed over at that time, I would have found Song Tianqing long ago. Recalling the past, Yangqing felt that it was funny and sad. Time and time again, he had missed the opportunity to reunite with his daughter. But fortunately, I finally know the truth. When he thought that the chubby little girl was really his biological daughter, a warm emotion that was countless times stronger than before flowed in Yangqing's limbs and bones, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Naturally, the feeling of wanting to rush out of the 10,000 demon realm and return to his daughter became stronger. However, Hui Lin on the side was puzzled and asked, "Senior uncle, since you knew that Lan Lan is Brother Yang's daughter, why didn't you send Lan Lan back directly?" After being mentioned by Hui Lin, Yangqing also recovered and looked at Song Tianqing in confusion. Song Tianqing sighed, was silent for a moment, and said helplessly, "A sudden appearance of a biological child is a great impact on a newly formed family. What's more, I don't think it's safe to let a child appear around you rashly." Yangqing was taken aback as if he understood something. "I took Lan Lan to travel around Huaxia for more than half a year. Firstly, I don't know how to tell you that 17 has left forever. Secondly, I also want to see how Lanlan's physical condition is. I'm worried that something will go wrong. With your cultivation at that time, you can't play any role. Instead, it will cause you to panic and increase your burden. Moreover, there are all kinds of women around you. In particular, you are married. I can feel that you want to live a stable life. I know that if you really know that you have a daughter, you will definitely value your daughter more than anything else. In that case, it is likely that the stable home you just got will be broken again." Yangqing couldn't help but be moved. Song Tianqing's silent consideration for him was far more than he imagined. Indeed, Lin Ruoshi once thought that he regarded her as a substitute for 17. If Lan Lan really appeared at that time, he might not be able to control his heart, and it would make it even more difficult for Lin Ruoshi to accept. For him, his wife and children were things that he couldn't bear to part with. "Uncle, I know you are doing this for my own good, but Lan Lan is my flesh and blood. If you don't let me recognize her all the time, isn't this a kind of cruelty to me?" "Exactly." Song Tianqing sighed, "I also know that sooner or later, you still have to recognize your father and daughter. That's why I hesitated and took Lan Lan to wander around Zhonghai. It's just that later, I also encountered trouble myself. I began to worry if it will be more dangerous for Lan Lan to follow you." "What trouble?" Yangqing asked with a frown. Song Tianqing's face sank slightly. "I have to start from the reason why I entered this demon realm. It turned out that when Song Tianqing entered the Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, although he found a secluded and uninhabited area overseas, he still attracted the attention of some potential people because of his great momentum. Since then, there were people who wanted to snatch the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture from Song Tianqing's hands. Song Tianqing found that the other party's cultivation base was far beyond his imagination. Although he tried his best to conceal his cultivation base, he was often chased around in danger. Song Tianqing gradually couldn't support it anymore. Taking Lan Lan with him became a burden, and he was worried that the other party would know that Yangqing was also practicing Endless Resolve Restoration scripture, so he had to choose to leave. In order to let Yangqing know the truth, Song Tianqing also wrote a letter and handed the dagger left by 17 to Minwan, asking her to take Lan Lan to seek refuge with Yangqing. If he didn't return to Zhonghai on time, he would hand everything over to Yangqing, and he had done his best. What I can be sure of is that it's a woman. Her cultivation base should have reached the peak of the weak water realm, or even higher. Although my Tai Ching Heavenly Thunder Tribulation is not lower than her according to the realm, but you also know that the strength of true essence is not purely based on the realm. She has obviously entered the weak water realm for many years, and her strength is unfathomable. According to the principle of the 3,000 paths leading to the same destination, even if the cultivation method can't experience the 9 Heavenly Thunder Tribulation for the first time, it is difficult to guarantee that through the acquired efforts, from the level of the 3 Yan true fire tribulation and the 6 frost water tribulation, the strength will break through to the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. That woman is masked, and I can't see her face from beginning to end. I only know that her cultivation method is filled with extremely profound 7th metal true essence, and it is incomparably sharp. After I entrusted Lan Lan to you, I lured that woman to flee everywhere in Xianxia. Her cultivation base is higher than mine, and almost every time I escape, I am forced to do so. Until that night, when I passed over our Shushan, I accidentally alarmed the locked demon tower in the center of Shushan. Oh, you should know now, it is the Tower of Babel. Logically speaking, we are all human cultivators, and we should not activate the power of the Tower of Babel, but that woman seems to be not purely human. After being listed as a foreign race by the Tower of Babel, I was also sucked into the 10,000 demon realm. I can't resist the power of the Tower of Babel, but that woman used some unknown method to throw out a small golden object, which formed a golden phantom, and was absorbed by the Tower of Babel. As for herself, she relied on that virtual shadow as a substitute to escape. I think that might be some kind of mystical magical treasure. Although I entered the 10,000 demon realm to avoid being caught by her, I couldn't find a way to get out. Fortunately, I met my confidant brother Xiao outside the purple bamboo forest, and that's why I am here today. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The one who caught you is a woman, and she wants to take the cultivation method from me, and it's a man. It seems that there are many people who are eyeing us. Only then did Song Tianqing know that Xianxia had also been targeted, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring a crime. Now you should understand my intention at the beginning. I don't want Lan Lan to be in a crisis and be used by others to threaten you. I also don't want Lan Lan to suffer by my side. You may also know that I once met your wife, Lin Ruashi, and asked her if she was willing to divorce you so that she could take Lan Lan away, but she refused. Although my original idea was a bit absurd, I really felt that if there was a woman who really liked Lan Lan and became her mother, she could also ensure that she would distance herself from you and me, and give Lan Lan a real stable environment to grow up in. Xianxia naturally would not forget this matter. At that time, he also criticized Lan Lan's grandfather for having a mental problem. Did he need to interfere in the marriage of other people's families? But he didn't know that there was such a stake. It's good that you know these things now. What I can't understand is why Minwan didn't give you the token after a month, as I said. Minwan is an honest peasant woman that I know well. It stands to reason that she will not disobey my instructions. Song Tianqing was quite confused. Xianxia didn't say it, but he suspected that Minwan would be a potential threat, but he often saw her. If he couldn't find it, then Minwan was hiding too deeply. Thinking of this, Xianxia was particularly eager to get out of this 10,000 demon realm. Uncle, when the Tower of Babel opens, it's better for you to rush out with me. Otherwise, we will have to wait for another 60 years. By that time, it will be too late. Xianxia said. Without waiting for Song Tianqing to answer, Xiao, who was not far away, interrupted, "Little brother Yang, I think it's better for you and brother Song not to be stubborn. The 99 purple and blue heavenly lightning in the Tower of Babel is not a joke. I don't know how many ancestors of the 10,000 demon realm have been buried there. There will be no exception if you go. If I don't try, how do I know it won't work? If I want to die here, I might as well be struck to death by lightning." Xianxia said decisively. ZMO came up at this moment and clicked her tongue. "Brother, you don't have to persuade him. Anyway, according to the rules, brother Xianxia won today. The people of Jade Fox Palace are qualified to enter the Tower of Babel. If he wants to go, let him go. Anyway, his character is so stubborn. Even if Xianxia wants to go, I won't stop him, but brother Song must not go to die. I have waited for more than 1,000 years to get such a confidant. How can I watch him die in vain?" Xiao said unhappily. Song Tianqing smiled freely. "Brother Xiao, even if you don't stop me, I won't go to the tower." Xianxia and Hui Lin were both stunned and looked at Song Tianqing incredulously. "Don't feel strange." Song Tianqing shrugged and said, "Think about it carefully, I will be chased outside, and I am also alone. I have nothing to worry about. Why should I risk my life to go out?" In this 10,000 demon realm, I can drink and recite poems with brother Xiao and have a good time. Yangqing saw that Song Tianxing didn't seem to be joking, and his heart was inevitably very tangled. Uncle, don't you miss Lan Lan? Lan Lan is your daughter. If you can be lucky enough to go out, that's enough. I have long been open to these things. Song Tianxing shook his head and smiled. Yangqing wanted to persuade a few more words, but suddenly he felt a chill behind him. Yu Xuaning, who had been silent, actually burst out a cold-killing intent. The peerless beauty in a fluttering white dress stared at the messy bloody lake below with a pair of bright eyes, as if she had seen something incredible. Yangqing. You. Did you secretly hide those dragon corpses? Yu Xuaning asked abruptly. Yangqing was stunned and wondered, why are you asking this? There are still a lot of dragon body materials in my ring, and I can't store anything else at all. Then it seems that the evil creature in this lake is playing tricks, Yu Xuaning sneered, and a slender white silk burst out of her sleeve. After a turn in the air, it turned into a spiral and twisted towards the Tongtian lake. The white silk had suddenly reached more than 1,000 feet, with terrifying coercion. Before it touched the lake, it had already caused stormy waves. Boom! A vortex began to form from the entry of the white silk. As the white silk stirred like a mad dragon, the fragmented flesh and blood corpses on the Tongtian lake, along with the lake water, were swept up into the air. The beast cultivators and demonic cultivators were greatly shocked, and they didn't understand what Yu Xuaning was doing. She even refused to let go of the dead dragon's limbs. But right when everyone was shocked, a silver-gray beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of Tongtian lake. Puff puff puff. Countless beams of light, with a crushing impact, shot several beast cultivators and demonic cultivators who had no true yuan and couldn't dodge in time. On the lake, a large number of corpses that were originally scattered were also covered by these silver-gray energy. After they were all melted, they turned into a silver-gray stream and drilled into the depths of the lake. At this time, the beast cultivators and demonic cultivators were shocked to find that Qiu Wujiang's 9-headed dragon corpse was gone. Yu Xuaning's white silk once again rushed straight to the depths of the center of the lake from midair, but as soon as it touched it, it was eroded by a silver-gray energy and counterattacked. Yu Xuaning frowned, and immediately broke a piece of white silk. She looked at the opponent who was about to come out of the lake incredulously. Antimatter energy. Wen Tao. How could Yangqing not realize who was causing trouble? He sighed bitterly in his heart. What should come would come. No wonder that cripple was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he had fallen into his trap again. Palace Master, be careful of this guy. He's using a type of antimatter energy in the universe, and he's reached the pinnacle. He can corrode and devour other life forms, taking over their bodies and abilities, and it's very difficult to destroy, Yangqing couldn't help but warn. I knew this Qiu Wujiang wouldn't be so stupid. No wonder, he's not Qiu Wujiang. Yu Xuaning's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. She felt that she was fooled. Wen Tao's laughter came from the lake. He was extremely pleased with himself. Haha. It was too late now. The blood essence of these dead demonic dragons and demonic cultivators is all mine now. You idiots. Now that you can't even stand properly, how are you going to fight me? Amidst his maniacal laughter, Wen Tao had already changed back to his original appearance. His delicate face and frail figure were completely incompatible with his arrogant words. Seeing the unfamiliar Wen Tao suddenly appear in front of everyone, all the living demonic and demonic cultivators felt unprecedented pressure. This pressure has already surpassed Qiu Wujiang. It's not like true essence. What is it? I've never seen it before. Zishao also cautiously took out the jade flute, ready to fight at any time. Wen Tao glanced at all the people present disdainfully. When he locked his eyes on Yangqing, he grinned and said, Yangqing, how's this time? You mocked me before and said that I dare not show my true face. This time, I'm standing in front of you. Look at you, I don't even bother to be your opponent. How big is the gap between you and me? Yangqing silently blocked Hui Lin behind him and chuckled. Caring so much about my opinion of you can only prove your humble mentality. A dog can't change its mind. Seeing Yangqing's completely humble expression, Wen Tao's face flushed with anger, but he quickly turned livid and sneered, "Say it, say it. I don't know where the blind confidence of a dying person comes from. I'll let you pretend for a while. When I kill you all, I'll eat everything in this 10,000 demon realm. Then I'll destroy this Tongtian tower. Let's see who in this world can still underestimate me, Wen Tao." After saying that, Wen Tao's whole body turned into a silver-gray color. After becoming an antimatter energy body, it expanded rapidly. Roar. The roar of the dragon suddenly resounded through the sky, and Wen Tao actually turned into the previous nine-headed dragon body of Qiu Wujiang. However, this time, the nine-headed dragon was composed of antimatter energy, and because it absorbed the blood and flesh of those demon clans, dragons, and demonic cultivators who died in battle, it was much more powerful than Qiu Wujiang. Yu Xuanning and Zi Xiao were already furious. How could they not be indignant when a guy who appeared out of nowhere said that he was going to be eaten? Courting death. Yu Xuanning's face was frosty, and 9 snow-white fox tails flew out from her back again, turning into 9 swords, and went straight to Wen Tao's heart. Zi Xiao also waved the purple flame magic blade without hesitation and slashed at the 3 dragon heads of the 9-headed dragon. Wen Tao did not dodge or evade. After taking the attacks of these 2 people head-on, the pierced heart actually recovered rapidly. As for the 3 dragon heads, as soon as they were chopped off, they connected seamlessly again, as if they had never been cut off. Not only that, a large amount of antimatter energy began to fly back, rushing toward Yu Xuanning and Zi Xiao. Fortunately, the 2 of them had high cultivation, and they used their powerful true yuan to repel the antimatter energy, so they were not injured. But just this seemingly immortal body made Yu Xuanning and Zi Xiao dumbfounded. "Do you think that Qiu Wujiang will have a dragon heart, and I will be afraid of you piercing my heart? I don't have a heart at all, so you will never be able to kill me. Only I will torture you to death." Wen Tao laughed wildly, and the 9 dragon heads suddenly began to eject the dragon breath of antimatter energy in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of dragon breath light pillars like silver-gray shock waves swept through the sky, like countless thick meteor showers, covering those demon and demonic cultivators who were in a weak state of true yuan. The demon and demonic cultivators could not avoid it perfectly. After being entangled by these antimatter energy, they quickly lost the initiative by relying on their remaining true yuan. Silver-gray formed an encirclement, corroding the minds and bodies of these masters, making bursts of screams. Yangqing took Hui Lin, and Song Tianqing hurriedly avoided. Fortunately, there were Longhua pills to restore true yuan, so they were not as strenuous and unable to cope with it like these others. Yu Xuanning and Zi Xiao were annoyed. Their remaining subordinates with higher cultivation were wrapped by the antimatter energy, and they gradually couldn't support it and began to be decomposed. Wen Tao unceremoniously digested these remaining masters, and through the recalled antimatter energy, he supplemented his own body, and further strengthened his body. "Brat! What kind of monster did you bring into this 10,000 demon realm?" Yu Xuanning was so angry that she couldn't care less about her elegant appearance, and her eyes were already red with hatred. Yangqing secretly cursed how Wen Tao became more and more perverted, and said, "What are you afraid of? Won't it be over if we kill him?" As soon as his voice fell, Yangqing handed Hui Lin to Song Tianqing and took the lead in rushing to the 9-headed dragon incarnation of Wen Tao. Chaos Cauldron. With a thought in Yangqing's mind, the ancient giant cauldron flew out from his dantian again. In this situation, Yangqing did not hesitate at all. Even if he had to risk the danger of being counterattacked, Yangqing did not dare to use it sparingly. To deal with this Wen Tao, perhaps only using the Chaos Cauldron would have a chance of winning. Zi Xiao and Song Tianqing both looked at the giant cauldron summoned by Yangqing with some surprise. The surging and profound power coming from the cauldron shocked them. The giant cauldron swelled in the wind, and for a moment, it was as wide as a pool of more than 100 square meters. The shadow of the chaos beast emerged from the top of the cauldron, and the ancient inscriptions around the giant cauldron gradually became clear. In the scarlet and gray aura, the chaos beast flapped a pair of fleshy wings and opened its mouth to devour the 9-headed dragon. Yangqing gathered all the true qi in his body, drove the chaos beast, and collided with the behemoth Wen Tao. For a time, half of the sky seemed to be covered by this gray tone. The dark clouds were tumbling, the rolling thunder was bursting, and the roar of the giant beast was deafening. In the stalemate, it was unknown if it was the huge movement below that made the Tongtian tower above unwilling to be left out. At the moment of this collision, the formation under the entire Tongtian tower actually rotated rapidly, and the 8 trigrams in the center of the formation glowed with bursts of dazzling golden light. Not good, the Tongtian tower is about to open. Xiao, who was protecting his brother, exclaimed immediately. The opening time of the Tongtian tower was limited. Although it was not short, it couldn't be delayed for too long. Yangqing was even more anxious. It was almost impossible to defeat this Wentao quickly. The chaos frantically tried to devour the huge antimatter energy 9-headed dragon, but today's Wentao was no longer the same as before. The chaos that Yangqing's true essence could control was no longer able to suppress Wentao as before. After Wentao withstood a wave of attacks, the antimatter energy turned into countless sharp arrows, stabbing the shadow of the chaos beast into pieces. Yangqing flew back hundreds of feet as if he was electrocuted before he stopped. He looked at the unruly and wild 9-headed dragon in shock. It's useless, your true essence is not enough. You may not even be able to exert 1,000th of the true power of the Chaos Cauldron. It's impossible to devour that beast. After Yu Xuaning rejected Yangqing's means, she once again burst out a violent true essence pressure. She, who was at the peak of the 9th grade, finally became serious at this moment. The 9 white fox tails had unknowingly extended to a length of several hundred meters. They were like 9 dancing flood dragons soaring in the sky, staring fiercely at the silver-gray 9-headed dragon with swords drawn. Yangqing's eyes were bloodshot, and he grinned, I can't sit still and wait for death. It's my mistake. I indirectly left this disaster behind. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to go out peacefully. At this moment, Wentao had already taken the initiative to attack again. A large number of antimatter energy beams swept like carpet bombing. He was simply using his almost invincible body to consume everyone's true essence and then devour everyone. A large number of giant dragons and beast king corpses and blood essence made Wentao feel endless power. Song Tianqing opened the 2 shields of Ming water and Kuwei water, and was finally able to barely protect himself and Hui Lin, but his brows were tightly furrowed. It seemed that he was about to reach his limit. After all, although it was also the 9 days heavenly thunder tribulation, Song Tianqing didn't have Yangqing's special physique, nor did he have Yangqing's profound cultivation base. He also didn't have magic weapons like the Chaos Cauldron. After all, he was a bit worse than Yangqing. It was not easy to protect himself and Hui Lin. Although he was a master, Yangqing's monstrous experience and advancement had long surpassed him as a master. Yu Xuaning and Xiao were trying their best to protect their subordinates, especially Yu Xuaning's 9 fox tails, which were filled with her surging true yuan, actually blocked the antimatter energy so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak. But anyone could feel that Yu Xuaning's true yuan would be exhausted sooner or later, and Wentao was far from his limit. For a time, white snakes danced wildly in the sky, silver lights flickered, and violent explosions sounded one after another as if the entire sky was about to be torn apart. Yangqing swallowed 2 long hua pills, and he didn't care to recover. He wanted to take advantage of this chaotic battle to attack, but he heard a warning from Yu Xuaning in his divine sense. Don't be impulsive. Yangqing's figure paused, looking at Yu Xuaning inexplicably. This woman was calmly dealing with Wentao's surging attacks, and he didn't know why she used the spell of sound transmission to talk to him. Don't forget, the Tongtian Tower has been opened. If you fight with this guy, you might miss the time to enter the tower. If you want to attack the tower again, you will have to wait for 60 years. This beast clearly intends to exhaust our true yuan, and finally devour us to strengthen himself. He may not mind waiting for the next opening of the Tongtian Tower, but you don't want to wait, right? Yangqing was startled, and his fanatical fighting intent cooled down. Yeah, why did I become dizzy? It's the right thing to do to get out of the tower. Yu Xuaning continued to transmit her voice. I originally wanted to wait for you to win and enter the Tongtian Tower together with me, and then tell you some things, but now the situation has exceeded my expectations. You must bring Hui Lin into the tower by yourself and gamble on whether you can get out of the tower. Yangqing's face remained unchanged, but his heart was awestruck. This woman actually intends to help him out of the tower? Thinking of Yu Xuaning's various ways of helping him and Hui Lin before, he didn't doubt her intentions. After all, it was too easy for her to kill him. Soon, Yu Xuaning transmitted some of her thoughts to Yangqing. After listening to the end, Yangqing couldn't help showing a touch of surprise, secretly wondering why he didn't think of this. Wen Tao over there had already felt a trace of something wrong, and said in a gloomy voice, "Yangqing, why are you acting like a tortoise? Come on. Are you going to hide behind this fox all the time?" Yangqing gritted his teeth, flew straight to Song Tianqing's side, hugged Hui Lin, and solemnly said, "Uncle, I know you really want to stay here, but I can't accompany you anymore. I have to take Hui Lin away." Song Tianqing seemed to have thought of this long ago. He smiled faintly, took out a string of Buddha beads and gave it to Yangqing. "This string of Buddha beads is what I have been with Lan Lan for these years. It's not good for me to drink and go crazy, so I wear it when I cultivate." Although it's an ordinary thing, Lan Lan recognizes this thing. If you can go out and bring it to Lan Lan, she will remember him. When she grows up, she won't forget this cheap grandfather. After all, Song Tianqing took care of a child of 1 or 2 years and called him grandfather for so long. Song Tianqing's love for Lan Lan was still deep and difficult to give up. However, he really didn't want to go out and get involved in the bloodshed, and he couldn't let go of his friend Xiao who was in danger here, so he still chose to stay here. Yangqing put the Buddha beads into the storage ring. He nodded to Song Tianqing gratefully and reluctantly, then he hugged Hui Lin and rushed to the Tongtian Tower above the Great Array at the highest speed. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Wen Tao had expected that Yangqing might not want to fight, so he suddenly retracted the 9-headed dragon body and transformed into his real body. He rushed to the Tongtian Tower like a silver-gray stream of light. Yu Xuaning followed without hesitation, but at the same time, she signaled Xiao and Song Tianqing not to follow. Xiao and Song Tianqing looked at each other and suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this Yu Xuaning and Yangqing deliberately lured Wen Tao into the Tongtian Tower? Both of them knew that Yu Xuaning's cultivation was higher than both of them combined. Since she stopped them from going, they wouldn't add to the burden. Yangqing felt that his butt was burning. He hugged Hui Lin's delicate body, and the fragrance of her body penetrated into his nostrils, but he didn't have the mood to enjoy it at all. It was fine if Wen Tao was fast, but the door of the Tongtian Tower was open to anyone. Even if he entered, it didn't mean that he was safe. Seeing that the door shining with white light was close at hand, Yangqing unreservedly used his true essence and rushed into the tower with Hui Lin. The first floor of the Tongtian Tower was indeed a place of endless clouds and mist, and the clouds were treacherous. He could only see that the walls on both sides of the pagoda were made of a strange black material without any gaps. There were complex and ever-changing characters on the walls, like the scribbles of Taoism, but they were natural and did not seem to be man-made. Those characters were shining with a pale golden brilliance, exactly the same as the array below, making the entire world of the Tongtian Tower extraordinarily stable. On the ground of the first floor, as Yu Xuaning said, there were some colorful spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits. Although he didn't recognize them, they were really full of spiritual energy. However, once the door of the Tongtian Tower was closed, the purple and blue heavenly lightning would fall on the first floor again, so it was impossible to collect too much. In fact, at this moment, Yangqing was not in the mood to pay attention to these spiritual grasses, because Wen Tao had already caught up. Fortunately, Yu Xuaning's speed was also extremely fast, and her 9 fox tails formed an encirclement, intercepting Wen Tao in front of her. Wen Tao sneered, and a bloody rainbow flashed in his hand. A dragon bone long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed violently on Yu Xuaning's fox tail. Tisk! The fox tail was cut off into 3 pieces, and it flew down, and the golden red blood splashed. Yu Xuaning couldn't help but tremble. The 9 fox tails were connected to her heart. Although they could grow again after being cut off, it was painful. At the same time, Yu Xuaning looked at the dragon bone long blade incredulously, and screamed regardless of her demeanor, "What an evil blade! Was it refined by Qiu Wujiang with the blood essence and soul of the 10,000 demon realm masters?" She had long suspected that the masters who died in the previous years were deliberately caused by Qiu Wujiang, but she didn't expect that Qiu Wujiang was so cruel that he even killed his own clan to refine the blade. So what? That stupid dragon, he thought I wouldn't know that he wanted to kill me. I deliberately let him suspect me, so that he could be alone with me, and then I ate him without anyone knowing. Humph, what ninth grade master? No matter how he struggled, wasn't he slowly eaten by me? Now that this blood demon dragon bone blade is mine, I will kill you bastards today, and then poke a big hole in this tower. You. Xuanning was trembling with anger. A woman cherished her body and her appearance more than her life. Although she was in human form, Yu Xuanning still had the aesthetic of a nine-tailed fox in her bones. Her 9 white, fluffy, and moist fox tails were her pride and her lifeblood. This Wen Tao took such a dirty, evil blade made of blood sacrifice and cut off 3 sections of her fox tails. It was driving her crazy. Beast, you are finished, I will tear you apart today. Yu Xuanning, who completely let go of her modesty and wanted to fight desperately, was crazy. She actually gave up using the 9 tails to attack, but rushed up and used the domineering true qi to condense in her hand, playing close combat with Wen Tao. The Longhua pills that Yangqing gave her before played a key role. After swallowing 2, Yu Xuanning was also full of true qi, and she was equally matched with the blood demon dragon bone blade in Wen Tao's hand. But this blood demon dragon bone blade was worthy of being comparable to an immortal weapon, and it carried a lot of dragon souls, which really made Yu Xuanning a little defenseless. But it was also such a tsunami-like collision of true qi that reflected the power of the Tongtian Tower. No matter how the two shook the Tongtian Tower didn't feel anything at all. It was like a giant watching 2 little caterpillars colliding, completely tickling itself. After Wen Tao realized this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised by the sturdiness of the Tongtian Tower. It seemed that it was a little unrealistic to destroy the Tongtian Tower with the blood demon dragon bone blade. But at the moment, Wen Tao was not in a hurry. He believed that as long as he ate all the living beings in this demon realm, he would definitely grow to an unprecedented level. At this time, no matter how Wen Tao's body was destroyed, it could quickly reassemble and fuse. No matter how bad his combat skills were, he was completely in a state of immortality, which made Yu Xuanning's teeth itch. Seeing that Yangqing and Hui Lin hadn't gone to the tower yet, Yu Xuanning said angrily, "Brat. Why are you just watching? You go, I'm going to waste my time with this bastard today." Yangqing thought that he was not an indecisive person, but he knew that if Yu Xuanning kept delaying, she would be in danger. Because Wen Tao was in an immortal state and he had the demonic weapon. He had never liked owing favors, but if he were to just leave like this, he would owe a huge favor, and he wouldn't even know how to return it. Why did Yu Xuanning spend so much effort on the 2 of them, and even held back Wen Tao at the risk of her own safety, which made Yangqing have mixed feelings. Wen Tao didn't look worried. While attacking Yu Xuanning, he grinned with his bright red lips and sneered, "Yangqing, you want to challenge the Tongtian Tower? You can't even defeat me, you're simply courting death." Yangqing clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind. Finally, he blocked the chaos cauldron in front of him, and quickly swallowed a Longhua pill. He simply ate this upper-grade spirit pill like popcorn. That's not necessarily true. Some people are destined to be struck by lightning. Maybe the Tongtian Tower likes to strike you and let me go. As Yangqing spoke, he suddenly turned around and pinched Hui Lin's trembling little mouth, and instantly stuffed a Longhua pill and Longsho pill into her mouth, which could restore true yuan and strengthen her physique at the same time. When Hui Lin was wondering, Yangqing had already hugged her tightly, and then, he leaped. This leap was not to other places, but to the Chaos Cauldron. The size of the Chaos Cauldron was controlled by Yangqing, and at this time, it was just the size to accommodate 2 people. In this way, Wen Tao couldn't help but be stunned, and even his head and chest were smashed twice by Yu Xuanning because of this. The smashed body recovered quickly, but Wen Tao frowned, not understanding why Yangqing stuffed himself and Hui Lin into the cauldron. But the next situation, Wen Tao finally understood. The Chaos Cauldron was surrounded by layers of grey chaotic force, slowly rose into the air, and began to turn slowly. Yangqing and Hui Lin stayed inside, and actually used the Chaos Cauldron as a shield to attack the Tongtian Tower. Yangqing stayed in the cauldron at this moment, and he was also uneasy. While holding Hui Lin tightly to make the girl Anqin, his heart was in his throat. This was also a plan that Yu Xuanning had prepared for him. The reason why she didn't say it was because she was worried that if Yanqing lost in the Tongtian Grand competition, he would forcibly use this method to attack the tower, and then he would become the target of public criticism. Unexpectedly, this time the Tongtian Grand competition had drawn out the monster Wen Tao. Yu Xuening had to secretly tell this method to Yanqing, and then she would hold Wen Tao and give Yanqing space to play. This method seemed strange and even a little absurd, but it was very simple and reasonable. According to Yu Xuening's idea, as one of the four ancient fierce beasts, the most tyrannical and domineering point of chaos was nothing more than immortality. From the fact that the ancient great immortals couldn't kill it together, and could only seal its beast soul in the chaos cauldron, it could be seen that the vitality of chaos was incredibly strong. Since chaos could even survive with the power of those ancient great immortals, then even if it would be exhausted to deal with the 99 layers of purple-blue heavenly thunder, it would not really be life-threatening. Now, Yanqing had already taken the chaos cauldron, and the immortal weapon recognized its owner. As long as Yanqing could control the chaos cauldron, the beast soul inside could only help Yanqing to hold on. Moreover, chaos certainly didn't want to be trapped in the Tongtian Tower all the time, and it didn't want the host that it had a chance to occupy to be struck into ashes by this purple-blue heavenly thunder. Therefore, if there was no accident, using the chaos cauldron to resist the purple-blue heavenly thunder, even if it was scarred, as long as it could hold on, it could at least save its life and get out of the tower. Since the discovery of the 10,000 demon realm, those who were absorbed or locked in were all beastly cultivators and demonic cultivators. It was rare that some human cultivators were absorbed because of the special reasons of the locked demon tower, and they were not super strong. These people would not have magic treasures of the immortal weapon level, not to mention an ancient treasure like the Chaos Cauldron. Therefore, in the long years of the 10,000 demon realm, until today, there was someone like Yanqing who could take out a magic treasure that had a chance to break through the Tongtian Tower. Logically speaking, this Chaos Cauldron could also become very big to accommodate a large number of people, but this was the first time this method was tested, and it was also the first time for Yanqing to enter the Chaos Cauldron. Therefore, even if he really told the other beastly and demonic cultivators, they might not dare to put their lives in the bloody mouth of the Chaos Cauldron. Only the master, Yanqing, and Hui Lin, who had to follow Yanqing out, entered together. Watching as the Chaos Cauldron rose high into the air and charged towards the second level at an increasingly fast speed, about to break through a light barrier, Wen Tao nearly gritted his teeth. "Yanqing! You coward! Don't run!" Wen Tao flew up and slashed at the Chaos Cauldron, but Yu Xuening, who was following closely, grabbed his neck and twisted it. In midair, the antimatter energy quickly repaired Wen Tao's body, but it was too late for Wen Tao to chase. "Humph, I already said that I will tear you apart today. You obediently accompany me to fight here. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Crazy bitch." Wen Tao was also in a dilemma, and he slashed at Yu Xuening with his knife angrily. The two were locked in a fight again, and in the first floor of the Tongtian Tower, the sound of explosions was endless. At the same time, in the dark Chaos Cauldron, Yanqing hugged Hui Lin tightly, stroking the girl's soft hair, and constantly calming the girl's emotions. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Hui Lin had probably understood what Yanqing was going to do at this moment, and she shook her head slightly, leaning on Yanqing's chest. "I'm not afraid, even if I die, I will be with Brother Yang." Yanqing really wanted to pinch the girl's red lips. Why did she jinx it? He didn't want to die. He was still waiting to go out and hug his daughter. Instead, Yanqing felt guilty for Yu Xuening, who was entangling Wen Tao for him. But before he could think more about what to do next, there was a sudden violent thunderclap in his ears. Boom! It seemed to explode in his skull, and his head was about to explode. The explosion made his entire soul tremble, and the true qi in his dantian was tumbling. Hui Lin couldn't resist this sudden impact, and couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood, which dyed Yanqing's chest. From outside the Chaos Cauldron, it could be seen that after breaking through the light curtain of the first and second layers, there was immediately a purple-green electric dragon, which was tens of feet thick, from the light curtain on the higher layer. After a light spot flashed in the air, it quickly formed, and then smashed on the Chaos Cauldron. It was just the first purple-green heavenly thunder, and it was already so terrifying. According to the rumored 99 levels, there should be at least more than 100 levels in the Tower of Babel. Yang Cheng's scalp went numb at the thought of this. Feeling that Hui Lin was panting in pain and her meridians were in disorder, Yang Cheng knew that this level of injury was too much for Hui Lin to resist. Fortunately, he had the foresight to give her a Long's-Ho pill in advance. Otherwise, she would have been more seriously injured. He could not abandon Hui Lin and go up alone. But should he give up? He could not accept that. Yang Cheng felt that his head was about to explode. He had no idea what to do. While he was thinking, the chaos cauldron had broken through the second layer and entered the third layer. On the third layer, another light spot appeared. Then, a purple-green lightning dragon, which was thicker than the previous one, exploded towards the chaos cauldron. Instinctively, Yang Cheng urged the chaos beast to open its huge mouth and tried to swallow the purple-green lightning. This method was extremely risky, but he had to try it. Roar! The primordial chaos roared as the phantom pounced toward the purple-blue heavenly lightning. In just a split second, it had swallowed the purple-blue heavenly lightning. The chaos cauldron could indeed resist the purple-green lightning, but it could not swallow all of it. Some of the lightning still jumped and fell on Yang Cheng and Hui Lin. However, this level of purple-blue heavenly lightning, Yang Cheng could resist it for Hui Lin with his own cultivation base. Yang Cheng was overjoyed. He did not expect that the chaos beast could really swallow the purple-green lightning. Although it did not completely swallow it, it was enough. However, Yang Cheng did not feel happy for long. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. After swallowing the purple-green lightning, the chaos beast seemed to have become stronger. Its primordial chi was obviously enhanced, especially its beast shadow, which became thicker and thicker. Yang Cheng's heart missed a beat. The chaos beast was obviously taking this opportunity to recover its primordial chi by swallowing the purple-green lightning. Although the purple-blue heavenly lightning was powerful, it was not the heavenly lightning of the 9 heavens. It was not surprising that the primal chaos could devour it. Although every time he devoured, some of the purple-green heavenly lightning would be converted into his own cultivation. After all, he was the current owner of the chaos cauldron. However, the chaos cauldron would obviously take up a lot more of his cultivation. If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that once it grew to a certain extent, it would devour him. However, if he did not rely on the chaos element to devour the heavenly lightning, he and Hui Lin would not be able to withstand the increasingly violent purple-blue heavenly lightning. Even if he risked his life to fight against chaos, Hui Lin wouldn't be able to bear it. He couldn't possibly abandon Hui Lin's life just to prevent chaos from devouring him. Although he was a bit of a bastard to women, he would not hesitate to use his life to protect his woman. The struggle in his heart made Yang Cheng's expression fluctuate. Looking at Hui Lin, who had just regained some color, she was full of stubbornness and innocence. Although her watery eyes were full of pain, she still didn't make a sound. Yang Cheng really couldn't bear to let her get hit again. Gritting his teeth, he could only bet that he could control the chaos beast before he got out of the tower. It was better than waiting for death here. As the chaos cauldron broke through layer by layer, the shadow of the chaos beast became clearer and clearer. The huge beast flapped its fleshy wings, and a pair of deep evil eyes revealed a bit of human-like gloom and cunning. In the past half a month or so, the tranquility of the Mount Shu sect, which was filled with jade buildings, had been broken. Ever since Yang Cheng and Hui Lin disappeared near the demon ceiling tower, Abbess Yun Miao had been entrusted by Kai Yunqing to stay in the sect with the members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, for fear of missing something. After all, apart from the Mount Shu sect, they couldn't find any clues about Yang Cheng and Hui Lin anywhere else. These days, they could only constantly use scientific instruments to explore the demon ceiling tower passed down from ancient times, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Several times, the experts of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade suggested that they might as well dig up the demon ceiling tower from the ground to see if there were any mysteries inside, but Abbess Yun Miao strictly stopped them. This was the cornerstone of the sect passed down by the ancestors. If it was destroyed without any clues, how could they face the ancestors of Mount Shu in the underworld? Not to mention that Abbess Yun Miao wasn't sure, even if they really wanted to destroy the demon ceiling tower, they couldn't do it alone. In fact, Abbess Yun Miao didn't expect to find any clues from the demon ceiling tower. Because this tower really didn't seem to have any tricks. If it really could take someone away, why hadn't they heard of it after so many years of building the Mount Shu sect? Therefore, Abbess Xianxia still asked Kai Yunqing to send more people to secretly inquire in Sichuan province, and even to the underground world abroad to see if there were any clues. It was almost the spring festival, but there was no useful information, which made Abbess Xianxia more and more anxious. Not only was she worried about the safety of Yangqing and her granddaughter, but also the situation in Yanjing. With the disappearance of Yangqing, the mountain that suppressed the overall situation, the situation in Yanjing was becoming more and more turbulent. It was even said that some foreign forces had also learned of the news of Yangqing's disappearance and had begun to move. It was not until the seemingly messy, frivolous young man disappeared from their lives that many people realized how much the network of interests and power centered around him needed him as a stabilizing force. It was another early morning, and the sky was still bright. Abbess Xianxia had already finished several sets of Mount Shu sword techniques in the center of the martial arts field of the mountain gate. Her cultivation had reached the realm of maintaining her beauty, and her aging was very slow. In addition, she came from a famous family and took good care of herself. At this moment, she looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s after exercising in the morning. Her hair was black like a waterfall, dancing in the wind, and there was some fragrant sweat on her forehead. While she was panting, her full and towering chest was also shaking. Without the unsmiling and cold demeanor in front of others, Abbess Xianxia looked like a gentle and graceful noble lady. It was no wonder that Song Tianqing was embarrassed in the mortal world. Dressed in a white robe, with light footsteps, Abbess Xianxia passed a house and landed lightly beside the demon ceiling tower in the center of the sect. At this time, the others had not woken up yet. The center of the field was quiet, and she was the only one silently looking at the seemingly eternal silent demon ceiling tower. After staring at the demon ceiling tower for a long time, Abbess Xianxia sighed, Yangqing, Yangqing, how many lifetimes did my Hui'er owe you? She loved you so much, and now she let you disappear with her. If you dare to appear in front of me, I will. She wanted to say something harsh, but Abbess Xianxia felt that it was meaningless. Her granddaughter was gone, and it was useless to curse Yangqing. Abruptly changing the topic, Yun Miao smiled bitterly and murmured, if you can bring Hui'er back and protect the bloodline of the Lin family, I won't pursue this matter anymore. Even if Hui'er can't be the official wife of the Lin family, I will accept it. She had completely lost her temper. Her granddaughter was lost. From the initial anxiety, to now, she really wished that the gods and Buddhas could show themselves. She dared to make an oath no matter how poisonous or disadvantageous it was. But at this moment, a loud clap of thunder shocked Yun Miao out of her mind. Abbess Yun Miao only felt that the demon ceiling tower in front of her suddenly flashed a purple and green light, and then two familiar figures fell from midair. Hui'er. Yangqing. Abbess Yun Miao suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her, but when she looked carefully, it was indeed Yangqing and her granddaughter in a Taoist robe. Abbess Yun Miao almost forgot how to face all this. After being stunned for a while, Abbess Yun Miao remembered to shout for help. She rushed up and picked up the unconscious Hui Lin to see how she was. After this investigation, Abbess Yun Miao was shocked to find that the strength of the meridians in Hui Lin's body was much stronger than in the past. What shocked her even more was that her innate true qi could not enter at all. There was some kind of energy inside. It was the true inner force that only the soul formation stage could have. How did she really come out of the demon ceiling tower after disappearing for so many days? Moreover, what on earth did Hui Lin experience? How did she directly cross the innate stage and enter the soul formation stage? Could it be that Yangqing did something for her? After confirming that her granddaughter was fine, Abbess Yun Miao breathed a sigh of relief and was a little happy. In doubt, Abbess Yun Miao remembered that Yangqing was lying next to her. She quickly put down Hui Lin and went to check again. With this look, Abbess Yun Miao felt her heart suddenly sink. At this moment, Yangqing seemed to be suffering a kind of severe pain. Lying on the ground, his body constantly curled up and stretched. His whole body was faintly exuding dark gray treacherous energy. His eyes were closed tightly, and his throat made a hoarse sound like the grinding of gears. When he seemed to have endured to the limit, he finally couldn't help but scream and open his eyes angrily. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed with gray, decayed like a devil, completely not like a human's. Abbess Yin Miao was so scared that her face turned pale. Just when Yin Miao didn't know what to do, she saw that after Yangqing shouted, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His eyes turned white and he passed out. At this time, a large number of members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade and Shushan Mountain disciples who heard the movement outside also ran out. When they saw Yun Miao beside the demon ceiling tower and the man and woman on the ground, they all showed a look of surprise. Yun Miao covered her violently jumping chest, and her eyes flashed as she ordered, "Take Child Yang and Hui Lin into the house to recuperate, and inform the general that they are back." Several executive members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade nodded without hesitation, and did not dare to ask what was going on, even if they were puzzled. Yun Miao squinted her eyes and looked up and down at the demon ceiling tower for a while. No one knew that at this moment, in Yangcheng's Sea of Divine Sense, a stalemate battle was taking place. Amidst the chaotic nothingness, Yangchen once again saw Hun Dun, who had turned into his own appearance, and this time, the image of Hun Dun was especially clear and substantial. Compared to the previous time, it was obvious that it was many times stronger. Yangchen felt that his body was constantly being pulled towards the side of chaos. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be fused with it. In other words, he would be devoured. "Little kid, you didn't expect this, did you?" Although the 99 layers of purple and blue heavenly thunder is a strange thunder, it is formed by the purest power of heaven and earth. Now that more than half of it has been devoured by the deity, let's see how you can fight with the deity. The chaos grinned hideously. Yangchen relied on his steel-like willpower to control his primordial spirit, and his heart was itching with hatred. When he came out of the tower, in order to prevent the purple and blue heavenly thunder from causing a destructive blow to himself and Hui Lin, he had no choice but to let the chaos devour the heavenly thunder. Unexpectedly, for the chaos, not only did the purple and blue heavenly thunder not cause any damage, but it was also its favorite great tonic. The purple and blue heavenly thunder was formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in the demon realm. It could not be said that it was not precious, and it was caught by the chaos. Just like that, the chaotic vital energy rapidly recovered during the process of exiting the tower. Now, it had grown to an extremely dangerous level. Yangqing felt that he could no longer suppress chaos completely. As long as he gave it a little space, it would be hard to guarantee that he would never be able to regain control of his body again. At that time, his soul would be devoured by the primal chaos, and he would no longer be his true self. This was definitely something that Yangqing did not dare to imagine, and it was also something that he could not accept. Unfortunately, since things had come to this, he could only watch helplessly. "What's the matter, kid? You're still not willing to give in? It's your supreme honor to offer your mortal body to me." Chaos grinned evilly. Yangqing sneered, "Bullshit. You're nothing but a sealed beast. Instead of obediently being my slave, you want to take over my place? Fuck off." Chaos was scolded until it turned red and white. It was so angry that it laughed. "All right. I'll see how long you can hold on. Now that I've recovered a lot of my vitality, as long as you use a little bit of your true chi, I can make your true chi chaotic and go berserk. At that time I will naturally control your body. Kid, if you have the guts, don't use your cultivation. Let's see if you can live in this world. Hee, I clearly know that there are many people in this world who want to drink your blood and eat your flesh. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently let me take over your body. Then, no one can touch you." Yangqing knew that what it said was the truth. Once it recovered to a certain extent, it could rely on the fact that it was stationed in his dantian. Just by using a little bit of true chi, it could turn his dantian upside down. He secretly regretted that if he did not touch this chaos cauldron, he would not have provoked this ingrate. However, if it was not for this chaos cauldron, he might not have been able to live until now. Chaos seemed to be satisfied and was waiting for Yangqing to helplessly hand over the control, waiting for it to devour him. Therefore, after a few words, it stopped fighting with Yangqing and quietly retracted its divine sense. Yangqing finally protected his primordial spirit. After calming down, he felt the meridians in his body. He slowly opened his eyes and took a few breaths of fresh air. What appeared in front of him was a pretty face that was tearful because of excitement and joy. "Brother Yang, you're finally awake." Hui Lin wiped away her tears. Her eyes were a little swollen from crying. The girl was still wearing a simple but elegant green robe and her jet black hair was draped over her shoulders. She had not taken care of herself much. Hui Lin. Yangqing chuckled, fortunately, you're fine. Slowly propping himself up, Yangqing looked around and realized that he was in a wing room. He subconsciously used his cultivation and wanted to spread his divine sense to search for his location. However, the moment he used the primordial spirit in his dantian, Yangqing felt a sharp pain in his head. His soul shook and his mind went blank for a moment. He almost lost control of his primordial spirit. Yangqing quickly stopped using his primordial spirit. Instead, he used the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture to regulate and suppress his primordial spirit before he recovered. However, this also made Yangqing break out in cold sweat and his face turned pale. Hui Lin was shocked. She stretched out her hand and touched Yangqing's forehead. "Brother Yang, are you all right? Why do you look so pale all of a sudden?" Yangqing did not dare to tell the girl that he did not react in time just now and almost let chaos take advantage of him. He smiled and said, "I still have a lingering fear when I think of the situation in the tower just now." Hui Lin naively believed him and nodded in agreement. However, when she thought of how she and Yangqing flew out together and experienced a life and death trial together, she blushed sweetly. Yangqing did not notice the girl's charming and shy posture at this moment. He was still depressed about his situation. It seemed that chaos was not bluffing. Not to mention fighting now, he could give it a chance to rebel if he used some of his primordial spirit. In this way, wouldn't he be restrained in the future? Although his physical fitness and fighting skills were as fierce as before, compared with the cultivation of the crossing calamity stage, it was really like returning to the days before liberation. Fortunately, he had come out and could use the law of space again. Perhaps he should spend some time to study this set of unique skills of the deities. If he could really practice it to the level of Athena, the cultivation of the crossing calamity stage would not be enough. Of course, Yangqing was not in a good mood to give up his hard-earned cultivation. However, he could not think of a way to safely suppress chaos at the moment, so he had to take it slowly. Yangqing was used to big storms and had experienced more than one or two setbacks. He would not be depressed by this setback. When the boat reached the bridgehead, there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. Putting aside the sullenness and unhappiness in his heart, Yangqing asked Hui Lin where was this place and what was the situation. It turned out that after Yin Miao found the two of them, she asked them to go back to the wing room in Shu Mountain to rest. Hui Lin woke up not long after, but Yangqing showed no signs of waking up. He always showed a ferocious expression. Yun Miao knew that this was not something that could be helped by external forces, so she decided to wait and see the situation. After a day and a night, Yangqing finally woke up. "Brother Yang, it's already the 8th of February. We have been in the 10,000 demon realm for more than half a month. The time in the demon realm is indeed synchronized with the time in the outside world," Hui Lin said happily. Yangqing muttered to himself for a while, "The 8th, isn't it going to be the new year in 2 days? Yes, that's why Grandma said that we are in a good time. She said that we will go back to Beijing to celebrate the new year when you wake up." Hui Lin had already forgotten all her worries at this moment and was glowing with a new vitality. Yangqing smiled and nodded his head. He thought of something and asked, "Did you tell your grandma about what happened in the 10,000 demon realm?" "Yes, Grandma asked me, so I told her. This shouldn't be a problem," Hui Lin said cautiously. Yangqing knew that Hui Lin's understanding of the 10,000 demon realm was limited, so he gestured to her that it was not a big deal and asked her to Anshin. To the people of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, the 10,000 demon realm was too far away from them. It was probably only recorded in the top secret files and they would not delve into it. However, the demon sealing tower would probably have to be especially tightly guarded in the future to prevent any accidents from happening again. Abbess Yin Miao also heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Yangqing had woken up. She was unaware of Yangqing's current awkward situation and only urged Yangqing to return to Beijing as soon as possible to calm down the unstable situation in Beijing. Yangqing could no longer use his true yuan to fly, so he could only choose to take a helicopter to the nearest airport and return to Beijing. This made Abbess Yin Miao and Hui Lin feel strange. Why did they feel that he had become more obedient? End of chapter 1337. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.